The invasion of the evil god, darkness descends, and the apocalypse arrives. The will of Blue Star awakens, linking to the Lost Land, allowing humanity to enter the Lost Land in search of resources and extraordinary powers to establish shelters against the evil spirits that eye in the 10th year of the evil god's invasion. Cao Fengqi crosses over with a game cheat. Where am I? Cao Fengqi looked around in confusion at the unfamiliar environment on a blue wooden bed. Wasn't he playing games all night? Why does everything hurt when I touch it? Am I going to die? A sudden sharp pain in his head made him murmur softly. He's awake. Fengqi is awake. Fengqi, don't move. Don't move. Your hand is broken. Concerned voices surrounded him, and as Cao Fengqi turned, he felt as if his head was going to explode. Ah! He screamed, as a flood of information rushed into his mind. Uncle is dead again. Grandpa, can I have Uncle's stick now? The childish voice was the last thing he heard before losing consciousness. An unknown black substance shrouded the sky in gray, even covering the sun with a layer of black veil. The world behind was enveloped in black mist, resembling a deep abyssal beast ready to devour. Strange houses made of unknown metals were densely packed around him, simple yet mysterious. For example, a white door emitting a faint white light, a skeletal lantern hanging from the door beam, and couplets with unknown characters. Each house was small, around 10 square meters, while the larger ones were only about 50 or 60 square meters. After waking up and standing at the door, Cao Fengqi recognized from his memories that these houses were called shelters, a place for Blue Star humans to survive. Fengqi, have something to eat? Inside the house, a worried woman in her 60s looked at her son and called out. Hearing about food, Cao Fengqi felt his stomach was empty. He turned to look at his mother. The familiar feeling from the body made him nod. Okay, Mom. He walked over, his gaze falling on the small dining table in the narrow room. A green vegetable soup, with hardly any oil in it. He paused for a moment, looking at his mother Lu Xiaoxiu's slightly thin and pale face. Mom, I'm hungry. Next to him, Dabeo grabbed his mother Lu Chunying's arm, looked at the vegetable soup, swallowed, and said, Did Grandpa go to the market to buy food for you? Lu Xiaoxiu immediately responded to her eldest grandson. Grandma, did Grandpa buy us meat? Dabeo's eyes lit up with excitement as he asked. Hee. Lu Xiaoxiu smiled awkwardly, walked over, and picked him up. You'll know when Grandpa arrives. Cao Fengqi's gaze fell on a young woman and 2 children. This young woman, with an excellent figure and appearance, was his sister-in-law. The 2 children, Dabeo and Xiaobeo, were his nephew and niece. Dabeo, do you want a drink? Cao Fengqi looked at his slightly weak nephew and, glancing at the vegetable soup before him, asked him. Dabeo immediately tilted his head and answered without hesitation, yes. You can want it, I'm hungry too. Cao Fengqi picked up the unknown vegetable soup and drank it in a few gulps. Just let them say I died. Dabeo stared at him for a moment, his mouth slowly pouting, and his eyes began to glisten. Hey, you kid. Lu Xiaoxiu glared at Cao Fengqi, then noticed her husband returning and quickly said, Dabeo, don't cry. Look, your grandpa is back, and he brought you something good to eat. Dabeo's cries did not sound, and he looked expectantly towards the door. Dabeo and Xiaobeo, look what Grandpa brought you. Your favorite fried bugs. At the door, Chao Jiansheng, a weathered one-armed man, saw his grandchildren and smiled, lifting the bag in his hand. Wow, Grandpa is the best. Dabeo and Xiaobeo rushed over happily. Dad, why did you buy such useless things? Lu Chunying frowned and couldn't help but speak. It's already bought, the kids like to eat it. Chao Jiansheng walked in and took out a medicinal ointment from his pocket, handing it to Cao Fengqi. Bone spirit ointment. Apply it to the fracture. Dad, did you sell the moon spirit stones? Lu Chunying's expression changed again upon seeing the ointment. I know what I'm doing. Chao Jiansheng replied expressionlessly. Cao Fengqi gave that woman 10 moon spirit stones. Now he's spending recklessly. Will we have enough moon spirit stones to make it to the city? Lu Chunying looked a bit anxious. Today the team is resting for a day. I'll enter the Lost Land later to see if I can find anything. Chao Jiansheng did not answer her question, muttering. Dad, you only have one chance to enter the Lost Land. If Lu Chunying's face was filled with worry for the future, her chest slightly heaving, and she glared at Cao Fengqi. It's all because of you. Wu Qianxian clearly treated you like a fool, and you still licked her like a dog. The resources left by your brother will be wasted by you sooner or later, you. Alright, Fengjian helped your maternal family a lot when he was alive, and now what? Chao Jiansheng frowned and interrupted her. Hearing her maternal family mentioned, Lu Chunying paused, gritted her teeth, and tightly clenched her fists. Your uncle and 2 aunts are at the Tianbei base city, especially your uncle who was a small leader back then. He should be fine now. Our supplies can last until we get there. Chao Jiansheng softened his tone slightly and turned his gaze back to his second son, silently sighing. Forget about that girl from the Wu family. We can't afford the betrothal gift she wants, and she doesn't like you. If she did, she wouldn't let you take risks to catch moonlight worms. Don't be foolish in the future. If it weren't for his son surviving after a disaster, he would have wanted to give him a good lecture. Sigh. Cao Fengqi, hearing his father's words, thought about the absurd behavior of this body before and nodded silently. His quick and straightforward response made Cao Jiancheng, Lu Xiaoxiu, and Lu Chunying slightly stunned. In the past, whenever it was mentioned that he should break up with Wu Qianqian, he would fight to the death, but now he was so decisive. Was he just being perfunctory, or had he gained enlightenment after surviving a disaster? I hope you can keep your word. Lu Chunying glanced at Cao Fengqi and walked straight to take the bowls from the dining table outside to wash. Cao Fengqi looked at his sister-in-law's graceful figure, picked up the bone spirit ointment, and looked at it. A piece of information appeared before his eyes. Bone spirit ointment, level 2 quality effect. Apply to the body to quickly heal fractures and accelerate bone recovery. Yes, he could see the quality of the items, which was not his cheat, but a capability everyone possessed. In 2026, 10 years ago, the consciousness of Blue Star suddenly awakened, and information appeared in everyone's minds. The evil god is about to invade Blue Star. All citizens please resist the invasion of the evil god. Blue Star will link to the Lost Land invaded by the evil god. Citizens over 15 years old can enter the Lost Land to seek resources, build shelters to resist the evil god's offspring, and seek powerful extraordinary powers. Blue Star will bless each of its citizens. Since then, the world changed drastically, and the entire Blue Star was shrouded in a gray evil substance that a large number of plants began to wither, and strange evils began to breed. Humanity entered a terrifying era of survival. Cao Fengqi applied the bone spirit ointment to the fracture on his right arm, and a warm, tingling sensation spread. The swollen arm visibly recovered at a rapid pace, and the pain quickly disappeared. This was the precious resource of the Lost Land. Cao Fengqi focused his mind, and his attributes presented themselves. Cao Fengqi. Extraordinary sequence. None physique. 14 mental power. 7 equipment. None resources. None lost land. 5/10 blessing of Blue Star. Gathering technique. Insight technique. Construction technique. Proficient in language and writing. Do you want to activate the cheat? He looked at his own information and compared it with the memories. Cao Fengqi's gaze turned to the last line of information, a look of astonishment appearing on his face. In his memory, there was absolutely nothing. Chapter 2. Scarce supplies. The Lost Land, a world invaded by the evil god. Under the blessing of Blue Star, everyone has 10 chances to enter the Lost Land. In that world, there are items left behind to fight against the evil god, treasures to enhance oneself, and runes that allow one to step into the extraordinary sequence and become a mysterious, extraordinary person. Although Cao Fengqi's physique is only 14, his strength surpasses that of a strong man on Earth. Now, at 18 years old, he has also found some supplies in the Lost Land. However, the cost was high. He lost 5 lives. He now only has 5 chances left to enter the Lost Land. If he dies after exhausting these chances, death will be permanent. He clearly remembers that his attributes did not include whether to activate cheat software. Cao Fengqi's eyes flickered as he secretly hoped. Activate. Ding, cheat software activated. Game content detected to have changed. Cheat software will adapt based on the hostess condition. Supply display cheat activated. Within 1 kilometer. Script assistance enabled. One-click max skill proficiency enabled. This cheat software is bound to the host. The hostess strength increase enhances the cheat's effectiveness accordingly. Is this my game cheat? Cao Fengqi looked at the cheat information and showed a delighted expression. He was playing a game about finding supplies, arming oneself, role-playing, and leveling up by fighting monsters. After being tormented by monsters for several days, in anger, he downloaded cheats online. Before he could enjoy it, he arrived in this perilous world. According to the memory information in his mind, 10 years after the evil god's invasion, the land experiences severe cold with frequent snowstorms. Food is almost extinct. Only mutated plants survive. Former technology has mostly become obsolete in this small county over time. Some animals mutated due to evil energy invasion and became bloodthirsty. Evil spirits breed and lurk in darkness, attacking humans. At night, areas outside shelters are forbidden zones. Over time, as evil spirits and beasts grow stronger, even some weak shelters cannot resist their invasion. Cao Fengqi's family comes from Liangmen County, which once had a population of 500,000, but lost over 100,000 in 10 years. Recently, unknown black fog appeared, forcing the residents to migrate to a large city 500 kilometers away for shelter. 500 kilometers, which took 4 to 5 hours by car 10 years ago, now means barely walking 7 to 8 kilometers a day while carrying heavy shelter equipment with the whole family. Cao Fengqi glanced at their more than 40 square meter, level 3 shelter. Among the fleeing 500,000 people, their shelter is considered large. However, shelter safety depends not only on size, but also on level. Level 3 is not very high. In the past, it could resist evil spirit invasions, but recently, every day, 4 or 5 families with level 3 shelters in the fleeing group are slaughtered by evil spirits and beasts. The glowing moon spirit stone, when activated, can repel evil spirits, greatly enhancing safety. This has made the moon spirit stone a hard currency with obvious value. Thinking that his original body gave half of the family's moon spirit stones to his suitor, Cao Fengqi felt heartache. Damn idiot. This is a thing that preserves the family's life. That Wu Qianqian even said that if someone wanted to marry her, he had to give her 30 moon spirit stones or 90 moon spirit worms, 300 gene of meat, and at least a 25 square meter level 3 shelter as bride price, calling it 3 golds. Damn it. Cao Fengqi complained in his heart. This damn bride price would make folks in Shangxi, Earth, cry. The problem is that this idiot actually gave her 10 moon spirit stones and even dared to go out at night to catch moon spirit worms. Damn it. He was speechless, rubbing his stomach. The wild vegetable soup he just had only made him 2/10 full. Now, their family can't even eat enough. Those wild vegetables were found by his mother and sister-in-law after spending 4 to 5 hours searching nearby. As for meat, he hasn't eaten any for a week. If it weren't for his improved body, an ordinary person wouldn't survive. Famine, disaster, evil spirits and beasts, scarce resources in the lost land, a fight for survival. Cao Fengqi evaluated this world based on the information in his mind. He frowned, looking at his father who had lost one arm, his mother's sallow face, his sister-in-law's pale complexion, and the thin eldest and youngest sons. Scenes of family affection flashed through his mind. No one is heartless. Moreover, in his previous life, Cao Fengqi was an orphan who never experienced family warmth. Others become orphans after transmigration. He was the opposite. Cao Fengqi shook his head, glanced at his father, and said, I'm going into the lost land to see if I can find some supplies. Be careful. Cao Jianqing nodded and hesitated before saying, I'll also go to the lost land. You all watch the house. Call us if there's trouble. Okay, Jianqing. You must be safe, Lu Xiaoxiu said with concern, then looked at her son's figure with a bitter smile. If only her son weren't so infatuated. The eldest son gave many resources to his mother-in-law's family to please his wife. Fortunately, the eldest son was capable, but he's gone, and the in-laws are ungrateful. Now the younger son is like this too. Ultimately, it's because of the father, no one else is to blame. Lu Xiaoxiu thought of her husband, who moved from Tianbei City to settle in Liangmen County for her. She didn't know whether to laugh or feel helpless. Take this black iron rod with you. Be careful. In the second bedroom, Cao Jianqing saw Cao Fengqi holding a 5-foot black iron rod and reminded him, if you can't find supplies, it's okay. But don't lose more than you gain. Okay. Cao Fengqi was a bit speechless upon hearing his father's words. How little faith does he have in him? He looked at the black rod in his hand. Weapon, black iron rod, level 3 quality. Effect, possesses considerable striking power, can damage evil spirits and beasts. After equipping the weapon, it can be brought into the lost land. But if he dies, the weapon will be lost. Currently, the Cao family only has Cao Jianqing's black iron sword and this black iron rod, both heavy weapons for survival. The rod was a gift from his elder brother before he died. Now that he has cheat software, Cao Fengqi would naturally give it his all. He covered himself with a plastic bag and lay on the bed. His father, Cao Jianqing, also lay on one side, usually at night. The father and son squeezed into this narrow room. After preparing to enter, he focused his mind. Do you want to enter the lost land? Enter. The next second, the scene changed. Caw-caw. The sound of carrion crows came from afar, revealing a gray and gloomy world. The sticky ground had just been washed by heavy rain, full of mud. Within 5 meters, visibility was clear. Beyond that, only vague shadows could be seen. Compared to the dangers of Blue Star's night, the lost land was no less perilous, sometimes even more despairing. Scanned within 1 kilometer. Found 5 level 1 supplies. 2 level 2 supplies, 1 level 3 supply. At that moment, a voice sounded, followed by a guidance appearing in his vision. Cao Fengqi froze and showed a delighted expression. There are far more supplies in this world than in his memory. Isn't it supposed to be hard to find supplies? He muttered, it's everywhere. Chapter 3, Supplies and Disaster Rats. The Lost Land is a mysterious, extraordinary world buried with evil spirits and beasts. Once any Blue Star person enters, They are randomly sent to an unknown area. Good luck may allow one to find strange treasures. Acquire precious materials for building shelters against evil spirits and beasts. Obtain extraordinary special items, or even obtain runes for stepping onto the extraordinary sequence. Although the last one is still too rare. If luck runs out, one might immediately encounter evil spirits or beasts and be killed outright. The Lost Land is shrouded in darkness, with extremely low visibility and evil spirits and beasts everywhere, making it very difficult to find resources. But now, Cao Fengqi looks at the information in his field of vision, with arrows pointing to different locations, showing distances. This is exactly the same as in the game cheat he uses. While others need to explore bit by bit for materials, he can scan them directly. Cao Fengqi's heart is burning with excitement as he grips his black iron staff and heads toward the closest level 2 resource. Level 2 resource. Distance 10 meters. The arrow indicates the direction. Distance 8 meters. Distance 12 meters. When Cao Fengqi reaches the 12-meter mark, his gaze falls on the muddy ground. It turns out that the resource is located 2 meters underground. Who could find that? He can't help but murmur. No wonder resources are hard to find. Who would dig underground for no reason? Without detection equipment, trying to dig up resources from the ground is like searching for a needle in the ocean. Cao Fengqi does not hesitate and directly uses his long staff to pry up the ground. Bang bang bang. Fortunately, the ground is not very hard. And with Cao Fengqi's decent strength and the cheat's positioning, he digs down over a meter deep in 10 minutes. Ignoring the dirty mud, he leans down to pull it out. Moon Spirit Stone, level 2 quality. Effect. When ignited, it emits the light of the moon spirit, which is quite effective in expelling weak evil spirits and beasts, and can burn for 12 hours. A Moon Spirit Stone. He actually obtained a Moon Spirit Stone? Cao Fengqi looks at the stone with a surprised expression. The types of resources are varied. Metals, herbs, fruits, weapons, equipment, even potions and runes. Among them, metal resources are the easiest to obtain and are materials for building shelters. Moon Spirit Stones are consumables, burning for only 12 hours, but their value is not low. Especially since some evil spirits and beasts can break through level 3 shelters recently. Moon Spirit Stones have become extremely important for a family. When night falls, whether to consume a Moon Spirit Stone to enhance defense or gamble on not being found by evil spirits, everyone knows how to choose. Continuing, Cao Fengqi places the Moon Spirit Stone in his backpack and eagerly heads toward the next resource. Level 1 resource. Distance 10 meters, following the guidance. Cao Fengqi approaches steadily and soon arrives. It's not underground this time. He bends down and clears the mud, reaching in. The next second, he feels a tingle on his scalp. Damn it. Cao Fengqi quickly retracts his hand, his expression changing drastically. A skeleton, the level 1 resource, comes from its tattered armor. Phew. He takes a deep breath to calm himself. Just a minor scene. In this bizarre world, it's quite ordinary. Cao Fengqi reassures himself and, stealing his resolve, approaches the skeleton to strip off its tattered armor. Tattered black iron armor. Level 1 quality. Effect. Armor forged from black iron, now tattered. Can be repaired for continued use or used to craft a level 1 shelter. This value is just enough to trade for 100 pounds of fried bugs. Cao Fengqi assesses. After all, the Lost Land has been open for 10 years, and level 1 quality resources are of little use now. However, thinking of the delicious and crispy bugs that Dabao and Xiaobao enjoy, he swallows and collects the tattered black iron armor. Scanned within a kilometer. Added 2 level 1 resources, 1 level 2 resource. At this moment, the cheat's information updates. Another level 2 resource within 1,000 meters? Why not go for the level 2 resource? Why waste time on this level 1 resource? Bang! Cao Fengqi directly throws the tattered armor heavily onto the ground. A major oversight. The next moment, Cao Fengqi, filled with determination, heads toward the level 2 resource 300 meters away. Another skeleton. When he arrives, he sees the bone on the ground and digs out another Moon Spirit Stone from beneath it. Luck is really on his side, he smiles, recalling that Moon Spirit Stones are much rarer than other metal materials. His gaze falls on a level 3 resource over 400 meters to the right. It is the only one within the kilometer range. Cao Fengqi walks over with high expectations. Bang bang bang. His footsteps make noise on the muddy ground, somewhat conspicuous in this terrifying world. 400 meters is close, and as he approaches, a small grass emitting a faint green glow appears in his vision. It's a herb. Seeing it, Cao Fengqi's face lights up. Today is truly a lucky day. In terms of resource ranking, herbs and fruits are often the most important within the same level. This is because these herbs and fruits have considerable effects, many of which can be consumed directly to enhance physical and mental strength. Cao Fengqi quickly approaches. Buzz. Just when he is 5 meters away from the level 3 resource. A conspicuous red object rushes toward him. Attack encountered, script activated, advised to quickly dodge left or strike with the black iron staff. The cheat's prompt flashes quickly, suggesting evasion positions and countermeasures. Cao Fengqi is startled and without hesitation, swiftly swings his black iron staff down hard at the red target. Bang! Squeak, squeak, squeak. A wailing sound erupts, and a creature immediately flashes in his mind. Disaster Rat. Born from calamity, the Disaster Rat is the size of an adult tabby cat, with pitch-black skin that can completely conceal itself in darkness. It excels at ambush and moves extremely fast, with claws and teeth capable of easily tearing off an adult's flesh. It is one of the lowest-level evil beasts in the Lost Land. Even at the lowest level, countless people have died from its ambushes. One of Cao Fengqi's 5 lives was lost to 1. However, the Disaster Rat in front of him, under Cao Fengqi's heavy strike, falls to the ground, screaming in agony. But before he can breathe a sigh of relief, the script's prompt sounds again. His eyes show that 2 more Disaster Rats are attacking him from behind, in the right side. An ambush? Cao Fengqi's gaze sharpens as he quickly dodges to the left, while swinging his black iron staff hard to the right. Bang! Squeak! The wailing continues as the Disaster Rat on the right is smashed to the ground. The one that missed its attack sees this, its black eyes turning blood red. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It screams madly, leaping up with claws glinting coldly. You little beasts, none of you are going home for dinner today? Cao Fengqi looks at the script's prompt, shouts angrily, and delivers a powerful downward strike. The staff accurately lands on the body of the Disaster Rat, smashing it heavily into the ground. Chapter 4 Night Soul Grass and Level 4 Resources. Bang, bang, bang. In the Lost Land, Cao Fengqi delivers finishing blows to the 3 Disaster Rats. These creatures are indeed cunning. If not for the cheat, he would have definitely fallen here. Cao Fengqi feels a bit shaken. These 3 Disaster Rats are just too clever. They can hide completely from sight, and their sudden attacks are hard for his reflexes to handle. Fortunately, he has the script when the Disaster Rats attack him. The script highlights them in red for a warning, providing evasion and counterattack strategies. Still, he needs to be more careful. This is not a game after all, where a mouse click can make him move. He has to rely on his own reactions. Moreover, if he encounters some powerful evil spirits or beasts, even with the script's warnings, if his reaction speed can't keep up, it will be completely useless. Cao Fengqi silently warned himself to stay steady and not to act recklessly. Although he had some advantages, he was not invincible and had to be cautious. He approached the corpses of 3 Disaster Rats one by one and used his gathering technique. Disaster Rat Meat, 4 pounds, x3, Disaster Rat Skin, x3. Tisk tisk, this extraordinary gathering technique is quite a remarkable ability. If humans did not have the blessings of Blue Star and could not enter this lost land, they would probably have been extinct by now. Looking at the rat meat and skins in his hands, Cao Fengqi's eyes lit up. Disaster Rat Meat, finally able to eat meat. In the 3 years since this body entered the Lost Land, he had only killed 9 Disaster Rats. These creatures generally escape when ambushed, making it difficult to kill them. Cao Fengqi put the Disaster Rat Meat and skins into his backpack and set his sights on a spiritual herb ahead. Night Soul Grass, Level 3 Quality. Effect: direct consumption increases mental strength by 2 points, enhances vision to a certain extent, and can be used in alchemy for greater effects. Good stuff. Cao Fengqi's eyes brightened upon seeing it. Without hesitation, he picked it and swallowed it. After the Night Soul Grass entered his stomach, he felt a surge of energy, as if he had slept for 10 hours, full of vitality. At the same time, his vision became clearer. Keep going. Cao Fengqi gripped his black iron staff tightly and looked toward the level 2 resource over 600 meters away. He cautiously advanced, arriving at his destination a few minutes later. However, looking at the level 2 resources buried 6 meters underground, he frowned. 6 meters is too deep. How long will it take to dig this out? Moreover, the level 2 resources buried underground are likely metallic. Cao Fengqi chose to give up. Of course, it was easy for him to abandon a level 2 resource because, as he advanced over 600 meters, his external ability had detected new resources. Scanned within a kilometer. Added 3 level 1 resources, 1 level 2 resource. Following the guidance, Cao Fengqi moved closer to the level 2 resource. When he arrived, he looked at a small puddle in front of him. A 5 or 6 meter small puddle. Cao Fengqi tested the depth with his black iron staff and walked straight in. In the center, he reached out and directly pulled something up. A jade bottle? His eyes brightened upon seeing the item. Living liquid, level 2 quality. Effect: can be used internally or externally, can heal light injuries inside and out, and can also increase 0.5 constitution for those without injuries. This thing has healing effects comparable to bone spirit ointment and can also increase constitution. It is top tier among level 2 resources. Cao Fengqi couldn't help but smile. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to consume it yet. Let us save it for now. There were no level 2 resources within a kilometer nearby. So he continued walking. Cao Fengqi put the living liquid away and walked straight ahead. In the distance, it was hazy, and he could only randomly choose a direction to advance, relying on his external ability. Another discovery. In less than 10 minutes, accompanied by the prompt from his external ability, Cao Fengqi's eyes brightened again. He immediately walked toward the right front, over 900 meters away. Scanned within a kilometer, added 3 level 1 resources, 1 level 3 resource. Before Cao Fengqi could reach the level 2 resource point, a prompt for a level 3 resource appeared. This made him overjoyed. However, he soon felt a bit speechless. Broken long spear, level 2 quality. Effect, a long spear made of fine iron, has decent lethality after repair. Blood demon stone, 10 pounds level 3 quality. Effect, can be used to build shelters to withstand attacks from evil spirits and beasts, also usable for crafting. All material level items, not as valuable as the level 2 quality living liquid. Of course, the level 3 blood demon stone is useful for expanding shelters. Currently, the Cao family shelter is 42 square meters, using 821 pounds of level 2 metal materials and 3,000 pounds of level 3 metal materials. It is considered a medium-level shelter among level 3. Even if mosquitoes are few, 10 pounds of blood demon stone can still provide some enhancement. Cao Fengqi picked it up and continued toward the newly discovered level 2 resource. Buzz. Suddenly, the alert from his external ability sounded. Cao Fengqi was startled and quickly gripped the long spear, looking to the right. In his line of sight, a bizarre, distorted shadow rushed toward him. The shadow was extremely illusory. Without the warning from the external ability, he might not have noticed it until it was 3 to 4 meters away. Moreover, this strange shadow was not slow. It was a level 1 shadow deceiver, the most minor form of evil spirit, influenced by the aura of the evil god, condensing the filthy shadows of the world. Cao Fengqi immediately recognized it. Although the level 1 shadow deceiver's attack was weak, it could invade the body. A stronger constitution could resist it, but afterward, the constitution would decrease, and it could even lead to serious illness. The original owner had died indirectly due to a shadow deceiver. He watched the approaching shadow deceiver and attacked it with a basic staff technique, the golden snake spitting venom. The shadow deceiver had no physical form, so human weapons could not harm it. However, the black iron staff in Cao Fengqi's hand was a level 3 quality long staff, made of special metal from the Lost Land, which could injure the shadow deceiver. The shadow deceiver was less intelligent than the disaster rats. Once it encountered a living being, it would attack and try to possess it. The continuous stirring of the black iron staff caused the shadow deceiver to gradually dissipate, turning into harmless black mist that floated in the air, writhing and merging bit by bit. Cao Fengqi did not have the ability to completely exterminate it, and, seeing that the shadow deceiver was harmless, he continued to advance. Broken armor and weapons, sigh, not very useful. He shook his head after reaching 2 level 2 resource points. Upon seeing that a new level 2 resource had refreshed to the right, he hurried over. Another moon spirit stone, not bad, not bad. It seems this item is also essential for humans to resist evil spirits in the Lost Land, and there are many more than he remembered. Cao Fengqi collected his 3rd moon spirit stone. The fist-sized moon spirit stone, after enduring heavy rain and mud, is difficult for others to find. But for him with his external ability, it was quite simple. Scanned within a kilometer, added 2 level 1 resources, 2 level 4 resources. At this moment, the prompt from the external ability came again, and Cao Fengqi was momentarily stunned upon seeing this information. Level 4 resources, there are actually 2 level 4 resources? He widened his eyes in surprise. The difference between level 3 and level 4 is only 1 level, but the gap is akin to that between low tier and mid tier. Level 4 resources have some extraordinary effects. Cao Fengqi's breathing quickened slightly as he looked toward the left side, a kilometer away. He gripped the black iron staff tightly and immediately headed toward the location of the level 4 resources. Chapter 5. Night Vision Device in the Disorienting Lost Land. Cao Fengqi approached the level 4 resources with excitement. However, before he could rejoice for too long, when he was only 100 meters away from the resources, the alert from the external ability sounded again. A cloud of red mist appeared. What is this? Poison fog. How could he encounter poison fog? What bad luck. Cao Fengqi looked ahead, his smile fading. Poison fog is the most disgusting and unpredictable thing in the Lost Land. Once inhaled, it can cause dizziness and weakness, or even death. He immediately retreated cautiously to distance himself from this area. It wasn't that he was cowardly. If a gust of sinister wind blew in his face at this moment, it would be disastrous. 2 Level 4 resources. Cao Fengqi unwillingly gazed at the location of the Level 4 resources, trying to see if he could circumvent this poison fog. He walked around the poison fog for a while, but ended up with a helpless result. The Level 4 resources were located within the poison fog. He took a deep breath, contemplating the dilemma of whether to take the risk. If it were a Level 4 material, he might give up in the face of the toxic miasma, but with 2 pieces, his brother was once formidable because he had a Level 4 abyssal bone armor, which not only had strong defense, but also provided a miasma isolation effect. Cao Fengqi thought to himself, if only my brother were still here, I could borrow his abyssal bone armor. But unfortunately, there are ways to deal with the miasma. Protective suits offer great resistance against it. I just don't know if this miasma has corrosive effects. If it doesn't, then it will be easier to handle, and Level 1 or Level 2 protective suits will suffice. Tomorrow, I can go to the market to buy a protective suit and give it a try. Cao Fengqi immediately decided. Today's exploration can't stray too far from here. If I get lost and can't find my way back, it would be a loss. With this thought in mind, he prepared to explore the area around the toxic miasma. Scan within a 1-kilometer range. New Level 1 materials. 3 pieces, Level 2 materials. 1 piece, Level 3 materials. 1 piece. 10 minutes later, a piece of information came in. Another Level 3 material? Cao Fengqi felt somewhat comforted and first headed towards the closer Level 2 material location, where he obtained a piece of metal material. Turning around, he arrived at the Level 3 material point. Cao Fengqi looked at the ground, half a meter deep in the mud. This area had clearly experienced heavy rainfall multiple times, and the rainwater had washed away the mud, burying many things underground. He directly started digging with his hands. Splash, splash. As he dug through the mud, an expression of anticipation appeared on his face. Soon, he unearthed some dry bones. He had already become immune to the sight of bones everywhere. Extending his hand again, he grasped something metallic. Is it still Level 3 metal material? Cao Fengqi frowned slightly, disregarding the mud and wiping it with his clothes, revealing a piece of information. Night vision goggles. Level 3 quality. Effect, after wearing, can penetrate fog up to 70 meters. Cold again, it's actually night vision goggles. Cao Fengqi was delighted to see the attributes of the item. There are also night vision goggles as a technological item on Blue Star, but those from Blue Star have extremely weak penetration power against unknown fog. Now, these night vision goggles can penetrate 70 meters of fog, which is extremely useful for Cao Fengqi. Although he has a script plugin, it only alerts him when he is in danger. Cao Fengqi carefully cleaned the night vision goggles and put them on, and everything before him gradually became clear. Very nice. He felt like a severely nearsighted person putting on glasses. The world brightened up. Continuing to wander around the Level 4 material area, Cao Fengqi found another 2 pieces of Level 2 metal materials and a piece of moon spirit stone before stopping. He didn't dare to go far, fearing he might get lost. The gains from just these few hours were comparable to what he had accumulated over several months in his previous life. Cao Fengqi looked at the items in his backpack and smiled broadly. Do you want to exit the Forgotten Land? Exit. It is best to stay still for 20 seconds after exiting the Forgotten Land to ensure the body completely dissipates and to avoid encountering danger. The Forgotten Land cannot be exited instantly, which has drawn criticism from countless people. If it could be exited instantly, it would be much safer to return to Blue Star directly upon encountering danger. 20 seconds later, in the Cao family shelter's secondary bedroom, Cao Fengqi opened his eyes. He was dirty all over, covered in mud, and his backpack was full of items. Cao Jiansheng was still in the Forgotten Land, and Cao Fengqi immediately got up and wiped off the plastic that was spread over him. After tidying up, he opened his backpack to take stock. Disaster rat meat, 12 pounds. Disaster rat skin, 3. Moon spirit stone, 5. Living liquid, 1. Level 2 metal materials, 25 pounds. Level 3 metal materials, 10 pounds. In addition to these items, his mental power had also increased by 2 points. Such a bountiful harvest in one go was unimaginable for others. Cao Fengqi casually tossed the metal materials aside, put away the moon spirit stone and living liquid, and picked up the disaster rat meat to head out. I'm starving. I'm really starving. He hadn't eaten enough, and after so long, he was already extremely hungry. He walked out of the secondary bedroom and saw Bao and Xiao Bao, 2 little ones under 4 years old, sitting obediently on the floor, playing with the small toys carved by their grandmother. Uncle, lunch is over there. You and Grandpa each get a bowl, little Bao said, pointing at the 2 bowls on the dining table. Okay. Cao Fengqi looked at the little girl and walked over, casually asking, Did your grandmother and your mom go out to look for wild vegetables? Yes. Xiao Bao nodded her little head and focused again on playing with her puppet. What is this? Cao Fengqi opened his lunch and looked at the green soup in the bowl, which had wild vegetables and a few long worms floating on top. His expression darkening. Earthworm soup, it's really delicious. Dabao raised his head to look, swallowing hard. Cao Fengqi paused, looking at the drooling Dabao, and sighed slightly in his heart. His brother had died before Dabao and Xiao Bao were weaned. And with the increasing number of evil spirits in the last 2 years, the supplies hoarded at home 10 years ago had long been exhausted. So the two little ones had never eaten anything good. Do you want to eat? Cao Fengqi asked Dabao. Dabao licked his lips, eagerly looking at him and nodding. I want to. Hee, you can just want it. Cao Fengqi smiled at him. You silly. Xiao Bao glanced at her brother and spoke. Dabao's mouth gradually pouted, his little pearl-like tears brewing. Crybaby. Seeing him about to cry, Xiao Bao mocked again. Who say crybaby? I'm not a crybaby. If I don't eat, I want to eat. Even if you give it to me, I want to eat. Dabao rubbed his eyes vigorously, raising his head and shouting. Cao Fengqi looked at the little guy and took out the disaster rat meat from his backpack, waving it in front of him. Unable to resist teasing him. Hey, Uncle got some disaster rat meat, originally planning to roast it for you to eat, since Dabao doesn't he want it. I can only give it to Xiao Bao. In an instant, 2 pairs of round eyes were fixed on the large piece of disaster rat meat in his hand, their mouths slightly agape, looking adorably dazed. Cao Fengqi laughed and waved it again. Wow. The next moment, Dabao burst into tears. Hey, don't cry. Uncle will roast meat for you to eat. Swoosh. Dabao instantly sniffed, his watery eyes looking at him. His face wrote, really? You're not lying this time? What are you staring at? Get your bowls and chopsticks ready, huh? Cao Fengqi couldn't help but laugh, waving his hand at them. Yay, we're having meat. We're having meat. The calm Xiao Bao also reacted, jumping up excitedly. Chapter 6. Eating meat. The family's shock is there cumin? Uncle, what is cumin? Forget it. High-end ingredients only need a bit of salt. At the entrance of the Cao family shelter, Cao Fengqi was roasting the disaster rat meat, the rich aroma wafting around. The two little ones, Dabao and Xiao Bao, squatted nearby, their eyes fixed on it, constantly swallowing saliva. They hadn't had such large chunks of meat for many days. Come, hold your bowls steady. Cao Fengqi looked at the sizzling layer of fat on the roasted disaster rat meat and said to the two little ones. The two immediately held up their bowls. And Cao Fengqi picked up a knife to put the sizzling layer into their bowls. Hot, don't rush to eat. Hoo. The two little ones nodded, blowing on their food in unison. After cooling it down, Xiao Bao picked up a piece and handed it to Cao Fengqi. Uncle, you eat first. Huh. Cao Fengqi was somewhat surprised to see such an understanding Xiao Bao, and he opened his mouth to accept it. Smiling as he patted her head, little Bao is so understanding. Dabao, you need to learn from her. Holding a piece of meat that was about to go into his mouth, Dabao's expression turned sour, hesitantly and reluctantly handing it to him with a sad face. Uncle, this meat is covered in saliva. You eat it yourself. Cao Fengqi complained, showing off a piece of disaster rat meat to Xiaobao. Remember, you have to think of your uncle when there's good stuff in the future. MHM. Daba started laughing, directly putting the meat into his mouth. While the little one responded indifferently, the taste was indeed good. Cao Fengqi had never eaten rat meat before, but this rat was not like the ones on Earth. The meat was firm and even more flavorful than beef. One bite filled his mouth with juice. Wow, he actually got to eat disaster rat meat. Cao Xiar became quite lucky. Not far away, a middle-aged couple emerged from a shelter, drawn by the aroma, their eyes landing on the greasy disaster rat meat, swallowing hard. Yes, good luck is unavoidable. Cao Fengqi looked at the couple, lifted the disaster rat meat from his backpack, shook his head, and sighed. Sigh. I encountered 3 injured disaster rats in the Lost Land today. I guess it's deserved that I get to eat meat. 3 disaster rats? The middle-aged couple's mouths dropped open, their envy clearly visible in their eyes. In this disaster-stricken world, with evil spirits and famine looming, even though there is a lost land, obtaining supplies inside is extremely difficult, especially when it comes to food. Although disaster rats are common creatures in the Lost Land, finding and hunting them is also very challenging. One might not encounter even a single one in several days, and even if they do, a disaster rat possesses the strength capable of taking down an ordinary human before the catastrophe. If one cannot kill it quickly, it will escape. Wild vegetables have become the main food source for every household, and due to the high number of foragers, there is simply not enough for a family. 3 disaster rats would yield at least 10 pounds of meat, which, if saved, would be enough for a family to last a week. Aren't you saving this meat for a bride? Don't you want a wife anymore? The woman teased Cao Fengqi, unable to help herself. Not anymore. Cao Fengqi knew she was trying to hit his weak spot. If it were his previous self, he would have definitely preserved the disaster rat meat as a dowry. But the previous self was dead, and he was not a sycophant. In this world, if Lu Yifei asked him for such a hefty dowry, he would just dump her. Has this kid changed his ways? The woman looked surprised at his words, whispering, maybe he almost died last night and has given up. The middle-aged man mumbled in response, glancing at the disaster rat meat. Let's go back. This is too depressing to look at. This little thing only knows how to show off. Just lucky. Who hasn't eaten dumplings during the new year? The woman said a bit enviously as she went back inside. Cao Fengqi watched the neighbors, the Song couple, return home, chuckling softly. There is a saying on Earth, if you come home in a luxury car during the new year, half of your relatives in the village will hang themselves. When the eldest Cao was capable, the Song couple was incredibly envious when they saw him. Even when they delivered some food, they thought it was mockery, a show-off. After the eldest Cao died, these two had smiled more, even though they were still living poorly. This is human nature. Uncle, not wanting a wife is great. What's so good about a wife? Xiaobao suddenly said to him. Cao Fengqi looked at the clever little girl and smiled. What do you know, little one? When one is well fed, they think about desires. If I'm hungry, I naturally have no thoughts about anything else. If I'm full, is it normal for a man not to have other thoughts? If you want a wife, just give me a little meat, and I'll let Xiaohua be your wife. Xiaobao tilted her head, her eyes spinning. Where did you get such an idea? Hurry up and eat. Cao Fengqi glared at her. And Xiaobao shrank her head and started eating. Damn, Xiaohua, a 3-year-old little brat. Daba was completely focused on eating, ignoring everything outside. In a good mood. Cao Fengqi was roasting disaster rat meat when suddenly, he saw black, cotton-like things falling from the sky, melting in the flames. He looked up at the deep, frightening sky and reached out to grab a piece of black fluff. Is it snowing? Black snow? Cao Fengqi frowned. This was not a good omen. Now that he had a cheat, he was able to stand firm with his family. He didn't think too much about it, and continued eating seriously. The snow wasn't heavy. Just a few flakes drifting down. The sky darkened quickly, and soon two somewhat tired figures approached. Lu Chunying and Lu Xiaoxiu came out carrying 2 small plastic bags. Looking bitterly at their shelter. Mom, what if it snows heavily? It will be even harder for us to find food. Lu Chunying glanced at the sky and then at the meager haul they had, her face pale as she spoke. The wild vegetables and earthworms they found were barely enough to fill one person. Maybe your grandfather has something. Lu Xiaoxiu forced a smile to comfort her. Lu Chunying fell silent, hoping her one-armed grandfather would have unexpected gains in the lost land. Otherwise, the two quietly entered the room, and a wave of meat aroma suddenly hit them. They froze for a moment, as the shelter was very small, and they immediately spotted Cao Fengqi comfortably lying there, with Daba and Xiaobao massaging his legs on either side. At that moment, Lu Chunying and Lu Xiaoxiu had no mind to pay attention to this scene, and they couldn't help but ask, where did the meat smell come from? Xiaobao, did your grandpa hunt an evil beast? Lu Chunying's eyes lit up as she asked. Mom, Grandpa hasn't woken up yet. Xiaobao tilted her head, pointing at the meat on the table. This was caught by Uncle. Uncle is amazing. This. Lu Chunying turned her head, and when she saw that big piece of meat, at least 10 pounds, some of which was roasted and steaming, her face showed shock and disbelief. Fengqi, did you get this? Lu Xiaoxiu, too, was filled with joy and quickly walked over. Just lucky. Cao Fengqi grinned. Mom, I roasted some for you, eat up. You child, how did you roast so much? No, we can just eat a little. Lu Xiaoxiu looked at the meat with joy. So much meat, enough for our family to eat for a week. Cao Fengqi looked speechlessly at his mother, who appeared tired with little blood color. Just eat what I roasted, finish it all. How can we finish so much? If you don't eat, I'll send it to Wu Qianqian. Lu Xiaoxiu's smile froze, and Lu Chunying quickly went over. Eat. We'll all eat. We'll eat what hasn't been roasted too. Cao Fengqi smiled. You want me to rebel, huh? Daba, Xiaobao, come on, you guys eat too. Lu Xiaoxiu waved to her grandchildren. Grandma, I'm so stuffed. I really can't eat anymore. Daba lifted his shirt to show them his belly, patting it. Bang bang. Oh, really stuffed? Lu Xiaoxiu looked somewhat helpless, thinking it was too wasteful to eat like this. But waste is better than giving it to Wu Qianqian. Fengqi, did you get these materials? At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the next room, accompanied by Cao Jianqin's figure stepping out. He was holding the level 2 and level 3 materials that Cao Fengqi had placed on the floor, looking at him with shock and unfamiliarity. He sniffed the meat aroma and immediately looked at the disaster rat meat on the table, stunned again. Yes, I got all of this time. Cao Fengqi lightly nodded. This. Cao Jianqing felt a bit dazed, unable to believe that this was obtained by his son. He felt strange. Even he himself hadn't gained this much in a month. Jinsheng, hurry, come eat meat. Lu Zixiu beckoned to him. You all eat, I'm not that hungry. Chao Jinsheng shook his head slightly, a bit dazed. If you don't eat, your son will send it to Wu Qianqian. Lu Chunying said to him. Hearing this, Chao Jinsheng became anxious and immediately walked over. Then I'll eat a little. He glanced at his son, who was lying comfortably, and the strangeness in his eyes disappeared. Chapter 7. The Clothing Store of the Weaver World. Fengqi, how did you find such abundant resources? After the family had a hearty meal, Chao Jinsheng couldn't help but voice his doubts. Lu Chunxing also looked at her little uncle with curiosity. Cao Fengqi had already prepared a reason and casually said, I found a treasure spot with many dead bones. So that's it, good, good. Searching for resources in the Lost Land can sometimes yield unreasonable luck. And Chao Jinsheng didn't suspect anything, smiling broadly. Lu Chunxing nodded slightly, thinking to herself that he was really lucky. Seeing the remaining disaster rat meat, she quietly got up and went to the master bedroom. Lu Zixiu, beside her, tugged at his hand, clearly trying to cover for her. She brought up a topic and said, Fengqi, Jinsheng, did you know it's snowing outside? Cao Fengqi noticed their little actions and felt a bit speechless. Were they worried he would give the meat to Wu Qianqian? It's snowing? Chao Jianqin's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Night had already fallen, and he didn't dare to open the shelter's door, asking, Is the snow heavy? Not heavy, just light. Lu Zixiu shook her head. I hope the snow doesn't get heavier. Chao Jinsheng prayed. They were currently migrating, and if they encountered heavy snow, it would be a great disaster. It's night now, let's light a piece of moonstone. Chao Jinsheng instructed his wife, then looked at Cao Fengqi. These materials won't greatly improve our shelter. I'll trade them for some resources tomorrow. Let's keep them for now. I'll use them when I marry a wife and build my own shelter. Cao Fengqi shook his head and said. Chao Jinsheng frowned slightly and nodded. All right. I'll go get some sleep. I'm too tired. Cao Fengqi stretched and walked towards the secondary bedroom. He kept the materials not for marrying a wife, but to ensure his behavior aligned as closely as possible with his original identity. If he changed drastically, his parents and sister-in-law might suspect he had been possessed. They were not ancient people. His parents and sister-in-law 10 years ago were loyal readers of tomato. The son has changed. However, as a mother, Lu Zixiu could still notice her son's changes, though not much. After putting away the meat, Lu Chunxing returned and looked at the closed door of the secondary bedroom, responding. Fengqi is only 18. It's normal for him to be immature. 18-year-olds used to be in school. Chao Jinsheng smiled instead. At least he's not so infatuated with Wu Qianqian now. A little growth is good. Lu Zixiu nodded, feeling content. Cao Fengqi was indeed very tired that day. He quickly fell asleep in bed, not even noticing when his father squeezed over. This was his first night in this world. A peaceful night. Mom, why didn't you cook the meat? I want to eat meat at noon. In the morning, Cao Fengqi saw his mother and sister-in-law cooking at the door and frowned as he walked over. With meat, I will have more strength to explore the Lost Land better. With an advantage, I'm not afraid of not having food. I don't need to save. All right. Lu Zixiu replied helplessly. Finish your meal quickly. Then dismantle the shelter and hurry on. Chao Jinsheng urged him. Cao Fengqi responded and finished his soup before dismantling the shelter with his father. Shelter, level 3, special attribute, none, effect, 42 square meters. A simple level 3 shelter can effectively withstand attacks from weak evil spirits and evil beasts. Upgrade conditions, 500 gene of level 4 metal materials, 2000 gene of level 3 metal materials. This was the attribute of the Cao family shelter, built together by a family of 5. Now, the level 3 shelter was no longer 100 safe. The family dismantled the shelter and placed it on a 2-wheeled cart, with Chao Jinsheng and Cao Fengqi pulling it in the front and Lu Zixiu pushing from the back. Sister-in-law Lu Chunxing held 2 children. The Zhou family was gone. And this morning, law enforcement personnel entered the county, finding it filled with blood. Damn that evil god, when will it disappear? The snow had fallen all night. Although it was light, it still covered the ground, and they hoped it would stop, or they really wouldn't be able to survive. Heavenly gods, I hope to find great fortune in the Lost Land, preferably finding extraordinary sequence runes. The over 300,000 residents of Liangmen County, with their densely packed ranks, pulled the shelter forward. Many residents looked pale and thin, chatting as they walked, their eyes dull. Nowadays, dozens of people die in the migration every day, and people have gone from fear to numbness. The runes of becoming extraordinary. Cao Fengqi heard some words, his eyes flickering. According to his understanding, the probability of obtaining runes to enter the extraordinary sequence was incredibly low. Liangmen County once had over 500,000 people, but in 10 years, Fewer than 70 had entered the extraordinary sequence, a shocking low probability. A large portion of those who became extraordinary had already migrated to big cities. Currently, there were only a dozen extraordinary individuals in the migration team. These people were now the leaders and managers of the entire migration group. Only by becoming extraordinary can one truly stand firm, he thought to himself. The team's progress was slow, and they stopped after 4 hours. Cao Fengqi was slightly out of breath as he and his father rebuilt the shelter. With the construction skills blessed by the Blue Star, the rebuilding speed was quite fast. From dismantling to reassembling, plus the 4 hours of travel and a lunch break, most of the day had passed. Mom and Dad, I'm going to the market for a bit. After finishing his meal, Cao Fengqi waved his hand and walked outside. Make sure to come back before dark. Lu Xiaoxiu reminded with concern. I know, Cao Fengqi replied without looking back. He is not going to look for that Wu Qianqian again, is he? Lu Chunqing questioned. Watching his back. He didn't take anything. Don't worry about that kid, Cao Jianqing said. Lu Chunqing nodded. As long as her little uncle didn't mess with the family assets, he could do whatever he wanted. I'll go buy a protective suit at the market. I wonder if anyone is selling them. Cao Fengqi jogged towards the center of the migration team, hoping to get those 2 pieces of level 4 materials, which depended entirely on the protective suit. As he got closer to the center, many shelters were noticeably larger. Some were even over 200 square meters, radiating a strange, extraordinary light, belonging to level 4 or even level 5 shelters. Cao Fengqi glanced over, his eyes filled with envy. He knew these shelters were homes of the extraordinary individuals from Liangmen County. Is there any food for Moonstone? Level 3 metal materials for food, interested parties can discuss. Level 2 weapons for Moonstone. When Cao Fengqi arrived, many people had already started setting up stalls and selling on both sides of the market. In this era, the currency system had long collapsed, and everything was now bartered. Food and moonstones were scarce resources, and their value was continually rising. Regular sellers didn't have protective suits. He had to go to that shop. After a quick round, Cao Fengqi headed straight inside. And soon a level 4 shelter of over 100 square meters appeared in his view. A sign hung in front of the shelter, reading Weaver's Clothing Store. Extraordinary Sequence, Weaver. From his understanding, the Weaver was a supportive extraordinary sequence capable of creating clothing with powerful effects. This particular Weaver was also a famous beauty in Liangmen County, currently serving as the deputy county mayor. Upon entering, Cao Fengqi immediately spotted a long robe with blue stripes hanging in the center of the store. Blue stripe robe, level 4 quality. Effect, can activate the blue stripe array, forming a blue protective shield that can withstand weak extraordinary attacks. The ability consumed can be fully recharged in 12 hours as long as the robe is not damaged. A level 4 defensive clothing was right here. Not much to say in envy. Cao Fengqi shifted his gaze to the waitress inside. Beautiful lady. Do you have any protective suits to resist toxic miasma? Yes, handsome. We happen to have one of each level 1 and level 2. Which one do you want? The waitress nodded immediately and asked, how much is the level 1? And the level 2? He continued to inquire. I want to exchange with Moon Spirit Stones. 4 Moon Spirit Stones. You need 1 for level 1 and 5 for level 2. The waitress responded with a smile. So expensive? Cao Fengqi frowned upon hearing this and bargained. Can you lower the price for the level 2? Sorry, handsome, we don't negotiate prices here. The waitress shook her head. We help you pay the transaction taxes. All right, you're impressive. Cao Fengqi gestured to her. Bring it over. Let me take a look. Don't worry. The protective suits crafted by our county chief Xiao are absolutely reliable. The waitress took a suit from behind the counter and placed it in front of him. Chapter 8. Luck Explodes, Arcane Musket. Protective Suit, Level 2 Quality. Effect, can filter ordinary toxic miasma, resist weak toxins. Contains oxygen that can supply 3 minutes of oxygen needs when opened, needs to be replenished after use. Holding the Level 2 protective suit, Cao Fengqi walked out of the garment shop, his heart filled with anticipation. The Moon Spirit Stones he obtained could all be used to exchange for this protective suit. Back at home, seeing only Dabeo and Xiaobeo, he casually asked, where are your grandparents? Grandma and Mom went to look for wild vegetables. Grandpa went to work at the blacksmiths, Xiaobeo replied. Working at the blacksmiths? Cao Fengqi heard this and a hint of information flashed in his mind, frowning slightly. Simply put, blacksmiths are equipment makers and belong to the auxiliary type of extraordinary sequence. The blacksmith in Liangmen County, Wang, sometimes needs to hire some workers to help forge weapons. But this guy is notoriously stingy. Not only are the wages extremely low, but he also has a terrible temper. Forget it. Cao Fengqi shook his head and returned to the secondary bedroom to lay down plastic. Changing into the protective suit and putting on the night vision goggles, he focused his mind. The sky in the Lost Land was always dim, and Cao Fengqi's figure slowly emerged. Hack activated. A 1-kilometer range has been scanned. 2 level 1 supplies and 2 level 4 supplies added. Cao Fengqi looked ahead, stepping closer, and felt slightly tense as large red warnings appeared. He reached the edge, put on the protective mask, and opened the oxygen contained within without hesitation. Of course, he could choose not to open it, as the protective suit had the effect of filtering toxic gas. But he naturally prioritized safety. The next second, when Cao Fengqi looked ahead again, he was momentarily stunned, because the red warnings had disappeared. This means that after putting on the protective suit and opening the oxygen, there was no danger ahead. A look of surprise appeared on Cao Fengqi's face, and without any hesitation, he quickly walked inside. The further he went in, the stickier the ground became, like a swamp. With no danger alerts underfoot, Cao Fengqi had little concern. The mud wasn't very deep. After walking more than 200 meters, he looked with eagerness and anticipation at the location of the first level 4 supply. He bent down, reaching with his arm to dig, pulling out something slightly larger than a palm that felt somewhat familiar. He shook off the mud on it. Arcane musket, level 4 quality. Effect, can fire 6 flame-infused bullets at targets within 1,000 meters, causing minor explosive effects. After using the bullets, recharges 1 bullet every hour. Items like abyss fire crystals and ember spirits can accelerate bullet recharges. When Cao Fengqi saw the supply information, he felt a rush of excitement, as if he had become a lucky person. He even began to breathe more rapidly, exhilarated. It's a weapon, and a ranged attack weapon. An extremely rare type of attack item infused with extraordinary power. He suppressed his excitement and quickly moved towards the second level 4 supply, 5 meters away. What is this? Abyss blood flower, level 4 quality. Effect, a flower born from the blood of an unknown powerful creature. Consuming it increases constitution by 4 points and enhances resistance to toxins. Cao Fengqi excitedly clenched his fist, directly plucking this palm-sized source blood flower without hesitation and consuming it. Afterwards, he left the toxic miasma area with light and joyous steps. As the abyss blood flower digested, he could see faint heat rising from his body. His heart pounded, and blood circulation accelerated. He could clearly sense his physical body improving, as if he had endless strength. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that this feeling of enhancement faded. Cao Fengqi. Extraordinary sequence. None. Constitution. 18. Mental power. 9. Equipment. Arcane musket. Black iron rod. Night vision goggles. Protective suit. Supplies. Living fluid. Lost land. 510. Blessing of blue star. Gathering technique. Insight technique. Construction technique. Proficiency in language and writing. Would you like to activate the hack? Cao Fengqi glanced at his attributes and couldn't help but smile. Would you like to exit the lost land? Exit. Splash. Cao Fengqi quickly removed the protective suit after rising from the shelter, looking at the arcane musket in his hand. The musket was still stained with red mud, and a faint crimson smell wafted through. Suddenly, Cao Fengqi recalled the introduction of the abyss blood flower. That toxic miasma just now was formed from the blood of some creature? A chill ran down his spine, feeling a sense of dread. What kind of creature's blood would fall to the ground and create a terrifying toxic miasma area, and also give birth to level 4 supplies? The evil god can destroy the world, and the lost land is filled with crises. Even though he obtained this arcane musket, he still couldn't afford to be careless. He calmed himself, cleaned the arcane musket, and strapped it to his waist before re-entering the lost land. He began to search, with the enhancement of his constitution. Possessing a level 4 arcane musket, along with a level 3 night vision goggles, Cao Fengqi had some confidence, and his pace quickened. However, after walking for 4 to 5 hours, he hadn't found much. Had his luck run out? He had walked at least 10 kilometers. Cao Fengqi looked at his backpack's haul. 3 moon spirit stones, 30 gene of level 3 materials, 77 gene of level 2 materials, level 2 weapon shield. He had only encountered 2 shadow phantoms along the way. It would have been nice to at least run into a disaster rat. Cao Fengqi felt a bit helpless. There wasn't much meat left at home. After exploring for 5 to 6 hours, he felt somewhat tired. He still had to continue migrating and traveling tomorrow, so he needed to sleep. Half an hour more. And if nothing happens, he would go to sleep. After all, he could now exchange moon spirit stones for food. He thought to himself and continued walking forward. A 1-kilometer range has been scanned, 65 level 1 supplies, and 1 level 2 supply added. After walking another 7 or 800 meters, the hack's prompt continued. Hopefully. This level 2 supply isn't metal again. Wait, no. Cao Fengqi muttered, but suddenly his gaze sharpened. Cao Fengqi was a person who looked down on level 1 supplies. He completely ignored them. The dozens of level 1 supplies he encountered along the way were directly disregarded by him. But now, while he looked down on level 1 supplies, suddenly 65 level 1 supplies appeared. That quantity is too large. What could it be? Cao Fengqi looked ahead and vaguely saw a dirt slope. Further away was a patch of darkness. But in the hack's prompt, the level 1 supplies were densely packed together there. He quickened his pace to see what was going on. Could it be a gathering of level 1 metals having a meeting? 900 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters. As Cao Fengqi approached, he discovered that ahead was a tall dirt slope, fortunately not too steep. Caw-caw. Suddenly, a call came from ahead. Chapter 9, Annihilate the Corrupted Crows. This was the call of the corrupted crows, and from the sound, they were not far from him. On the slope, Cao Fengqi listened to the cawing of the crows, slightly furrowing his brows. Corrupted crows are scavenging crows. If disaster rats are the more common evil beasts on the ground, corrupted crows are the more common evil beasts in the sky. Compared to disaster rats, the attacks of corrupted crows are stronger and far more troublesome. After all, they can fly. However, corrupted crows are not very aggressive towards humans. They generally won't attack unless provoked. Cao Fengqi thought for a moment, but did not stop. Instead, he lay on the ground, slowly crawling to avoid being detected by the crows. As he got closer, he soon reached the top of the dirt slope. 70 meters away, 2 trees appeared in his line of sight, strikingly prominent in this desolate lost land. Cao Fengqi squinted slightly. The display of level 1 materials came from those 2 trees, which led him to guess that they bore fruit. Fruit. Among materials, herbal fruit is undoubtedly the most precious at the current level, especially in the migrating team today. A single level 1 fruit can easily be exchanged for 3 level 3 metal materials. Cao Fengqi's heart raced, but when he saw several corrupted crows perched in the trees, his expression turned grave. On the 2 unknown fruit trees, each over 20 meters tall, there were at least 10 corrupted crows. One of them was noticeably larger than the others, over half a meter in size without its wings spread. Thankfully, he had been cautious enough, and his current position had perfect cover. Although corrupted crows rarely attack humans, that doesn't mean they won't. On the contrary, if they are extremely hungry, they will actively hunt and wait for their prey to rot before consuming. Cao Fengqi cautiously observed from a distance. If he were to be surrounded by this group of corrupted crows, survival would be nearly impossible, especially against that larger crow. One-on-one, he estimated he wouldn't stand a chance even without using the arcane firearm. Whether he could take it down with a single shot from the arcane firearm remained an unknown. To obtain those fruits, he either needed to hit all 6 crows, including the leader, with 6 shots from the arcane firearm, or wait for the crows to leave in search of food before picking the fruits. Cao Fengqi pondered and leaned towards the latter option. He knew his shooting skills. He could handle flying targets, but shooting corrupted crows was another matter. No, it seemed his script cheat was. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Cao Fengqi's mind as he took out the arcane firearm and assumed an aiming position. A red dot abruptly appeared, moving with the direction of his gun. Haha, although it wasn't a lock-on, it still had a targeting feature. Cao Fengqi couldn't help but laugh inwardly, licking his lips with a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes. He counted and confirmed there were 11 corrupted crows. If the arcane firearm could take down 6, he had a great chance against the remaining 5 with his current physique and a cheat's assistance. Even if the arcane firearm only managed to take down 5, he was still confident. The corrupted crows had inedible flesh on their chests, but the meat on their wings was fresh and edible. Cao Fengqi aimed the arcane firearm at the head of the crow leader, held his breath, and decided to strike. Bang! In the slightly tranquil lost land, the sound of the firearm suddenly rang out. The corrupted crow leader heard the noise, its feathers ruffled, and its eyes showed a hint of vigilance. But the next second, a solid bullet emitting flames struck its head. Bang! With a loud explosion, a blood hole the size of a baby's fist was blown into its palm-sized head. This was enough to be fatal. Bang 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 bang. Cao Fengqi was delighted as he saw that, before the other crows could fully react. He fired 5 shots in quick succession with the arcane firearm, exhausting all its energy. Thanks to the cheat's red dot targeting, even though it was his first time firing, he hit every shot. Caw caw caw. The crows that weren't shot in the head let out tragic cries. Caw caw caw. The remaining 5 corrupted crows were completely startled, flapping their wings, seeing their leader and companions falling towards the ground, emitting harsh and piercing cries. Some crows, drawn by the sound of the arcane firearm, spotted Cao Fengqi. Their blood-red eyes fixated on him. Caw! They flapped their wings and swooped down. Cao Fengqi immediately put away the arcane firearm, grabbed his dark iron stick, stood up, and steadied his legs, focusing on the attacking crows. When one crow entered the attack range of the dark iron stick, He didn't hesitate at all. Using a basic stick technique, he swung the end of the stick down onto the crow. This move belonged to the ordinary techniques of the stick art from Blue Star. Although his original self was quite weak after the disaster, he was still proficient in basic stick techniques. Bang! Crack! The long stick accurately struck the crow's head. And with his physique of 18 points and the force of the dark iron stick, a clear sound of bones cracking was heard. The crow fell directly to the ground. Caw! A crow flying in from behind let out a sharp scream, extending its claws towards his head. He shook his arm, performing a basic stick technique to counter. Bang! The powerful blow sent it tumbling forward. Caw! Caw! The remaining 3 crows, seeing their companions fall one after another, seemed to feel no fear and continued to attack recklessly. Come on, come on! Cao Fengqi held the dark iron stick with one hand, filled with fighting spirit, his blood boiling, looking down at the 3 crows charging towards him. As the crows flew in unison, he gripped the dark iron stick with both hands, using his hips to drive his waist and abdomen. Swinging the stick from left to right, sweep through the ranks. Bang, bang, bang. This was Cao Fengqi's full-powered strike, landing on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd crows. Even if the 3rd crow was not fatal, it still caused it to fall towards the ground. Cao Fengqi quickly followed up with a finishing blow. Take this. He swiftly struck down. Haha, all wiped out. My arcane firearm and I are simply too strong. Seeing all the corrupted crows completely dead, Cao Fengqi couldn't help but laugh. He excitedly walked over and performed the gathering technique one by one. Corrupted crow wings, 10. Looking at the large pile of crow wings in his hands, although most of it was bone, there was still plenty of meat. Not to mention, an adult could barely finish 2 crow wings. This was enough to feed a family for several days. Cao Fengqi was filled with joy, holding the crow wings as he walked towards the bodies of the corrupted crows under the fruit trees. Corrupted crow wings, 12. Soul 1. When Cao Fengqi used the gathering technique on the crow leader, he was surprised to see a black sphere in his hand. Chapter 10. Bountiful Harvest, Soul, Level 4 Quality. Effect. Extraordinary beings can absorb to enhance cultivation, or it can be used to forge extraordinary items. It turned out to be of Level 4 quality. Cao Fengqi looked at the attribute information. Slightly astonished, it seemed that the strength of that crow leader was not weak. If he hadn't suddenly blown its head off, he might not have been able to kill it with just one shot. This was truly a bountiful harvest. His backpack was already too full to hold so much food, especially the crow leader's wings, which were a full meter in size. He needed to take it back to the shelter first. Cao Fengqi gathered all the crow wings and with a thought, returned to his home's guest room. His father, Cao Jianqing, was not there, as he had to work overnight at the blacksmith shop. He placed the crow wings by the bedside and entered the lost land again. Cao Fengqi looked up, his gaze falling on the densely packed Level 1 resources above. Earth Abundant Fruit, Level 1 Quality. Effect. Consuming it can increase physical constitution by 0.2 after 10 pieces. Antibodies will be generated. The Earth Abundant Fruit, the size of an apple, can not only satisfy hunger, but also boost physical constitution. Although it's rare, eating 10 can increase one's constitution by 2 points. The value of these Earth Abundant Fruits is not inferior to Level 4 resources. Cao Fengqi quickly climbed the fruit tree and picked them one by one. Looking at the 65 Earth Abundant Fruits, he brought them directly back to the shelter. Crack. Upon returning to the house, Cao Fengqi opened the door. A moon spirit stone on the dining table emitted a soft white glow, dispelling the eerie darkness. The bedroom door was closed, and his mother and sister-in-law were sleeping. Cao Fengqi glanced at the time and realized it was already early morning. He looked at the meat soup left for him on the table and walked over to take it to his room. The soup was resting on a piece of Level 3 material, firestone, which kept it warm. Just this little bit of meat? Cao Fengqi fished out the amount of meat comparable to that in Lanzhou, pulled noodles, and felt a bit helpless. As long as he didn't remind them, his mother would not put much meat in the meals. Fortunately, he had the Earth Abundant Fruits to fill his hunger, so he took one and took a bite. Not to mention, the food in the Lost Land tastes top-notch. This Earth Abundant Fruit is much tastier than apples on Earth. Sweet and crunchy, with a smooth texture. After finishing one Earth Abundant Fruit, Cao Fengqi, feeling exhausted, fell asleep. 2 tails of meat, after working all night. Is this Wang Duanling too much? Hey, isn't that just for one meal? Moreover, the shelter forged by Wang Duanling is Level 4, which is relatively safe, so the reward is lower. Lower? Once built. Look at your flushed face and the blisters on your arms. We can't do this job anymore. Alright. This 2 tails of meat paired with some wild vegetables. Let's make some breakfast for the kids. The next morning, as dawn broke, Cao Fengqi was awakened by sounds from outside. Hearing faint conversations, he got dressed and opened the door. In the living room, Cao Jianxing stood there, red-faced and exhausted, with some burning blisters on his arms. His gaze fell on the small piece of meat no bigger than a palm, frowning as he spoke. "Isn't there's still meat at home? Why go work at Wang Duanling's house? Don't go anymore. How long can that little meat last?" Cao Jianxing was quite displeased with his son's tone. "I worked so hard for you guys. You think you can just rely on luck for a bit of meat? Do you think luck lasts forever? Can't you save some to eat?" He continued to scold him coldly. Cao Fengqi couldn't help but laugh at his rebellious father's words, saying arrogantly, "Hey, what can I do? I'm just lucky." He glanced at the 22 crow wings beside him and bent down to hug them out. "You little brat." Cao Jianxing pointed at his son with one arm. But the next second, seeing what Cao Fengqi was holding, his mouth slightly dropped open. Lu Xiaoxiu and Lu Chunying beside him were also momentarily stunned. "Wow, Crispy, what is this? Is it meat?" Dabao instantly reacted, running over with an excited little face. Looking up and asking, "This is our breakfast." Cao Fengqi smiled, placed the crow wings on the ground, and handed him the 1-meter-long wing of the decayed crow. "You can have this." "Ah, uncle, it's so big, bigger than me. I can't carry it." Dabao's little face was dazed as he looked at the giant wing, stretching out his hand, unsure of how to take it. "Uncle, I want one too." Xiaobao ran over with his little legs, also bringing his own bowl and chopsticks. "Today we're eating this." Cao Fengqi picked up the 1-meter-long crow wing, smiling as he looked at his stunned parents and sister-in-law. "Don't just stare, start the fire." "Ah, okay." Lu Chunying quickly responded, taking a deep breath, her heart surging as she couldn't help but glance at the crow wings under him. It was definitely over 40 to 50 pounds. "Isn't this the wing of the decayed crow, Fengqi?" Cao Jianxiang, well informed, asked in astonishment. "Did you kill a group of decayed crows?" "One shot each." Cao Fengqi grinned and replied without hiding anything. "Such things can't be concealed. One shot each." Cao Jianxing noticed the arcane rifle at his son's waist, his gaze sharpening, his old face, already reddened from the fire, becoming even more flushed with excitement. Good. You really are blessed after surviving a great disaster, huh? Great. Wife, let us eat the biggest crow wing together with Chunying this morning." He excitedly clenched his fists. Oh, good. Fengqi has made a name for himself, indeed. Lu Xiaoxiu, lacking the insight of Cao Jianxiang, but having explored the lost land for survival, vaguely guessed that her son might have obtained an extraordinary weapon. She too was excited and followed Lu Chunying to start the fire. Cao Fengqi watched, a smile on his face. "I know you've gained an opportunity, but don't be proud, don't get carried away. Unexpected things can happen in the lost land, and your equipment and weapons could be lost." Cao Jianxiang, worried about his son's immaturity, walked over and patted his shoulder, reminding him, "Safety first." Got it. Cao Fengqi looked at his father's face, reddened from the flames, feeling warmth in his heart. Some people only care about how high you fly, but parents only care about whether you're tired or in danger. Looking at his concerned father, he fully immersed himself in this family, playing the role of a good son. Fengqi has really grown up. Cao Jianxing smiled at him. Cao Fengqi raised an eyebrow at his words, wondering if he was too obedient. What does growing up mean? I've always been this impressive, okay? Cao Fengqi shook off his arm and walked towards the secondary bedroom, saying, "Is it embarrassing to work all night for that measly 2 taels of meat?" Okay, I won't go anymore." Cao Jianxing responded with a chuckle. "Damn, do I really have to be rebellious to be obedient?" Chapter 11, A Harmonious Family. Starting the fire, roasting the meat. At the entrance of the Cao family shelter, Lu Chunying, full of joy, used a knife to cut the giant crow wings into pieces. Lu Xiaoxiu was beside her starting the fire and preparing salt. Dabaos and Xiaobao were holding bowls, their eyes shining as they waited to be fed. Sizzle. The crow wings, covered in a layer of skin, were oily and fragrant as they burned in the fire. The last time she had eaten decayed crow wings was 3 years ago when her husband was still alive. But back then, the wings weren't this big. As Lu Chunying roasted them, she thought to herself. She couldn't help but swallow. Even though she was already a mother of 2, she was only 24. The decayed crow wings were very delicious but quite expensive. Such luxurious meat had never been bought at home. "What are you doing? Are you roasting meat again so early in the morning?" At this moment, the neighbors, the Song couple, were preparing to start a fire with wild vegetables when they couldn't help but look over at the enticing aroma of meat wafting through. Upon seeing the 1-meter-long crow wings, their mouths slightly ajar, they asked incoherently, "Well, our Fengqi hunted some decayed crows. He insisted on eating in the morning." Lu Xiaoxiu glanced at the Song couple, a smile appearing on her face as she somewhat casually replied, "We have no choice but to indulge him." Lu Xiaoxiu had once been a very honest and simple woman in the early 80s, with not much thought in her head. However, after witnessing the true colors of the Song couple over the years, even if she didn't have much thought now, she felt the urge to show off a bit at this moment. Humph. Lu Chunying raised her eyebrows and let out a light hum. You guys hunted the corrupted crows? Song Qianyuan's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. He glanced at the corrupted crow meat, forced a smile, and laughed lightly. Hee hee, you guys have really made it now. Just lucky, I suppose. At that moment, Cao Fengqi leisurely walked out of the shelter, holding a defunct fruit in his right hand, taking a bite, and smiling as he glanced at them, mocking. In his left hand, he held a small bag containing 4 D-ling fruits, which he handed to Dabeo and Xiaobeo. Here, Dabeo, Xiaobeo, have some premium fruit. Oh, Dabeo's round eyes stared at the defunct fruit as he reached out to grab one. Uncle, what is this? Is this really fruit? Xiaobeo exclaimed with surprise, her little mouth slightly open. Just eat it. Cao Fengqi chuckled, then handed the bag to his mother and sister-in-law. Lu Xiaoxiu and Lu Chunying were stunned again upon seeing the fruit being handed over. The defunct fruit can even enhance physical fitness? Lu Chunying looked at the fruit's attributes and quickly shook her head. You eat it with Dad. You are the pillars of the family. Cao Fengqi showed a hint of surprise upon seeing her refusal. In his memory, this sister-in-law had married into the Cao family a few years ago and had often given them a hard time since his elder brother had not separated from them. Some of the food his brother managed to get even went to her family. In just a few years, this sister-in-law had changed so much. The once delicate and beautiful fair face had weathered a bit, and her plump figure had slimmed down considerably. However, there were still some places that hadn't shrunk, remaining quite ample. Eat it, Chunying. Cao Jianxing came out holding a bitten defunct fruit, still looking shocked. Fengqi got dozens of them. Just now. He was also shocked when he saw his son take out the fruit. Then he discovered the materials in the second bedroom and had to take several deep breaths to calm down. Dozens. Lu Chunying slightly opened her mouth. This one defunct fruit, to put it mildly, could be exchanged for several pounds of level 3 metal materials. Dozens would be enough for their whole family to eat well for a long time. Plus, there were those 5 or 6 dozen crow wings and the disaster rat meat harvested yesterday. With so many resources, even when her husband was still around, it could compare to several months' worth of harvest. She looked at her still somewhat immature little brother-in-law. Could it be that he really has grown up? Has he become capable? Eat, eat. Lu Xiaoxiu was even happier upon hearing this. She handed Lu Chunying one and looked at Cao Fengqi, praising, Son, you are amazing. Haha, just average. Cao Fengqi smiled contentedly. Ahem. At the side, Song Qianyuan coughed as he couldn't catch his breath. Eating meat so early in the morning was one thing, but also having premium fruit. He felt a tightness in his chest and, with a difficult expression, directly walked into the house. Hey, old Song. Get the fire going for cooking. Not hungry, I'm not eating. Just eating to vent my frustration has already filled me up. Wow, Aunt Lu. You guys are eating meat so early. Did Uncle Cao bring back good stuff? It was my son Fengqi who killed a few corrupted crows and got some crow wings. He actually killed corrupted crows? Fengqi is impressive. He's really capable now? Tisk tisk. Uncle Cao, eating meat so early, I'm envious. Haha, we'll make some meat soup and send it over to you at noon. There were many neighbors around the Cao family shelter, and not everyone was like the couple from the Song family next door. Many neighbors were still kind-hearted. Some neighbors, seeing their bountiful breakfast, greeted them with envy. Cao Jianxing and the others responded warmly, their faces full of smiles. This feeling was quite refreshing. Not only was the meat enjoyable, but being praised and envied felt great too. Cao Fengqi, just an ordinary person, couldn't escape the ordinary pleasures. Uncle, you eat first. Dabeo handed him a freshly roasted piece with a proud smile. Well done, you've improved. Cao Fengqi patted his head, feeling even better. After the family enjoyed a hearty breakfast, they began to dismantle the shelter and set off on a new journey. The sky continued to drizzle black snow. Not heavily but incessantly, causing many to worry. The group of over 300,000 people continued forward, stopping after more than 5 hours of travel. Mom, trade some meat for vegetables, and get some seasonings if possible. Let us make a couple more dishes later. Cao Fengqi instructed his mother while building the shelter with Cao Jianxing. Make more dishes? Let's save a bit. We don't need to waste so much. No need to save. If food is lacking, I will go to the Lost Land to find some. Only with strength can we have the energy to explore. Lu Xiaoxiu looked a bit hesitant at her husband, as they had been used to saving for years, and she found it hard to accept her son's lavishness. Go trade for some. There is plenty of food at home now, and my son needs to replenish his strength for exploring. Cao Jianxing thought about the metal materials in the room and said to his wife. Lu Xiaoxiu didn't say much more. For lunch, they stir-fried a dish and traded for a few steamed buns. Among the family, only Cao Fengqi had 2 steamed buns in his bowl, a large bowl full of vegetables, and a soup made with the crow wings bones left over from the morning. He glanced at his parents' and sister-in-law's food, which barely filled them up to 5 parts. Cao Fengqi didn't say anything. The uncertain future made them instinctively want to save. I'm going to the Lost Land. After finishing his meal, Cao Fengqi directly took a bite of a defeng fruit, rubbed Xiaobeo's head beside him, and said, "Uncle is going to find you some good food. Uncle, good luck." The clever and understanding Xiaobeo cheered him on with her little fist. Cao Fengqi smiled and directly entered the second bedroom. He really seemed to have changed. Lu Chunying watched her confident little brother-in-law's figure in the sunlight, secretly thinking. In the past, her little brother-in-law would look for Wu Qianqian after meals, hanging out with some companions. It seems that what the books say about great disasters leading to rapid growth and change is true. Chapter 12. The huge resources in the town. By a dirt slope in the Lost Land, near 2 trees, a figure slowly appeared. Cao Fengqi wore night vision goggles, held a black iron rod, and had an arcane firearm attached to his waist. The arcane firearm, which had run out of bullets, was already fully charged. Cao Fengqi looked around and decided to continue exploring the flat ground ahead. Within 1 kilometer, scanned, 5 level 1 resources, 2 level 2 resources added. Within 1 kilometer, scanned, for level 1 resources, 3 level 2 resources added. Within 1 kilometer, scanned, 1 level 3 resource. Finally, there was a level 3 resource. With every step he took, the external device kept refreshing information. After half a minute, seeing a level 3 resource appear, he smiled. Among the 5 level 2 resources ahead, aside from a piece of moon spirit stone that had some value, the rest were all metal materials and broken weapons and equipment. Earlier in the morning, he had asked his father, and currently, level 2 metal materials were less valuable than wild vegetables. With food scarcity, the effects of level 2 and level 3 shelters were greatly diminished. If it weren't for the fact that level 2 resources could include fruits, herbs, and moon spirit stones, Cao Fengqi would have considered ignoring the level 2 resource information altogether. Let us get some fruits or herbs that enhance physical fitness or spirit. Cao Fengqi walked towards the level 3 resource point, and after flipping over a stone slab to see the items inside, he paused. He wasn't able to make a successful wish, but Cao Fengqi reached out and pulled off the withered bones attached to the equipment. Evil hidden armor, level 3 quality. Effect, added the aura of evil spirits to the armor. Wearing it can emit an evil spirit aura, reducing the probability of being sensed by evil spirits. However, due to the weaver's technical limitations, wearing it will let the cold enter the body and harm health. Long-term wear is not recommended, but it can be repaired. Is a good thing, but good ones are rare. Cao Fengqi examined this evil concealment armor, unfolded it to take a look, and it fit fairly well. He wiped the mud and dust off it and put it into his backpack. Maybe it would be useful someday. Wait, where is this? After putting away the evil concealment armor, he suddenly looked down at the ground ahead. Some rubble and processed stone slabs were scattered all over the place in front of him. Surprise appeared on Cao Fengqi's face as he quickened his pace toward the front. The further he walked, the more rubble and stone slabs appeared. Scan within 1 kilometer completed, added 25 level, 1 materials, 8 level, 2 materials. After only a few minutes, numerous materials appeared densely in his view. Cao Fengqi looked at the prompt from the overlay and then at the collapsed huge stones on the ground ahead. A piece of information flashed through his mind. Could this be a human settlement in the Lost Land? Cao Fengqi was both happy and surprised. Happy because human settlements in the Lost Land usually contain a large amount of materials and treasures. Also, such places have a chance to obtain runes that grant extraordinary sequences. Surprised because such former human settlements often have powerful evil spirits and evil beasts. His father and elder brother had once warned him never to enter abandoned cities or towns, as the chance of death was 9 times higher than the chance of gain. Cao Fengqi murmured under his breath, his eyes gleaming. His elder brother Cao Fengqi had also encountered abandoned cities and towns before. At that time, his physique had reached level 25. Yet he still died there and ultimately dared not explore further. Looking ahead, Cao Fengqi naturally did not want to give up on this place. There were already so many materials just 1,000 meters from the collapsed city wall. What about inside? First, he needed to determine whether the place ahead was an abandoned city or an abandoned town. Human settlements in the Lost Land vary in size, with distinctions between cities and towns. Cao Fengqi cautiously approached the large collapsed stone and took a look. Its thickness was less than 2 meters, and he found no traces of rune carvings. It should not be a city but a town. Cao Fengqi carefully identified it based on the knowledge his father taught him and breathed a slight sigh of relief. A town was better, much better. If it were a large city, Even with the overlay, he would not dare to go deep inside. His current vision range was only about 70 to 80 meters with the aid of night vision goggles. And those powerful evil spirits and beasts could detect him from several kilometers or even more than 10 kilometers away. Even with a script, he would not be able to escape. Didn't he just obtain an evil concealment armor? Suddenly, Cao Fengqi thought of the armor he had just acquired. He immediately took it out from his bag, his eyes flickering slightly. The evil concealment armor could mask his human aura and reduce the probability of being sensed by evil spirits. Wasn't this perfect for exploring the abandoned town ahead? Taking a chance. Turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Cao Fengqi decided to take the risk. His strength was still very weak, even within Liangmen County. His physical quality could not rank in the top 50,000. Without the arcane musket, he would not even be able to defeat his one-armed father. Without taking risks, how could he become stronger? How could he obtain runes to gain extraordinary sequences? Cao Fengqi decisively put on the evil concealment armor. Instantly, a bone-chilling coldness surged into his body, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Damn, this is too cold. Wearing it for a long time would not only harm his body, but feel deadly. And this was with the armor worn over his clothes. If worn close to the skin, it would be like ice from the ninth heaven. Let's go? Cao Fengqi took a deep breath, but did not speed up after putting on the armor. This thing could only mask his aura. It did not mean that if he faced an evil spirit or beast eye to eye, they would think he was one of them. Keeping his voice as low as possible, Cao Fengqi moved cautiously toward the level 2 resources ahead. A complete knife? Not worth much. A broken armor. The Moon Spirit Stone was okay. After searching through 8 level 2 materials, Cao Fengqi only kept the Moon Spirit Stone. The rest were all weapons and armor. Beside each material lay a skeleton. One could imagine that a brutal and terrifying disaster had taken place here long ago. Scan within 1 kilometer completed, added 17 level 1 materials. 7 level 2 materials, 2 level 3 materials. As Cao Fengqi advanced, the material information kept updating. Seeing 2 level 3 materials, his eyes lit up. Broken golden armor, level 3 quality. Approaching the first level 3 material, Cao Fengqi somewhat disappointedly put it away. The second level 3 material was also a weapon. 3 spirit knife, level 3 quality. Although he had never learned knife techniques, even hacking randomly would be more damaging than the black iron staff. Cao Fengqi was extremely satisfied with the knife, slinging the black iron staff on his back and holding the knife in his right hand. Looking around, most of the materials were weapons and armor, so he continued deeper. He proceeded forward. Scan within 1 kilometer completed, added 5 level 1 materials, 1 level 2 material. 10 level 3 materials, 2 level 4 materials. After a few steps, the prompt from the overlay arrived, making Cao Fengqi's eye sparkle. He had finally encountered level 4 materials again. Moreover, the 10 level 3 materials and 2 level 4 materials were clustered together. Cao Fengqi pursed his lips, full of anticipation. 12 materials, exactly 1,000 meters away. Chapter 13 Evil Spirit, Filthy Cricket Level 4 materials, even if made of metal, were valuable. Cao Fengqi's heart showed expectations. Yesterday, he obtained an arcane musket and an abyss blood flower from level 4 materials. What would this time bring? He slowly approached ahead. As he went deeper, virtual shadows of intact walls appeared one by one. The ground was uneven due to rubble and building ruins. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At the moment Cao Fengqi jumped from one rubble to another, suddenly, a sharp scream sounded. A plague rat jumped out from below, biting directly at his leg. Damn. The script's alert sounded instantly, but the plague rat was too close to Cao Fengqi to dodge. Fortunately, his increased physique had greatly enhanced his strength. Bang. Hiss. He kicked the plague rat's body with his leg, but its teeth bit hot. Cao Fengqi looked at the half-collapsed house ahead and slowly walked over. In front of the house's door, a skeleton lay there, holding a bow and arrow in its hand, along with 10 arrows. Cao Fengqi's gaze fell on the bow and arrow that glimmered with a faint blue light, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Evil Breaking Bow, Level 4 Quality. Effect: the bow flows with the power of the Evil Breaking Gui water, which can unleash considerable damage when attached to arrows. Penetrating Evil Arrow, Level 3 Quality. Effect: possesses unparalleled sharpness and penetration, can be reused as long as it is not destroyed. A Level 4 bow combined with Level 3 arrows, its power would definitely not be weaker than that of an arcane firearm. Cao Fengqi happily picked it up. A bow and arrow were great items. He immediately knocked an arrow and drew the bow, performing a simple operation. However, to his dismay, he found that he couldn't fully draw the bow. The Level 4 quality bow was already very powerful, but his physique wasn't enough. He frowned, feeling somewhat helpless. Although he couldn't draw it fully, he could still use it, albeit with significantly reduced power. Cao Fengqi quickly put it away and directed his gaze to another level 4 resource nearby, quickly retrieving it from its leather pouch. Speed Potion, level 4 quality. Effect: consuming it greatly enhances one's speed for 1 minute, after which the body becomes weak. It turned out to be a potion, but unfortunately, it didn't increase his physique. It was still a consumable type, but this speed potion was indeed a good item for survival. Cao Fengqi quickly stored it away. And with a thought, he returned to the shelter, placing the evil-breaking bow and the black iron staff aside. On one side of the bed, his father, who hadn't slept all night, lay there snoring, not even sensing his awakening. The shelter was still too small. It needed to be expanded a bit, at least to have a room of his own. Cao Fengqi didn't want to squeeze into a bed with his father. With this thought in mind, he re-entered the Lost Land. Back in the desolate town, Cao Fengqi headed towards a level 3 resource point. Wow, a big chunk of level 3 metal. At least 15 pounds, nice. With thoughts of expanding the shelter in mind, Cao Fengqi didn't show any disdain upon seeing the level 3 metal. He smiled as he collected it and walked towards the next level 3 resource point. As he walked, an unsettling sensation suddenly gripped him. Instinctively, he looked to the right. In the next second, his hair stood on end. A pitch-black, eerie creature was staring at him from over 50 meters away. It had 3 twisted hind legs pushing against the ground, 2 forelimbs with hooked black claws, and no complete head, with 2 cold eyes emitting ghostly flames. Emotionlessly sizing him up. It was a corrupted spirit stalker. Cao Fengqi's face changed drastically. The stalker was a being 1 level stronger than shadow phantoms. Shadow phantoms had no physical form, but stalkers had a condensed form. They came in various shapes, resembling all kinds of grotesque, twisted insects. It was likely that the evil hidden armor he wore piqued its curiosity about whether he was one of its kind. Feeling tense, Cao Fengqi transferred the 3-spirit blade to his left hand and drew out the arcane firearm. Whoosh! The stalker seemed to realize he was not one of its kind and leaped 10 meters towards him. At that very moment, a warning from the script sounded. This indicated that the stalker was about to attack him. Seeking death, Cao Fengqi's gaze sharpened, pointing the arcane firearm at the creature. In his panic and due to the stalker's terrifying speed, he found himself unable to aim properly at first. Bang! Luckily, the script provided a red dot assist. As the stalker rushed in front of him, he managed to lock onto the target and fired a shot. The flaming bullet accurately hit the stalker in the belly, directly blowing a small hole through it. The stalker did not die. Its body paused slightly, but its cold, terrifying eyes remained fixed on him. However, its speed had noticeably decreased. The stalker's weakness was its ghostly flame eyes. Only by destroying them could one kill it. Otherwise, it would not die. An idea flashed through Cao Fengqi's mind. Under the life and death crisis, he took a deep breath to calm himself. He gripped the arcane firearm tightly. Calm down, aim. Bang. A shot to the right eye. Bang. A shot to the left eye. The ghostly flames in the stalker's eyes dissipated, and its body fell heavily to the ground. Completely dead, Cao Fengqi looked at the stalker just 10 meters away from him and let out a heavy sigh of relief. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If it weren't for the arcane firearm and the script's assistance, lacking either would have meant his death. The terror of the stalker was such that even his deceased older brother wouldn't have been able to handle it. Cao Fengqi approached the stalker's corpse and directly used a gathering technique. Soul, 1 Chapter 14. Crisis-ridden desolate town soul, level 4 quality. Effect: extraordinary beings can absorb it to enhance their cultivation. It is also essential for crafting extraordinary items. Looking at the level 4 quality soul in his hand, along with the one previously dropped by the corrupted crow leader, he now had 2 souls. The sound of the arcane firearm might have attracted some evil spirits or beasts. He needed to leave quickly and return to the shelter to store the resources safely. He swiftly collected the items and continued towards the next level 3 resource point. Within a 1-kilometer range, scanning complete. New level 1 resources, 3 items. Level 2 resources, 2 items. Level 4 resources, 1 item. Before Cao Fengqi could reach the level 3 resource point, he stumbled upon another level 4 resource. What a treasure trove! Cao Fengqi felt a bit greedy. After checking the surroundings for danger, he first returned the soul to the shelter. A minute later, he reappeared and headed towards the level 3 resource ahead, cautiously covering a distance of a few hundred meters. When he was about several dozen meters away from the level 3 resource, a faint meat fragrance wafted through the air, and a weak red glow appeared in his line of sight. What the heck is that? Spirit grass? Cao Fengqi's eyes lit up as he looked at the item emanating red light ahead. A level 3 quality spirit grass would provide a significant boost to himself if consumed. He approached lightly, But when he was about 20 meters away from the spirit grass, he suddenly halted, his pupils narrowing slightly. The script's warning had appeared. In his line of sight, a network of red warnings emerged. It was a web made of thin threads, seemingly waiting for prey to arrive. Once touched or approached, it would likely ensnare him in that invisible web. Cao Fengqi gasped, carefully observing the source of the web. He noticed that a main line in the center connected to the ground. The script's warning also indicated that there was a 1-meter-sized object underground. What is this? Cao Fengqi thought about the web and, recalling the knowledge in his memory, a type of evil beast flashed in his mind, the ghost-faced spider. The ghost-faced spider is a very terrifying evil beast. It can weave an invisible web, and once someone touches a thread, they will be immediately ensnared. Non-extraordinary beings caught in it are doomed to die. The ghost-faced spider was even more insidious, as it used a piece of spirit grass as bait to lure prey in. It was truly hair-raising. Cao Fengqi felt vigilant, his gaze flickering as he drew the arcane firearm. The ghost-faced spider's skills were all focused on its web, and its physical defense was even inferior to that of the stalker. With 3 bullets left, it should be fine. Cao Fengqi aimed at the center of the ghost-faced spider. Bang! Bang! For safety's sake, Cao Fengqi fired 2 bullets directly at the ghost-faced spider's body. Squeak! Squeak! The sudden attack caught the ghost-faced spider off guard, and it struggled violently with 2 bloody holes blown into its body. Its hideous mandibles let out a scream. As the struggle gradually weakened and the script's warning ended, Cao Fengqi knew that the ghost-faced spider was completely dead. He smiled, not expecting to have dealt with such a powerful evil beast so easily. As he got closer, he cast a collection spell. Soul, 1 spider silk, 1. Cao Fengqi immediately looked at the spider silk upon seeing the item. Spider silk, level 4 quality. Effect: a valuable silk thread with strong toughness and defense, can be used to make clothing. Level 4 quality. Good stuff. Cao Fengqi happily put it away and immediately looked ahead at the spirit grass emitting a faint red glow. Blood mushroom. Level 3 quality. Effect: a blood mushroom born from pure essence. Consuming it can increase physique by 2 points. Cao Fengqi's eyes lit up again as he directly picked the palm-sized blood mushroom and swallowed it without caring about cleanliness. A sweet aroma surged into his body, dispelling much of the chill from the evil hidden armor. He could clearly sense his strength gradually increasing. This enhancement of power was truly intoxicating. Cao Fengqi murmured to himself, his mind moving as he slowly exited the lost land. Back in the shelter, he immediately took off the evil hidden armor. The arcane musket only had 1 bullet left, and he prepared to play it safe. Of course, the main concern was that the dangers in the abandoned town exceeded his expectations. In just a few kilometers, he encountered 2 evil beasts and 1 evil spirit. This was still with the evil hidden armor. Without any trump cards, he really didn't dare to continue taking risks. He casually grabbed a soil-rich fruit and started eating it while lying on the bed to rest. Although his physique had improved, the heightened mental tension also made him quite fatigued. After dozing off for more than half an hour, Cao Fengqi woke up and sensed that the energy from the blood mushroom had been exhausted. His mind stirred. Cao Fengqi. Extraordinary sequence. None. Physique. 21. Mental power. 9. Equipment. Arcane musket. Xian iron staff. Night vision device. Supplies. Urgent potion. Lost land. 510. Blessing of blue star. Collection technique. Insight technique. Construction technique. Proficient in language and writing. Would you like to activate the cheat? His physique had reached 21. As long as he ate 5 more soil-rich fruits, he could smoothly raise it to 22. It was truly absurd to have such a rapid increase in just a few days. Cao Fengqi's older brother had a physique of 33 at that time, and he was quite capable in Liangmin County. His father, Cao Jiansheng, now had a physique of 30, which was the result of 10 years of effort. As for himself, he had already increased by 7 points in just a few days. This was entirely thanks to the power of the cheat. Others in the Lost Land were stumbling in the dark. Even if they had night vision devices, or even more advanced ones, they couldn't scan for supplies. Especially for some supplies buried in the dirt. How could they find them? Taking out another soil-rich fruit, Cao Fengqi walked out of the secondary bedroom while eating. Uncle. In the living room, De Bao and Xiao Bao, who were playing with toys on the floor, immediately looked at him with eager faces and shouted, "Uncle, did you bring back something delicious?" Lu Chunying and Lu Xiaoxiu, who hadn't gone out to look for wild vegetables, also looked over with a hint of hope. Bad luck. Didn't find anything. Cao Fengqi shook his head. Only know how to eat. Lu Chunying paused upon hearing this, then patted De Bao's little head and educated him. Do you think it's so easy to find food in the Lost Land? Not having any harvest is quite normal. Fengqi, don't feel pressured. Lu Xiaoxiu also smiled. Her son had brought back so much food for 2 consecutive days that she almost forgot the difficulty of obtaining food in the Lost Land. Not having any harvest was indeed the norm. Yes, our family's food is enough for a month. Lu Chunying nodded in agreement, feeling quite satisfied. Those meats are only enough for a week. Cao Fengqi shook his head. Suddenly, there was a loud bang from the secondary bedroom door. Cao Jiansheng, who had just woken up, stood there holding a broken evil bow and a piercing evil arrow, his eyes wide open in shock as he looked at him. Oh, just now's harvest. Cao Fengqi turned back to glance and said, unfortunately, Dad, you can't use it. Jiansheng, what's wrong? Lu Xiaoxiu curiously looked over and asked. Cao Jiansheng took a deep breath, walked over without saying much, and displayed the broken evil bow and piercing evil arrow in front of them. What is this? Level 4 weapon? Lu Xiaoxiu and Lu Chunying trembled upon seeing it, their faces filled with disbelief. Lu Chunying's lips slightly parted, and she immediately looked at her younger brother casually sitting on the floor. Isn't it? This is what you just said about bad luck. A level 4 weapon. Chapter 15. Tier 3 material. Grandpa, can this be exchanged for meat? The innocent voice echoed in the Cao family's shelter. Exchange for meat? To date, no one in Liangmin County has traded meat for such a weapon. Cao Jiansheng couldn't help but laugh, ruffling the little boy's hair, and said seriously, this kind of thing is a treasure in any household. His eyes flickered as he reminisced about when his eldest son obtained a level 4 quality piece of equipment, making their family quite prestigious in the neighborhood. Looking at Liangmin County, they were also a wealthy family, but ever since his eldest son died, their family fell from grace. He never expected that now his youngest son would also have to support the family. Moreover, he glanced at his son's waist and knew that the gun should also be of level 4 quality. Wow, uncle is so amazing. Xiao Bao's eyes lit up with admiration as he looked at Cao Fengqi. Of course, come on, give your uncle a massage, and I'll take you to eat delicious food in the future. Cao Fengqi lifted his head and smiled. Okay, uncle, I'll come. I didn't eat enough at noon. The Bao and Xiao Bao scrambled to his side, using their small hands to pinch and poke him. Haha, let's make sure Da Bao eats his fill tonight. Cao Jiansheng smiled, then looked at Cao Fengqi and couldn't help but ask in confusion, Fengqi, how did you obtain so many supplies these past few days? Dad, I discovered an abandoned town. Cao Fengqi didn't hide it. The Lost Land was vast and endless. When they entered, they would randomly arrive in a certain area, making it almost impossible to encounter others. There was no such thing as seizing opportunities. There was no need to conceal this. Moreover, an abandoned town might not necessarily be a place of opportunity. It could also be a place of peril. Abandoned town? Cao Jianken's face showed a serious expression upon hearing this. There are indeed many treasures in abandoned towns, but the dangers are unimaginable. There might be groups of evil spirits and evil beasts. I know. I have a night vision device and a musket. Cao Fengqi nodded. I'll be careful. Night vision device. That's indeed a good thing. You must be cautious. The father and son chatted while Lu Xiaoxiu and the others didn't interrupt. From Cao Fengqi's words, they also knew that the son, younger brother, had some impressive equipment. While they were pleasantly surprised, they also felt a bit worried. They were aware of the dangers of the abandoned town. At night, it was rare that their mother prepared a hearty meal without Cao Fengqi reminding her. As night fell, a moon spirit stone lit up in the Cao family. After dinner, Cao Fengqi and his father returned to the secondary bedroom and squeezed onto one bed. I need to gather some tier 3 metal materials to expand our shelter. The smell from his old man was too strong, he thought to himself. Glancing at the arcane musket's bullets, which had already charged 3 rounds, he decided to explore the abandoned town again. Soon, in the darkness shrouding the abandoned town, Cao Fengqi's figure appeared. Wearing the evil hidden armor, he couldn't help but shiver. He looked ahead, where the level 4 material information he hadn't searched for in the afternoon appeared in his sight. 600 meters away, Cao Fengqi silently thought, approaching cautiously. Ruined Great Shield, level 4 quality. Effect, the soul inside has shattered, with no repair value, can be used to create a level 4 shelter. This time it went smoothly. Although the shield was completely destroyed, it weighed about 50 pounds. Cao Fengqi looked at the level 4 metal material in his hand, showing no signs of disappointment on his face. The value of level 4 metal materials was significantly higher than that of level 3, making it a precious resource in Liangmin County. Cao Fengqi directly sent it back to the shelter and, after returning, headed towards a newly refreshed level 3 resource in the right front direction. Scanned within a kilometer, added 3 level 1 resources, 3 level 2 resources, and 1 level 3 resource. Before he could reach the level 3 resource point, new resources refreshed again. Cao Fengqi instinctively glanced in the direction of the resource that appeared, and he was stunned. What the heck? He initially thought it was just an unremarkable resource refresh, but it turned out to be an eye-opener for him. Not long ago, he had seen a dense cluster of level 1 resources. Now he was encountering another rarity, a huge level 3 resource. Yes, it was an extremely large level 3 resource, comparable in size to a house. What is this thing? Cao Fengqi was somewhat dumbfounded. After getting the level 3 resource ahead, he would go take a look. Soon, after obtaining a piece of level 3 ruined equipment, he walked straight towards the massive level 3 resource. It seemed to be located underground. As Cao Fengqi got closer, he frowned and focused on the ground ahead, at least 4 to 5 meters deep. This is bad. How am I supposed to get such a large level 3 resource from underground? Items from the lost land can be brought back to reality, but there's a prerequisite. He must be able to move them. Can he move this massive level 3 resource below? Squeak, squeak. At that moment, a series of harsh squeaks from disaster rats suddenly came from the left side. Cao Fengqi heard it and immediately looked over with caution. In his line of sight, about 20 meters away, a disaster rat with blood-red eyes was staring intently at him. A small disaster rat. Cao Fengqi took out his arcane musket and aimed at it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. But the next second, a shocking scene unfolded before him. Behind that disaster rat, a dense swarm of disaster rats the size of raccoons emerged from the ground, and with a glance, there were at least 20 of them. One of them was as big as a wolf dog, with needle-like fur and exposed teeth the size of a fist. Sorry for the interruption. Cao Fengqi's pupils contracted, and he didn't dare to fire, turning and sprinting away. Squeak, 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 squeak. With a sharp sound that seemed like a command, the swarm of disaster rats instantly sprang into action, chasing after him. Damn it, I was so polite. Hearing the noise behind him made Cao Fengqi's scalp tingle, and he pushed his speed to the limit, not caring about the dangers behind him. As he desperately ran, a script suddenly displayed a series of red warnings, which made his face light up. The debris, sharp stones, and trip hazards in the abandoned town were densely packed, and running at full speed was also a dangerous act. The script marked all the trip hazards ahead that could pose a danger to him, preventing him from stepping on them. Moreover, Cao Fengqi had now improved his physique to level 21, making him faster than the disaster rats at full speed. Squeak. After chasing him for over 2,000 meters, the leader of the disaster rats finally issued a retreat order. Phew. Damn it, I almost died at the hands of the disaster rats. Cao Fengqi continued running for several hundred meters before daring to stop, panting heavily, still shaken. Without the help of the script, given the size of the disaster rats and the terrain advantage, he could have really fallen into the hands of these creatures. With over 20 disaster rats, he only had 3 bullets, making him no match for them. After resting for a while, he glanced towards the direction of the disaster rats and decided to avoid that area. Let's check the right side, he thought. What is this? Before he could walk a few dozen meters, he suddenly froze. A familiar web-like warning appeared ahead. The leader of the disaster rats didn't continue to chase him because it knew there were ghost-faced spiders here. Cao Fengqi focused on the front, a smile appearing on his face. Or is it that his bad luck is turning around? Ghost-faced spiders, those sinister and terrifying creatures, were actually a blessing for him. He took out his arcane musket and effortlessly shot them down with 2 shots. Soul 1. Spider Silk 1. The 2 level 4 quality items instantly lifted Cao Fengqi's spirits, and he looked at the resource information within a kilometer, continuing to explore. There are quite a few ghost-faced spiders in this abandoned town. I really like ghost-faced spiders. Bang bang. As time passed, 2 hours later, after shooting down a ghost-faced spider hidden in the dirt, a smile appeared on his slightly pale face. After a full 2 hours, although he didn't encounter any more level 4 resources, he did come across another ghost-faced spider. He obtained about 150 pounds of level 3 metal materials, 3 pieces of level 2 moonlight stones, and a bone ointment that Cao Jiansheng had given him on the first day. As for the other level 2 metal materials, he didn't pick them up. His arms were somewhat stiff, and he couldn't continue exploring. Today's harvest was already quite rich. The sinister armor was a good item, but after wearing it for 2 hours, he felt somewhat unable to withstand the erosion of its evil energy. After collecting the soul and spider silk from the ghost-faced spider, Cao Fengqi returned to the shelter and immediately fell asleep. Damn, you scared me. Dad, can you not be so startling? The next morning, as soon as Cao Fengqi opened his eyes, he saw his father's old face staring at him, instantly waking him up. Hee. Cao Jiansheng grinned, showing a simple smile, and pointed to the supplies in the room. You scare me today too. Isn't this a base slot? Cao Fengqi glanced at it and replied casually. Not only have you improved your skills, but your show-off skills are also impressive. Cao Jiansheng looked at him and said leisurely, with so many precious resources, have you thought about how to handle them? Cao Jianxing continued with a smile. Let us exchange some level 3 metal materials. I don't want to squeeze in with you anymore. Cao Fengqi replied directly. Cao Jianxing paused, glared at him, and suggested, I recommend exchanging some level 4 materials for food and seeing if we can trade for something useful for your exploration of the abandoned town. All right. Cao Fengqi thought for a moment and nodded. There are still good things in the Liangmen County trading market. After all, the Lost Land opened 10 years ago. Many lucky people exist. Of course, Cao Fengqi had another idea, to get a decent set of defensive equipment to take revenge on that group of disaster rats and annihilate their 9 clans. Let them know what it means when the river flows east one day and west the next. Don't underestimate the poor youth. Hee. I'll accompany you to the market in the afternoon. Cao Jianxing nodded with a smile, opened the door to the guest bedroom, and joyfully shouted, Xiaoer, make 2 dishes and a soup, and make sure it's filling. Chapter 16 Wu Qianqian. Wow, old Cao, is your family really on a lucky streak? Eating meat for every meal? 2 dishes and a soup early in the morning? That's too extravagant. Hee, my Fengqi has had good harvests recently, making more meat soup. Chunying will send some to your Uncle Lu and Xiaowa's family. Oh, thank you, Brother Cao. I want to be polite. I've seen that Fengqi kid will definitely have a bright future since he was little, and indeed, he is impressive now. Oh, there's no need to be polite. We're all neighbors. At the entrance of the Cao family shelter, every household was preparing breakfast. Undoubtedly, the sumptuous breakfast at the Cao family made the surrounding neighbors extremely envious. It wasn't that Cao Jianxing and the others were intentionally showing off. With only a 40 square meter shelter, they had to cook at the entrance. Some neighbors saw that their meals had been so lavish every day for the past 2 days. And looking at the thin soup in their own bowls, it was impossible not to feel envious. However, the Cao family is also friendly and generous. Not stingy towards some friendly neighbors, often sending over some crow wing bone soup. Lu Chunying was filled with joy that morning. Looking at the envious and complimentary neighbors around her, and the abundant breakfast before her felt like a return to a few years ago. No, that's not right. A few years ago when her husband was still alive, breakfast was not as lavish as it is now. The whole family enjoyed their meal. And the migrating group continued their journey. The black snow in the sky continued to fall, covering the ground with a layer. If this snow keeps falling, there won't even be wild vegetables to eat. It's uncertain how long it will take to reach the Tianbei base city. Some people frowned and discussed among themselves. After the team traveled for 5 hours, they stopped, and the Cao family set up a shelter and started cooking again. No way, Brother Cao. Your family is too extravagant now. What treasure did you obtain? At noon, seeing the Cao family's 3 dishes and a soup with a fruit platter. A neighbor couldn't help but ask. My kid obtained about 50 pounds of level 4 materials. We're preparing to trade for some food after this meal. Cao Jianxing replied with a smile. As long as order is maintained, there's no fear in showing some wealth. Especially since the Cao family is not particularly wealthy compared to other teams in Liangmen County. Wow, 50 pounds of level 4 metal materials? Fengqi, your luck is incredible. You can at least trade for 300 pounds of cured meat at the Hu family's butcher shop. Everyone looked on in astonishment and envy. Indeed, this kid is lucky. Cao Jianxing humbly exchanged pleasantries with them. Who knows? One day he might follow in his elder brother's footsteps. Exactly. Nearby, the Song couple was eating a bowl of hard tree leaf soup, and upon hearing their conversation, their faces were filled with jealousy. They cast a difficult glance at the Cao family and muttered curses under their breath. Hey, dear, look, the girl from the Wu family is coming. Suddenly, Song Qianyuan nudged his wife while looking at a girl walking towards them. The woman looked over, her face showing an expression of amusement. Cao Fengqi, why haven't you come to find me these past 2 days? That's right. Cao Fengqi, your family is eating so well. Yet you don't even think to send some to Qianqian. The voices interrupted Cao Fengqi, who was in the middle of his meal. He was slightly stunned and looked up. 2 girls were walking over arm in arm. The girl on the right looked at their sumptuous meal, pursed her lips, and frowned in displeasure at him. Cao Fengqi looked at her, and a name immediately surfaced in his mind. Wu Qianqian. Wu Qianqian was about 1.6 meters tall, 18 years old, fair-skinned, and quite good-looking. In their previous school, she would definitely be considered a class beauty. No wonder the original owner was willing to be her devoted admirer, Cao Fengqi thought. However, he suddenly glanced at his sister-in-law Lu Chunying. His sister-in-law was at least 1.68 meters tall, and in terms of figure and looks, she completely outclassed Wu Qianqian. Plus, with that mature woman's aura, if Qianqian was a 7, his sister-in-law was at least a 9. Damn, some people have a bit of taste, but not much. He scoffed inwardly. Cao Jianxing and Lu Xiaoxiu saw Wu Qianqian's frown and hesitated before waving to her. Come, Qianxian, come eat something. They beckoned. And Cao Jiansheng slowly said to Fengqi, if you want to marry Wu Qianxian, it's not impossible. With the resources we have now, it's enough. Cao Fengqi was taken aback by his father's words. Lu Chunying, who was beside him, tightened her grip on the bowl, her face suddenly turning pale. Her little brother-in-law had just started to rise. If he married Wu Qianxian, according to her requirements, they would have to split the family. Would he still care about this family then? Even if he did, how much could he care? Especially since she was just his sister-in-law to him. And the big and little treasures were not as close to him as a wife. Tisk, Qianxian, you're lucky. Fengqi has had a huge harvest lately. Having obtained 50 pounds of level 4 materials in these 2 days, he could gather enough for whatever dowry you want, making you shine. Hearing Cao Jiansheng's invitation, Wu Qianxian slightly raised her head, but then suddenly heard the Song family woman's words, and she paused. Fengqi, you actually obtained so many resources in the Lost Land? Wu Qianxian looked at him, her face showing a somewhat approving expression, and as she walked, she said, that's not bad. About your not coming to find me these past few days, if you apologize, I'll forgive you. Just apologizing will make me forgiven? Cao Fengqi looked at this Wu Qianxian, thinking, who gave you the confidence? Not to mention that the dowry you want is something not even 2 families in Liangmen County could provide. Just the fact that you made me go catch moonlight insects at night is a huge grudge. Such a thing, even 10 years of enemies wouldn't do it. Cao Fengqi glared at the confident Wu Qianxian, and suddenly an idea for revenge flashed through his mind. He stood up, pointed at her, and shouted loudly, don't come over here, get lost, hurry up and roll. This sudden action from Cao Fengqi not only stunned Wu Qianxian and her companion, but also left Cao Jiansheng and the surrounding neighbors looking at him in shock. Cao Fengqi, who are you telling to roll? Wu Qianxian put her hands on her hips, glaring at him angrily. You dare to scold me? Do you believe that even if you gather the dowry, I won't marry you? Heh. Cao Fengqi confirmed that when a person is speechless, they really do laugh. He coldly stared at her. Who wants to marry you? The other night, I was almost killed because of you. Moreover, I also found that ever since I distanced myself from you, I've been incredibly lucky in the Lost Land. I finally understand, my previous bad luck was all because of you. You're a jinx, and even if you come on to me now, I still want to marry you. Cao Fengqi's words left everyone at a loss. Wu Qianxian's head was buzzing, her fair face constantly changing color. Who are you calling a jinx, you bastard? She raised her fist, ready to strike him. Dad, stop her, don't let her get close to me. Cao Fengqi immediately shouted at his father, don't let her bad luck touch me. Chapter 17. Metaphysics. Cao Jiansheng looked at his son's appearance, his mouth twitching. Oh. What? Wu Qianxian, didn't you hear what Fengqi said? Lu Chunying, seeing this scene, felt a surge of joy and stepped forward. Let us not even talk about your exorbitant dowry, just the fact that you made Fengqi go out at night, causing him to almost die. He shouldn't marry you. Don't cling on here, just leave. Cough cough. Lu Xiaoxiu coughed, her face also showing joy, and quickly spoke. Wu family girl, our Fengqi doesn't wish to have anything to do with you, so please don't approach him. We can't afford to climb up to your Wu family. You guys. Wu Qianxian looked at Lu Chunying and Lu Xiaoxiu, then at Cao Fengqi, who was looking at her with disdain. She sensed the numerous gazes around her and felt utterly humiliated. You bastard. She gritted her teeth, glaring at him. Cao Fengqi. Who cares about you? You really think I want to marry you? There are plenty of people chasing me. Get lost, hurry up and roll. Whoever wants to marry you can marry you, just don't bring me bad luck. Cao Fengqi immediately replied, stay away from me in the future, jinx. Bastard bastard. Wu Qianxian had never been so wronged, stomping her foot in anger before turning to leave, her face ashen. The girl beside her opened her mouth and hurried to catch up. Cao Fengqi watched her figure, curling his lip. Calling a girl a jinx is completely damaging her reputation. A bit too much. If the Wu family finds out, they will definitely come to demand an explanation. The Song couple watched this scene unfold, completely different from what they had anticipated, and frowned as they spoke. What explanation does the Wu family want? Just a few days ago, my son was almost killed by their daughter, and we didn't demand an explanation. What right do they have? Cao Jiansheng heard this, glanced at him, and coldly retorted, Mom and Dad, you must keep an eye on it and not let that Wu Qianxian get close to our house. Cao Fengqi ignored the Song family and turned to his parents, reminding them, this thing about metaphysics sometimes cannot be ignored. I've stayed away from her for 2 days, and good luck has been coming my way. The elderly couple of the Cao family fell silent at his words. They were still thinking about how to persuade their son not to marry Wu Qianxian. How did it turn around now? Indeed, Fengqi should not marry Wu Qianxian. Have you seen him have any good days since he pursued her? Lu Chunqing, feeling enthusiastic, immediately echoed, now that they've separated, Fengqi is doing well. That Wu Qianqian might really be a hex on Fengqi. As she spoke, she glanced at her brother-in-law. Good, the brother-in-law believes in metaphysics. Cao Jianxing and Lu Xiaoxiu slightly nodded, as if it indeed seemed that Wu Qianqian had some negative influence on their son. Given the current situation, it was simply double happiness. He can't marry. Cao Jianqin's gaze became firm. Metaphysics is indeed something to believe in. Yes, Lu Xiaoxiu also agreed. Looking at her son, in the future, Mom will find you a wife who is more beautiful and virtuous than Wu Qianqian. Good, good. Cao Fengqi smiled and casually replied. Looking at his father, Dad, we've finished eating, let's go to the market. Haha, okay. With one worry resolved, Cao Jianxing felt even better. You ladies eat first. I'll go with Fengqi to get some food. Lu Chunxing watched her brother-in-law leave with supplies, looked at her older and younger siblings and her mother, hesitated for a moment, and said, Mom, can you not divide the family when finding a wife for Fengqi in the future? Lu Xiaoxiu looked at her and guessed some of her thoughts. In the past, when her younger son was not successful, she and her husband even had the idea of letting their younger son live with their daughter-in-law. This was not an absurd matter, not to mention that after major disasters, some people marry 2 or 3 wives. Even before the disaster, there were instances in the county where a brother unexpectedly passed away, and the younger brother reformed a family with the sister-in-law. This was not something to be ashamed of. Rather, it was a good choice for the children and the family. However, now that their younger son had some ability, if they tried to arrange this, it would feel unfair to him. Of course, there was one main point. Their younger son had always been rebellious and would not listen to them at all. If we find a wife for Fengqi, we will help him screen. Lu Xiaoxiu dared not promise too much to her daughter-in-law and said. Lu Chunxing fell silent, unsure of what to think. First, they would go to the Hu family meat shop to exchange for some cured meat. Then to the Zhou family to exchange for some rice. These 2 were hard currencies now and could be used to trade for equipment and weapons. Cao Fengqi followed his father toward the market, and Cao Jianxing said to him, Hu family meat shop, Zhou family rice. Cao Fengqi nodded and curiously asked, how much do the Hu family meat shop and Zhou family's rice actually have? Only they themselves might know how much they truly had. Cao Jianxing shook his head, a look of envy on his face as he said, the Hu family was a large breeding household in Liangmen County 10 years ago, owning a breeding base. And they continued to raise livestock even during the early stages of the disaster. Later, they even built a large level 1 shelter specifically for raising pigs. They made the pork into cured meat that could be stored for a long time and placed it in the Lost Land. Through this cured meat, the Hu family became a wealthy family in our Liangmen County. While neighbors hoard grain, we hoard guns. The Hu family is not afraid of being robbed. Cao Fengqi smiled and said, not to mention that the current order has not collapsed. Their brains are much smarter than ours. Although the Hu family does not have any extraordinary individuals, they are related by marriage to a family with an extraordinary person. Cao Jianxing said, they have meat and have exchanged for many good things. Their own strength is not weak. Cao Fengqi nodded slightly. No matter the era, there are always smart people. Even in this time of disaster, while some people can't even fill their stomachs, there are families that have stockpiled hundreds of tons of meat. In Liangmen County, there are many smart people and clever families, now referred to as wealthy families. Those families with extraordinary individuals are even jokingly called Brahmins, extraordinary families. Although it is a joke, their status is indeed such. These Brahmins control the market's taxation. Simply put, they ensure safe trading in the market and maintain the order of the entire Liangmen County. However, whenever someone sells something, they will take a certain tax. Cao Fengqi followed his father to the Hu family meat shop, a 100 square meter level 3 shelter used as a store, which shows how wealthy the Hu family is. After exchanging a level 4 quality broken shield for 300 gene of cured meat, they also traded a black iron rod and moon spirit stones at the Zhou family for 300 gene of rice. Let's first go to the central trading area to see if there are any items you need. After temporarily placing the food at the Zhou family shop, Cao Jianxing continued to arrange. Then we will go to Wang Duanling's shop, Zhang family's pill shop, and the weaver's clothing store to take a look. Chapter 18, Newbie Defense Artifact, the blacksmith shop, the weaver's clothing store, and Zhang's pharmacy. These 3 are well-known shops in Liangmen County and also have the highest foot traffic. However, there is a consensus that one should first check the central trading area for trading items. If they cannot find what they need there, then go to these 3 shops. The reason is simple. Prices in these 3 shops are relatively high, and bargaining is not allowed. Fengqi, I suggest you buy a set of level 3 defensive gear. That way, exploring the wasteland will be a bit safer. The 2 arrived at the central trading area, and Cao Jianxing advised him. I have the same thought. Cao Fengqi nodded slightly. and the two began to browse the various stalls. The central trading area consists of fixed stalls. Although the stalls do not charge fees, low-quality items cannot be sold here. In other words, the central trading area only sells premium goods. Many stalls displayed items with the materials they wanted in exchange written underneath. A dazzling array of items appeared, with all sorts of strange and unusual goods. Heart-corrupting grass, level 3 quality. Effect, contains potent poison. Consuming it will corrode the heart. Can be used to concoct poisons and for suicide. Trade, 15 gene of moon spirit stones for 4 gene of meat. 100 slashes spear, level 3 quality. Trade, 80 gene of meat, only trading for meat. 100 gene of level 3 metal materials, trading for meat, specific prices negotiable. Level 2 quality defensive set, interested parties please discuss. Cao Fengqi looked around and frowned slightly, asking his father, Dad, why haven't I seen any items that increase physique or mental strength? Don't even think about those things. Once they appear, they will be swept away by those wealthy families and Brahmins. Cao Jianxing replied, moreover, they will be taken at high prices. Ordinary people cannot compete with them. This has also caused these wealthy families and Brahmins to become stronger and stronger. If we can't buy good defensive gear here, we'll have to go to Wang Duanling's shop. Cao Jianxing looked around, feeling somewhat helpless as he said, their equipment is notoriously expensive. Extraordinary individuals, even if they are not combat type, are still powerful. He couldn't help but exclaim. His eyes revealed a longing for the extraordinary sequence. Cao Fengqi's gaze also flickered. Would there be extraordinary sequence runes in the wasteland? Oh, at this moment, Cao Fengqi looked at an item at a stall ahead, revealing an interested expression. Evil attracting music box, level 3 quality. Effect. Once opened, it can attract evil spirits within 2 kilometers. Protect it well, or it will be destroyed by evil spirits. Can be opened for 5 minutes a day. Trade, 80 gene of meat, only for meat. Others please do not disturb. This item might be useful for him. Cao Fengqi looked at it, but upon seeing the price, he felt a bit speechless. He had traded 50 gene of level 4 materials for 300 gene of cured meat. Yet this level 3 quality evil attracting music box actually required 80 gene of meat. Cao Jianxing, seeing his son fixated on this evil attracting music box, thought for a moment and also felt it might be useful for his son. He patted Cao Fengqi's shoulder and whispered, leave it to me. Cao Jianxing pointed at the evil music box and asked the middle-aged boss sitting there, 40 gene of meat, will you trade? Cao Fengqi admired his father's bargaining skills a bit. Isn't he afraid of being scolded for such haggling? The middle-aged boss looked up and decisively handed over the evil music box to Cao Jianxing, saying, deal, it's a buy, and it's yours. I'll cover the transaction tax. Cao Jianxing. Cao Fengqi. Damn, that's a high price. Cao Jianxing was stunned for a second and couldn't help but curse. He had intended to show his son his bargaining skills. Forget it, 40 gene of meat is acceptable. Cao Fengqi twitched his lips and comforted him from the side. The boss smiled widely at them. The evil music box he acquired was indeed a nice item, but the problem was that he didn't dare to use it. Would it directly attract evil spirits and beasts? What if he attracted something powerful? Wouldn't that be suicidal? Plus, its range was relatively small and easily destroyed, making it less valuable than a tier 3 quality weapon for many people, which is why it hadn't sold for several days. He was already very satisfied to be able to exchange it for 40 gene of meat. Cao Jianxing looked at the boss with frustration and took him to get the meat. Cao Fengqi smiled and continued to browse around. Come, take a look. New player defense artifacts on sale, definitely a treasure, absolutely no deception. As Cao Fengqi looked at various stalls, a shouting voice suddenly came from ahead. New player artifact? He looked over curiously and walked over. Is this it? You dare to call a tier 3 item a new player artifact? There are differences between tier 3 items. Mine is 39.99 infinite cycle level, half a step to tier 4. Look at the effects of my artifact. It can ignore attacks from disaster rats and ordinary decay crows. Laughable, it can only withstand attacks from disaster rats and decay crows. Once the attack exceeds their values, this thing is useless. Hey, if you're not buying, stop talking nonsense. This is definitely an artifact for your son or daughter's first trip into the Lost Land. There isn't even a new player village in the Lost Land. Where is the so-called new player artifact? How dare you sell this for 2 souls? Not even 1 soul would anyone buy it. Damn it, if you're not buying. Stop talking nonsense. This is an extraordinary item. Before Cao Fengqi got close, he heard the argument, filled with curses. As he approached, he saw a middle-aged man in front of a stall with a strange necklace, glaring angrily at the customers surrounding him. Cao Fengqi's gaze fell on the necklace. A bronze humanoid sculpture necklace that emitted a faint glow. Simple arcane necklace, tier 3 quality. Effect, After activation, it can withstand the attacks of the weakest category of evil spirits and beasts, such as disaster rats and decay crows, for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, it needs to recharge for 24 hours. Note, the total attack endured cannot exceed the capacity of the arcane necklace. Otherwise, the runes inside will collapse. 10 souls can buy a tier 4 quality weapon at the blacksmith shop, and you want 2 souls for this? Do you understand the value of being able to ignore attacks from disaster rats and decay crows? Even when facing groups of disaster rats and decay crows, one can remain unharmed. Not to mention that it activates for 5 minutes and requires a 24-hour recharge. There are leaders among groups of disaster rats and decay crows. Once you encounter them, this new player artifact is useless. Indeed, it's just slightly better than a tier 3 weapon. In terms of value, it's equivalent to a tier 3 fruit. Nonsense. 2 souls is the lowest price. If it's below that, I won't sell it even for myself. 100 souls. Will you sell it? If you're selling, just pretend I didn't say anything. 200 gene of meat. Will you trade? Only souls, no other trades. As Cao Fengqi looked at the attributes of the simple arcane necklace, the surrounding arguing continued. The boss stubbornly insisted on the high price of 2 souls and refused to back down. Cao Fengqi felt a surge of excitement. If he had this new player artifact, wouldn't he be able to take revenge on that group of disaster rats? Wouldn't he be able to easily wipe them out? Chapter 19. The shock of the fox friends and dog friends. Many people gathered in front of the arcane necklace boss. Facing this tier 3 item, many were very tempted. Unfortunately, the boss's price was too high. The value of souls is not low. They belong to the extraordinary level of items. To obtain souls, one must hunt leaders of decay crows, ghost-faced spiders, and other such levels of evil spirits and beasts. Those who can do this are considered top tier in Liangmen County. Selling for 2 souls is indeed not cheap. Cao Fengqi knew he wasn't good at bargaining, so he didn't rush to take action. Many old hands around were trying to drive the price down. If the boss was willing to lower the price, he could jump in then. Hey, Cao Fengqi, what have you been doing these days? You didn't come to find us? While he was thinking, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, and Cao Fengqi turned in surprise. 5 young people, 3 men and 2 women. Among them a thin young man smiled and continued. Bro, I'm just kindly reminding you. You haven't gone to see Wu Qianqian these days. That old man, Wang Dehai, goes to curry favor with her every day. Don't let your future wife be snatched away. Gao Chen. A name flashed through Cao Fengqi's mind as he looked at the others. These were some of the original's old fox friends. Wu Qianqian is not my future wife. Whoever wants to snatch her can do so. I don't care. Cao Fengqi said lightly. Huh. The other young people looked at him in surprise. What's going on? Did you have a fight with Wu Qianqian? Cao Fengqi was a bit speechless and didn't want to explain to them. He didn't have much affection for these guys either. In the past, they often said that the Cao family was rich, and his brother left some assets for him to share with his buddies. The original had a good face. And although he didn't steal from his family, he pretended to be generous with items he obtained in the Lost Land, making it seem like he brought them from home. In short, these people just saw him as a cash cow. 2 souls is the fixed price. If you're not buying, get lost. Don't disturb me from doing business. The stall owner's impatient shout came from ahead. This arcane necklace is indeed a good item, but unfortunately too expensive. Gao Chen looked at the necklace on the stall with envy and said, Bro, don't look at it. This is not something we can afford. With 2 souls, you could at least marry Wu Qianqian, he added with a laugh. A nearby girl also chimed in cheerfully. Cao Fengqi ignored them, shaking off Gao Chen's hand and walking straight to the stall. Boss, I want it. He took out 2 souls and directly tossed them to the boss, bending down to pick up the simple arcane necklace. The middle-aged boss's eyes lit up, and he reached out to take it, a broad smile on his face. Good, good. It's young brother you who knows your stuff. Cao Fengqi smiled and carefully examined the necklace. In the center of the necklace was a button. Pressing it would activate an arcane shield, and pressing it again would turn it off. After 5 minutes, it would need to recharge for 24 hours. With this arcane necklace, he could not only take revenge on that group of disaster rats, but also act in the wasteland without worrying about being ambushed by disaster rats suddenly appearing beneath his feet. Cao Fengqi secretly thought he was very satisfied with this arcane necklace. What? You brother? Nearby, Gao Chun and the others were shocked and incredulous when they saw Cao Fengqi directly take out 2 souls to buy the arcane necklace. Keep your distance. Don't bother me in the future. Cao Fengqi glanced at them and walked straight ahead. Huh? What do you mean? The group was even more stunned by his words. But Cao Fengqi completely ignored them. Damn, what's wrong with this guy? Has he forgotten his friends after getting money? How ungrateful of him. Thinking he has someone important. Is he completely done with Qianqian? Is he in a bad mood? Just because he's in a bad mood, does he have to give me a cold shoulder? How could Cao Fengqi have 2 souls? This is a soul. The 5 people looked at his figure, their expressions changing. Some scowled and started to curse, others speculated. But most were in shock. 2 souls are quite valuable. Their appearance did not disturb his good mood. After Cao Fengqi finished browsing the central trading area, Cao Jianqing also arrived. Did you find anything useful? Cao Jianqing asked him. Cao Fengqi pointed to the arcane necklace around his neck. Not bad, not bad. Cao Jianqing's eyes lit up when he saw it. After learning the specific price, he nodded. Although the price isn't cheap, it's acceptable. Let's go check the blacksmith shop, okay? With this arcane necklace, you can try to buy a level 3 shield. Let's go take a look. Cao Fengqi agreed. His father's suggestions were very reasonable. Although the arcane necklace was good, it had significant drawbacks, and a level 3 shield was stronger in terms of frontal defense. The blacksmith shop was not far away. As soon as Cao Fengqi entered the shop, he felt sharp energy waves. He scanned the area and was momentarily stunned. Demon Breaking Blade, level 4 quality. Heavenly Silver Armor, level 4 quality. Sharp Gold Longsword, level 4 quality. Armor Breaking Blade, level 3 quality. Heart Protecting Armor, level 3 quality. Black Shield, level 3 quality. Beast Trap, level 3 quality. Serrated Blade, level 3 quality. This was the shop of an extraordinary blacksmith. And there were 3 level 4 quality treasures on display. This blacksmith shop had even more treasures than the weaver's clothing store. Although the blue-patterned robe in the weaver's store was clearly more powerful, Cao Fengqi thought to himself, glancing at the prices of the level 4 weapons and immediately ignoring them. Simply put, a level 4 demon breaking blade had a price tag of 1,000 pounds of level 4 metal materials or 10 souls of level 4 quality. It was beyond his budget. Cao Fengqi scanned the area and focused on 2 items, the Black Shield and the Beast Trap. Black Shield, level 3 quality. Effect, possesses strong defensive and impact resistance. Price, 1 soul or 400 pounds of level 3 metal materials, negotiable for other items. Beast Trap, level 3 quality. Effect, weak evil beasts stepping on it will have their legs clamped and immobilized by the trap. Price, 10 Moon Spirit Stones. 1 Moon Spirit Essence, or 200 pounds of level 3 metal materials, negotiable for other items. The prices were indeed much higher than in the central trading area. The Black Shield cost a soul or 400 pounds of level 3 metal. Cao Fengqi was somewhat speechless. Although shields were generally expensive among weapons, this was too steep. A 50-pound shield would affect his speed, and the wasteland was quite dangerous, needing quick escapes at any time. Carrying it would be troublesome, so he decided against it. The Beast Trap, however, was a good item. It should be able to catch disaster rats in the wasteland. After considering it, he ultimately gave up on the shield and shook his head at the Beast Trap. It was nice, but buying one wouldn't be very useful. The Cao family wasn't short on meat for now. Cao Fengqi looked around and said to his father, "Dad, let's go back. Aren't you getting a level 3 shield?" Cao Jianqing looked at him in confusion. "It's too heavy." Cao Fengqi shook his head. "Are we still going to check out Zhang's pharmacy and the weaver's clothing store?" Cao Jianqing continued to ask him. No, Cao Fengqi shook his head. He had been to the weaver's clothing store. Except for that unaffordable blue-patterned robe, which would be very useful to him, the rest weren't significant. He had just discussed with his father about Zhang's pharmacy and didn't plan to go. The owner of Zhang's pharmacy wasn't an extraordinary person. It was said that the boss of the Zhang family found a book on alchemy in the Lost Lands and was making some potions based on the book's content. Compared to the quality of the blacksmith shop and the weaver's clothing store, their pharmacy's medicines were all level 3 and lacked level 4 potions, primarily focusing on healing potions. There were no pills for increasing mental strength or physique. They were not very useful to him. Let's head back and deal with those disaster rats. Chapter 20. Elimination of the disaster rat swarm in the 8th Street team area of Liangmen County's migration at the entrance of the Wu family shelter. Wu Qianqian sat on a bench with a stern face. Next to her were 2 middle-aged couples with equally cold expressions. That kid from the Cao family actually dared to say my daughter is a jinx. That bastard. The woman angrily cursed. Don't let me run into him. Otherwise, I will scold him every time I see him. That Cao kid is only a bit handsome. What does he have compared to Wang Dahai? The Wang family is a prestigious family. Wu's father said coldly, glancing at his daughter. Don't associate with that Cao kid anymore. Wang Dahai is not only ugly but already has a wife. Wu Qianqian frowned and said with a serious face, as for that Cao Fengqi, I will definitely ignore that bastard from now on. If it weren't for Wang Dahai being too ugly, who would care for him? He can't even provide his own betrothal gifts. My daughter, you should consider Dahai. In this era, what's the use of being handsome? Strength is everything. Wang Dahai's father is not only a powerful warrior, but also a distant relative of the Wang family. Wu's mother suggested with a flickering gaze, their family lacks nothing. They can provide betrothal gifts. As for him already having a wife, that also proves the Wong family has the capability. You're still young. There are some things you don't understand. By the time you realize it, it will be too late. Listen to your mom. I don't want to. Wu Qianxian turned her head and said coldly, Qianxian. At this moment, a voice came, and Gao Chun and his 5 companions walked over, calling out when they saw Wu Qianxian at the entrance. Qianxian, did you have a fight with that Cao Fengqi? A girl continued. We just ran into him at the market. He actually spent 2 souls to buy a powerful piece of equipment. But that guy was so arrogant and even gave us a cold shoulder. Huh. Wu Qianxian was taken aback when she heard their words. What? He spent 2 souls to buy an equipment? The value of 2 souls was extremely high. It was enough to craft a level 3 shelter with 25 square meters for just 1 soul. She recalled how Cao Fengqi had arrogantly told her not long ago that he had been very lucky these past few days. Could it be? You didn't know? Gao Chen looked at her in confusion. Wu Qianxian, did you and Cao Fengqi really fall out? Don't mention that bastard. I don't know him. Wu Qianxian gritted her teeth at the thought of Cao Fengqi calling her a jinx. Did you really fall out? The others looked surprised. What happened? Wu Qianxian clenched her fists and said no more. I was blind to give that poor loser a chance before. Now that he has some money, he actually forgets his roots. 2 souls to buy an equipment? Wu's father and mother also showed shock on their faces. Unable to believe. How could that kid get such precious resources? He got a bit of good luck and forgot who he is. Wu Qianxian said hatefully. In the future, he will regret it. Cao Fengqi was unaware of the situation on the Wu family's side. If he knew, he would be even happier. Inside the Cao family shelter, while the family was joyfully organizing food, he directly entered the Lost Lands. Inside the unknown wasteland, Cao Fengqi looked at his equipment. Night vision goggles. Level 3. Simple arcane necklace. Level 3. Arcane musket. Level 4. 3 spirit blade. Level 3. Evil hiding armor. Level 3. Compared to the first day, his current equipment and weapons were spectacular. Disaster rats, your emperor has arrived. Cao Fengqi grinned and followed his memory towards the right side. He hadn't explored a large area of the wasteland. He had specifically noted the location of the disaster rat swarm. In less than 20 minutes, he looked at the massive level 3 resource information displayed on the cheat and smiled. Perhaps this area was the territory of the rat swarm. And Cao Fengqi had a very smooth journey. Squeak. His return quickly attracted the attention of a disaster rat. A disaster rat stood on its hind legs. Its blood-red eyes fixed on him as it let out a sharp cry. This time, Cao Fengqi did not run away. He held the arcane musket in his hand. Looking like an enforcer as he scolded, go notify the house rats and tell them to come over and accept their punishment. Squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As soon as he finished speaking, house rats began to emerge from a hole ahead. Cao Fengqi's gaze was fixed on them, landing on the central disaster rat leader. Squeak. At the same time, the disaster rat leader, the size of a wolf dog, locked its crimson gaze on him, letting out a fierce roar and issuing orders. Squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. More than 20 disaster rats charged toward him in an instant. Bang! Cao Fengqi looked on with a cold expression, aiming the arcane musket at the disaster rat leader's head and firing. The disaster rat leader seemed to have anticipated this, leaping suddenly. However, the power of the level 4 arcane musket was not something the disaster rat leader could completely evade. Instead of hitting its head, the bullet struck its body. Even so, a hole the size of a fist exploded out of its body. Squeak! The disaster rat leader let out an angry and mournful cry, its bloodthirsty mouth opening wide as it charged at him madly. Cao Fengqi raised an eyebrow, activating the defense of the arcane necklace, ignoring the swarm of charging disaster rats and locking onto the disaster rat leader. Bang bang. This time, he fired 2 shots in quick succession. The disaster rat leader was fierce, but the lethality of the arcane musket was even greater, with the assistance of the script. The first shot hit its body, and the second shot struck its head directly. The ferocious disaster rat leader fell down immediately. The other 20 or so disaster rats did not notice that their leader had already died. They were only 5 meters away from Cao Fengqi, each raising their claws and baring their fangs, preparing for a feast. Cao Fengqi revealed a faint smile after activating the protective shield of the arcane necklace. The originally wary swarm of disaster rats had disappeared. This meant that this group of disaster rats posed no threat to him. He tucked the arcane musket at his waist and took out the 3 spirit blade with his other hand. Rat extermination's sword technique. Without having learned any sword techniques, Cao Fengqi swung the blade, and although his moves were chaotic, every slash found its mark thanks to the sharpness of the 3 spirit blade. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Ayo! Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 spirit blades struck the disaster rats, and their screams mixed with the sound of the rats colliding with the arcane defense shield echoed continuously. This kind of extraordinary equipment was indeed good. Even if he wore other armors of level 4 quality that could withstand the attacks of the disaster rats, his body would still lose balance under the force of their impacts. The two soles of this necklace were solid. Cao Fengqi looked at his unscathed self, his face filled with excitement. The stimulation of blood made the disaster rats reckless, attacking him frantically, which was exactly what he wanted. After continuously slashing over 40 times, the entire disaster rat swarm fell. "Let you chase me." Cao Fengqi excitedly delivered finishing blows to each of the surviving disaster rats. Soon, he looked at the ground covered in rat corpses, his eyes shining brightly. Disaster rat meat 4 pounds, 25, disaster rat skin, 25, disaster rat leader meat 10 pounds, disaster rat leader skin 1 soul, 1 after collecting the bodies of the disaster rats. He obtained a total of 110 pounds of disaster rat meat. The large quantity of rat skins was enough for him to make 5 or 6 rat skin coats. And 1 soul. The cost of the arcane necklace was all covered by the rats. Cao Fengqi grinned as he collected all the resources and brought them back to the shelter. Upon returning, he looked towards the hole from which the disaster rats had emerged. His eyes flickered with curiosity as he approached, and when he looked inside, he revealed a look of surprise. "What is this?" Chapter 21. The Map of the Desolate Town. Clues of the extraordinary sequence in the desolate town. A 1-meter-wide hole appeared in Cao Fengqi's line of sight. To his astonishment, this hole was not dug by the disaster rats. Although the inside was somewhat narrow, there were steps that extended deep down. It was pitch black inside, making it impossible to see the situation within. Cao Fengqi's eyes gradually brightened. There should be a big treasure in there. Yes, a big treasure. That large level 3 resource should be right underneath this. This is the old nest of the disaster rats, and while the danger may not be great, he still needed to be cautious. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to extravagantly take out a moon spirit stone and activate it directly. The bright moon spirit stone radiated light, illuminating the surrounding area of dozens of square meters. Cao Fengqi activated the defense of the arcane necklace. Noting that there was about 1 minute left, tucked the blade at his waist, held the gun in his right hand, and the moon spirit stone in his left as he walked inside. It was somewhat damp inside, and the stone steps were slightly slippery. However, there was no water inside, indicating a special drainage system. After carefully walking down more than 20 steps, he saw a somewhat spacious area. Could this be a shelter built by humans in the desolate town? Cao Fengqi looked at the interior with delight, also understanding the source of that large level 3 resource. It was a huge underground house made of level 3 metal materials. But in the center of this metal material, there was a tier about 1 meter wide. Cao Fengqi walked over to examine the thickness of this tier. This enormous safe house weighed at least 5,000 pounds. He was somewhat thrilled. With so much metal material, it would be enough to expand the Cao family's shelter. It would allow their home to increase to over 100 square meters, eliminating the need to squeeze into a narrow room with his father. This metal was already connected together, and he needed to break it apart. I remember there was a level 3 saw in the blacksmith shop. It should be able to saw off the pieces of metal. He thought to himself as he entered through the tier. The ground was littered with broken bones, and 4 human skulls could be seen, indicating that the bodies of these 4 had been violently torn apart in life. Evil gods, evil spirits, evil beasts, the end of the world. Looking at this gruesome scene, he sighed slightly and suddenly noticed a wooden board on the right wall. The board, made of an unknown material, had not rotted. And Cao Fengqi raised the moon spirit stone to walk over. When he saw the pattern on it, he stood there dumbfounded. Sangshan Town? This is the map of the desolate town? Cao Fengqi looked at the writing on it, his face filled with surprise. On this map, there was a circle with the word home written inside. What this clearly represented was obvious. Cao Fengqi scratched the wooden board with his hand, attempting to take it down. He placed it on the ground and adjusted it left and right, pointing with his finger. He was currently at the edge of the desolate town, with the location of home here. Thus, the map was oriented correctly in this direction. Cao Fengqi looked on with bright eyes. The small town map clearly recorded the names of various streets and some buildings. Tavern, tea house, brothel. These were not important. Cao Fengqi noticed several prominent buildings on it. Not prominent because he marked them, but because of the map's symbols. Klein Apothecary's shop, Master Craftsman's forge, Yo's Night Watcher's base, Dark Lord's wizard tower, Mayor's mansion, Monster Hunter's home. Cao Fengqi looked at the names of these places, his breathing gradually becoming rapid. He didn't know much about extraordinary sequence professions. The auxiliary profession of the Master Craftsman, as well as the Weaver, were both present. And the Apothecary was also an auxiliary extraordinary profession. As for combat-type extraordinary sequences he knew of, there were the Bone Warrior, the Yo's Night Watchman, the Blood-Pact Hunter, and the arcane mage. According to the information on the map, it is evident that this desolate town called Sangxian used to have 4 extraordinary professions: potion makers, secret craftsmen, night watchmen of the netherworld, and wizards. This means that there is a high possibility of extraordinary sequence runes within this desolate town. Cao Fengqi's heart burned with excitement. Extraordinary sequence runes. No matter which type, it would be a tremendous opportunity for him. He looked at the locations of the 6 buildings. The Wizard Tower of Lord and Yu and the Mayor's Mansion are located at the center of the town. The base of the Night Watchman of the Netherworld is to the north of the center. The Hunter's Home is to the west of the center. The Klein Potion Maker's Shop and the Secret Craftsman's Forge are to the south of his position. Moreover, the distance between these two is not very far. Cao Fengqi noticed that his side belongs to the commercial street area, and the Klein Potion Maker's Shop is the closest to him. The specific distance is not marked on the map, but as long as he keeps moving forward, he should encounter it. Looking at these 2 places, Cao Fengqi felt a surge of excitement. Even if there are no extraordinary sequence runes, there should be good items. He searched his room carefully again, confirming he hadn't overlooked anything, and then walked out of the cave entrance, gazing at the world ahead, which resembled a monstrous beast ready to devour. He looked at the information for the external refresh. Scanned within a kilometer range, 14 level 1 materials, 7 level 2 materials, 2 level 3 materials. 2 level 3 materials are located straight ahead. Let's go take a look. Maybe he would be lucky enough to find the nearest Klein Potion Maker's Shop. With a hint of hope, Cao Fengqi slowly walked forward. Scanned within a kilometer range, 2 new level 1 materials, 2 level 2 materials, 1 level 4 material added. Before Cao Fengqi could advance 300 meters, new materials appeared. This time, a level 4 material appeared. There are treasures everywhere. His heart raced as he cautiously approached. He moved carefully for over 300 meters and arrived in front of the first level 3 material. Moonlight Essence, level 3 quality. Effect, emits dazzling moonlight when activated, deterring evil spirits and beasts, lasting for 2 days. Moonlight Essence, an upgraded item of Moonstone, is quite valuable. Cao Fengqi happily stored it away and continued walking forward. Seeing the second item over 100 meters away, his luck was not as good. A broken weapon. Currently, level 3 metallic materials are of little use to him. After all, there are plenty of level 3 metallic materials in that cave, enough for him to upgrade his shelter at home. He decided to check out that level 4 material located 600 meters away. Cao Fengqi looked ahead and walked slowly. Suddenly, a piercing and brutal sound echoed from the sky, accompanied by the sound of wings flapping like bones. Cao Fengqi shrank his head and looked up at the sky. The pitch-black sky revealed nothing. A terrifying evil beast passing by. He murmured softly, standing still for several seconds before realizing there was no danger, and continued moving forward. Such occasional cries are not very rare. In this lost land, both above and below ground are occupied by terror. Fortunately, Cao Fengqi successfully arrived at the location of the level 4 material. Again underground? Deeper than that safe house. He frowned, looking down. This level 4 material was displayed as being 6 meters deep. He searched around, but found no openings. Forget it, a level 4 material is worth digging for. Cao Fengqi thought to himself, revealing an expression of anticipation, and directly used his 3 spirit knives as a shovel to dig downwards. 1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters. 20 minutes, 40 minutes, 1 hour. As time passed, the chill of the evil hidden armor penetrated deeper into his bones. Damn. No wonder it said online that digging a grave takes over 10 hours. Luckily, I have a high constitution. Even with a strong constitution, Cao Fengqi was sweating profusely. Praying, I hope it's not metallic materials. Fortunately, after more than an hour, he finally reached his target. What is this? When Cao Fengqi saw the attributes of the material, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed excitedly. Ha! It's this thing. No wonder it was buried underground. Ha! It's worth it. Chapter 22 Level 4 Fine Wine, Shaodan Wine. Level 4 Quality. Effect. Brewed from a powerful beast's gallbladder. This 12-pound fine wine can increase constitution by up to 5 points when consumed. Cao Fengqi looked at the attributes of the Shaodan wine. His face filled with joy. This can increase constitution by 5 points. A full 5 points. Simply put, the top athletes of the Blue Star people only had around 10 points, while ordinary people were about 5 to 7 points. This 5-point increase in constitution is significant. To think he could dig out such a good item. Without a moment's hesitation, Cao Fengqi quickly picked it up, focused his mind, and stored it back at home. Only by putting it at home could he feel at ease. That's enough for today. Feeling the chill in his body, he decided to stop. Trouble. The black snow outside suddenly increased, and the weather grew colder. If thick snow falls outside, not only will the speed of travel decrease, but even wild vegetables will be hard to find. At that point, it won't just be a matter of whether families can eat enough, but whether they have anything to eat at all. Fortunately, Fengqi has made progress. The food stored at home is enough for more than a month. Even if we eat our fill, haha. Yes, let us go make dinner. Inside the Cao family shelter, Cao Fengqi opened the door to the secondary bedroom and heard his parents and sister-in-law chatting. Mom, make a few more dishes for dinner. I just happened to bring some wine. He looked at the three of them, feeling happy as he instructed. Dad, please collect the disaster rat meat from my room. Huh? Wine? And disaster rat meat? The few of them paused slightly upon hearing his words, and Cao Jiansheng instinctively swallowed when he heard the word wine. How long has it been since he had a drink? Yes, fine wine. Cao Fengqi gestured with the wine jar in his hand. Today's luck is not bad. Cao Jianqing's eyes lit up when he saw the wine jar. Without saying a word, he walked over, and Lu Chunqing and Lu Xiaoxiu quickly followed. Wait. ISNT this ordinary wine. Level 4 quality wine. Can increase 5 points of constitution? Damn. When Cao Jiansheng saw the quality of the Shaodan wine in his son's hands, he couldn't help but exclaim. Behind him, Lu Xiaoxiu and Lu Chunqing froze. Their faces in shock. Calm down. Cao Fengqi smiled. There's more than 100 pounds of disaster rat meat in my room. Let us trade some meat for vegetables tomorrow. Ideally, we should have 4 dishes and 1 soup every day, and don't forget the fruit after the meal. Over 100 pounds of disaster rat meat? Lu Xiaoxiu and the others opened their mouths. 4 dishes and 1 soup every day? And fruit? This? Well, it's not impossible. They looked at the level 4 quality fine wine that Cao Fengqi was holding and nodded. If they could drink such precious wine, what's wrong with 4 dishes and 1 soup? Although their talent for exploring items in the Lost Land is poor, they are not fools and are very aware of the current prices of certain items. This level 4 fine wine that can increase constitution is worth no less than a level 4 weapon. 4 dishes and 1 soup, fruit platter, and wine. Is it really that extravagant? Half an hour later, as the 4 adults and 2 children of the Cao family were eating dinner at the entrance, the neighbor Song Qianyuan could no longer hold back and exclaimed, looking somewhat dazed at the rice soaked in soup in his bowl. Wow, what a fragrant wine. We still have wine in Liangmen County. Damn, Lao Chao, your family's meals are getting more and more extravagant. Other neighbors, smelling the wine fragrance, salivated uncontrollably and shouted enviously. In the past few days, the Cao family has been enjoying a feast, and to top it off, they even have wine? Hee. My family has good fortune, and we managed to get some wine to drink. Cao Jiansheng responded modestly to the neighbors around him. Luck? How can there be so much luck? Old Cao, your family is on the rise. Yes, you chose a good name, Fengqi. Like the great rocks soaring with the wind, rising straight up to 90,000 miles. The way everyone looked at Cao Fengqi changed. Once or twice might be luck, but getting good things every day? Who would believe that's just luck? In the Lost Land, opportunities and dangers coexist. Take quality metal materials for example. If there is a large quantity of metal in a certain area, the aura it emits will attract evil spirits and beasts. This is also why the migration team in Liangmen County did not take apart the shelter to enter the Lost Land first, and then retrieve it after reaching the destination. If something unexpected happens to the shelter during this period in the Lost Land, it would be a direct trip to the slaughter line. Cao Fengqi smiled faintly and took a sip of the wine in front of him. After swallowing, the wine, with only 30-some degrees, released a rich aroma that lingered in his mouth. A warm current spread throughout his body, quickly dispelling the cold caused by his evil hidden armor. The taste wasn't as good as cola, he assessed in his heart. After finishing the wine, he carefully observed the increase in his attributes and found that this sip had actually increased his physique by 0.1. Dad, this wine is enough for at least 10 people to drink, he calculated a bit, feeling excited as he spoke to his father. The value of this wine exceeded his expectations. Cao Jiansheng, who had not poured himself any wine, felt his only arm tremble slightly. A wine that can increase physique. Of course, he would let his son have it first, and if there was any left, he would just sip a few mouthfuls. Now, enough for 12 people? Then the value of this wine must be much more precious than a level 4 quality weapon. Uncle, what does the wine taste like? Can I have a sip? The greedy Daba swallowed and curiously asked him. Haha, all right, Daba, come and try. Cao Fengqi, in a good mood, brought the wine cup to his mouth. After taking a sip, Daba's face became bitter before he even swallowed. Ah, so hard. He lowered his head, wanting to spit it out. Smack. Swallow it, don't waste it. Sitting next to Daba, Lu Chunying was quick and forcefully covered his mouth, almost suffocating him. She didn't care, shaking his head vigorously from behind, sternly warning. Not a drop can be spit out. We have you. Tears streamed down Daba's face as he kept nodding his little head towards his mother. He was really afraid he would die. Cao Fengqi said, "It's okay, there's plenty of wine." He spoke. "Even more can't be wasted." Lu Xiaoxiu also spoke without any concern for her grandson. "It's level 4 quality wine. Even the wealthy families in the county might not have it. Swallow it, swallow it." "We of you, Mom," I swallowed it. Until Daba's face turned red, Lu Chunying finally withdrew her hand, and he was left with a face full of grievance, shedding little pearls of tears. "Next time, dilute it with some water so Daba and Xiaobao can drink slowly," Cao Fengqi said with a smile. "Daba and Xiaobao are still young, let it be." Lu Chunying paused for a moment, then appreciatively shook her head at him. "This wine is so precious, Fengqi. You should exchange it for some useful equipment. Level 4 quality wine is too precious. Our 2 little ones aren't worthy." "It's all right, I have a plan. Taking half of the wine is enough to exchange for the supplies I need." Cao Fengqi casually patted Daba's head. With a total of 12 jeans of shade and wine, they drank 6 jeans, and he planned to exchange the remaining 6 jeans for that blue-patterned robe. Exchanging 6 jeans of wine for the blue-patterned robe should be no problem. "Just listen to Fengqi." Lu Chunying opened her mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Cao Jianqing. He poured himself a glass of wine, then poured a glass for his wife and daughter-in-law, looking at his son with satisfaction. His son had the demeanor of a family head. Regarding the uncertain future, he was no longer confused or bitter. He saw hope. "Come on, let's all have a drink. Cheers." Chapter 23. Crazy Prophecy of Disaster. Cheers. That night, the family happily drank wine and ate meat. Cao Fengqi drank a full jean by himself. He didn't like drinking, but shade and wine could enhance physique. After a jean of wine, not only did he not feel dizzy, but he felt extremely comfortable. After a satisfying sleep, the next morning, Cao Fengqi could clearly sense that his body had become much stronger. Cao Fengqi. Extraordinary sequence. None. Physique. 27. Mental power. 9. Equipment. Arcane musket. Simple arcane necklace. Supplies. Urgent potion. Lost land. 510. Blessing of blue star. Gathering technique. Insight technique. Construction technique. Proficient in language and writing. Open cheat. With a physique of 27, he believed he could rank within the top 10,000 among the 300,000 residents of Liangmen County. He thought to himself, the top 10,000 is not low. It's important to know that half of the 300,000 residents are 10-year veteran players. Of course, if equipped with weapons and external aids, his combat power would be at least within the top 500. Yes, Cao Fengqi had that confidence. A high physique does not equate to strong combat power. Now his father's physique is higher than his, but he could still take him down with a single shot. In Liangmen County, very few people possess level 4 quality weapons. There might not even be 300 people who own level 4 weapons. Now, he could be considered a capable person in Liangmen County. Cao Fengqi washed up, and breakfast was already prepared by his mother and sister-in-law. Looking again at the Cao family's breakfast, even the neighbors who had seen it every day for the past 2 days were still amazed. Each meal was getting better day by day. A 4-dish, 1-soup breakfast in the early morning. Today, there was good news for everyone. The snow had finally stopped. There was also bad news. The snowfall had increased last night, and now the snow on the ground was over an inch thick, with the cold wind blowing. It was uncertain how long it would take for this snow to melt. This was a disaster for residents with little food at home, as it was like a roof leak during a rainstorm. After breakfast, the migration team in Liangmen County quickly set off again. After marching for 6 hours, the team finally stopped. After Cao Fengqi set up the shelter and finished lunch, he went with his father to the market again. This time he had a clear goal. He traded 150 jeans of level 3 metal materials for a level 3 sawtooth at the blacksmith shop. Then he brought 6 jeans of shade and wine to the clothing store of the weaver. Gazing at the blue-patterned robe, Cao Fengqi's eyes flickered. Blue-patterned robe, level 4 quality. Effect, can activate the blue-patterned array, forming an extraordinary protective shield. Attacks from weak evil spirits and beasts do not damage the defense value. If the shield is broken and the robe is not damaged, it can recharge within 12 hours. Trade, 20 souls. Other items can be discussed in detail. Naturally, Cao Fengqi couldn't afford the price of 20 souls. "Miss, we are interested in exchanging for this blue-patterned robe. Can you make the decision?" Before coming, Cao Fengqi had informed his father about the item he wanted to trade, and he proactively spoke to the attendant inside. "Want to trade for the blue-patterned robe? If you have 20 souls, I can make the decision," the attendant said, slightly surprised, then apologized. "If you want to trade with other items, I need to report to Deputy County Head Xiao, but I'm sorry, our Deputy County Head Xiao is currently in a meeting with other dignitaries. Would you mind waiting?" "A meeting?" Cao Fengqi frowned and asked, "How long will it take?" "I don't know about that." The attendant shook her head, then thought for a moment and said, "You are also valued guests. How about this? You leave an address, and when Deputy County Head Xiao comes back, we will notify you. The person who can trade the blue-striped robe, a small waitress, does not dare to be careless. Sure, Cao Fengqi nodded, feeling somewhat helpless. A meeting? Is there something going on that requires a group of bigwigs to gather? On the way back, Cao Jianxing murmured in confusion. Cao Fengqi naturally did not know the answer. If he could become an extraordinary person, he would be able to join the decision-making level of Liangmin County, right? A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Cao Fengqi pressed his lips together, preparing to work hard in the future, striving to become an extraordinary sequence member. Meanwhile, in a luxurious level 5 shelter at the end of the trading market, several figures with remarkable presence sat around a golden round table. Elder Shaman, you summoned us here for something important? A tall middle-aged man with a square face and a bushy beard, standing at nearly 2 meters tall, with sharp brows and a scarred face, curiously asked a wrinkled old woman in white clothes with messy hair. Black snow falls, covering the filthy earth. Dark clouds release rain, soaking the desolate path. Elder Shaman's murky pupils scanned the serious faces before she spoke gravely. Hungry corpses cry, evil spirits stir, chaos sweeps the ground, and robbers emerge. Huh, Teacher Chin, what do you mean by that? A young man dressed in brown leather armor, covered by a dark anti-pollution cloak and carrying a long knife, looked at her in astonishment. Can you be more straightforward? Can't understand human words? Elder Shaman shot him a glance. You didn't study when you were in school. Only knew how to date girls. The young man opened his mouth, looking speechless. What Elder Shaman meant was that after the black snow falls, dark clouds and rain would shroud their migrating group. Famine would come, chaos would begin, and evil spirits would arrive. A noble and elegant woman with her hair up, skin whiter than snow, wearing golden glasses and a deep blue robe embroidered with gold, began to translate. Her beautiful brows furrowed as she asked in confusion, Elder Shaman, we are still half a month away from the northern Bay City, and according to my investigations, most residents in the county have food shortages. But they should be able to last for more than half a month. I don't know. These are parts of the information I divined. Elder Shaman shook her head. Teacher Chen, your divinations are wrong 8 out of 10 times. The young man in brown leather armor breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, this time might not be accurate either. I hope it's wrong. Elder Shaman's murky gaze turned to the outside of the shelter, but this prophecy was divined before the black snow fell. Huh. When her words fell, everyone present appeared slightly solemn. Even though everyone in the room was an extraordinary professional, they would still evaluate Elder Shaman's profession as mysterious. Mad Prophet Chen Yelan is also respectfully referred to as Elder Shaman. The burly middle-aged man who spoke first is the current county chief of Liangmin County and the first extraordinary professional of Liangmin County, Night Watcher of the Abyss, Zhou Hantian. The noble and elegant woman wearing golden glasses is the owner of the Weaving World clothing store, Weaver Xiao Yuya. The young man with the long knife was once Elder Shaman's student before the Great Disaster, Bone Blade Warrior Zhang Juwen. The divinations of the Mad Prophet Elder Shaman are correct only twice out of 10 times. But now, with the black snow having manifested, the subsequent prophecy Elder Shaman raised her arm and pointed forward, her murky eyes flashing with a mysterious light as she slowly continued ahead on the journey. Dark clouds are approaching, and I would like to ask you to verify. The group exchanged glances and immediately nodded. All right. Chapter 24. Level 5 Resources and Vengeful Corpses. Black snow covered the ground. The sky was like ink, and the world was shrouded in gloom. On the vast and desolate land of the great summer, more than 10 figures stood, gazing solemnly at the mass of dark clouds looming ahead, which covered an unknown number of kilometers. Within those dark clouds, black rain fell from the sky, though not a torrential downpour. It still gave a sense of a terrifying otherworld. Elder Shaman's prophecy had come true. One of the 3 female extraordinary sequence members in Liangmin County, Zhang Xinxian, opened her mouth, looking extremely serious as she addressed the group. What should we do next? Let's check the coverage area of these dark clouds and see if we can go around them. The dark clouds were enveloping their migrating group. If they couldn't go around them, they would have to face whatever came. We are currently on what used to be a highway. I don't recommend going too far around. The longer we take, the more crises we will face. Someone voiced their opinion. They were either worried, serious, or indifferent. They were extraordinary beings, and famine and chaos would not descend upon them. Even if powerful evil spirits appeared, they only needed to run faster than ordinary people. An unknown disaster gradually approached the migrating group from Liangmin County. Meanwhile, the residents of Liangmin County were completely unaware. Dad, I'm going to the Lost Land. If someone from the Weaver's clothing store comes, call me. Inside the Cao family shelter, after waiting for an hour without any news from the weaver's clothing store. Cao Fengqi said to his father and directly entered the lost land. Today, he had a lot to do. Splash, splash, as his figure appeared in the ruined town. The sound of rain immediately followed. Is it raining? Cao Fengqi looked at the cold raindrops falling on him and slightly frowned. At least it's not very heavy, otherwise, it would affect visibility even more. He murmured and crawled out of the cave. Huh, what is this? The next second, Cao Fengqi noticed a stone slab on the ground, and a glimmer flashed in his eyes. Under the washing of the rain, mud on the stone slab ahead was washed away, revealing several large characters. He rubbed his hand over it and gradually recognized the writing. Tavern of the Brave. The Tavern of the Brave. So this is the tavern recorded on the map of the ruined town. Cao Fengqi looked at it, recalling the information on the map, and calculated in his heart. This place is about 300 meters away from the underground shelter, if the map scale is correct. I'm only about 2 kilometers away from the nearest Klein apothecary's shop. 2 kilometers, it's not long, but it's definitely not short either. This is a distance of 2 kilometers, about 4 miles. A tavern might have a barrel of level 4 quality fine wine buried inside, and there's an 80 chance of finding something good in Klein apothecary's shop. Cao Fengqi thought to himself as he looked ahead and slowly walked forward. A scan within a 1 kilometer range has been completed. New level 1 supplies, 3 items, level 2 supplies, 1 item, level 4 supplies, 1 item, level 5 supplies, 3 items. As he took step after step forward, before he had walked 200 meters, the external prompt suddenly came. Cao Fengqi stopped in his tracks, his pupils dilating. What the heck? Level 5 supplies. 3 items? He looked ahead with excitement, but the next moment, he revealed a look of astonishment. No way. Why are those 3 level 5 supplies moving? They were approaching him, although not directly, but they were definitely getting closer. Damn. The next second, a piece of information flashed through his mind, and a chill surged from his feet to the top of his head. Without any hesitation, Cao Fengqi turned and fled back. He ran all the way to the location of the underground shelter, and only when he saw that the level 5 supplies were no longer within his 1 kilometer range did he breathe a heavy sigh of relief. Damn it. It's a vengeful corpse, no doubt about it. 100 a vengeful corpse. Cao Fengqi's heart was still pounding. A vengeful corpse is a malevolent spirit that merges with the bones of the deceased and with metal materials or equipment. This kind of spirit is extremely terrifying and hard to kill. They can arm themselves. Arcane firearms are basically useless against such spirits, especially if this vengeful corpse has integrated with level 5 equipment or metal. Once it fixes its sights on him, he would be completely defenseless. Things have gone wrong. I didn't even catch a glimpse of the Klein apothecary's store, and instead encountered an unbeatable vengeful spirit. Cao Fengqi's expression was somewhat grim. At this level of vengeful spirit, there were probably only a little over 10 extraordinary beings in Liangmen County who could deal with it. The good news was that, due to his external abilities, he could detect this vengeful spirit in advance. However, he couldn't be sure if there were any powerful evil beasts inside. If the evil beasts didn't attack him, he wouldn't be able to sense them. Even with that blue-patterned robe he traded for, he would still be no match for such beings. Cao Fengqi's expression fluctuated, and with a helpless shake of his head, he entered the underground shelter. With bad luck, he decided not to search for supplies today, and instead cut some level 3 metal materials to expand the area of his shelter and create a separate room for himself. He thought to himself that upon returning to the shelter, he would take the saw he bought from the blacksmith shop. Crack, crack, crack. He started working with the saw. The gathering skill was useless for such large metal materials, requiring him to cut them piece by piece. The level 3 saw was made of adamantine, which is top tier in hardness among level 3 materials, so aside from being a bit slow, it wasn't much of a problem. Bang, bang, bang. This was indeed a labor-intensive job. It took him 2 hours to cut down 2,500 pounds of level 3 metal materials. Piece by piece, he cut down the metal materials, sweating profusely. Luckily, his physique had increased by 5 points. Otherwise, it would have been even more exhausting. The 2,500 pounds of level 3 metal materials were enough to expand his family's shelter to 100 square meters. Cao Fengqi rubbed his hands together, looking very satisfied. Finally, he wouldn't have to squeeze into the same room as his father anymore. He also wanted a separate bathing area. He smiled at the thought of not having to go into that cramped bathroom, where even turning around was difficult. A 100 square meter level 3 shelter was considered luxurious in the entire Liangmen County. Dad, come help. Cao Fengqi moved the pile of metal materials into the guest room of the shelter and opened the door, calling outside. Fengqi, what do you need us to do? Hearing his voice, his parents and sister immediately looked over. I got some level 3 metal materials, and I want to make my own room. Cao Fengqi smiled at them. Finally, I won't have to squeeze into the same room as Dad. You brat, how much do you want to avoid living with me? Cao Jianqing glared at him, somewhat displeased. Not even for a day. Cao Fengqi didn't give his father any face, urging him, get to work. Hiss. Is this what you call getting a bit of level 3 metal materials? Cao Jianqing entered the room, looking displeased, and when he saw the pile of metal materials, he exclaimed, this is a bit? Lu Chunying and Lu Xiaoxiu were also dumbfounded. They realized that the bit Cao Fengqi mentioned was actually quite a lot. Chapter 25. The Cao family's 100 square meter luxurious shelter. Wow. Our house has gotten bigger. It's so great. We're living in a big house now. The construction skills given to all humans by Blue Star were comparable to extraordinary powers, allowing those who knew nothing about construction to know how to perfectly build a shelter. Of course, this also required them to cut the metal and build it themselves. It was a physically demanding and time-consuming task, and the family was busy until nightfall to complete it. This allowed the Cao family to expand from a 42 square meter small shelter to a 100 square meter one. This 100 square meters was the usable area with no shared space. 10 years ago, it would have been equivalent to a house of over 120 square meters. Daba and Xiaobao looked at their big house, excitedly shouting and running around inside. Mom and Dad, Fengqi, you must be tired. Come eat some supper and rest. We'll deal with the finer details tomorrow. The family had been busy for 7 or 8 hours without stopping. Lu Chunying was exhausted, her delicate face flushed. But she was extremely happy as she served the meat soup made in the kitchen. Yes, a kitchen. This was a place she had never even dared to imagine before. Now, their kitchen was a full 8 square meters. Haha, I'm not tired at all. Cao Jianqing was still busy but had a radiant smile. I've been eating and sleeping well these past few days. My physique has improved a lot. I could work through 2 nights without getting tired. In just a few days. Although Cao Fengqi's earth-rich fruits and Shaodan wine didn't allow them to reach the limit of physique enhancement, everyone had increased their physique by 2 or 3 points. That was significant for them. Plus, with every meal consisting of meat, given their current physical conditions, staying up for 2 or 3 nights was indeed not a problem. Let's have some supper and then sleep. We have to travel tomorrow. Lu Xiaoxiu said to her husband and son as everyone sat at the simple dining table. Mom and Dad, tomorrow you guys go get some better furniture. Don't worry about spending money. Cao Fengqi instructed his parents, adding, I found a shelter in the Lost Land that has another 2,300 pounds of level 3 metal materials. So much more. Lu Xiaoxiu exclaimed with joy, continuously responding, good, 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 haha. Uncle, can I sleep with you tonight? After everyone had a bowl of meat soup, Daba tugged at Cao Fengqi's clothes and asked him, looking up, don't even think about it. Cao Fengqi directly pulled his hand away in disdain. He had no interest in babysitting. Daba looked at him, pouting his lips, his face showing disappointment. Hee. Lu Chunying smiled sweetly from the side. Although her little brother often teased her son and had Daba and Xiaobao massage his shoulders and backs, he never treated the 2 kids unfairly. The level 4 Shaodan wine, such a precious item, he even diluted it with water for them to drink. Just this alone was what a father should do for his children. Let's go. Your uncle has been busy all day. Don't disturb his sleep. Lu Chunying led Daba and Xiaobao back to their room. She lay on the 1.8-meter wide bed, looking at the room expanded to 18 square meters, suddenly feeling that the past few days of life were somewhat unreal. Even when her husband was still around, she had never lived such a life. The rich ladies in Liangmen County probably weren't living as well as she was, right? She thought to herself, a satisfied smile on her face. Even rich ladies might not have access to level 4 quality wine. Outside was dark, but the Cao family was filled with warmth, and time passed quickly. Hiss. Look at the Cao family's shelter. The Cao family has truly risen. This second son of the Cao family has come to prominence. The next morning, as the neighbors began to cook, they were slightly startled to see that the area of the Cao family's shelter had increased by more than double. They couldn't help but reflect on the Cao family's living standards over the past few days. Was it true that Wu Qianqian had cursed the Cao family's second son? Was Wu Qianqian a jinx? A thought suddenly appeared in their minds, and the more they thought about it, the more they felt it was true. Otherwise, how could all this be explained? Sometimes, you had to believe in such metaphysical things, because they now had a kitchen and dining room. The Cao family's breakfast was naturally not eaten outside. After the family finished eating, they began to dismantle the shelter as per their usual routine and set off again. Along the way, many neighbors occasionally chatted with Cao Jianqing and Lu Xiaoxiu. Even some people who had no previous interactions came over to say a few words. Is this the home of Cao Fengqi? 6 hours later, when today's journey was over and the Cao family was having lunch, there was a sound at the door. Lu Chunying opened the door and looked at the girl outside, asking in confusion, Yes, and you are? I'm an employee at the Weaving Realm clothing store. A woman said to her, Mr. Cao Fengqi, if you still want to trade for that level 4 equipment, you can come to our weaver's clothing store later. Okay. I'll go after I finish my meal. Cao Fengqi, who was in the room, immediately responded. Thank you for the reminder. All right. The woman nodded. Then I won't disturb you. Fengqi, do you need me to accompany you? Cao Jinqing asked him. No need. Dad, you and Mom can go get some furniture. Cao Fengqi shook his head. I can go by myself. All right. Cao Jinqing nodded and introduced. This deputy county head Xiao from our county has a good reputation. I've heard she's quite nice, but you should still show some respect to such important people. I know. After chatting with his father, Cao Fengqi finished his meal and went to his room to get the Shrouds liquor. He paused for a moment, thought about it, and also brought the level 4 spider silk and the evil hidden armor. Then, he headed straight to the weaver's clothing store. Beautiful lady, I'm here to trade this blue patterned robe. Upon arriving, Cao Fengqi saw the waitress from yesterday and said directly, Okay, handsome. The waitress recognized him and immediately invited. Come inside. Our deputy county head Xiao is here. Cao Fengqi nodded and entered the counter. The waitress opened a door and led him to the back. Inside was a spacious room, and he immediately saw the striking figure in the center, wearing golden glasses. With a blue robe of gold and blue draped over her, her noble aura was evident. She looked up, and Cao Fengqi saw her delicate and authoritative face, reminiscent of a princess from an ancient dynasty, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. This was the first time he had seen a woman more beautiful than his sister-in-law, especially her skin, even softer and whiter than a baby's. Long black hair, fair skin. Nearly perfect. Hello, Deputy County Head Xiao. Cao Fengqi was not a brainless lay-chair and immediately greeted politely. Guests are welcome. Please take a seat. Xiao Yuya looked at Cao Fengqi's youthful face with slight surprise and gestured to a nearby seat. You want to exchange for the blue patterned robe? Yes. Cao Fengqi nodded and directly took out 6 jin of Shrouds liquor, saying, I want to exchange this 6 jin of Shrouds liquor. 1 jin can increase 5 points of constitution. Oh. Xiao Yuya showed surprise as she heard this, extending her palm. May I take a look? Of course. Cao Fengqi nodded and stood up to bring it to her. However, the next moment, he saw Deputy County Head Xiao move her hand, and strands of silk wrapped around the Shrouds liquor. With a pull of her jade arm, it landed on the table in front of her. Cao Fengqi was taken aback, his eyes flashing with surprise. An auxiliary profession like the weaver has such power? Chapter 26. The level 6 treasure hidden in level 4 materials items of level 3 that can increase attributes by 2 points are generally worth 1 soul. Xiao Yuya looked at the pure white Shrouds liquor and then fixed her gaze on him. The blue patterned robe is priced at 20 souls, and this can be counted as 15 souls. This. Cao Fengqi frowned slightly upon hearing this. Deputy County Head Xiao, you can't calculate it like that. There's a huge difference between level 3 and level 4 items, and the upper limit of constitution increase is different. Moreover, this blue patterned robe is also your own marked price. I'm preparing to sell this Shrouds liquor for 30 souls. 30 souls. Xiao Yuya chuckled, not bargaining but stating directly. Plus the 3 spider silks on you. I agree to this deal. Spider silk? Cao Fengqi looked at the backpack in his hand, his face darkening. Damn it. He had hidden the spider silk in his bag. And she could still sense it? Is she trying to squeeze everything out of him because she knew he had spider silk? Is it that shady? His old man even said she was quite nice. She is just good looking, right? I'm afraid that won't work. I still want to use these 3 spider silks to ask Deputy County Head Xiao to help me repair this piece of clothing. After hesitating for a moment, he shook his head and took out the evil hidden armor, continuing. Could you please help me see what I need to pay to repair this? The blue patterned robe was indeed very important to him, but he felt the evil hidden armor was even more crucial. If he could repair the evil hidden armor and remove its side effects, he could give up the blue patterned robe. Oh, let me take a look. Xiao Yuya raised her embroidered eyebrows, moving her hand as strands of silk wrapped around it, pulling it to her front. She examined it. A nice item. It can indeed be repaired. Cao Fengqi felt a surge of joy, but also looked at this businesswoman with some worry. How about this? Along with the necklace around your neck and these items, I will give you the blue patterned robe. Xiao Yuya thought for a moment, then looked up at him, and help you repair this evil hidden armor. Cao Fengqi, hearing this, looked at her speechlessly. Generally, the attributes of the items equipped on oneself are not visible to others. This businesswoman clearly relied on her extraordinary powers or special items to detect the value of the arcane necklace. Truly, there is no merchant who isn't cunning. Should I give you my underwear too? Of course, this was his inner monologue. He wouldn't dare to say it out loud. All right. After some hesitation, he agreed. With the blue patterned robe, his simple arcane necklace would indeed be useless to him. Although he felt it was a loss, he could accept it. Don't worry. Little guy, You won T lose out. Xiao Yuya looked at his expression and smiled lightly. You can wait here for 3 hours, or come back in 3 hours. This phrase was a standard merchant line. Cao Fengqi naturally wouldn't believe her nonsense, and forced a smile. I'll wait here then. Alright, there's tea, feel free. After saying this, Xiao Yuya slowly stood up, her slightly loose robe covering her figure entirely. She turned and opened the door to the studio behind her, stepping inside. Cao Fengqi watched her graceful figure, feeling slightly displeased about her ability to peek at him. He focused his mind. Let us see what this Brahmin extraordinary has in terms of assets. The cheat has been activated. Within a 1 kilometer range, there are 15 to 11 level 1 materials, 752 level 2 materials, 952 level 3 materials, 177 level 4 materials, 43 level 5 materials, and 9 level 6 materials. In an instant, a stream of information came in, and Cao Fengqi's vision was filled with dense material information. The cheat could also be activated in Blue Star, but generally, he kept it off. The reason for keeping it off was the scene before him. The dense information almost blurred his vision. The information about the level 6 materials. This merchant actually has 3. When Cao Fengqi looked towards Xiao Yuya, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. He was still fighting tooth and nail for level 4 items, yet she had 3 level 6 materials. Besides this, he also gleaned some information from this cheat scan. He was currently in the central area of the entire Liangmen County team, and there were definitely other extraordinary beings within a kilometer. Other extraordinary beings' treasures were apparently not as many as hers. Is it because she can forge level 6 materials? That can't be. Cao Fengqi was somewhat shocked. And at this moment, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Wait. One of these 9 level 6 materials belongs to her. His eyes fixed on the desk where she had just sat. On the desk lay a fist-sized, dreamlike, blue crystal orb. Strange. He raised his eyebrows, revealing a look of confusion. In his line of sight, the blue crystal orb displayed 2 pieces of information. One as a level 4 material, and the other as a level 6 material. The two nearly overlapped. Cao Fengqi hesitated for a moment, then walked to the desk. Fixing his gaze on the blue crystal orb. Ice Heart Crystal Orb, level 4 quality. Effect, can increase the recovery speed of one's mental power. Looking at this attribute information, he was slightly surprised. Because staring at this Ice Heart Crystal, it only displayed this one piece of information. Could it be that a level 6 item was hidden inside this Ice Heart Crystal? A possibility flashed through Cao Fengqi's mind. After hesitating for a moment, he picked it up to take a look. External item display, a piece of information came through, and Cao Fengqi was slightly taken aback, immediately looking over. Weaver's Advancement Information, level 6 quality. Effect, contains the advancement information and professional knowledge of the Weaver, usable only by the Weaver. Weaver's Advancement Information? Usable only by the Weaver? He cannot use it. His face was filled with disappointment, but soon his mind became active. This was displayed by his external item, and that unscrupulous merchant must not have discovered it. Otherwise, such a precious level 6 item would not be casually placed here, nor could he just take it. Cao Fengqi speculated in his heart, narrowing his eyes slightly. Although he could not use the level 6 item, if he could buy it, when his strength increased, or if he found an opportunity to sell it to someone else, wouldn't it be a big profit? This was definitely feasible, at that time. He would show that unscrupulous merchant what a real businessman was. He thought to himself, his eyes flickering as he put it back on the table and sat quietly waiting. Crack. Time passed little by little, and 3 hours quickly went by. Accompanied by the sound of the door opening, Xiao Yuya walked in holding the evil hidden armor. It has been repaired. She walked to the chair, picked up the clothes, and indicated, you should also put away the blue patterned robe. The 2 pieces of clothing can be worn together, but it's best to wear the evil hidden armor on the outside. All right. Thank you, Deputy County Head Xiao. Cao Fengqi smiled and immediately walked over, reaching out to take a look. What is this? His gaze fell on the attributes of the evil hidden armor, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Evil hidden armor, level 4 quality. Effect, added with evil spirit essence. Wearing it can emit an evil spirit aura, greatly reducing the probability of being sensed by evil spirits. Level 4 quality. The repaired evil hidden armor turned out to be level 4 quality. Little guy, don't think everyone is a heartless merchant. Be more discerning in the future. Xiao Yuya crossed her arms and looked at him lightly. Take it. There won't be such good things in the future. When Cao Fengqi heard her words, he was full of surprise, and at the same time, he felt a bit embarrassed. It seems he had underestimated her, misunderstanding her as an unscrupulous merchant. Having his evil hidden armor repaired and upgraded to level 4, plus a blue patterned robe. The gains were simply too great compared to his investment. Cough, cough. Cao Fengqi's mind stirred, and he coughed lightly. He slightly raised his head. holding the evil hidden armor and blue-patterned robe while looking at her delicate face. He then pointed to the ice heart crystal and said, "Deputy County Head Xiao, would you trade this for these 2 pieces of clothing?" "Oh." Xiao Yuya looked at him in surprise, raising her eyebrows. "Are you sure you want to trade?" "Sure." Cao Fengqi nodded. "This ice heart crystal is of great use to me. Hee, we can make a deal." Xiao Yuya smiled lightly as she directly took the 2 pieces of clothing and handed him the ice heart crystal. Cao Fengqi's lips curled up slightly, his crooked smile showing as he looked at Xiao Yuya. "Deputy County Head Xiao, I actually don't think you are an unscrupulous merchant. I just feel that your habit of peeping is a bit bad. Just like me, a gentleman, I would never peek at you. Nor would I know that you have 3 level 6 quality treasures. Nor would I know," he said, placing the ice heart crystal on the table, pointing at it and saying lightly, "This ice heart crystal contains a level 6 quality treasure." Chapter 27. A big setup. This ice heart crystal contains a level 6 quality treasure. When Cao Fengqi revealed this information, he couldn't help but purse his lips. It was a bit painful. If he had traded for it, he would have had the opportunity to exchange for higher level items in the future. However, Cao Fengqi was a person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment. He was not someone who would repay kindness with enmity. If Xiao Yuya were truly an unscrupulous merchant, he would find a way to buy the ice heart crystal from her. But now, not only had he misunderstood her, but the evil hidden armor had also been upgraded to level 4 quality under her repair. A treasure like the evil hidden armor, which could conceal his aura and evade evil spirits and beasts, was definitely worth no less than the blue-patterned robe. This made him the absolute beneficiary of this transaction. He couldn't do something like taking advantage of someone who helped him. Additionally, the evil hidden armor and blue-patterned robe were items he urgently needed. What? When Xiao Yuya heard his words, her slender phoenix brows flashed with a blue light, and she stared in shock at the ice heart crystal. She slowly raised her head, looking deeply at the young man in front of her, who was about 10 years younger than herself. This ice heart crystal was something she obtained 9 years ago when she got the extraordinary rune. It had been in her possession for 9 years. Now, it was of little use to her, and was usually just an ornament on her desk. If it weren't for the young man in front of her saying that he had 3 level 6 treasures, she would never believe that there was a treasure hidden inside this ice heart crystal, especially since the 3 level 6 treasures she had. One was the robe she was wearing, and the other was a pair of golden glasses. Her family knew about these 2 level 6 items, but the third one, even her parents did not know about. That was a private bra she had woven from level 6 materials. "You know there's a level 6 treasure inside, and yet you tell me?" Xiao Yuya looked into his clear eyes. "You could completely keep it for yourself. I just said, I'm a gentleman." Cao Fengqi smiled in response. "Don't think everyone is a bad person. Be more discerning in the future." Xiao Yuya paused slightly. Did he just return her words back to her? She found it interesting. "Don't believe it?" Cao Fengqi saw her inexplicable smile and suggested, "You can open it and take a look. You don't know what's inside?" she asked, her eyes flickering. "Of course." Cao Fengqi naturally wouldn't admit it, opening his mouth. "You open it, and whether I can sleep tonight depends on what you reveal." Xiao Yuya looked at his expression and smiled, also filled with curiosity and anticipation as she picked up the ice heart crystal. Crack, crack. She applied a bit of force, and the crystal shattered. The shattered crystal melted into liquid inside. Slowly, a similarly blue and dreamlike cube appeared in their sight. Weaver's Advancement Information, Level 6 Quality. Effect. Contains the advancement information and professional knowledge of the Weaver, usable only by the Weaver. Huh, what is this? Xiao Yuya looked at the cube in an instant, staring at the information on it. Her gaze heated and her breath slightly quickened. She clenched her pink fist tightly, suppressing her excitement, and looked at Cao Fengqi. "Wait for me here." She turned around and entered her studio again, quickly coming out with 2 boxes and a backpack. "The item just now is extremely important to me. Inside, there is a level 4 fruit and a level 4 spiritual flower that will be useful to you, which can increase 5 points of physique and 5 points of mental power, respectively." She handed the boxes to Cao Fengqi and thanked him. "In the future, when you come to buy items from me, I will give you half price." Cao Fengqi saw this and felt joy in his heart, also thanking her. "Thank you, Deputy County Head Xiao. No need, this is what you deserve." Xiao Yuya shook her head, opening the backpack in her hand to help him put away the blue-patterned robe and evil hidden armor. "This backpack is also a gift for you. A level 4 backpack. Incredibly durable and with a preservation effect." This backpack was absolutely a luxury item for Cao Fengqi. All right." Cao Fengqi accepted it directly, feeling justified, glanced at the time, and waved his hand. "Deputy County Head Xiao, it's getting dark. I have to go." "Go ahead, be safe." Xiao Yuya nodded. Cao Fengqi did not linger for long and happily walked outside. This time, he had made a huge profit. Xiao Yuya watched his departing figure and suddenly smiled. What an interesting little guy, with good character. It's just that at such a young age, he's a bit of a rogue. Humph, and he claims to be an upright gentleman? As for how Cao Fengqi discovered the 6th level materials in the Ice Heart Crystal Pearl, she did not pay it much attention, just like her, wearing glasses that allowed her to see the information of items below level 6 on others from a close distance. In the Lost Land, many people gain some opportunities in special items, which is quite normal. Cao Fengqi was unaware that Xiao Yuya had labeled him as a rogue. If he had known, he would have shouted that the deputy county head was wronged. When he walked out of the store, the sky had already darkened, and there were not many people on the market road. Most of the surrounding houses had also closed their shelter doors. Cao Fengqi jogged a bit and took out the fruit and spirit flower to take a look. Snake blood fruit, level 4 quality. Effect: consuming it can increase 5 points of physique, can be used for alchemy. Soul calamity flower, level 4 quality. Effect: consuming it can increase 5 points of spirit power, has a certain enhancement to vision, can also be used for alchemy. No wonder these are items given by an extraordinary person, Cao Fengqi exclaimed and directly put them into his mouth. The 2 treasures entered his stomach and began to transform into energy, rapidly enhancing his physique and soul. Fengqi, you're finally back. We thought something happened to you, and we're about to go look for you. Before the sky completely darkened, he rushed back home. His parents and sister-in-law, who were anxiously waiting at the door, saw him return, and the worry on their faces instantly disappeared, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. Mom, Dad, how could anything happen to me? Cao Fengqi smiled at them. I had a great harvest at the tailor's shop of the weaver. As long as there's a harvest, it's good, come in. The family closed the door and lit the moon spirit stone. When Cao Fengqi stepped into the house, he was slightly taken aback. The plush sofa covered with disaster rat fur, the tables and chairs made of level 2 wood, the walls painted white, embedded with some glowing level 3 jade stones. Some places also had flower pots. The cold, lifeless home from before had completely disappeared, replaced by warmth, comfort, and nature. Mom and Dad, did you renovate this afternoon? He asked, astonished. It was all done by your sister-in-law. Isn't it beautiful? Lu Xiaoxia looked at the now lovely home with admiration. Chunying has a good eye. Not just good, it's a huge transformation. It's so beautiful. Cao Fengqi sincerely praised. It's so much better than the doghouse we had before. I just remodeled it based on the house I remembered from my childhood. Lu Chunying, hearing his praise, brushed her hair back and smiled with joy. It was mainly thanks to the disaster rat skins and the level 3 metal materials you brought back. You don't need to worry about the family affairs. Just leave them to me and your sister-in-law. Lu Xiaoxiu patted his shoulder. From now on, we'll cook whatever you want to eat every day. Haha, sounds great. Cao Fengqi nodded with a smile. What is the meaning of struggle? Isn't it just like this? After chatting with his parents and having dinner, Cao Fengqi returned to his room. In his room, his sister-in-law and mother were clearly more attentive, with a soft big bed and a gorgeous bedside table. The room also had a washroom and an exquisite cabinet. He looked around with immense satisfaction, putting on all his gear and weapons in advance, and glanced at his attributes. Cao Fengqi. Extraordinary sequence. None. Physique. 32. Spirit power. 14. Equipment. Arcane musket. Shadow armor. Blue patterned robe. 3 spirit blade. Evil music box. Materials. Urgent potion. Lost land. 510. Blessing of the blue star. Gathering art. Insight art. Construction art. Language and writing proficiency. Would you like to activate the cheat? His physique had reached 32, and the disaster rat, as a sinister beast, posed no threat to him at all anymore. With the blue-patterned robe, his safety had also greatly increased. Cao Fengqi assessed his strength while looking at his gear. The blue-patterned robe offered strong defense. He could now face the disaster rat leader and the filthy locust, even unarmed. I should take the evil-breaking bow this time. After some thought, he strapped the evil-breaking bow and arrows onto his back. The evil-breaking bow and arrows were not very heavy, not affecting his ability to escape when danger arose. Looking at his entire set of equipment, a satisfied expression appeared on Cao Fengqi's face, and determination shone in his eyes. Tonight's goal. Klein Pharmacy S store. Chapter 28. The domain of the Xian devouring beast. In the Lost Land, Songxian town, Cao Fengqi's figure emerged from the cave. Is it still raining? Cao Fengqi frowned slightly as he looked at the raindrops falling from the sky. The rain might affect the perception of evil spirits and beasts. And with his shadow armor upgraded to level 4, he should be quite safe. He thought positively and walked straight ahead, praying, I hope that vengeful corpse is gone. Since he had walked this path many times, the valuable materials around had already been collected by him. So he quickly arrived again at the hero's tavern. As he gazed into the unknown desolate town shrouded in rain and darkness, he continued forward. The vengeful corpse is gone. When Cao Fengqi advanced to the location he had reached last time, he received good news. Scanned within a 1-kilometer radius, found 3 pieces of level 1 materials. 1 piece of level 2 materials, and 1 piece of level 4 materials. At the same time, the same information as last time came through. Cao Fengqi's eyes flickered as he looked at the location of the level 4 material. It was exactly 1 kilometer ahead. According to the map scale, the location 1 kilometer away was the place of the Yuk Green Building and Mingwu Tavern. If he got there, the cheat should be able to cover Klein Pharmacy's store. Cao Fengqi speculated, but whether it would work depended on whether the map was accurate. The sound of the raindrops perfectly masked his footsteps. However, as he advanced step by step, Cao Fengqi's frown deepened. By the time he had easily advanced 500 meters, he was extremely vigilant, sensing a bad premonition in his heart. Something's not right, very wrong, Cao Fengqi murmured. He had already advanced 500 meters. And according to the past, the cheat scan should have revealed new materials by now. But now, there was strangely no response at all. Something unusual must be afoot. Within the 1-kilometer radius ahead, there was only that 1 piece of level 4 material, which was too strange. Cao Fengqi furrowed his brows tightly. Could it be that something was present, absorbing all the valuable materials? He thought about various information in his mind, and a name of an evil beast slowly emerged. Xian-devouring beast. The Xian-devouring beast, dog-sized but without eyes, has a mouth full of sharp teeth, its body sticky and glistening black. Its nose has a natural sense of smell for treasures, and its ears possess terrifying hearing. They have a terrifying ability to devour various materials to grow themselves. Moreover, they are social evil beasts. Compared to disaster rats, the Xian-devouring beast is undoubtedly more powerful. Even the disaster rat leader is not as strong as an ordinary Xian-devouring beast. A formidable Xian-devouring beast even possesses extraordinary power. Could it really be a Xian-devouring beast? Cao Fengqi's face changed repeatedly. If this area is the domain of the Xian-devouring beast, then why did the vengeful corpse appear in this area yesterday? The Xian-devouring beast doesn't care whether you are a vengeful corpse. As long as there are treasures, it will attack and devour. Could it be that it was not a vengeful corpse? Was it a Xian-devouring beast carrying metal back home to eat? Then, if this area has a Xian-devouring beast, would there still be pills in Klein Pharmacy's store? Hadn't this group of void-devouring beasts already devoured everything? What about the Forge of the Secret Craftsman, which is not far from the Klein Potion Shop? If there are many terrifying void-devouring beasts in the ruined town, wouldn't all the treasures inside the town also be swallowed by them? The more Cao Fengqi thought about it, the heavier his heart became. Should he head to the demon hunter's home on the west side? He pondered for a moment. If he went west, it would take at least an extra 10 kilometers. And compared to the demon hunter's home, he felt there might be more treasures ahead. Cao Fengqi felt somewhat reluctant, hesitated, and decided to confirm whether it was truly the realm of the void-devouring beasts. He would start circling from the west. If it was indeed occupied by the void-devouring beasts, he would have to try his luck at the demon hunter's home on the west side. Based on the scant information provided by the external supplies, he began to advance along the edge of this treasureless area. Scanned within 1 kilometer. New supplies added. 5 level 1 items, 2 level 2 items, 1 level 3 item. As he progressed, the refresh information for supplies came in, all located towards the rear. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, he thought to himself, not solely pursuing information about the void-devouring beasts, and walked towards those level 2 and level 3 supplies. Now that the evil concealment armor's level had increased and the side effects had dissipated, he had plenty of time. Perhaps due to being close to a special area, he did not encounter any dangers. Oh, 2 moon spirit stones and a piece of moon spirit essence, none of which are metal materials. This is not necessarily a good thing, because there is a possibility that being too close to the realm of the void-devouring beasts means they sometimes come out to hunt for food, leaving only the moon spirit stones and moon spirit essence that the evil beasts dislike. Cao Fengqi looked at the supplies in his hand, speculating. The moon spirit stones and moon spirit essence are good items. He put them into his backpack and continued forward. Treatment potion, level 3 quality. Effect, a level 3 potion made by a potion maker that can heal non-lethal injuries. After walking another kilometer, Cao Fengqi found a nice item. Good stuff. He smiled slightly and stored it away. The sound of raindrops hitting the small puddles around him was incessant. But suddenly, a different strange sound came from ahead, and Cao Fengqi's eyes narrowed as he focused on the left front. Soon, a terrifying evil beast, at least 2 meters long and 1.5 meters tall, appeared in his line of sight. Half of its head was occupied by a large mouth filled with jagged white teeth. It had a strange, blood-colored nose and huge ears on either side. At this moment, it slightly raised its nose, as if sniffing for treasures. Crack! Its massive black hooves stomped on a puddle, suddenly stopping, its blood-colored nostrils aimed at Cao Fengqi. Void-devouring beast. It's really this kind of evil beast. Damn! Cao Fengqi's face changed completely as he looked at this eerie, chilling evil beast that seemed to radiate malevolence. This guy seems to have discovered him. Without any hesitation, he pulled out his arcane firearm and aimed directly at it. The evil concealment armor could emit an aura of evil, greatly reducing the probability of being sensed by evil spirits. But on him, there were also several level 4 quality items, such as the arcane firearm and the anti-evil bow. This level of evil beast might not be affected by the evil concealment armor when in close proximity. Roar! The void-devouring beast's ears suddenly twitched, as if it had heard Cao Fengqi's every move. It let out a low growl and charged at him. Seeking death, Cao Fengqi's gaze sharpened. Without any hesitation, he aimed at the head of the void-devouring beast and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 3 decisive bullets hit the head of the void-devouring beast with pinpoint accuracy. But the next second, his pupils constricted. The 3 bullets only penetrated halfway into its head before being blocked by its terrifying flesh. Roar! A trickle of blood flowed from the wound, causing the void-devouring beast to emit an angry roar. It suddenly exploded with terrifying speed, charging towards Cao Fengqi. Chapter 29, Crisis. All cards on the table in battle, this is bad. Cao Fengqi's expression changed as he looked at the void-devouring beast charging at him with terrifying speed. The arcane firearm couldn't even seriously injure it. And this void-devouring beast was too fast. In just a single lunge, it closed the distance of 20 to 30 meters from the 70 to 80 meters away. This speed was far too quick compared to him. Cao Fengqi took a deep breath, aiming the arcane firearm at its nose and head. Bang! 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 Again. 3 decisive shots hit its head. The result still made his heart sink. The bullets failed to hit its nose, and even 2 bullets landed on its body. Although blood spilled out, it only caused its body to slightly stall, still failing to inflict significant damage. Buzz. At that moment, Cao Fengqi had no hesitation. Directly activating the defense of his blue-patterned robe, a blue light circle enveloped him. He stored the expended arcane firearm in his pocket and quickly took out the anti-evil bow from behind. The ghostly blue level 3 anti-evil arrows were knocked, and Cao Fengqi pulled back with all his strength. Given his current physique, although he still couldn't fully draw the bow, he could exert 80% of its power. Buzz. The entire bow and arrow flashed with a ghostly hue, and the anti-evil arrow trembled. The arrow tip sparkled. Roar. However, the void-devouring beast, having been attacked repeatedly, was now alert. It quickly dodged the arrow aimed at its head. But since they were too close, combined with Cao Fengqi's script assistance, the arrow still pierced into its body. The arrow tip completely embedded itself, eliciting a furious roar from it. The damage from the anti-evil bow combined with the anti-evil arrow was higher than that of the arcane firearm. Cao Fengqi felt a mix of surprise and joy. The joy was that the damage from the anti-evil bow and arrow exceeded that of the arcane firearm. The surprise was that the arrow's speed was not as fast as the arcane firearm, allowing it to completely evade hitting the vital points on its head. Even more surprising was that he had no time to draw the second bow. Bang! The void-devouring beast's claws, as strong as a black diamond, heavily struck the blue-patterned robe's defense. The blue light circle rippled. Roar! Crack! It opened its jagged, tooth-filled mouth and bit down, producing a crisp sound. Cao Fengqi looked at the void-devouring beast, which was now so close, and his heart raced violently. The protective shield of the blue light circle dimmed significantly under the 2 attacks from the void-devouring beast. It could only withstand 3 or 4 more attacks from it at most. Cao Fengqi looked on, his expression alarmed. Without any hesitation, he turned and fled backward. Roar! Bang! But before he could escape for even a second, another attack came from behind. No, the speed difference is too great. He couldn't shake it off. His expression was extremely grave, and he gritted his teeth, directly pulling out the speed potion. Speed potion, level 4 quality, effect, after consumption. It greatly enhances one's speed for 1 minute. Afterward, the body will be weakened. This was obtained alongside the anti-evil bow, and was the only level 4 potion he had on him. After swallowing it in one gulp, the potion's power surged from his organs down to his legs. Bang! Just as he consumed the speed potion, the void-devouring beast's sharp claws struck down heavily again. The protective shield of the blue-patterned robe grew even dimmer. Roar! The void-devouring beast seemed to sense that its prey was about to be killed. letting out an excited roar. It leaped powerfully on all fours, its fearsome jaws wide open, with a biting force strong enough to tear everything apart. Bang! The next second, it bit into thin air, the prey emitting a rich fragrance, and its speed suddenly increased significantly. Roar! It let out a furious roar, chasing at full speed. But the distance between them actually grew larger. What amazing speed and strength! Is this the power of consuming a level 4 speed potion? Cao Fengqi's speed suddenly increased by 50 to 60%. He was strong enough to rival a warrior with a physique around 50, and his speed was slightly faster than that of the Xianshi beast. In just 10 seconds, he had created at least a 20-meter gap. The speed potion could only last for 1 minute, and within that minute, he had to either completely shake off the Xianshi beast or take it down. Cao Fengqi thought to himself, a sharp glint and killing intent flashing in his eyes. Whether he could completely shake off the Xianshi beast in 1 minute was uncertain. But he wasn't planning to shake it off anyway. Having consumed such a life-saving resource as the speed potion, if he didn't gain anything, he would be at a huge loss. Cao Fengqi quickly drew an arrow from his back. Piercing Evil Arrow, level 3 quality. Effect, possesses unparalleled piercing power. Can be reused as long as it is not damaged. He turned around. Bow drawn, arrow shot. Whoosh. An arrow, carrying a ghostly blue penetrating power, shot straight towards the Xianshi beast. The beast behind, in full pursuit, was blind and only reacted when it heard the sound of the arrow. But focused on the chase, it had no time to dodge, and the sharp arrow pierced into its head. A howl. This time it let out a miserable scream, painfully raising its paw to claw at the arrow. In the next moment, it charged even more frantically. Damn, what strong vitality. Buzz. Cao Fengqi saw sweat breaking out on his forehead and quickly launched the second arrow. Roar. The Xianshi beast sensed the crisis again, opening its mouth to meet the arrow with a black bone spear. Bang. The bone spear blocked the arrow's attack, and the Xianshi beast charged at him desperately. Cao Fengqi's expression changed in shock. A special extraordinary power? Damn. He turned around and fled again. Whoosh. The sound of something cutting through the air suddenly came from behind, and his pupils alerted him, mentally mapping out the direction to dodge. Cao Fengqi quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack of a bone spike. His back went cold. If he got hit, the defense of his blue-patterned robe would likely collapse completely. Another hit, and he would be finished. Roar. Whoosh. Whoosh. Sure enough, the already frenzied Xianshi beast erupted again, shooting out bone spikes from its mouth. Thanks to the mental script, Cao Fengqi didn't need to look back. The script provided him with perfect dodging positions. Coupled with his current speed, he was able to dodge them one by one while creating distance. He couldn't keep fleeing. The speed potion wouldn't last long. It was time to fight back. Damn it, you want to shoot arrows at me? Who's afraid of who? After creating a 30-meter distance, a fierce look appeared in Cao Fengqi's eyes as he turned around again. He knocked an arrow. Whoosh. After shooting one arrow, he didn't wait for the result and drew another. Whoosh. A series of full-powered shots, assisted by the script, landed firmly on its body. Roar. The Xianshi beast, repeatedly hit by arrows, despite its robust physique, began to slow down. Rain mixed with blood flowed from its body. It suddenly stopped its pursuit, lying down and contemplating retreat. Now you want to retreat? Cao Fengqi saw this. His gaze sharpened, and he knocked another arrow, switching roles, and shot again. Ayo! The Xianshi beast, hit again, was completely engulfed in fear and turned to flee frantically. Hee hee. Cao Fengqi couldn't help but laugh. The tides have turned. Go to hell. Whoosh. 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 Arrows shot out one after another, embedding themselves into the Xianshi beast's body. After the third arrow, it collapsed to the ground like a hedgehog. The 1-minute effect of the speed potion had also come to an end. Chapter 30, a huge surprise. Damn, it was really hard to kill. If it weren't for the speed potion, I would have been done for. In the desolate town, the rain hit Cao Fengqi's face as he gazed at the corpse of the Xianshi beast ahead, taking a deep breath, still feeling apprehensive. After the effect of the speed potion wore off, a powerful sense of weakness surged over him like a tide. His legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. All cards played. This could be said to be the most difficult battle Cao Fengqi had fought since entering the Lost Land. Fortunately, he won, with heavy steps. He approached the corpse of the Xianshi beast and smiled when he saw its attributes. Corpse of the Xianshi beast, level 4 quality, effect, can harvest 1 soul. The sharp teeth can craft level 4 quality weapons. Bones can be ground into powder for alchemy. Flesh can be consumed to increase 4 points of physique and enhance body defense. Skin can be crafted into wearable equipment. It's a treasure all over. The entire Xianshi beast weighed at least 200 pounds, and every part of its body was a treasure. Eating the flesh could also increase 4 points of physique, so this time it wasn't a loss. It made sense that the Xianshi beast, which fed on various materials, would be a treasure all over. To avoid any accidents, Cao Fengqi hoisted it up and directly brought it to his room in the shelter. Although he felt extremely weak at the moment, he still returned to the Lost Land. Why? Because in the battle with the Xianshi beast, he had shot a total of 9 arrows. 4 arrows were embedded in the beast's body, and he needed to recover the other 5. Just now, he had already seen the power of the evil-breaking bow combined with the piercing evil arrows. Such good items could not be discarded. After returning to the Lost Land, the information from the external tool directly scanned the locations of the 5 arrows. Cao Fengqi walked over one by one. What is this? When he picked up the arrow that had collided with the Xianshi beast's bone spike, he showed a look of surprise. The arrow had pierced into the ground due to the collision with the bone spike, and when he pulled it out, it also brought along a thin beast skin book. The beast skin book was very thin, and the text on it had not faded despite the rain. Fierce Man's Crazy Blade Technique. Cao Fengqi looked at the clear and bold text on the front of the beast skin book, showing an expression of astonishment. Fierce Man? Blade Technique? That's right. He suddenly remembered that on the map of Zhangxian Town, in this very area, there was a martial arts hall for fierce men. The so-called fierce men could be understood as martial artists in the world of cultivation or guardian knights in the world of magic. They are not extraordinary beings, but rely on their own efforts to temper their bodies and hone their martial skills. The Lost Land is an extraordinary world, filled with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, so some fierce men are extremely strong. This seems to be the only martial arts hall for fierce men in the entire desolate town. Cao Fengqi recalled the information on the map, his gaze flickering slightly. Previously, he had been focusing all his attention on the extraordinary sequence runes and somewhat neglected this place. After the recent battle, although he achieved victory, it was all thanks to equipment, weapons, pills, and external tools. There was no skill involved. His current physique was 32, but if Cao Fengqi really had to fight, he couldn't even unleash 80% of his strength. Techniques for exerting force, techniques for explosive power, techniques for maneuvering, etc. He had never received formal and in-depth training. The techniques of fierce men were different. These were techniques created by countless people to counter extraordinary powers with mere mortal bodies. The techniques of fierce men seemed quite precious. Cao Fengqi didn't have much information about techniques in his mind. So he looked around. Let us see if there are other fierce men's techniques. Since these things are printed on ordinary beast skin, they have no grade. So he could only search the ground bit by bit. He didn't mind the dirt at all, using his hands to sift through the ground. He lifted some stones and searched carefully. Indeed, there was something. Soon, Cao Fengqi dug up a headless corpse under a stone and found another technique book. Fierce Man's Wind-Breaking Body Technique. Cao Fengqi's eyes lit up, eagerly not wanting to miss any corner. He thoroughly searched within a 500-meter radius, taking more than an hour, and found 4 more books. Among them, 2 books are duplicates, and the non-duplicates are Heavy Sword Technique and 9 Shooting Techniques. Especially when he saw the 9 shooting techniques, Cao Fengqi's eyes sparkled brightly. His archery was completely sloppy, lacking any technique, relying entirely on scripts. The 9 shooting techniques, however, belonged to the art of archery. Cao Fengqi carefully examined the 9 shooting techniques. The first shot, lock shot, focus your mind, hit a target from 100 paces. The second shot, power shot, transfer power from the waist, the arrow is forceful. The third shot, instant shot, hand and eye coordinate, strike instantly. The fourth shot, pre-shot, listen to sounds, discern positions, and predict trajectories. The fifth shot, continuous shot, arrows follow in succession, like shooting stars. The sixth shot, parallel shot, 2 arrows launched together, hitting the target in a straight line. The seventh shot, split arrow shot, 2 arrows fly apart, each hitting its target. The 8th shot, gathered arrow shot, 3 arrows launched together, penetrating a single target. The 9th shot, split star shot, 3 arrows shot separately, each controlling its own space. The first shot is indeed 100 paces to hit the target. Without script assistance, he wouldn't even reach the entry level. Cao Fengqi thought to himself. Skill proficiency cheat detected. Host has learned 9 shooting techniques. Would you like to level up to max with 1 click? Suddenly, a prompt appeared, making Cao Fengqi's eyes shine brightly. This technique can also be leveled up to max with 1 click. He felt extremely excited and naturally had no hesitation. In the next moment, he felt an arrow of knowledge shoot into his brain, filling it with archery knowledge. Cao Fengqi moved his hand, instantly drawing an arrow from behind, drawing the bow, and shooting in one go. Whoosh! The arrow landed precisely on a stone 20 meters away, not a bit off. His archery was too abnormal now, right? He was astonished, completely not needing script assistance, almost instantaneous. The whole process took less than a second. Moreover, at the moment of shooting, he fell into a mysterious realm of unity between heart and target, ignoring minor disturbances. Now he felt that when facing the abyss beast, there was no need for rapid potions. As long as he spotted it in advance, he could shoot it down with the 9 shooting techniques before it reached him. He focused his mind and looked at his attributes. Cao Fengqi. Extraordinary sequence. None. Physique. 32. Mental power. 14. Technique. Archery. 6 segments. Equipment. Arcane musket. Evil hidden armor. Blue patterned robe. 3 spirit knife. Evil summoning music box. Supplies. Healing potion. Lost land. 510. Blessing of blue star. Gathering technique. Insight technique. Construction technique. Proficient in languages. Would you like to activate the cheat? Added a technique. Archery 6 segments. It's actually not the full 9 shooting techniques, nor is it the arrow method. Cao Fengqi looked at it, revealing a hint of surprise, and then his gaze turned to the other technique books he found. Having many techniques is never a burden. It's just right as his body is in a weak state, mastering all these sword and knife techniques. He thought to himself, directly returning to his room. Chapter 31. The power technique and the aristocratic family strong, simply too strong, even stronger than he imagined. In just an hour, Cao Fengqi thoroughly examined the 3 technique books of the heavy warrior and practiced them briefly before using the cheat to level them all up to max. Now technique. Archery, 6 segments. Heavy sword, 6 segments. Body technique, 5 segments. Knife technique, 5 segments. Although my attributes did not increase at all, my combat power had skyrocketed. Cao Fengqi realized the power of techniques. With the same 32 physique, his current 5-segment body technique could reach a speed of 15 in a short time, up from 10 in full burst before, an increase of 50%. When he encounters that abyss beast again, he can easily outrun it. Overall strength has increased beyond imagination. This skill leveling up to max feels too exhilarating, like a strong person imparting wisdom, suddenly comprehending and stepping into the innate realm. He leaped from a novice to a master. What a huge surprise. The emergence of techniques dissipated the gloom of the abyss beast's domain. The side effects of the rapid potion had not yet faded, and Cao Fengqi did not plan to continue exploring. He took off his clothes and fell asleep. A night passed quickly. The weakness and fatigue dissipated, and Cao Fengqi woke up feeling refreshed, stretching lazily. He casually grabbed the corpse of the abyss beast beside him, opened the door, and walked outside. Wow, Uncle, what is this? His sister-in-law and mother were already cooking, and the big treasure and little treasure were playing in the living room. When they saw him carrying a large black object, they immediately looked over. Curious. The big treasure waddled over, his round eyes staring at it closely. Oh, Cao Fengqi looked at the approaching big treasure and suddenly moved the abyss beast's corpse. Ah, wow. The big treasure was startled, his mouth agape and tears streaming down his face. Seeing this, Cao Fengqi smiled, feeling pleased. Wenqi, you little rascal. Why are you always teasing the big treasure? Lu Xiaoxiu, who was bringing out dishes, happened to see this scene and glared at him, saying, Do you want a beating? Wow, Grandma. The big treasure saw his grandmother and rushed over to hug her, crying, Grandma, Uncle bullied me. Lu Chunqing, who heard the noise from the kitchen, came out, looked at her son who was crying, and silently gazed at her little brother-in-law. Hee. Cao Fengqi smiled awkwardly. He was just bored. With no phone to play with every day, he could only tease his little nephew. Cough, coward, stop crying. Uncle will treat you to something good at noon. He walked towards the kitchen with the abyss beast's corpse, gesturing to him. We'll eat this. The big treasure twitched a few times upon hearing food, turning his face half buried in Grandma's arms, pouting and looking at it fearfully. Wenqi, what is this? Hearing the commotion, Cao Jiansheng came out of the room, and when he saw the abyss beast's corpse, his gaze froze. He strode over, and upon seeing the attributes, he took a deep breath. Wenqi, did you hunt this? He asked in shock. A level 4 quality abyss beast corpse. It's hard to imagine how terrifying it was when it was alive. It must have cost a significant price to kill it. Cao Fengqi nodded, his gaze sweeping over his mother and sister-in-law, who were dumbfounded, and asked lightly, Is it okay? Is it okay? Lu Chunqing's red lips parted slightly, staring blankly at him. Is this just okay? Recently, Cao Fengqi had shocked her too many times, to the point where she felt somewhat numb. So much so that even if her little brother-in-law obtained some level 4 treasures, she felt accustomed to it. But he actually hunted such a terrifying evil beast. If it was said that he relied on luck before, now, it's pure strength, far surpassing his brother's strength. Extremely powerful strength. This evil beast's corpse is too precious. Lu Xiaoxiu exclaimed. If this evil beast meat were exchanged for ordinary meat, it could be exchanged for several tons. I'll go handle this abyss beast's corpse. You ladies eat first. Cao Jiansheng directly took the corpse and said to them, pausing to look at Cao Fengqi, and then loudly said, Son, if you like any girl, tell your mom. We'll go propose in the whole Liangmin County. I don't believe there's a girl my son can't marry. Jiansheng, getting a bit inflated. Hearing his father's grandiose words, Cao Fengqi paused. Good heavens. Just go propose to whichever one he likes? It's not that Jiansheng is inflated. In his eyes, looking across the whole Liangmin County. His son is definitely a top talent. Even when facing the offspring of those extraordinary people, he shines just as brightly. At 18, equipped with several level 4 weapons and equipment, independently hunting such a powerful evil beast like the Abyss Beast in the entire Liangmin County, not to mention his peers. Even including the older generation, can 100 people guarantee they could hunt an Abyss Beast? Hee, look at you being so proud. Hurry up and handle this Abyss Beast's corpse. Lu Xiaoxiu smiled and nodded, urging him, and looked at Cao Fengqi. Let's go, we're going to eat. But your dad is right. If you fancy any girl, tell your mom. Okay. Cao Fengqi smiled and nodded. And the family sat at the dining table to have breakfast. By the way, Dad, not long after, Cao Jiansheng, who had finished dealing with the corpse of the Xianshi beast, sat down at the dining table. Cao Fengqi looked at him and casually said, I obtained a few technique books on strength masters in the wasteland town last night. Dad, you can practice them when you're free. Technique books on strength masters? Cao Jiansheng, who was just about to pick up some food, froze and looked at him nervously. Fengqi, hurry, bring those technique books over for me to see. Okay, you eat first. Cao Fengqi nodded, stood up, and walked towards the room. I'll go get them for you. But clearly, Cao Jiansheng couldn't sit still and immediately got up to follow him. Lu Xiaoxiu and Lu Chunying also looked astonished and hurriedly followed behind, clearly aware of the value of the strength master's technique books. It's just a few technique books, Cao Fengqi said, pointing to the 4 books as he entered the room. Cao Jiansheng walked over immediately and flipped through them, his one-armed hand trembling slightly as he opened them. Whoa, it really is a technique manual. It's truly a technique manual, and there are even 4 of them. He looked at Cao Fengqi with rapid breaths. Son, do you know that, to some extent, any of these strength master's technique books are more valuable than the corpse of the Xianshi beast? Is that so? Cao Fengqi raised an eyebrow. The techniques in these books indeed provide a significant boost to a person's strength, but compared to the extraordinary sequence, they were obviously lacking. In Liangmin County, the families of extraordinary beings are referred to as Brahmins, known as extraordinary families. Lu Chunying's eyes glinted as she scanned the books, then fell on Cao Fengqi, her expression unprecedentedly excited. Then do you know why some families are called wealthy families? Isn't it about strength and resources? Cao Fengqi didn't have information on this in his memory, but seeing the expressions of his father and others, he somewhat understood. The strength master's techniques? Yes. Lu Chunying nodded heavily. Whether before the great disaster or now, wealthy families represent heritage, and the strength master's techniques are the foundation of today's wealthy families. Weapons and equipment can be lost in the wasteland, and pills and treasures disappear after use, but the techniques mastered in one's mind do not. Cao Jiansheng clenched his fists, suppressing his excitement as he added, although the techniques are difficult to practice, they can enhance the strength of everyone in the family, allowing the weak to overcome the strong. A family without technique manuals cannot be called a wealthy family. As long as we master the techniques, our Cao family will also become a wealthy family. By then, Fengqi, you should marry 2, no, at least 3 wives to ensure our Cao family's prosperity. Cao Jiansheng stared at him earnestly. Chapter 32. Dark clouds and rain arrived. Cao Fengqi felt that his dad was becoming increasingly outrageous, wanting him to marry 3 wives. He had only gained an external advantage. Not a more children, more blessings system. The preciousness of the strength master's manuals exceeded his expectations. Wife, Chunying, and Fengqi. Cao Jianqin's gaze was fervent as he continued. The fact that our Cao family has 4 strength master technique manuals should not be told to anyone. Possessing treasures is a crime. This kind of thing is too precious. For strength master technique manuals could attract the attention of extraordinary beings. The strength master technique manuals also have significant effects for extraordinary beings and are treasures for others in extraordinary families. Lu Chunying and the others immediately nodded. Cao Fengqi didn't place too much importance on the strength master technique manuals. His goal had always been the runes of the extraordinary sequence. It was that mysterious extraordinary power. Fengqi, your physique is still a bit lacking compared to those masters from wealthy families in Liangmin County. You need to improve further. Cao Jiansheng looked at him and planned. Then practice some movement techniques, knife techniques, or archery. Once you achieve some success in your techniques, our Cao family can ascend to the ranks of wealthy families. Dad, how strong is the physique of those masters from wealthy families in Liangmen County? Cao Fengqi asked curiously. About 45 or so. Cao Jiansheng didn't know the exact value. Around 45? Cao Fengqi nodded slightly. His current physique is 32. And after consuming the blood and flesh of the Xianshi beast, it can increase to 36. He indeed has some distance from these wealthy family masters. You should properly cultivate these technique manuals. Don't underestimate them. Cao Fengqi reminded him seriously. The human history in the wasteland is much older than Blue Star. Although these technique manuals are not as good as extraordinary power, they are the pinnacle techniques passed down and improved by billions of beings in the wasteland over countless years. Far beyond what the techniques of Blue Star can compare to. I've heard, he said, pursing his lips. Some extraordinary beings in the wasteland also practice strength masters techniques to enhance their combat skills. You might not know that the levels of techniques differ from what we are familiar with, such as minor achievements, major achievements, and perfection. Instead, they are categorized by ranks. For example, in sword techniques, some sword technique manuals are ordinary. Even if one completely masters the content of the manual, it may only reach rank 4 or 5. Some sword technique manuals are profound. If one can fully master them, they may achieve rank 6 or 7. Generally, it takes 2 to 3 years to reach rank 3, and the difficulty increases several times beyond that. I've heard that a rank 3 technique can enhance one's combat power by at least 30. What does this mean? To use a somewhat inappropriate analogy, it's like a physique of 45 can unleash combat power equivalent to 60. Techniques are hard to learn, but you're still young. You have time. Cao Jiansheng went on and on. Although he wasn't financially savvy, he had 10 years of experience and understood quite a bit. Cao Fengqi listened and gained some deeper understanding of the techniques. However, by the end, he couldn't help but smirk, adopting a slightly cocky demeanor. Techniques are hard to learn? It takes 2 to 3 years to reach rank 3? I've already comprehended these few technique manuals. Now that my shooting skill is at rank 6. When my physique reaches 36, won't I be able to unleash combat power of 576? The main thing is that my movement skill is still at rank 5. Plus, with my weapons and equipment, along with external assistance, I might not be weaker than those wealthy family masters. De Bao and Xiao Bao are still young and can't practice techniques yet. In a few years, they will be able to. At this moment, Cao Jiansheng was very excited and continued, especially after De Bao and Xiao Bao digest the Defeng fruit, the Xiaodan wine, and the flesh and blood of the Xianshi beast. They will have 11 more points of physique than their peers. By the time they are 15, their techniques will be at least rank 3 or 4, giving them a natural advantage in the wasteland. Our Cao family will become stronger and stronger. Cao Fengqi looked at his dad, who was lost in beautiful fantasies, feeling somewhat speechless. However, he understood that his dad naturally hoped for their Cao family to become a wealthy family, or even that lofty, extraordinary family. This was his dream, his ideal, and it was now within reach, making it impossible to suppress the excitement in his heart. Lu Chunying listened to her father's words, her eyes sparkling. Wealthy family, wealthy family. The Cao family is expected to become a wealthy family, and her children, under the many treasures, far surpass their peers. How could she, as a mother, not be happy? Furthermore, she was still young. In the past, she hadn't gained much in the wasteland, but now with her younger brother-in-law's resources, her physique had also increased by 11. This wasn't a small number. Her previous physique was only 19. After the increase, it reached a full 30. Lu Chunying looked at her younger brother-in-law, who was still young and carried a casual charm, pursed her lips, and a strange light flickered in her eyes. Stop daydreaming, Dad, let's eat. Cao Fengqi patted his dad's shoulder, interrupting the excited group. Okay. Cao Jiansheng calmed his mind a bit and nodded with a smile. I'll eat quickly. The team is about to set off again. Breakfast ended swiftly, and under the excitement of the busy family, the shelter was dismantled, and the migration team from Liangmen County continued on their way. However, some unexpected events occurred on today's journey. Why is it raining? Look at the sky ahead. It's completely shrouded in dark clouds. It's noon. Why does the world ahead look so dark? Could there be evil spirits or beasts? After more than 3 hours of travel, the migration team from Liangmen County suddenly experienced falling black rain. The sky ahead was even more covered by dark clouds. Everyone looked on in surprise and seriousness. The black snow had just passed, and now they were suddenly met with black rain, with the distance further shrouded in dark clouds. One ominous phenomenon after another. Could this be some kind of bad omen? Cao Fengqi frowned as he looked on. The weather in recent days had indeed been strange and unsettling. The county chief and others investigated the area of the black clouds and black rain, which covered an unknown number of miles, making it impossible to detour, so they could only continue forward. The road ahead was uncertain, and everyone must remain vigilant to prevent any accidents. Not long after, a middle-aged man dressed in Liangmen County law enforcement attire approached from the front, holding a knife and speaking loudly as he walked. "Be careful and stay alert. Officer Liang, is there danger ahead even during the day?" A middle-aged man with a furrowed brow asked. Uncertain, better to be cautious, Officer Liang shook his head, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Evil spirits and beasts act at night, and the area covered by the dark clouds ahead was only slightly brighter than night. Whether the evil spirits and beasts would act was all unknown. The visibility was only about a kilometer. When the migration team stepped under the dark clouds, the visibility around them dropped significantly. Although the sky had previously been gray, visibility was still around 2,000 to 3,000 meters. Now it had suddenly reduced by 2 to 3 times. "Be careful," Cao Jianqing reminded Cao Fengqi and the others. The family nodded. Fortunately, after traveling for 2 hours without any accidents, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 33. 8 Level 5 Resources. This feeling of darkness always made one's heart race. It was unknown how long it would take to pass through this area of dark clouds. The migration team stopped, and the Cao family set up the shelter. Cao Jianqing looked around and said to his family, "Moreover, the sky feels like it's getting dark so quickly today. After we finish eating, let us not go out." Cao Fengqi and the others nodded, glancing at the horizon, also feeling some bad premonitions. Although the appearance of the strange phenomena worried everyone, the Cao family had many resources, so they were not overly anxious. 1 pound of flesh could increase physical strength by about 0.5. During lunch, Cao Jianqing ate a few pieces of meat, feeling the enhancement to his physique, and happily said, "That Xianshi beast, after removing the bones, skin, and teeth, has a total of 160 pounds of meat. Enough for 20 people." Cao Fengqi nodded. Each of them could eat about 8 pounds to reach their limit. The remaining 100+ pounds could be traded for maximum profit. So delicious, too delicious. Daba, sitting on the bench and leaning over the table, hugged a piece of meat and ate it with grease dripping from his mouth. He looked at Cao Fengqi and innocently said, "Uncle, can you scare me every day and give me this meat to eat?" Cao Fengqi looked at him speechlessly. "You little rascal, don't worry. Your uncle will work hard to scare you to tears every day." He picked up a piece of meat and enjoyed it. The meat of the Xianshi beast was not as tough as he imagined. It was soft and tender, melting in the mouth, the fresh juice bursting in his teeth, salty and fragrant with a hint of sweetness. The outer skin was slightly charred and resilient, with dense fibers. Chewing it released a rich flavor, leaving a lasting aftertaste. It was far tastier than disaster rat meat and cured meat. No wonder it was a beast that fed on various resources. He had a plan in mind. Perhaps he could achieve freedom with Xianshi beast meat in the future, living a life of extreme luxury. Cao Jianqing and Lu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but smile at this scene as the family ate and chatted. During the meal, Cao Fengqi consumed 2 pounds of Xianshi beast meat alone, without even eating rice, which increased his physique by 1 point. Lying back on the sofa, he let the 2 little ones massage his shoulders to digest before he leisurely returned to his room. With a thought, he stepped back into the lost land. In the martial arts hall of the abandoned town, Cao Fengqi appeared full of energy. The Xianshi beast clan had already found a way to die, and next, they would follow the path of the disaster rats. He looked towards the territory of the Xianshi beasts, his eyes shining with anticipation. The Xianshi beasts, lacking eyes, relied on their noses and ears to discern everything, which also meant they would not stray far from their territory during non-group migrations. They fed on various resources, which gave him an idea. That was, Cao Fengqi took a piece of level 3 metal that he had prepared in advance to the place where he encountered the Xianshi beasts before. He placed the level 3 metal on the ground, retreated about 80 meters, and hid behind a large rock. The Xianshi beasts were treasures themselves. If he could hunt a few more, his family would be financially free. Cao Fengqi waited there with a face full of expectation. The rain in the lost land had stopped, making the surroundings unusually quiet. Time passed little by little, and Cao Fengqi patiently waited. Suddenly, footsteps were heard from the darkness ahead. Cao Fengqi's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. However, his smile didn't last long and soon froze. In his line of sight ahead, 3 Xianshi beasts appeared. Their heads were fierce, and their aura was menacing. When Cao Fengqi saw them, one of the Xianshi beasts suddenly sniffed towards his hiding place. "Damn it, this Xianshi beast doesn't play fair." Cao Fengqi's face changed drastically. 3 Xianshi beasts came at once. With his mastery of techniques, he was confident facing 1 Xianshi beast and could challenge 2. But facing 3, he had no choice but to run. It was no exaggeration to say that if these 3 Xianshi beasts caught up to him, a single claw or bite would shatter the defense of his blue-patterned robe. Besides, he didn't have many arrows left. If he had dozens of arrows, he might have been able to kite them, or if he had a level for heavy sword or long knife, there would be a chance. Now he could only flee. Cao Fengqi didn't hesitate. He bent his waist, twisted his body, and like the wind, he dashed out several feet. He didn't expect that his first use of a technique would be to escape. Roar, roar, roar. The noise Cao Fengqi made was instantly sensed by the 3 Xianshi beasts, and they were clearly momentarily stunned. Following this, they leaped into action, quickly pursuing him like cheetahs. Sensing the Xianshi beasts chasing from behind, his face darkened. He lowered his shoulders and wrapped himself like a whirlwind, breaking through obstacles. He moved forward like the wind, unstoppable. He pushed the wind-breaking technique to its limits. At this moment, Cao Fengqi felt like he was being chased by the village dogs. Going home to grab a stick for revenge, only to find a pack of dogs waiting for him. With a dark face, he fled towards the edge of the small town. Roar, roar. The 3 Xianshi beasts chased him for 2 kilometers before finally stopping, realizing they couldn't catch up. They let out a few reluctant roars at Cao Fengqi's figure before slowly turning away. Unfair beasts. Luckily, I have the ability to evade. Cao Fengqi watched the warning on the script disappear and glanced back. Forget it, let's not hunt you for now, and focus on the important task of clarifying the scope of the Xianshi beast domain to see if it covers the Klein Apothecary's shop and the Master Craftsman's forge. Adjusting his breath, a look of regret appeared on his face. The town of ruins is fraught with danger, and fleeing 2 kilometers in such a mad manner is very risky. Cao Fengqi was not prepared to take that risk again. He carefully returned by avoiding the route he had just been chased on, while searching for supplies and getting closer to the Xianshi beast domain again. He encountered a ghost-faced spider again. At least it was comforting to tell himself that it was always when he was having bad luck. Less than half an hour later, Cao Fengqi looked at the warning in front of him and smiled. He took out the evil breaking bow and knocked 2 arrows. Whoosh! With a simultaneous shot, the 2 arrows pierced the ghost-faced spider's head, killing it instantly. He walked over, collected the soul and spider silk, and continued to feel his way forward. Ahead seemed to be a lake. Is this the West Water Lake in the town of ruins? After collecting the soul and spider silk, the sound of the wind rustling the lake water reached him, and Cao Fengqi looked over curiously. He recalled the information on the map and frowned slightly. If this is West Water Lake, according to the map scale, there should be a commercial street about 1,000 meters straight to his left, which is already past the Klein Apothecary's shop, and is even close to the Master Craftsman's forge. Cao Fengqi had a bad premonition. According to the information scanned by the external tool, the left side was still within the Xianshi beast's domain. Just now, the external tool did not scan any supplies on the left side. Therefore, the elixirs in the Klein Apothecary's shop were likely all devoured by the Xianshi beasts. Of course, there is also a possibility that during the disaster, the apothecary took all the elixirs away. Whichever it is not good news for Cao Fengqi. No, he must come up with a way to delve deeper into the Xianshi beast's domain tomorrow. He was somewhat unwilling and a plan began to form in his mind. The plan was simple, similar to luring the Xianshi beast, but what he needed to do was prepare sufficient level 3 metal materials and some ordinary bows and arrows. At that time, he would shoot the arrows with the metal to attract the attention of the Xianshi beasts while he ventured deeper inside. He needed to thoroughly confirm whether there were still treasures in the Klein Apothecary's shop and Master Craftsman's forge. He did have a demon-luring music box, but it couldn't be used until tomorrow. He thought to himself, this plan couldn't be executed today, the arrows shot out couldn't be retrieved, and the 10 penetrating arrows in his hand couldn't be wasted. Now, he should continue moving forward to determine the end of the Xianshi beast's domain. He cautiously pressed on. Within a 1 kilometer range, 1 level supplies scanned, 10 items, 2 level supplies. For items, 3 level supplies, 2 items. For level supplies, 1 item. After advancing a few hundred meters, the supplies scanned by the external tool clearly increased. On the left side, the supplies had also increased. Was he at the end of the Xianshi beast's domain? He thought to himself, not stopping and continuing to walk as the scanned supplies increased. Eventually, he confirmed the approximate range of the Xianshi beast's domain. At the same time, based on the map information of the town of ruins, there was a 50% chance that the Master Craftsman's forge was located within the Xianshi beast's domain. He would check again tomorrow. For now, he would get his hands on those level 3 and 4 supplies. Cao Fengqi looked towards the opposite direction of the Xianshi beast's domain. where several level 3 and 4 supplies were located at the edge of Westwater Lake. He walked over. Within a 1-kilometer range, 1 level supplies scanned, 5 items. 5 level supplies, 8 items. After walking less than 100 meters, the external tools prompt continued to come. He paused slightly. Chapter 30 for the center of the ruined town occupied by evil beasts and evil spirits. Who? Cao Fengqi looked at this piece of information, his breathing becoming a bit rapid. 8 pieces of level 5 resources. This was simply outrageous. It was on the northwest shore of Westwater Lake, exactly 999 meters away. Cao Fengqi suppressed the excitement in his heart and gazed brilliantly in that direction. He ignored the 2 level 3 and 1 level 4 items nearby and cautiously approached the northwest shore of Westwater Lake. He could clearly feel that the temperature ahead was a bit higher. After walking more than 300 meters without encountering any accidents, he felt the temperature increasing as he got closer, sending an uneasy feeling through him. Cao Fengqi stopped, a look of hesitation on his face. In the Lost Land, it is well known that if a special phenomenon suddenly appears, it is either due to treasure or the presence of evil spirits and beasts. Regardless of which, something capable of causing a phenomenon would definitely not be low in level. If it were evil spirits or beasts, their terrifying nature would not be any less than that of the Xianshi beasts. Cao Fengqi thought to himself. Splash. Boom. Just as he was pondering, there was a sudden loud noise from Westwater Lake. It was the sound of the lake water being violently disturbed, incredibly loud. Chirp. Following closely, chaotic cries came from within Westwater Lake, numerous and ear-piercing, ferocious. What kind of sound is that? Cao Fengqi looked at the pitch-black Westwater Lake a little over 100 meters away, his face extremely serious. The sounds from within the lake continued and were clearly moving forward. And the direction ahead was where those 8 level 5 resources were located. Cao Fengqi's expression changed. He hesitated for a moment before pulling out a moon spirit stone and activating it. With a strong throw, he decisively tossed it into Westwater Lake. The light from the moon spirit stone cut through the dark night sky, crossing the surface of Westwater Lake and illuminating an area of about 20 meters. Squeak. A striking strange cry came from the lake, and in the next second, Cao Fengqi saw a 2-meter-sized, pitch-black monkey-like evil beast with long hair leap into the air. It grabbed the moon spirit stone in mid-air with its clawed hand. Under the glow of the moon spirit, its hideous face was revealed. It was a water ghost monkey. There were actually water ghost monkeys in this small lake, and quite a few of them. Cao Fengqi's face changed as he saw the evil beast's face. This is bad. Many evil spirits and beasts are extremely averse to the light of the moon spirit stone. Yet this water ghost monkey boldly grabbed it. This is enough to prove its strength. The water ghost monkey is an amphibious evil beast, usually living in water. They are incredibly fast, their hair is tough as steel, and they possess considerable intelligence. Most importantly, the water ghost monkey's strength is not inferior to that of the Xianshi beast, and might even be stronger. At that moment, he did not hesitate at all, and turned to flee. Once he was targeted by the water ghost monkey, he would never be able to escape with his speed. Fortunately, the water ghost monkeys in Westwater Lake did not notice him. This made Cao Fengqi, who retreated more than 500 meters away, breathe a slight sigh of relief. This is troublesome. Those treasures attracted many water ghost monkeys. Cao Fengqi looked at those 8 level 5 resources, and a look of helplessness appeared on his face. Or perhaps, that is the lair of the water ghost monkeys. He sighed and reluctantly shifted his gaze. Let's go collect those 2 level 3 resources and that 1 level 4 resource. Cao Fengqi looked to the left. Level 3 metal materials, poor rating. Level 3 ruined equipment, poor rating. He smoothly obtained the 2 level 3 resources. And Cao Fengqi walked towards that level 4 resource ahead. Within a 1-kilometer range, 1 level supplies scanned. 22 items, 2 level supplies. 7 items, 3 level supplies. 2 items. For level supplies, 18 items, 5 level supplies. 8 items, 6 level supplies. For items. When Cao Fengqi was about 10 meters away from that level 4 resource, the external tools information came again. He was shocked, his mouth agape, and he immediately looked over. In his line of sight, he saw those level 4, 5, and 6 resources all swaying there. Even though he couldn't see the target, even though it was nearly a kilometer away, Cao Fengqi couldn't help but swallow hard. Damn. He hurried to the front of the level 4 supplies and saw a huge stone that he struggled to lift. After grabbing the complete knife, he turned and ran. He escaped again and again. In a short period, he had fled 3 times. Danger lurked everywhere. To the west, there was a group of water ghost monkeys by the Westwater Lake, and to the left, the commercial street area was the domain of the Xianshi beast. Between the two, closer to the center of the town, many powerful, vengeful corpses congregated. Even a transcendent being would be in trouble if they weren't careful. Cao Fengqi's expression was uncertain. This time, he could confirm that the many moving supplies were vengeful corpses, and they were covered in level 6 metal materials. Which was hard to imagine how terrifying that would be. Cao Fengqi retreated for 4 to 5 kilometers before stopping, looking at the abyss-like desolate town with a tingling scalp. Anyone who ventured deep into the desolate town would encounter evil spirits and beasts, unless one could become a transcendent being. Daring to delve deeper would result in a 90 chance of death. His eyes were full of vigilance, even if he had cheat-like abilities. Sighing for a long time, Cao Fengqi shifted his gaze to the domain of the Xianshi beast. Compared to the water ghost monkeys and the deeper vengeful corpses, the Xianshi beast was easier to handle. Today's exploration would end here, and he would prepare to delve into the Xianshi beast's territory tomorrow. Cao Fengqi decided to head straight to the underground safe house indicated by his cheat, where he wanted to mine some level 3 metal materials. That level 4 quality long knife was indeed a good item. Cao Fengqi returned to the underground shelter and looked at the long knife he had just obtained. Xian Lung Knife, level 4 quality. Effect: a long knife with coldness. Injuring the target causes their body to stiffen due to the cold entering. With its extraordinary effect, it was quite powerful. He swung it casually and nodded in satisfaction. Just what he needed for a melee weapon. Now he felt fully equipped. Defense, level 4 blue-patterned long robe. Ranged attack, level 4 arcane musket and demon-slaying bow. Melee, level 4 Xian Lung Knife. Auxiliary types, evil concealment armor and night vision goggles. With an additional level 4 Xian Lung Knife, he should be able to secure a kill against 2 Xianshi beasts. Cao Fengqi estimated that it would provide some assurance for tomorrow's actions. He thought to himself, then took a saw and cut the remaining 2,000 plus pounds of level 3 materials into pieces. After several hours of busy work, he returned to the shelter, exhausted. Dabeo, Xiaobeo, come and give your uncle a massage. Cao Fengqi looked at the time, stepped out of his room, and called out, "Okay, uncle, coming." Xiaobeo brightened at his appearance, patted the soft sofa to gesture for him to sit, and sweetly asked, "Uncle, did you find something good?" "No, I had a terrible day." Cao Fengqi shook his head and lay down on the sofa. "It's okay. Mommy said you were already super powerful." Xiaobeo, who was much more sensible than Dabeo, smart and sweet-tongued, smiled and comforted him. The two little ones were already very considerate, one kneading his shoulders and the other massaging his legs. Hee. In the front, Chao Jiansheng, Lu Xiaoxiu, and Lu Chunying practiced the crazy sealing knife technique with their knives, and they couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. "Fengqi, there's no need to rush exploring the desolate town. You can practice your knife techniques and movements more. Sharpening the knife doesn't delay the woodchopper. Improving your skills makes exploration easier." Chao Jiansheng advised his son, "Tomorrow, let's find a time to buy a level 4 long knife at the blacksmith shop." "No need." Cao Fengqi replied with his eyes closed. "You still need a melee level 4 weapon. With the arcane musket, you can take your time to practice the 9-shot archery. Focus on cultivating your knife skills first." Chao Jiansheng said seriously, "One ranged and one melee, completely flawless." "No need, I just got a level 4 long knife." Cao Fengqi continued. "Chao Jiansheng, you just got a level 4 knife?" Xiaobeo, who was kneading his legs, paused and looked at him, her face full of confusion. "Didn't you say you were really unlucky?" Cao Fengqi thought of the 8 level 5 resources and felt a pang of heartache. Recalling how he had to flee from powerful evil beasts and spirits, he felt a bit helpless. It was really unlucky. "You little girl don't know how miserable I just was." Lu Xiaoxiu pursed her lips and couldn't help but say, "Fengqi, showing off in front of family is not a good behavior." Cao Fengqi tilted his head to look at his mother, momentarily stunned. "No, I'm not showing off. I really was unlucky." Chapter 35, Journey of Crisis, taking action. The Cao family, from Lu Xiaoxiu and Chao Jiansheng to Dabeo and Xiaobeo, were all speechless at Cao Fengqi's so-called showing off, getting a level 4 weapon and calling it unlucky. However, everyone was also quite happy for him. Dinner was a feast of 4 dishes and a soup, with plenty of fruits and wine. After a hearty meal, Cao Fengqi didn't continue to explore. He needed to rest well and conserve energy for tomorrow's dangerous mission. Damn it, this rain won't stop, and the dark clouds aren't moving either. The next morning, after breakfast, the Cao family began dismantling the shelter. Their neighbor, Song Qianyuan, looked pale as he watched the raindrops falling from above, cursing under his breath. We're leaving. A voice called out from the front. The migrating troops were setting off. Cao Fengqi had already adapted to the daily routine of getting up and traveling. The skies seemed to be getting darker and the clouds thicker. Gritting his teeth, he thought, in less than half a month, we can reach Tinbei Base City. I heard that Tianbei Bay City has gathered many people with plenty of food and is very safe. Our family's food is running low. I hope we can hold out until then. Voices around him indicated that many people looked pale, clearly lacking nutrition. The Cao family was in high spirits in recent days. They hadn't lost weight but had actually gained some, each of them looking rosy. Huh, why did it suddenly stop up ahead? What's going on? We've only been moving for 2 hours, and now we have to stop? The line of people suddenly halted after 2 hours of progress. And everyone looked at the long line ahead with puzzled expressions. Cao Fengqi also showed a curious look, but suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he looked to the right. To the right was the wasteland outside the road, where the once cultivated fields had long been abandoned, now a dark, oppressive sight due to the continuous invasion of black snow and rain. There, numerous red warning scripts appeared. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Crack, crack. In less than 5 seconds. A deafening roar filled the air, sharp and approaching. Everyone was startled by the sudden sound. What is that? It's a disaster rat. A group of disaster rats is appearing on the right. Be careful. Ah, it's an evil beast. So many evil beasts. Run, hurry and run. In an instant, voices of warnings, shock, and fear filled the air. Don't panic. It's just the weakest disaster rats. They're perfect for us as food. We have many people. Are we afraid of this group of disaster rats? Keep the kids at the back, and all capable fighters in Team 55 get ready to take action. Whoever kills a disaster rat gets to keep it. Calm voices came from both ends. The Cao family belonged to the migration team of the 55th Street area of Liangmen County, and a prominent middle-aged man in the team loudly organized everyone. Xiaoer, Chunying, keep Dabeo and Xiaobeo safe. Cao Jiansheng immediately instructed his wife and daughter-in-law, then looked seriously at Cao Fengqi. Son, are you okay? What a joke. Cao Fengqi smiled at his father's words. Haha. Cao Jiansheng chuckled as well, knowing his son was equipped with a level 4 defensive blue-patterned robe, a level 4 knife, a level 4 bow, and a level 4 arcane musket. The brothers and sisters of Team 55 advanced together to form a defensive wall, not allowing the disaster rats to rush to the rear and harm the elderly and children. Just a bunch of disaster rats. I couldn't find them in the Lost Lands. And now they're coming to us, just in time for a feast. That's right. Thank you for nature's gift, haha. Some people were panicking, but more had shining eyes, holding knives, guns, and clubs with full fighting spirit. Especially the older generation, who had trained in the Lost Lands for 10 years, most could kill these low-level evil beasts. The disaster rats, on their own. The disaster rats were dense, stretching as far as the eye could see. However, the number of troops in Liangmen County was also quite large, especially near the front, where some extraordinary individuals had already charged directly into the swarm of disaster rats. Our numbers aren't too many. Cao Fengqi's gaze fixed on the disaster rats rushing within 200 meters. A person only needs to deal with 5 or 6 at most. Wait, no? Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. The script's prompt showed a dense red alert ahead, clearly outlining the shapes of the disaster rats. However, among these red alerts, there were some long creatures about 3 meters in size. He couldn't even see these long creatures with the naked eye, hidden among the swarm of disaster rats. There was another type of more powerful evil beast. Cao Fengqi's eyes flickered. There were very few, but they were very dangerous due to their sudden appearance. Kill, charge ahead. Haha, leave these few in front to me, don't fight me for them. Before the disaster rats could charge, some of the people around Team 55 couldn't help but move. Son, let's go. Cao Jiansheng looked at him and said, Dad, take this knife first, you go. Cao Fengqi looked at his father, handed him the level 4 Shinkong knife, and took out the arcane firearm. Okay. Cao Jiansheng was taken aback for a moment and nodded. He knew his son's combat skills weren't great, and using a gun for long-range attacks was safer. Cao Jiansheng took the long knife and followed the crowd directly into the fray. Cao Fengqi jumped onto his vehicle. Lu Xiaoxiu and Lu Chunying looked at him in surprise. Behind, the elderly, children, and frail women left behind were all nervously staring ahead. 1. Cao Fengqi squinted at the position outlined by the script, aiming the arcane firearm precisely at the invisible evil beast, and directly pulled the trigger. Shooting skills also belonged to marksmanship. With 6 segments of shooting skill plus an enhancement, he never missed. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet from the arcane firearm instantly surpassed the crowd rushing towards the disaster rats, hitting the suspected head of that evil beast. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The next moment, a sound louder and more piercing than the cries of the disaster rats suddenly rang out. At the same time, a pale-bodied evil beast made up of joints gradually revealed its form. It writhed in pain, its joints clattering. Its size was not small, but it seemed somewhat weak. What kind of evil beast is this? Cao Fengqi raised an eyebrow, looking at the evil beast that had lost its combat ability and was close to death. Hiss. It's a color-changing corpse centipede. Be careful. There's a color-changing corpse centipede hidden among the disaster rats. The suddenly visible striking evil beast immediately attracted the attention of the crowd rushing forward. A middle-aged man recognized the evil beast and shouted a warning. Thinking of the gunshot just now, he turned back to look. At a glance, he saw Cao Fengqi standing high up, holding an extraordinary firearm. A color-changing corpse centipede? That powerful evil beast that can blend in with its surroundings? Be careful. This type of evil beast is much stronger than the disaster rats. There's a color-changing corpse centipede? Some people's faces changed drastically upon hearing this name. They were confident in dealing with the disaster rats. But faced with the more powerful color-changing corpse centipede that could merge with the surrounding environment, they had no confidence at all, and many were simply no match. The crowd originally prepared to confront the disaster rats came to a sudden halt, their faces changing. Bang, 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 bang. Just as their voices fell, gunshots rang out again from behind. They saw the rushing disaster rats, one by one, the color-changing corpse centipedes revealing themselves and falling down. Now they're gone. Chapter 36. Making a name for oneself. Now they're gone? A calm voice came from behind, and everyone paused slightly. They opened their mouths slightly, and the several hundred people ahead looked at the slightly immature young man standing high up. In just a few seconds, 5 more color-changing corpse centipedes were directly killed by him from a distance. It's Brother Chao's son. What kind of gun is he holding? How did he discover the color-changing corpse centipedes? His marksmanship, so impressive. The disaster rats are coming. Let's deal with them first. Before they could be too shocked, the swarm of disaster rats had arrived at the front, and they snapped back to their senses, rushing forward. Bang! Cao Fengqi jumped down from his vehicle, his gaze landing on his stunned family. Especially when he saw Dabeo and Xiaobeo staring at him with their mouths agape. He couldn't help but smile. How is it? Uncle is impressive, right? He asked with a smile. Impressive, uncle is amazing. Our uncle is the best. The two nodded, their faces full of admiration. Cao Fengqi proudly lifted his head, looking towards the battlefield ahead. The 300 to 400 people from Team 55 facing over 1,000 disaster rats was still quite easy. Those wielding level 3 weapons could kill a disaster rat with a single strike. However, among these few hundred people, only a quarter had level 3 weapons. The battle came quickly and left quickly. One disaster rat after another was soon resolved, and Cao Fengqi walked straight ahead. He arrived in front of a color-changing corpse centipede's corpse and directly used the gathering skill. Soul, 1 color-changing corpse centipede bone. 1 good, there's a soul, and it's decent. This color-changing corpse centipede bone is only level 3. No wonder it was so fragile. Cao Fengqi nodded in satisfaction. 6 bullets for 6 souls, a great deal. Fengqi, was that an extraordinary level gun you just used? So impressive. Not just impressive. At a distance of hundreds of meters, hitting every shot, it was all thanks to Fengqi. And Fengqi, how did you discover the color-changing corpse centipedes? Awesome. That gun must be at least a level 4 weapon, right? This kid Cao Fengqi has changed so much in just a few days. Old Cao, your Fengqi is now powerful, even more so than your eldest back then. The surrounding people looked at Cao Fengqi with awe and envy. In recent days, everyone knew that the Cao family was rising. They knew that the second son of the Cao family had very good luck, harvesting a lot in the Lost Lands. But today, it seemed more than just rising. More than just luck. An extraordinary gun, easily and accurately shooting 6 color-changing corpse centipedes from hundreds of meters away, hitting every shot. This strength shocked them. Haha, luck. Good luck. Cao Fengqi heard the praises from those around him and humbly responded, remaining quite composed. In his view, hunting these 6 color-changing corpse centipedes was nothing to be proud of. Compared to the evil spirits and evil beasts in Songxian Town, they were simply too weak. Our Fengqi is inherently excellent. This was also the first time Cao Jianxing saw his son's strength, shocked at his son's marksmanship and abilities. Now he understood why his son could achieve such results every day, why he could hunt the powerful Suanxi beast. It wasn't just because of that gun, but also his keen insight and perfect marksmanship. Hearing the praises from the neighbors around him, he, as a father, felt proud, puffing out his chest and saying, "Wishing for my son to become a dragon is nothing compared to this. How can this be anything less than excellent? If I remember correctly, Fengqi is only 18, right? This strength makes him a dragon among men in Liangmen County. Yes, with the extraordinary gun and marksmanship in Fengqi's hands, he's a top-notch talent in our entire Liangmen County." Everyone around agreed wholeheartedly with Cao Jianqing's slightly proud words, especially seeing him remain humble despite receiving so much praise. I secretly thought that this second son of the Cao family has an extraordinary character and will achieve great things. Some people looked at him with respect, even with a hint of awe. In this era, the strong are revered. Among the hundreds of people present, no one dared to claim they could be a match for this young man. Lu Chunying, looking at her younger uncle ahead, appeared somewhat dazed. This once naive and ignorant boy has brought her too many surprises and shocks. The county mayor instructed them to continue forward and quickly leave this thick cloud area. For families that have suffered losses, please accept our condolences. We cannot linger here. A few minutes later, the law enforcement officers from the county arrived, loudly announcing, There have been casualties? It seems that 4 people in our forward team have died, and 6 or 7 are injured. It was the color-changing centipede. This evil beast's sudden attack caused many deaths. Fortunately, we had Chao's second son, who discovered and shot it in time. Yes, thanks to Chao's second son. It seems that there were also deaths in the team behind us, where there are experts from noble families. As the crowd learned that there were casualties elsewhere, they felt even more fortunate. Brother Cao, today we owe it all to you. A well-known expert from the 55th team, Chun's Haiwen, came to thank Cao Jiansheng and Cao Fengqi. Other neighbors also expressed their thanks one by one. The Cao family responded politely. In any case, Cao Fengqi became famous within this 55th team, and his reputation spread to surrounding teams. Previously, this second son of the Cao family was infatuated with Wu Qianxian, the daughter of Wu Jiangming, but ever since they separated, this Cao family's second son has soared to great heights. I know about this. Not long ago, Cao Fengqi was almost harmed by that girl, later saying she was a jinx, and it seems that is indeed the case now. A jinx, born to bring misfortune to husbands. Whoever marries her will be unlucky. The rise of Cao Fengqi also became the focus of discussion among many women. His affair with Wu Qianxian became a very attractive gossip event, initially known only to a dozen neighboring families. But now, this matter has spread. This has led many to believe that Wu Qianxian is a jinx. Otherwise, how to explain everything that has happened now? The people of the Great Xia still believe in metaphysics, especially during this time of scientific collapse and disaster. Some people's words were very harsh, slandering Wu Qianxian with all sorts of ugly remarks. Everyone chatted as they walked, and after more than 2 hours, the dark clouds above thinned slightly, and some weak light shone down. The migrating team also stopped, and everyone set up their own shelters. Haha, today we have truly become famous, Fengqi. Half an hour later, the family sat at the dining table, and Lu Xiaoxiu's smile never faded. She placed a piece of meat on his plate and said with a smile, Aunt Lu just said she wants to introduce a wife for Fengqi. Cao Fengqi, hearing this, almost choked on the bite of food he hadn't swallowed yet. He looked speechless. After eating, I need to buy some things. Saying this, he glanced at his parents and sister-in-law. The 3 of them were all wearing level 2 armor. Not only was the defense ordinary, but their heads and necks were also left unprotected. After dinner, let us go to the market, he added, buy some equipment. Okay. Cao Jianxing thought for a moment and did not refuse. The journey ahead is uncertain. We indeed need to make some preparations. Chapter 37 Consumption. Carrying 60 pounds of meat and bones from the Suanxi beast, let us go and shop. After lunch, Cao Fengqi waved his hand and instructed his father and the others. Let us go together. Haha, good, lock the door. It was still raining outside. Similar to the dark snow from the previous days, but not very heavy. Everyone held umbrellas, and after locking the door with a lock made from level 4 metal materials, the family went out together. There are still so many people in the market despite the rain. Recently, the weather has been abnormal, with evil beasts appearing under the dark clouds during the day, and the crisis has sharply increased. Other families might also want to buy some supplies to prepare. The family walked towards the market and found many people around. Why have the prices of the equipment in the store gone up by 10%? When they entered Wang Duanling's blacksmith shop, they immediately heard dissatisfied voices from other customers. Cao Fengqi looked around and found that everything in the blacksmith shop had indeed risen in price by 10%. Why is it getting more expensive? Cao Jianxing frowned and spoke. Recently, metal materials have been in short supply. Our boss has no choice. A young man at the counter said casually. These days, with the frequent celestial anomalies, everyone shouldn't pay too much attention to this price increase. Your lives are more important. A little? Is this just a little? Your prices were already very high. Someone spoke unhappily. This is profiting from disaster. Haha, a 10% increase is just a little, right? The young salesman glanced at him dismissively, his tone mocking and arrogant. This is the current price. Buy it or not. The surrounding customers looked somewhat displeased upon hearing this. However, they had no choice. After all, in the entire Liangmen County, there was only one blacksmith. Some items could only be bought here. How greedy. Cao Fengqi thought to himself. Looking at the level 4 weaponry, he raised an eyebrow and asked, where is that level 4 evil-slaying knife that used to be here? Oh, you want to buy a level 4 knife? The young man looked at him in surprise and replied, "That level 4 evil-slaying knife has already been bought by someone else. If you want to buy a level 4 knife, you'll have to wait 2 days." Cao Fengqi felt speechless upon hearing this. It seems that buying it is impossible. No wonder this blacksmith's shop, even if it's overpriced, never lacks customers. "Fengqi, I don't need it." Cao Jinsheng immediately pulled his arm. His son already has a level 4 knife. Buying another one would naturally be for him, but he doesn't deserve it. Let us buy one level 3 knife each for mom and sister-in-law, since it seems impossible to buy. Cao Fengqi didn't say anything else and looked at his mother and sister-in-law. "No need." Cao Jinsheng pulled his arm and said, "Level 3 knives are very common in the trading market. There's no need to buy here. They can be much cheaper outside." "Yes, let us buy outside." Lu Xiaoxiu and Lu Chunying immediately agreed. All right. This place is indeed a ripoff." Cao Fengqi didn't insist. And looking at the young salesman, he directly said, "Give me 5 level 1 arrows and 20 level 3 arrows. I'll trade with level for beast bones." "Oh, no problem." The young man's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Trading 6 pounds of level 4 beast bones for these arrows is indeed expensive. After walking out of the blacksmith's shop, Cao Jinsheng said somewhat painfully, "It doesn't matter. After all, beast bones are useless to us." Although he felt the trade was unequal, Cao Fengqi didn't care much. He looked at the arrows in his hand, revealing a satisfied expression. Triangular arrow, level 3. Effect, has good armor-piercing ability, will cause a continuous bleeding effect upon hitting the target. The penetrating power is not as good as the evil-piercing arrows, and it is relatively weak against evil spirits. But it has a bleeding effect that can deal greater damage to evil beasts. 20 triangular arrows, along with 10 evil-piercing arrows, are currently enough. Having bought his items, Cao Fengqi looked at his family and said, "Let us go to the weaver's clothing store." The weaver's clothing store sells mainly soft armor types. And because of the nature of soft armor, their prices are even higher than the blacksmith's shop. Cao Jinsheng still shook his head. "Let us check out the central market. Come with me." Cao Fengqi ignored his father and insisted, "Stop being so stingy every day." The weaver's clothing store, that Deputy County Head Xiao said she bought things there at half price. "It's just right to buy some equipment for my parents." Additionally, the clothing in the weaver's clothing store mainly consists of soft armor. At the same level, soft armor is worth much more than armor. In terms of defense, the difference is not significant. The advantage of soft armor is its lightness. If you have money, you naturally choose soft armor. Compared to the blacksmith shop, the weaver's shop belongs to the luxury category. "Fengqi, you don't need to buy us the best equipment. My sister-in-law and I rarely go to the Lost Lands." "Enough. Just follow me," Lu Xiaoxiu said, but was directly interrupted by Cao Fengqi, who asserted, "I say we buy what we need. Then let's listen to Fengqi." Cao Jinsheng thought about the resources at home and said to his wife, "Soft armor is not something they can't afford. They just feel it's unnecessary." "Hey sis, what are you doing here?" Just as the Cao family entered the weaver's clothing store, a voice suddenly came. Lu Chunying, holding a little treasure, looked at the two in front of her and calmly replied, "Brother, we came to buy some equipment." Cao Fengqi raised an eyebrow as he looked at the man and woman in the store. "Chunying, the clothes here are very expensive." The woman next to him looked her up and down and smiled, asking, "What's wrong, Chunying? Have you had good luck recently?" "My sister-in-law's luck has indeed been good lately." Cao Fengqi slowly replied, looking at the two. "Oh, really? That's good to hear." The woman paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Hee, since your life is better, you don't need to come to us for help anymore." "Seeking your help?" Just then, a staff member at the front counter walked over enthusiastically and said to Cao Fengqi, "Young Master Cao, are you here to buy clothes for your family?" Upon hearing her sister-in-law's words, Lu Chunying's eyes showed a hint of anger and regret, but before she could finish, the staff member's sudden appearance interrupted her, leaving her stunned. The enthusiastic welcome from the staff in the weaver's clothing store not only left Lu Chunying in shock, but also surprised Lu Chong and Wei Chunchen. What? Although the salespeople at the weaver's shop are not as arrogant as those in the blacksmith shop, they still carry an air of superiority. Their status 10 years ago in luxury stores would have been equivalent to that of a manager, higher than the average sales staff. To be so enthusiastic now? Cao Fengqi was not too surprised by the attitude of the female staff member. After all, he helped Deputy County Head Xiao acquire a level 6 treasure, making him a super VIP customer in the store. Chapter 38. The shock of the Lu family buying clothes. In the weaver's clothing store, Cao Fengqi nodded at the staff member. "Please pick out 2 sets of level 3 quality outfits for my parents." The female staff member looked over and immediately nodded. "Sure, young Master Cao, 2 outfits for each, right?" "Yes." Cao Fengqi pointed to the 2 little ones. "Do you have clothes for these 2 little guys?" "Get them 2 sets as well." "We do, young Master Cao." The staff member nodded. You can sit over there. I'll go get them. Okay. Cao Fengqi nodded. Wait a minute. At this moment, Cao Jianxing suddenly came to his senses. He couldn't understand what his son and the staff member were discussing, and quickly interrupted. Glaring at Cao Fengqi, Fengqi, why are you buying 2 sets of clothes? 1 set is enough. Also, why do Daba and Xiaobao need level 3 quality clothes? How can you wash and change clothes if you don't buy 2 sets? Cao Fengqi looked at him as a matter of course. And you can't just wear the same outfit every day? Wash and change. Everyone else couldn't comprehend this. Level 3 quality outfits, and you want to wash and change? This is level 3 quality soft armor. Each piece is worth at least 1 soul. 1 set is 2 souls, and 2 sets are 4 souls. What does that mean? Buying meat would be enough for the family to eat for 2 to 3 months. Plus, Daba and Xiaobao help me with shoulder massages every day. They may not have earned merits, but they have put in effort. Cao Fengqi looked at the 2 little ones and smiled, asking, isn't that right? Uncle, do we also get new clothes? Little Bao raised his head, looking at him with a happy and expectant face. Of course, Cao Fengqi nodded with a smile. Young Master Cao is our esteemed guest. If you buy 2 outfits, it will be at the price of 1. The staff member smiled from the side. She looked Cao Fengqi up and down, filled with curiosity. When her boss told her yesterday, she was very surprised. So far, he was the first person who could buy clothes at half price in their store. Even those extraordinary individuals in the county didn't have this treatment. Half price? Lu Chang exclaimed, disbelief written all over his face. Hee. Cao Fengqi glanced at him and chuckled lightly, with a hint of sarcasm. Son, this is still too extravagant. Lu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but tug at his clothes. Enough, let's try on the clothes later. Cao Fengqi directly brushed her off, thinking that older people always complain about prices and refuse to buy this or that. Young Master Cao, let your family take a look at these clothes. At this moment, the staff quickly brought over a set of outfits. They should fit very well. Cao Fengqi nodded and gestured to his parents. A few people looked at his strong attitude and took the clothes to measure. Mom, Uncle, do they look good? Little Bao held his clothes, looking up with a beaming face. They look good. Little Bao looks the best. Lu Chunying watched her daughter, her eyes unknowingly turning red. She recalled the grievances she had suffered in her family over the past 2 years, holding back tears as she squatted down to pat her daughter's head, not wanting anyone to see her embarrassment. They really are nice. Cao Fengqi glanced at Little Bao and then at a piece of clothing hanging in the center of the store. Tianzhu clothes, level 4. Effect. This clothing is made from ghost-faced spider silk as the main material. When worn, it can activate web protection in case of danger, forming a decent defense. This Tianzhu outfit has quite a good effect. Cao Fengqi said to the staff member, please bring this one over too. Dad, try this on. He looked at his father. Me? Forget it. What do you mean forget it? Stop talking nonsense. You're wearing what I buy. Hearing his father's words made him a bit impatient. But this time, his father said with a dark face, it counts whether you want it or not. Look at this outfit. Is it something I would wear? Cao Fengqi looked at the outfit that had a waist design and a noticeable chest design, slightly fairy-like in style, awkwardly touching his nose. He then looked at his mother, chuckled, and said to the staff member, who was holding back laughter, wrap it up. Cao Jiansheng paused when he saw his son wanted to buy it, glancing at his daughter-in-law and her brother, and said lightly, all right, buy it. Chunying can wear it just fine. Fengqi, I can't accept this. Lu Chunying, hearing this, trembled and quickly stood up to refuse. In a family, there should be no 2 households. Cao Jiansheng looked at her. If Fengqi wants to buy it, then buy it. You know this kid is very stubborn. He glanced at Lu Chang and his wife, who were both in disbelief, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Now he understood why his son loved to show off so much. This is really nice. Cao Fengqi looked at his father speechlessly. Me? Stubborn? All right. He glanced at his parents and declared his authority. From now on, just listen to me. Okay, we'll listen to you. Lu Xiaoxiu happily agreed. Whatever my son says goes. These are for trading. There's no shortage. Let us go. Cao Fengqi didn't linger here. He handed all the Xian Sure beast's flesh and bones he brought this time to the staff member and then called his family to leave. Under the shocked gazes of Lu Chang and Wei Chunqin, the family of 6 walked out. Husband, Spring Ying, the Cao family, and Wei Chun watched their departing figures, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. Not long ago, their little sister-in-law had come to their house, saying that her younger brother had given the family's moon spirit stones to a girl and wanted to borrow 2 pieces from them. At that time, they had refused, citing the limited number of moon spirit stones at home. But now, they were buying complete sets of level 3 quality clothes, and even buying level 4 clothes without batting an eye. Moreover, that wasteful son of the Cao family was buying clothes at the weaver's clothing store at half price. The changes were too rapid and significant. At this moment, Lu Chang's expression was also constantly changing. Could the Cao family be on the rise again? He looked at the level 3 soft armor he had saved for a long time to buy and thought about how his nephew and niece had bought 2 sets of level 3 clothes in one go. Even his weak little sister could have level 4 quality extraordinary clothes. He felt a mix of emotions. If he had level 4 quality clothes. No, if he were that rich. He would go to Wang Duanling's shop to buy level 4 weapons and armor. With level 4 weapons and armor, he couldn't even imagine how strong he would be. Returning home, Lu Chang walked with an uncertain expression. The Lu family was located in the 66th migration team of Liangmin County, some distance from the Cao family. The Lu family had not split up. The 6 of them lived together. A 45 square meter level 3 shelter was quite spacious. A few years ago, the Lu family's conditions were very ordinary, but nearby neighbors all knew that the Lu family's daughter had married a good husband, and the Lu family had found a good son-in-law. The son-in-law was strong and had given the Lu family a lot of help, providing a level 3 weapon to the little brother-in-law. A level 3 weapon from a few years ago was very precious. With these resources, the Lu family, although not rich, was living much better than an ordinary family. Chapter 39. Scanning Extraordinary Sequence Runes. Fengqi, did you buy the soft armor? In front of the Lu family shelter, Lu Fengshan looked at his son and daughter-in-law as they returned and asked, Dad, I bought it. Lu Chang nodded. That's good. Lu Fengshan nodded. Fengqi, put down the things. Let's go to your sister's house. At that moment, Lu Muzhong Chunfen came out of the shelter and gestured to them. Take 2 moon spirit stones with you. Give them to your sister later. Didn't she come to ask for them last time? Hey, you don't know? I just heard someone say that Cao Fengqi from the Cao family is now rising. Today, when our migration team encountered a corrupted beast, this little fellow used an extraordinary firearm and shot down 6 color-changing centipedes with 6 shots. Quite impressive. Lu Chang opened his mouth to say something, but his mother's words kept coming, causing him to pause. Also, I just found out today that the Cao family shelter is now a full 100 square meters. I've also heard people say that the Cao family is living very well now. Who would have thought? Zhang Chunfen said, her expression slightly emotional. Who would have thought that that wasteful boy from the Cao family could have such abilities? Be polite to that Cao Fengqi when we go to the Cao family later. No wonder, no wonder. Wei Chun Chun, hearing this, showed a look of realization on her face and quickly said, Mom, we just ran into my sister and the Cao family at the Weaver's clothing store. You wouldn't believe it. They bought a total of 10 sets of level 3 quality clothes. 10 sets. They even bought a level 4 quality extraordinary outfit for my sister. Wei Chun Chun's words made Lu Fengshan and his wife tremble. Level 4 extraordinary clothes. Lu Fengshan's mouth fell open in disbelief as he looked at his son for confirmation. It's true, Lu Chang nodded silently. They should still be in the market now. Hiss. Lu Fengshan gasped, remaining silent for a long time before slowly looking at his wife. Go buy some meat in the market and get some gifts for the 2 kids. Tomorrow at noon, we'll go visit Spring Ying. Okay. Zhang Chunfen nodded somewhat absent-mindedly. Showing a hint of a smile, Spring Ying has always been filial. If she's doing well, we're happy too. Yes, yes. Wei Chun Chun's mind stirred, her eyes flickering. Sister Spring Ying is really nice. She and Fengqi have a deep relationship. If Fengqi goes to the Lost Land to look for resources, he could borrow her level 4 extraordinary outfit. When Fengqi finds something, he can also give Spring Ying some. As for whether it was women's clothing, so what? That was level 4 quality, a powerful extraordinary outfit woven by that weaver master. Men can wear it too. Lu Fengshan nodded and instructed them. Don't mention this tomorrow. Your sister might have some grievances against us. Just say some good words. Spring Ying is soft-hearted. Lu Chang silently nodded, thinking about how Cao Fengqi could buy things at half price in the weaver's clothing store, feeling even more excited. TCH, no wonder you like to show off so much. After the family bought 2 level 3 knives at the central trading market and returned home, Cao Jianxing looked at his son, thinking about the expressions of his future son-in-law and daughter-in-law at the time, feeling very pleased. He paused and looked at his daughter-in-law, slowly saying, Spring Ying, your maternal family disregards kinship. Don't be too sad. Some things should be cut off. Dad, I'm not stupid. Lu Chuning knew her father-in-law was reminding her and replied without any resentment. Now it's Fengqi who is supporting our family. She looked at Cao Fengqi and said seriously, from now on, I will listen to Fengqi. Sitting on the sofa eating defeng fruit, he was momentarily taken aback. This sounded a bit tempting, didn't it? Uncle is the best for us. Little Bao smiled as he hugged Cao Fengqi's neck and shouted. That's right, that's right. The Bao echoed from the side. Exactly. Cao Fengqi responded naturally, looking at them. Just remember to be filial to your uncle from now on. When we grow up, we will take care of uncle. The words of the 2 little ones made everyone laugh heartily. Lu Chuning looked on, also smiling. Even Dabao and Xiaobao knew who treated them well. She naturally knew too. After seeing her brother spend money to buy clothes at the weaver's clothing store, but not willing to help her at all, she had completely let it go. She understood where her home was, who her relatives were, and who treated her well. Her gaze fell on the level 4 quality extraordinary outfit in the bag, and she made up her mind. By the way, son, how could you buy things at half price in the weaver's clothing store? Cao Jianqing thought of this and looked at him, questioning. Yesterday, I helped that deputy county chief Xiao with a small favor, Cao Fengqi casually replied without going into detail. Cao Jianqing and the others did not pursue the matter further. I'm going to the Lost Land. Don't wait for dinner for me. Just save some for me. After chatting with his parents for a bit, Cao Fengqi went straight back to his room. Next, whether he could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle depended on this time. In his room, Cao Fengqi prepared arrows and all his equipment, rubbed his hands, and lay on the bed with flickering eyes. Would you like to enter the Lost Land? Enter. In the underground shelter of the desolate town, a figure slowly appeared. Cao Fengqi picked up the level 3 metal pieces he had prepared yesterday and immediately put them into his bag. Action, start. Half an hour later, he arrived at the central position of Westwater Lake in the Xian Beast domain. This was also parallel to the Klein Potion Shop on the map. Taking out a piece of cut level 3 metal, Cao Fengqi threw it forcefully towards a position 500 meters away in the Xian Beast domain. Seeing the position displayed by the external scan, he nodded in satisfaction. The 6 segments of the shot also enhanced the accuracy of throwing stones. He continued to take out the second piece of metal and threw it to a spot 200 meters away from where the first piece landed. At the end, Cao Fengqi used arrows to carry a piece of metal, shooting it over 2,000 meters away with his 6-stage shot. I've lost so much level 3 metal. It should be able to attract a lot of Xianxiviasts, he thought to himself, silently praying as he hid behind a collapsed wall, quietly waiting. It moved. That piece of level 3 metal moved. Within 10 minutes, in Cao Fengqi's view, the first piece of level 3 metal he had thrown out, which was 522 meters away, began to move. Clearly, this piece had already been swallowed by a Xianxiviast and had not yet been digested. He did not hurry, waiting quietly. Until a few dozen seconds later, the second piece of metal over 700 meters away also started to move. The first and second pieces of metal were 2 to 3 meters apart, indicating that the 2 pieces had entered the bellies of 2 different Xianxiviasts. Since he had not been detected by the powerful Xianxiviasts while hiding here, he could act. Cao Fengqi focused his mind and returned to reality, placing all his equipment except for the evil concealment armor in the room. This was not because he was resigned to death, but because he was worried that carrying too many level 4 materials would alert the powerful Xianxiviasts. Wearing only the evil concealment armor was the safest and most stealthy option. This operation was meant for reconnaissance, not for fighting the Xianxiviasts. Charge. Returning to the desolate town, Cao Fengqi saw that the level 3 metal he had thrown out over 900 meters away had already been swallowed by a Xianxiviast. He looked towards the dark, unknown realm of the Xianxiviasts and activated the wind-breaking movement technique. Moving in sync with the wind and hiding his sound, Cao Fengqi executed a move from the wind-breaking movement technique. With wind as his foundation and silence as his essence, he moved with the wind and concealed his sound. He perfectly suppressed the sound of his movement. Cao Fengqi's speed was quick. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. He swiftly penetrated the realm of the Xianxiviasts. Scanned within a 1-kilometer range. 5 level 1 materials, 1 level 4 material, for level 5 materials, 1 level 6 material, scanned an extraordinary sequence rune. As he delved 500 meters into the realm of the Xianxiviasts, a message came through. Thank you to the big boss for the constant updates. Thank you. Big brother Ha. Also, thanks to Nai Bai and Lao Wu who loves vegetarian fillings for generating power with love, and thanks to the 4 big bosses, moi. Chapter 40. The terrifying Xianxiviast when the information from the external scan appeared, and the levels of materials and distances floated into Cao Fengqi's view. His breathing instantly became rapid. Even his body movement was slightly disrupted. He fixed his brilliant gaze on the position to his right front. Extraordinary sequence rune. Extraordinary sequence rune. It was located over 900 meters away from him. In addition, the treasures in the realm of the Xianxiviasts exceeded his expectations. For level 5 materials and 1 level 6 material. Moreover, that level 6 material was in the same position as the extraordinary sequence rune, almost overlapping. One thing was certain. The positions of the extraordinary sequence rune and the level 6 treasure should be at the secret craftsman's shop. Among the 4 level 5 materials, one was a few meters from the extraordinary sequence rune, while the others were further back near the Klein Potion shop. At this moment, Cao Fengqi's eyes reddened. He bit his lip and decisively moved closer to the direction of the extraordinary sequence rune. Wealth lies in risk. Even if that was the lair of the Xianxiviasts. Even if there were still Xianxiviasts gathered there. Even if he might lose his life this time. Even if he could not obtain the extraordinary sequence rune. Cao Fengqi had to take a chance. He needed to confirm one thing. Whether the extraordinary sequence rune was buried underground or on the surface. This was very important. Many treasures that Cao Fengqi had obtained were buried underground. And if it was underground, it would be a big trouble for him. If it was on the surface, it would be much easier for him to fight for it next. In his view, the distance of over 900 meters was being shortened little by little. 800 meters. 600 meters. 400 meters. Perhaps most of the Xianxiviasts had been attracted away by the level 3 metal, as he did not encounter a single one along the way. 300 meters. 250 meters. The closer he got, the more excited Cao Fengqi felt. When he reached 200 meters, his heart could not help but beat faster. His eyes fixed on the position of the extraordinary sequence rune and the level 6 treasure. It was already within sight. However, at that moment, his forward motion suddenly came to a halt. He slowly opened his mouth, and his expression changed dramatically. In his view, he saw that the level 5 material originally next to the extraordinary sequence rune suddenly moved, rising half a meter. In an instant, Cao Fengqi felt a chill run down his spine, and a possibility flashed through his mind. The level 5 material beside the extraordinary sequence rune was undigested food inside a Xianxiviast. Was there a possibility that the 3 level 5 moving resources he encountered a few days ago in the realm of the Xianxiviasts were not remnants, but Xianxiviasts? 3 level 5 resources inside its body, and now 2 level 5 resources had already been consumed, leaving 1 undigested? The more Cao Fengqi thought about it, the more he felt there was a great possibility. If that was the case, the positions of the extraordinary sequence rune and the level 6 treasure were very likely the lair of the Xianxiviasts. A Xianxiviast capable of digesting level 5 metal. Cao Fengqi swallowed hard. An existence of this level could easily kill him. Did this Xianxiviast suddenly move because it sensed him from afar? Cao Fengqi became alert. If so, he absolutely could not approach now. He could also see whether the extraordinary sequence rune was underground. He slowly crouched down, turning his head to look towards the position of the extraordinary sequence rune. It was parallel. That level 6 treasure was even slightly higher, not located on the ground. This was bad. The Xianxiviast moved and was heading in his direction. Cao Fengqi immediately got up and turned to flee. Roar! A fierce roar came from behind. At the same time, a scene that made Cao Fengqi's scalp tingle appeared. In his mind, 4 red warning objects shot towards him at a terrifying speed. Cao Fengqi knew that these were the bone spikes released by the Xianxiviast. However, the number and speed of the bone spikes released by this Xianxiviast far exceeded those he encountered before. Whoosh! 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 Seeing the safe location indicated by the script, he hurriedly dodged. 3 bone spikes narrowly brushed past him. At over 200 meters, even with the script's foresight, he almost couldn't evade. Cao Fengqi's soul nearly jumped out from fright, gritting his teeth and desperately rushing forward. The Xianxiviast behind clearly seemed surprised that the weak little guy in front could dodge its attack. After a moment of daze, it began to move. Boom! It bent its limbs slightly and stared fiercely. Its 3-meter body unleashed unimaginable explosive power, chasing after Cao Fengqi at a terrifying speed. Damn, this speed! The script had already indicated the Xianxiviast that was coming for him. And when Cao Fengqi saw the other party close the distance to him by 10 meters in an instant, he was stunned. This speed was twice as fast as his. Pills. He wanted to escape the realm of the Xianxiviasts, which was over a kilometer away, but now, if he fled 200 meters, he would probably be caught. Cao Fengqi was horrified. He could not go back the way he came. Damn it, fight for it. Without any hesitation, he turned and desperately fled towards the center of the desolate town. In the desperate struggle for survival, his adrenaline surged, and he pushed the wind-breaking movement to its limits. Bang! Bang! However, even though he had already reached his fastest speed, the heavy footsteps behind him were still getting closer and closer. Within a 1-kilometer range, 10 pieces of level 1 materials have been scanned, 6 pieces of level 2 materials, 2 pieces of level 5 materials, and 1 piece of level 6 materials. As the scanning information came in, Cao Fengqi's gaze sharpened. He knew that outside a kilometer was not the territory of the Xianxi beast, but rather that of the vengeful corpses. It's time to fight. Sensing the approaching Xianxi beast, Cao Fengqi opened his mouth and shouted loudly. Vengeful corpses, save my brother. His voice echoed in the empty wasteland town, exceptionally striking. The level 6 materials a kilometer away were attracted by the sound and immediately moved closer. Roar! From behind. The Xianshi beast instantly sensed the vengeful corpses a kilometer away. Seeing them approach, it froze, raised its head, and let out a warning roar. Obviously, it was wary of the distant vengeful corpses. Crack! The distant vengeful corpses heard its warning roar and immediately responded with strange sounds. Roar! The Xianshi beast roared again, and both sides entered a brief stalemate. The gamble paid off. Seeing the Xianshi beast stop, Cao Fengqi was overjoyed. After frantically increasing the distance to over 300 meters from the Xianshi beast, he turned and ran to the right. Naturally, he dared not approach the front, as that vengeful corpse was evidently more terrifying than the Xianshi beast. According to the information he had just gathered, he was discovered only when he was 200 meters close to the Xianshi beast. Now that he had pulled away over 300 meters, he used the breaking wind movement technique to minimize his noise. After seeing that the Xianshi beast did not pursue him and that the vengeful corpses had not arrived, he heaved a heavy sigh of relief. That was close. Not dying is a huge gain. Although this was perilous, at least he had grasped the necessary information. Exiting the territory of the Xianshi beast, Cao Fengqi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still feeling lingering fear. He kept retreating until he reached the edge of the wasteland town, gazing intently at the location of the extraordinary runes, clenching his fists tightly. Tomorrow, using the evil music box, he would get some level 4 metal materials. He wouldn't believe he couldn't lure them out. Cao Fengqi's eyes flickered, deciding to go all out tomorrow, as long as he could lure the Xianshi beast away from the extraordinary sequence runes. He could step onto the extraordinary sequence and become the extraordinary practitioner that countless people dream of. It was still early, so he decided to check out those 3 pieces of level 5 resources. After hesitating for a moment, he headed northeast. Chapter 41. Level 5 Renewable Resources. Sister-in-law's initiative Cao Fengqi was currently positioned in the southern and western parts of the wasteland town. Now, he prepared to head towards the eastern and southern parts. He planned to circle the edge of the eastern Xianshi beast territory and see if he could obtain those 3 pieces of level 5 resources. In fact, he still lacked confidence in acquiring the extraordinary sequence runes next. He didn't have 100% certainty that the Xianshi beast would be attracted by the evil music box. He also hadn't confirmed whether there was only one of those powerful Xianshi beasts like the one before. If he could enhance his strength or get level 5 metal materials as bait, his chances of obtaining the extraordinary sequence runes would be significantly greater. He contemplated this as he returned to the reality shelter, taking all his equipment and weapons with him. This time, it was quite a distance from the east to the Klein potion shop. Moreover, the eastern direction was unexplored territory for him, shrouded in mystery. He needed to be prepared. Within a 1-kilometer range, 5 pieces of level 1 materials, 1 piece of level 2 materials, and 1 piece of level 3 materials have been scanned. Damn! Is the eastern side of Zhangxian town a slum? Or has it been plundered by the Xianshi beast? Cao Fengqi cautiously walked along the edge of the Xianshi beast territory towards the east for over an hour. The highest level of materials scanned was only level 3. He hadn't encountered any ghost-faced spiders or disaster rats. He strongly suspected that this area was the slum of the wasteland town, where even rats would cry as they left. He should be close to those 3 pieces of level 5 resources now, regardless of the situation. Cao Fengqi's goal was never these ordinary resources. He gazed into the distance and continued forward. Within a 1-kilometer range, 3 pieces of level 1 materials, 1 piece of level 2 materials, and 3 pieces of level 5 materials have been scanned. 5 minutes later, a message came in, and Cao Fengqi saw the 3 pieces of level 5 materials appear on the interface, revealing an expression of anticipation. Sure enough, they were in the direction closer to him. His heart raced, and he whispered to himself, gripping the Xian Lung blade as he moved forward. 900 meters, 700 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters. Within a 1-kilometer range, 1 piece of level 5 material, 1 piece of level 6 material, and the extraordinary sequence runes have been scanned. When Cao Fengqi was less than 300 meters from the 3 pieces of level 5 materials, the extraordinary sequence runes appeared within his range. He nervously looked in that direction. The Xianshi beast, which still had undigested level 5 materials inside, had returned to the side of the extraordinary sequence runes, lying quietly and motionless. When he was only wearing the evil concealment armor, the Xianshi beast had discovered him from about 200 meters away. Now, since he was holding level 4 materials, it might have increased its detection range. But the 3 pieces of level 5 resources were still 600 to 700 meters away from the extraordinary sequence runes. So he shouldn't need to take off his gear. Calculating in his heart, Cao Fengqi hesitated for a moment, but still decided to keep his weapon with him. 200 meters, 100 meters. As Cao Fengqi approached his target, he grew increasingly nervous. Level 5 resources. Even if they were just metal materials, they were quite valuable and very useful to him. They're S-light. Could it be spirit herbs? He held his breath nervously, looking at the 3 pieces of level 5 resources that were now less than 80 meters away, in his line of sight. The pure white light was exceptionally striking in this dark world. The ground here felt strange. Cao Fengqi looked down at the ground and noticed that the texture had changed significantly. Soft and slightly dry, it was completely different from the muddy terrain elsewhere after rain. Spirit soil polluted by evil energy, quality 0, effect. After pollution, it has become ordinary soil. There's even a property, polluted spirit soil? Cao Fengqi examined it and speculated. Could this be a herb garden? The potion shop, herb garden? He glanced around, and seeing no danger indicated. He cautiously continued to approach. Everything was going much smoother than he had imagined. Soon, 2 petals of white flowers, with a flower heart glowing softly like candlelight, appeared in his view. Those 2 seemingly ordinary white flowers carried an air of mystery, tranquility, and holiness, dispelling the surrounding darkness. When Cao Fengqi saw the attributes of these flowers, his mouth slightly opened. Radiant sunflower, quality 5. Effect, emits an aura detested by evil spirits and beasts. Can even purify weak blood spirit evil beasts. 2 5-quality flowers have bloomed, nourished by moonlight stones, moonlight essence, etc., to accelerate the blooming of the flowers. Radiant sunflower petals, quality 5, 2, effect, can be consumed directly, can be used for alchemy, can be made into exorcism water. Consuming directly can increase 5 points of physique and 5 points of mental power. Note, each additional flower consumed will reduce the medicinal effect by 20. Cao Fengqi looked at the radiant sunflower and the radiant sunflower petals, feeling a bit teary-eyed. What the hell is called a surprise? This is a surprise. After running around like a dog for days to obtain treasures, he unexpectedly obtained 3 pieces of level 5 resources so easily. Moreover, even more exciting for him was that this radiant sunflower could be cultivated. It could continuously bloom flowers using moonlight stones and moonlight essence. Damn. After several days of bad luck, he finally had a stroke of good fortune. This radiant sunflower was incredibly valuable. If he consumed it, it could increase his physique and mental power by 9 points, which was crucial for tomorrow's actions. Cao Fengqi grinned widely. He reached out and picked 2 flowers, consuming them without hesitation. As the petals entered his mouth, a refreshing fragrance wafted in, and he swallowed it down along with his saliva. He then carefully dug out a large clump of soil with the sunlit flower and, with a thought, returned directly to the reality sanctuary. In the living room, there happened to be a potted plant that his sister-in-law had bought. Cao Fengqi stepped out of the room, removed the flowers inside, and planted the sunlit flower. After hesitating for a moment, he took a piece of moonlight jade and buried it in the soil. Fengqi, what are you busy with? Do you need my help? At that moment, a soft voice came from the open door beside him. Cao Fengqi turned to see his sister-in-law wearing pajamas and softly responded. I got a spirit flower from the lost land, and I'm taking care of it in a pot. It's all done. Lu Chunying looked at him, paused for a moment, and then gratefully said, Thank you for your hard work for this family. You're welcome. Cao Fengqi smiled faintly. You must be tired. Daba and Xiaobao are already asleep. How about I give you a massage, just to relieve your fatigue? The next moment, a soft and sticky voice floated over, causing him to be slightly taken aback. Sister-in-law wants to give me a massage? The faint glow of the moonlight stone illuminated the living room as Lu Chunying nervously fidgeted with her hands behind her back. She lowered her head slightly, and the moonlight stone's light couldn't quite reveal her blushing cheeks. Even her neck was flushed. Thanks to He Weibing for the 2 flowers. And thanks to the Great Master Yuzhen for 1 flower and 1 love-powered gift. Thanks to the hard soft ribs for 3 love-powered gifts. And to Old Wu for his love-powered gift. Thank you for your support. Chapter 42. The Wu family's anger and Wu Qingqian's revenge, revised, within the Cao family's sanctuary. After Lu Chunying's words fell, there was a moment of silence. Cao Fengqi looked at his sister-in-law, who was still slightly plump in her pajamas, and pursed his lips. If Dad and Mom, or Daba and Xiaobao see this, it won't be good. If they saw this late at night, how embarrassing would that be? He was from Daxia, not from some island nation. Lu Chunying heard his words and felt a bit speechless, realizing that it would indeed be awkward if discovered. She took a deep breath, looked at him calmly, and said, It's fine, just a massage. We're in the living room. It's not like it's something shameful. Then forget it. Thank you, sister-in-law. But no need. Cao Fengqi hesitated for a few seconds and still refused. You should go to bed. I'll grab something to eat. Sorry, it's formal. I won't do it. Lu Chunying was slightly confused and puzzled by his refusal, wondering what then forget it meant. All right. She tossed her long hair and walked over to continue. I'll clean up here. Okay. Cao Fengqi nodded, stood up, and walked towards the kitchen. Lu Chunying glanced at his figure, recalling the scene when she first met her brother-in-law. At that time, he was just a little guy. Now he was taller than his brother, more capable, and even much more handsome. She bent down and picked up the flower pot on the floor. However, when she saw the attributes of the sunlit flower, her red lips slightly parted. She then glanced at the boy sitting at the dining table eating, and after a good 10 seconds, carefully placed the sunlit flower in a safe spot. After taking one last look, she returned to her room. Looking at her son and daughter on the bed, with their rosy cheeks and limbs sprawled, she slowly walked over to cover them with a blanket, smiling slightly. Some things required her to take the initiative, even if it meant losing face. For the sake of the children, and for herself, she thought to herself, and glanced at the neatly folded level 4 clothes at the head of the bed. The experiences of the past few years had helped her grow a lot. Nothing tastes better than dumplings. Speaking of which, my surname is Cao. I hope I'm not a descendant of Cao Cao, right? At the same time, in the dining room, Cao Fengqi was eating meat dumplings made by his mother, thinking about his sister-in-law's appearance and figure. At the peak of his hormones, it would be impossible for him not to feel moved. If he could really, cough cough, it's a 1,000-year tradition of the Cao family. All because of the bloodline. He couldn't blame himself. After finishing his meal, he returned to his room, contemplating a decision to rest. Tomorrow he would need to continue working hard and replenish his energy. Cao Fengqi. Extraordinary sequence. None. Physique. 45. Mental strength. 23. Skill. Shooting. Stage 6. Equipment. Arcane musket. Evil cloak. Blue patterned robe. Xianlong knife. Evil breaking bow. Evil inducing music box. Supplies. Healing potion. Lost land. 510. Blessing of blue star. Gathering skill. Insight skill. Construction skill. Fluent in language and writing. Would you like to activate the cheat? Before sleeping, Cao Fengqi looked at his attributes and showed a satisfied expression. His father said that the physiques of those aristocratic masters in Liangmen County were around 45, and his physique had reached 45, coupled with the enhancement of skills. He was not afraid of anyone below the extraordinary sequence now. The night quickly passed, and as Cao Fengqi stepped out of his room, he saw his parents happily standing in front of the sunlit flower, admiring it. It's just a flower. What's so interesting about it? Cao Fengqi said, yawning. Awesome, awesome. My son is awesome. The family had already gotten used to having a show-off at home, and Cao Jinxing smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Cao Fengqi smiled back. In this era, without phones to play with, teasing Daba and Xiaobao and showing off was his only joy. After breakfast, the migration team continued to move forward. The sky was overcast and black raindrops fell. Due to the sudden appearance of the evil beast yesterday, everyone remained vigilant. The entire marching team felt somewhat oppressive and gloomy. Those damn guys actually said our daughter is a jinx, that she has a husband-killing fate. It's all that Cao family's kid, that little brat. I'm so mad. In the area of the 8th migration team of Liangmen County, a family was currently filled with anger. The incident of the evil beast invasion yesterday resulted in some deaths and some gaining fame in battle. All of this became the topic of discussion among the people during the monotonous migration. And the most dazzling, aside from the shocking strength displayed by a few extraordinary sequence users, was the Cao family's Cao Fengqi from the 55th team, an 18-year-old boy wielding an extraordinary musket, killing 6 color-changing skeletal centipedes with 6 shots. This achievement at such a young age undoubtedly placed him among the elite of Liangmen County. Naturally, many people were interested in the gossip about the favored son of heaven. Soon, the Wu family also received this news. This made Wu father and Wu mother's faces exceptionally grim. Many people in the county were saying that their daughter was a jinx, that she had a husband-killing fate. Once this label was placed upon her, how would their daughter ever get married? Who would dare to marry her? Damn it! How did he suddenly become so powerful? Wu Qianqian was also incredibly shocked upon receiving this news. She couldn't believe that the once infatuated boy had become the favored son of Liangmen County, the envy of others. This matter can't just end like this. Old Wu, when the team stops, we need to find the Cao family. Wu mother continued with a face full of anger. They must give us an explanation. This damn kid, huff. Wu father maintained a stern face, his expression fluctuating, and with a sigh, he said, forget it. The Cao family is powerful now. If we go to them, it might just add to the joke. Although he felt the same anger in his heart, he had not lost his reason. Directly going to the Cao family to demand an explanation? Not to mention that their daughter had asked that kid to catch moonlight bugs at night and got hurt, which made their Wu family not in the right. Even if it escalated, they were no match for the Cao family, especially with that kid from the Cao family being so powerful now. Forget it? Dad, they bullied your daughter like this, and we just let it go? Wu Qianqian widened her eyes and reluctantly said after hearing her father's words. She, Wu Qianqian, had never suffered such grievances. Dear, in this era, strength is everything. Even if we make a scene, it won't change anything, Wu's father said bitterly. Making a scene will only bring more shame. Wu Qianqian opened her mouth, and thinking of the humiliation she suffered from Cao Fengqi, her expression twisted slightly. Gritting her teeth, she said, I will find Wang Dahai and ask him to help me teach Cao Fengqi a lesson. Wang Dahai? Now that the Cao family kid has some ability, will the Wang family be willing to offend him? Wu's mother frowned and suddenly said with a glint in her eyes, Dear, why don't you consider marrying Dahai? The Wang family is wealthy and powerful. Although Cao Fengqi is formidable, he is nothing in the Wang family. If you marry Wang Dahai, who would dare to bully you in the future? Who would dare to speak ill of you? That's right. Wu's father also felt tempted and echoed. If the Wang family is willing to stand up for us, then what do we have to fear? Cao Fengqi must apologize. If our daughter marries Wang Dahai, our Wu family will have another support. After experiencing yesterday's crisis, he increasingly felt that marrying his daughter to the Wang family was necessary, even if it meant being a minor wife. All right. Wu Qianqian paused for a moment and nodded heavily. I will marry him. Good daughter. You should have listened to your parents earlier. Wu's mother felt a surge of joy and smiled as she patted her head. In this day and age, strength and background are the most important. Many people want to marry into wealthy families and become wealthy wives. Dahai likes you because you are beautiful. You will be glad for your choice in the future. I want Wang Dahai to teach that bastard a lesson and break his legs, Wu Qianqian said resentfully. I will go find him right now. Wu's father and mother saw this and did not stop her. Instead, smiles appeared on their faces. They suddenly felt that this matter was a good thing for them. Chapter 43. The Shock of the Liu Family, revised. Cao Fengqi did not know that Wu Qianqian wanted to take revenge on him. Nor did he know what a woman could do when she went crazy. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Today's schedule went smoothly without any surprises, which relieved everyone. After traveling for 5 hours, the Cao family began to set up a shelter and cook. Ahead was the Cao family, and the changes were indeed significant. Half an hour later, 4 figures approached in front of the Cao family shelter. Lu Fengshan and the others were holding some gifts, looking at the luxurious mansion ahead with envy. Let's go, Zhang Chunfen said, glancing around. Let's go see our granddaughter and grandson. The few of them nodded and arrived at the door of the Cao family shelter, knocking on it. Who is it? It's us, Chunying. A voice came from inside. And upon hearing her daughter's voice, Zhang Chunfen immediately responded. There was a moment of silence inside the room, and a few seconds later, the door slowly opened. Mom and Dad, why are you here? Lu Chunying said, slightly furrowing her brows. Isn't it to see Daba and Xiaobao? Zhang Chunfen said with a smile. I also brought some food for the kids. Hearing her mother's words, Lu Chunying suddenly felt a bit sad and hypocritical. We are eating, she replied flatly, and walked towards the room. Hey, little sister, Wei Chunchun looked at her attitude and slightly frowned. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was pulled back by Lu Chong. It's fine, you all eat, Lu Fengshan said, his eyes flashing with embarrassment as he followed them inside. Upon seeing the environment inside the Cao family shelter, he was shocked. Inside the room, the Cao family members frowned upon seeing their unexpected in-laws. Cao Jiansheng and Lu Xiaoxi didn't even get up to greet them, sitting coldly in place. They had already seen through their in-laws' demeanor. Cao Fengqi scanned the 4 of them, revealing a faint smirk. The Lu family knew that the Cao family had some grievances against them, but didn't care, smiling as they entered the house. In-laws, are you eating? Zhang Chunfen took the initiative to greet them, her gaze falling on Daba and Xiaobao as she took out 2 grilled sausages from her bag and smiled. My good grandchildren. Look what your grandma brought you, your favorite grilled sausages. Daba and Xiaobao looked at their grandma, hesitated, and then glanced at their mom. Tap, tap. Cao Fengqi saw this and tapped his chopsticks against the bowl, saying to them, don't eat junk food. Oh, okay, uncle. The 2 little ones immediately nodded obediently upon hearing his words. Although they were small, they were not foolish and could tell that the atmosphere was off. At this moment, it was right to listen to their uncle. Their uncle treated them the best. How could this be junk food? Zhang Chunfen was momentarily stunned. Grilled sausages were delicacies. How could such expensive snacks be considered junk food? She suppressed her displeasure and continued to say to Daba and Xiaobao, come on, kids, take them. Cao Fengqi glanced at her and picked up a piece of meat, handing it to the 2 little ones, saying lightly, in the future, don't eat others' cheap stuff randomly. You have to repay favors. The more you eat quality meat, the better. And drink more of this wine, understand? Cao Fengqi's words, without any courtesy, left the Lu family members slightly stunned. However, they were even more shocked by the content of his words. Quality meat? Lu Fengshan and the others looked straight at the table. Seeing the meat that exuded a faint sheen and was obviously extraordinary, they felt a tumult in their hearts. Was it really quality meat? At this moment, they also noticed the other plates of delicacies on the table: cured meat, unknown crow wings, disaster rat meat stir-fried with vegetables, and a plate of fruits. There were even fruits. No, it seemed there was also wine. Yes, wine. The Lu family couldn't help but sniff, various fragrances hitting their faces. And they all swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It felt a bit crazy. Compared to their own meals, saying it was pig food would not be an exaggeration. Haha. Lu Fengshan's expression changed slightly, forcing another smile and pretending not to understand Cao Fengqi's sarcastic remarks. He said, Daba and Xiaobao are still young. Drinking alcohol is a bit inappropriate. What's inappropriate? The quality wine made from powerful beast gallbladder can increase 5 points of constitution. Cao Fengqi directly brought the wine jar beside him onto the table to show them. Daba and Xiaobao can only become strong if they drink it. His words caused Lu Fengshan to stiffen again, staring blankly. Lu Chong, Zhang Chunfen, and the others also couldn't help but look at the wine jar. Unlike the cooked suami beast meat, the properties of the wine made from the beast gallbladder that Cao Fengqi deliberately showcased were also visible to them. Shao Dan wine. Quality level 4. Effect. A fine wine brewed from powerful beast gallbladder. Consuming it can increase constitution up to 5 points. Hiss. Such precious Shao Dan wine is actually given to 2 children to drink? Lu Chong saw the properties of the Shao Dan wine and could no longer contain himself. This wine could increase 5 points of constitution. That was a lot, and it was given to 2 children who were only a few years old. If he drank it himself, it would significantly enhance his strength. This was too wasteful. Daba and Xiaobao are our Cao family's children. Of course. We will give them the best, Cao Jianqing said with displeasure, his voice cold. Besides, our Cao family can afford it. As he spoke, he picked up the wine cup in front of him and tapped it against the table. The Lu family members looked around the table and found that except for Cao Fengqi, the other 5 people had wine cups. They felt a bit crazy. I don't want to drink. This tastes so bad. It's all Grandpa and Mom forcing me to drink, Daba weakly said from the side. Silly, this is a good thing. Xiaobao rolled his eyes at his brother. Others want to drink, but can't. Lu Fengshan and the others opened their mouths, their heads buzzing, finding it hard to believe everything in front of them. They knew that the Cao family was rising again, and Cao Erlang was now quite powerful and lucky. But the meal they had, even a wealthy family couldn't compare. Even the meals of those extraordinary families wouldn't be so extravagant. This was simply outrageous. If there's nothing else, then we'll take our leave. We are having dinner here. No need to see us off. Cao Fengqi looked at the stunned faces of the Lu family, venting his anger and directly sending them away. Fengqi, you child, we have some misunderstandings. There's no misunderstanding. Don't treat our Cao family as fools. Zhang Chunfen was about to speak, but was coldly interrupted by Cao Fengqi. Hey, Sister Chunying, say something. Wei Chunshun looked at the scene and spoke to her. Lu Chunying, who had been sitting there silently, raised her head and looked at them indifferently. I can't make decisions at home. Zhang Chunfen looked at her daughter and opened her mouth, but was pulled back by Lu Fengshan. He really couldn't bear to stay here any longer. We'll leave the goods here. You all eat first. We'll come to see the children again when we have time, he said. Take it away. Our Cao family doesn't lack this. Just a little gesture. A little gesture. Lu Fengshan forced a smile, signaling his wife and son to place the items on the ground. Then the family left silently. Snow and summer. Who needs to add flowers to the brocade? Cao Jianqing looked at their departing figures and said coldly, they're not adding flowers to the brocade. They see us rising and want to keep demanding. Cao Fengqi sneered, looking at Dabao and Xiaobao, and instructed, you 2 little guys, don't recognize such ungrateful grandparents. Okay, Uncle. Last time Mom took us to Grandma's house, they didn't even let me eat the meat. Dabao nodded immediately, feeling resentful about not getting to eat meat. Uncle is good. It's just that it would be better if he didn't scare me. However, if there was meat to eat, it would be fine to scare himself too. Hee. Cao Fengqi smiled and looked at him. Good. In the future, Uncle will let you eat meat every day. Lu Chunying smiled faintly, showing no concern for her younger uncle's instigation of her son and daughter, not holding any grudges against her parents. Cao Fengqi, get out here. At that moment, a loud shout suddenly came from outside. Chapter 44. Cao Fengqi versus the aristocratic Wang Long. A sensation. The author has revised the first 2 chapters that they felt were poorly written. Apologies to the readers who saw the unedited versions. You can refresh and read it again. The author feels the revisions are much better and that the unedited versions were too verbose. When the title says revised, it has already been improved, so readers don't need to reread it. in front of the Cao family's sanctuary. The four members of the Lu family could no longer maintain their composure. Their expressions gradually turned awkward. The scene just now was undoubtedly humiliating for them. But they had no choice but to endure it. That Cao Fengqi was simply too arrogant, showing no manners at all. Wei Chunshun spoke angrily. Don't speak carelessly. It was indeed our fault before. Lu Fengshan frowned and said to his daughter-in-law, filled with regret. If only their family had treated their daughter and the Cao family better back then, perhaps the situation would be different now. Just thinking about the absurd meal at the table made his heart burn with desire. Grade 4 meat, grade 4 fine wine. How much could these things enhance one's physique? In this era, these were treasures that could enhance strength and increase survival ability. But they never thought about it, truly never thought. Not long ago, the Cao family only had a one-armed old man and a useless sycophant, completely seen as wasted by them. Who would have thought that the useless kid would soar to greatness? No wonder Cao Fengqi had so much money to buy expensive clothes. Lu Chong sighed. Feeling passionate about those treasures, the home decoration was also so luxurious. He couldn't help but fantasize about how great it would be if he could consume those foods. But that Cao Fengqi was too ruthless. It would probably be hard to get along in the future. He thought about Cao Fengqi's cold attitude just now, frowning tightly. Then we shouldn't have left the things just now. They eat and live much better than we do. Wei Chunshun said with a hint of jealousy in her eyes. Chunshun, in the future, be a bit more polite to your sister and the Cao family. Lu Fengshan shot her an unhappy glance and continued. It's clear that your sister and Dabao and Xiaobao are living well in the Cao family. Although our relationship with Chunying has faded, it can still be nurtured in the future. After all, blood ties cannot be severed, and your sister is not a heartless person. Regret is useless now. The focus now should be on making amends. I understand. Lu Chong nodded, looking at his wife and warning her, no matter what. You have to have a good attitude in the future, got it? Got it. Faced with her husband's stern gaze, Wei Chunshun reluctantly nodded. Cao Fengqi, get out here. Just as they were talking, a voice suddenly came from ahead, causing the four members of the Lu family to be slightly stunned. Lu Fengshan and the others immediately looked over, and when they saw 7 or 8 people approaching, their expressions turned to astonishment. It's Wang Dahai, the son of the aristocratic Wang family. Wang Long. Lu Chong recognized the leading figure, who weighed at least 200 pounds, and whispered. Beside him is Wu Qianxian. Her parents have also come. The Lu family recognized Wu Qianxian and her family. They were aware of this second daughter-in-law who had pursued her for a long time and almost drained the Cao family. Now, seeing so many people following Wang Dahai, they looked on in surprise. Many people in the county were saying that Wu Qianxian was a jinx, judging by this situation. It seemed they were looking for trouble with Cao Fengqi. Wei Chunshun was very familiar with the gossip in the county. She gazed at Wang Dahai in the center, murmuring, Wang Dahai's father is a master of the aristocracy, very powerful, and is a distant relative of the Wang forging master. He has power and influence. Meanwhile, in the Cao family's room, everyone also heard the arrogant and reckless shout. Cao Jianqing looked outside, his brow furrowing. Who is it? Cao Fengqi showed a hint of confusion on his face as he stood up and walked to his room. After a few seconds, he came out with a broken evil bow on his back, holding a mysterious cold knife and an arcane fire gun at his waist. Let us go take a look. Cao Fengqi walked straight outside. Lu Xiaoxiu and Lu Chunying followed closely, slightly nervous. Cao Fengqi, get out here. Just as Cao Fengqi stepped out of the door, the arrogant shout came again. He quickly spotted a group of people ahead. When he saw Wu Qianxian, Cao Fengqi narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze falling on the fat man in the center, a name surfacing in his mind. Wang Dahai, Wu Qianxian's pursuer. This guy was quite ugly and had already married a wife. To the 18-year-old Wu Qianxian, he was just a fat pig, and she had always ignored him before. Now, Wu Qianxian glared at Cao Fengqi with hatred, linking her arms with Wang Dahai's, applying slight pressure. Wang Dahai, feeling the softness on his arm, proudly lifted his head. His face, filled with excess flesh, had eyes that barely opened, arrogantly staring at Cao Fengqi. Wang Dahai, Wu family. Cao Jianqing frowned and spoke when he recognized the visitor. What do you want at our Cao family? Humph, Cao Jianqing, don't pretend to be ignorant. Wu Qianxian's father snorted coldly from the side. You must give us an explanation today for your son ruining our daughter's reputation. And you must apologize to my daughter. When did I ruin your daughter's reputation? Cao Fengqi looked at him and said lightly, what I said was all facts. Cao Fengqi, you bastard. His words had just fallen when Wu Qianxian, with a face full of frost, pointed at him and said, if you can't have me, you want to destroy me. You must kneel down and apologize to me today. Can't have it, so destroy it? Heh. Cao Fengqi shook his head mockingly. What a fool. Who wants a jinx? You little bastard, are you still slandering my daughter? Do you think you've got some power now? Wu's mother, hands on her hips, angrily pointed at him, her posture mirroring her daughter's. You used to chase my daughter every day, and when you couldn't win her over, you cursed her. Today, your Cao family must apologize for this. Wu family, Wu Bing, you must know that my son was almost killed by your daughter, right? Seeing their arrogant demeanor, Cao Jianqing also angrily shouted, asked the people around, is what your daughter did human? Shut up, old man. At this time, Wang Dazai directly shouted, staring coldly at Cao Fengqi. Cao Fengqi, you brat, kneel down and apologize to Qianqian right now. Apologize properly, and we'll consider this matter settled. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Cao Fengqi looked at Wang Dazai, narrowing his eyes slightly, a trace of sharpness flashing in his gaze. Wang Dazai. What are you? You. Wang Dazai was slightly stunned, not expecting Cao Fengqi to show him no respect at all. Do you want to go against our Wang family? He glared at him with a dark expression. Fool. Cao Fengqi looked at him coldly, then swept his gaze over Wu Qianqian and the others. Hurry up and get lost. Don't bark here, it's bad luck. Damn it. Cao Fengqi, I see you're looking for death. Wang Dazai didn't expect that Cao Fengqi would dare to insult him. His face turning fierce as he drew a long knife from his waist and pointed it at him, full of murderous intent. Cao Fengqi looked at him, his hand moved, and an arcane fire gun appeared in his hand. Just you? He stared at Wang Dazai and said coldly. Chapter 45. What's wrong with the aristocracy? What the hell? What happened? What else could it be? Wu Qianqian brought Wang Long's son, Wang Dazai, to cause trouble for Cao Fengqi. Oh, the aristocratic Wang family? At this moment, the Wu family and Wang Dazai were causing a scene in front of Cao Fengqi, attracting the attention of many people in the 55th squad area. They curiously gathered around, looking at the tense situation, astonished. Everyone was aware of the feud between the Wu family and the Cao family. What surprised them was that the Wu family had actually called in the aristocratic Wang family's Wang Dazai. The aristocracy in Liangmen County is rare, and the Wang family had long since advanced to the ranks of aristocrats, with a distant relative who was an extraordinary being, wielding great power. Son-in-law, that kid has a gun. Wu Bing saw the arcane fire gun in Cao Fengqi's hand. His expression darkened, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes, and immediately warned Wang Dazai. They didn't expect this young man from the Cao family to show no respect to the Wang family at all. He actually dared to confront Wang Dazai. A gun? So what? Wang Dazai stared, unafraid, with a cold smile. If Cao Fengqi dares to hurt me today, my dad can slaughter his entire family. Hee. Upon hearing his extremely arrogant words, Cao Fengqi couldn't help but laugh, slowly raising the gun in his hand. I have no grudges with you, but if you dare to cause trouble here at our Cao family, you can try. You little brat from the Cao family, don't think you're something just because you have some skills. You're nothing in front of me. Wang Dazai, with his long knife, walked over unafraid. If you don't kneel down and apologize to my woman today, don't think. Bang. Wang Dazai shouting was abruptly cut off by the sound of a gunshot, his pupils dilating in an instant as he hurriedly checked his body. Hiss. At that moment, a sharp pain shot through his leg, making him gasp for breath, and he looked down at the spot on his right leg where the bullet had grazed. You actually dared to. If you say one more word, you just get this little injury. Wang Dazai stared at his bleeding wound, filled with anger and shock as he looked at Cao Fengqi, but was coldly interrupted. He looked at Cao Fengqi's indifferent gaze and the dark muzzle of the gun, and at that moment, his face completely changed. The arrogance he had just shown vanished entirely. You actually dared to shoot Dazai. Wu Qianqian was also shocked at this scene. She never expected that Cao Fengqi would dare to shoot Wang Dazai, who came from an aristocratic family. How dare he? Is this kid crazy? Wu's father and mother's faces also changed dramatically, and they quickly pulled Wang Dazai back, fearful. Dazai, calm down first. This kid is young and hot-headed. At that moment, they were also a bit scared, genuinely fearing that the young figure in front of them would directly kill Wang Dazai. If Wang Dazai died, their aristocratic family alliance would be gone. Not only that, but his father, Wang Long, would likely blame the Wu family. Good, Cao Fengqi. Wang Dazai also wore a face of fear, taking a deep breath and unwillingly saying, You wait, I will be back soon. He gritted his teeth, not daring to speak too harshly this time, and turned to walk away. The neighbors surrounding them were all shocked at this scene. Shocked by Cao Fengqi's courage and his marksmanship, they glanced at Wang Dazai with a hint of mockery. The young man from the Cao family might be in trouble, and it was clear that Wang Dazai was going to call his father, Wang Long. However, they knew from the other side's stance that Wang Dazai and his group would not let this go easily. Some onlookers looked at Cao Fengqi with a hint of worry. Many people in the 55th squad had a very good impression of Cao Fengqi. After all, if it weren't for him 2 days ago, there would likely have been deaths in the 55th squad. Of course, there was also a family taking pleasure in his misfortune, the Song couple. This is troublesome. This matter probably won't end well. Cao Jiansheng watched Wang Dazai and the others leave, taking a deep breath, his expression a bit awkward and serious. It's fine, Dad, I will handle it. Cao Fengqi narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a trace of coldness and battle intent. The aristocratic Wang family? The powerful Wang Long? So what? If it weren't for the current order not having collapsed and Wang Dazai's distant relative, the blacksmith Wang Duanling, needing to be taken into account, he would have wanted to shoot this fool dead. Once I become an extraordinary being, I will definitely kill you all. A trace of malice flashed through his heart. Uncle Cao Fengqi, Wang Dazai has gone to call his dad. At this time, a voice came from the side. A young man looking at them. I'll help you call the law enforcement officer, as long as the law enforcement officer comes. Wang Long won't he dare to be too reckless. Good, Xiao Chun, thank you. Cao Jiansheng looked at the young man and thanked him. It's a small matter. We're neighbors. The father of neighbors Iowa, Chen Feng, shook his head and immediately rushed towards the market. This in-law, Fengqi, you're confused. You shouldn't have gone hard against Wang Dazai. This is troublesome. On one side, the Lu family watched this scene. And Lu Fengshan hesitated for a moment before walking over, suggesting, when Wang Long comes, let us soften our stance and offer some compensation. I will not back down. Cao Fengqi looked at Lu Fengshan and the others, lightly saying, raising his eyebrows at them, Uncle Lu, when the Wang family comes, let us deal with them together as a family. Lu Fengshan was taken aback, his mouth opening in confusion. Uncle Lu, now you know to be polite to yourself? You. Wei Chunshun also changed her expression, unable to help but speak. Your attitude towards us was so poor just now, and now that you're in trouble. You know we're family? Being a family means not only sharing good fortune, but also bearing difficulties together. Cao Fengqi looked at them. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you consider us family, stand with us. You this, don't speak. Wei Chunshun wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Lu Fengshan. He looked at Cao Fengqi with a concerned expression. Fengqi, don't act impulsively. The Wang family is a prominent family, and you are still young. You have plenty of time. Brother Cao Fengqi is young and doesn't understand. Don't you realize this? Prominent family. Our Cao family will also become a prominent family in the future. Cao Jiansheng clenched his fist tightly, his gaze resolute as he looked at his son. Fengqi, no matter what you do next, we will support you. Lu Chunying beside them nodded heavily. Just as they said before, they would listen to Cao Fengqi from now on. The Cao family would be led by him. Regardless of the outcome, they had no regrets. Good. Cao Fengqi looked at his parents and smiled. He gazed brightly in the direction where Wang Dahai and the others had disappeared, sweeping over the crowd of onlookers around. What does it matter if they are a prominent family? The Cao family is not without its merits either. Today, Cao Fengqi would use the Wang family as a stepping stone to announce that the Cao family has arrived among the prominent families. Chapter 46, Battle. A conflict erupted between the prominent Wang family and Cao Fengqi of the Cao family. Come on, let's go see. Huh, what's going on? When Wang Dahai, with an awkward expression, called for his father while heading home, the news of the conflict between the Wang family and Cao Fengqi quickly spread around. Before long, the entire 55th team area and even the neighboring areas were aware of this news. This caused many idle people to rush towards the Cao family. Within just 10 minutes, thousands of onlookers gathered around the Cao family. The whole incident began because of a girl named Wu Qianqian. It was said that Wu Qianqian was going to marry Wang Long's son, Wang Dahai. So, Wang Dahai came to force Cao Fengqi to kneel and apologize, but was directly threatened by Cao Fengqi with a gun. Now, Wang Dahai had gone to call his father. Isn't Cao Fengqi getting a bit too arrogant? Does he really think he can offend the Wang family just because he has some strength? He is getting too carried away. Recently, Cao Fengqi has been called the pride of Liangmin County, but I think he has become a bit overconfident. There's going to be a show to watch. The newly risen nouveau riche versus the old prominent family. What kind of nouveau riche is the Cao family? Just lucky. Relying on an arcane firearm. They are being praised by some people as if they were amazing. If I had an extraordinary gun, I would be invincible too. I've seen Wang Long's strength. He has level 4 equipment and a powerful saber, along with formidable sword skills. Becoming famous at a young age isn't necessarily a good thing. One can easily lose oneself and become arrogant. Some onlookers from other teams gathered around the Cao family shelter. They were discussing in small groups. Being famous at a young age inevitably invites jealousy. Many people even thought that if they had an extraordinary gun, they could also be very powerful. Even those who had witnessed Cao Fengqi's shooting skills frowned at this moment. They did not think Cao Fengqi was weak, but Wang Dahai's father was too strong. The Wang family's reputation was even greater. The remarks made by these people were simply too harsh. At the Cao family's entrance, Lu Chunying heard some of the discussions around her, and her face showed anger. There are advantages and disadvantages to having a crowd. Cao Jiansheng looked at the large crowd gathering around, and his brows were filled with worry. The advantage is that if they really come into conflict with the Wang family, Wang Long wouldn't dare to go all out. The disadvantage is that this could be quite a blow to his son. This kid's mentality is pretty good. He glanced at his son, who was still eating inside, and his mood eased a bit. As for the rest of them, they had no appetite to eat. Wang Dahai's father, Wang Long, arrived. Clad in armor, he exuded a formidable aura, truly a top expert from Liangmin County. Get out of the way, all of you. At this moment, gasps and commanding voices rang out. The Cao family members immediately looked serious. In front, Wang Dahai held his head high, his previously arrogant face restored. Wu Qianxian and her parents looked pleased, walking with a certain swagger as they had a strong backing. In the center of them, the towering Wang Long, who was 185 meters tall, clad in shining armor, strode forward holding a saber. With each step, the armor made a dull and heart-pounding clanging sound. Seeing Wang Long's imposing presence, Cao Jianqian's heart sank. Recently, relying on the treasures brought by his son, his physique had increased by a full 8 points. Now with a physique of 38 points. He considered himself not weak in Liangmin County, but facing Wang Long, he felt a bit intimidated, and the pressure was immense. This was the sense of oppression brought about by the gap in physique and equipment. Cao Fengqi, hearing the commotion outside, stepped out. His gaze slowly landed on the prominent family expert. Buzz. His eyes narrowed, and all around him, a wealth of information about the materials appeared in his vision. 3 pieces of level 4 equipment, and there was even a level 5 treasure on his chest. Cao Fengqi's eyes also showed a serious expression. For a minor issue, I originally thought just sending my son over would be enough. Wang Long stopped in front, his sharp gaze fixed on the Cao family members as he spoke calmly, yet with an indescribable force. But I didn't expect that not only would you not give my Wang family face, but you would also dare to hurt my son. Wang Long. His voice was calm, but it carried an undeniable dominance. The onlookers fell silent upon hearing his words. Wang Long. Our Cao family has no grievances or enmities with you. A broom star brought a fool over to make me kneel and apologize. I really don't know what you were thinking. Cao Jiansheng spoke to Wang Long in a deep voice, but before he could finish, he was pulled back by Cao Fengqi. Cao Fengqi stepped forward, locking onto Wang Long, and coldly responded, "You dare to act so arrogantly when death is upon you?" Wang Dahai didn't expect his father to arrive. And Cao Fengqi still dared to be so arrogant. His gaze turned cold as he directly cursed. Ha ha, ha ha. Wang Long, hearing this, couldn't help but laugh. Sizing up Cao Fengqi. Good, good, good. Truly a young calf not afraid of tigers. I don't know if it's fearlessness or ignorance. Hee hee. Cao Fengqi also smiled, moving his hand to pick up the arcane firearm. Then let me see the strength of the so-called prominent family expert. This Cao family kid has gone mad. He is looking for death. Everyone around watched this scene, some dumbfounded. This fool. The Lu family members in the back changed their expressions. Tisk tisk, interesting. An 18-year-old kid dares to provoke the expert of a prominent family. Brother Long, if you don't teach this kid a lesson today, your Wang family will be embarrassed. At this moment, from a side position, a middle-aged man with arms crossed found it amusing and spoke up. The crowd was slightly startled to see someone getting involved. When they saw the middle-aged man's face, a hint of reverence appeared in their expressions. It was none other than Ma Juxing, a prominent family expert from the 57th team area. Hee hee, indeed interesting. Wang Long glanced at Ma Juxing, then turned his gaze back to Cao Fengqi, slightly squinting his eyes. Looking down from above, relying on an extraordinary firearm and being so full of yourself, I'll give you this young man another chance. You can self-destruct the hand you used to shoot my son, or I will chop off both of your hands. Bang bang. You talk too much. As soon as his voice fell, Cao Fengqi instantly raised his arm, and 2 bullets shot out directly. You are looking for death. Buzz. Wang Long saw Cao Fengqi firing directly and underestimated the young man's arrogance ahead. His gaze turned cold, and a murderous intent instantly appeared on his face. His body shook, and a dark blue defensive shield appeared in front of him, while the long knife in his hand immediately positioned itself in front. Bang bang. The bullets from the arcane firearm struck the dark blue shield, causing it to dim slightly. A level 4 extraordinary gun actually dared to provoke me. Wang Long watched as his level 4 treasure withstood the attack from the arcane firearm, revealing a look of disdain and coldness on his face. It seems you really don't know how to die." As he spoke, he brandished his long knife and walked toward Cao Fengqi with a face full of killing intent. Chapter 47. Crushing the terrifying power of Cao Fengqi. Damn. That kid actually dared to shoot. With Wang Long's defensive treasure easily blocking it, Cao Fengqi was done for. In that moment, everyone around was taken aback by Cao Fengqi's audacity. However, after the shock, they looked at Cao Fengqi with expressions that suggested he was an idiot. Isn't this like lighting a lamp in a toilet? Coming up and asking my son to self-destruct his arm. Does he really think the Cao family is easy to bully? Cao Jianqing saw his son make a move and shouted sternly, crossing his long knife, his eyes revealing fierce light, ready for battle. "There's also an old fool who doesn't know how to die. I will chop off your remaining arm." Wang Long looked at Cao Jianqing, his voice chilling. After confirming the power of Cao Fengqi's extraordinary firearm, he exuded strong confidence, advancing step by step with a powerful sense of oppression. Lu Xiaoxiu and Lu Chunying, seeing Cao Fengqi's attack blocked, paled as they protected De Bao and Xiao Bao, standing firmly. The Lu family members silently stepped back a few paces, feeling that the Cao family's members were out of their minds. Cao Fengqi heard Wang Long's words, slightly squinting his eyes, and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive shots emptied all the bullets. The 3 bullets were still blocked by the dark blue shield in front of Wang Long. However, the color of the shield had clearly dimmed by half. "Is that all?" Wang Long looked at him with arrogance, his gaze locking onto him with disdain and coldness. "Then you can die?" A level 4 extraordinary firearm that obviously requires charging can generally only fire 6 shots. Did he really think he could challenge a powerful family with just a gun? On the side, Ma Juxing watched this scene and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. What a brainless kid. This kid actually dared to shoot at my father. He's finished. This arrogant guy is seeking death. Wang Dahai watched all this with great delight, proudly saying. Wu Qianxian chimed in from the side, glaring at Cao Fengqi with hatred. "Letting you bastard, bully me and calling me a jinx? Now, it's too late to regret." Humph. Ha. But at that moment, a loud laugh suddenly rang out. As expected from a powerful family expert, this firearm is indeed useless against you. Cao Fengqi put away the arcane firearm, wearing an utterly unrestrained smile. As he brightly fixed his gaze on Wang Long Buzz, with a movement of both hands, he knocked an arrow. 3 piercing arrows were gripped in his hands, and he pulled the bowstring back with a face full of fighting spirit. "Good, very good. Today let me, Cao Fengqi, witness the strength of your powerful family experts. Also, let you see my strength." Gathering arrows and shooting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 3 arrows exploded forth at a speed that was not inferior to the bullets of the arcane firearm, shooting towards Wang Long. This strike, from drawing the bow to shooting, was as fast as lightning. With a physique already at 45, he could unleash the power of the piercing evil bow to its limits. Wang Long had not anticipated that Cao Fengqi's archery skills were so strong. However, even if he had, at the 20-meter distance between them, he couldn't completely evade. Bang bang crash. The next moment, a violent collision sound erupted in front of Wang Long. The last collision made a sound like shattering glass. 3 arrows were aimed at a single target. 1 bow, 3 arrows, aimed at one point. This caused his defense to crumble directly. Wang Long saw his defense shattered and noticed an arrow shooting toward his head, his face changing dramatically. He quickly tilted his head to dodge. Whoosh. The arrow's speed was greatly reduced by the shield, and Wang Long narrowly avoided it. "Your defense is nothing but this." Cao Fengqi's cold voice once again entered his ears. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same moment, the sound of arrows came. Wang Long's face completely changed at that moment, as he looked at the 3 arrows shooting toward him. His heart filled with terror. 3 arrows completely sealed off his surroundings, their speed making it impossible for him to evade completely. "Damn, I was careless." A vicious look appeared on his face, and his 10 years of combat experience in the Lost Land immediately led him to make the most decisive decision. He dodged to the right, positioning his chest to take the impact of 1 arrow. Bang! The arrow struck his chest, directly piercing through his level 4 armor. The powerful impact forced him to take 2 steps back. This guy's strength and the level of his bow and arrows. Wang Long was shocked, staring at Cao Fengqi in astonishment as he pulled out the arrow. With his broadsword, he unleashed all his speed, roaring angrily. "I will cripple you." The 5th level resource at his chest, is it a defensive treasure? Cao Fengqi noticed that Wang Long had just taken the piercing evil arrow with his chest. Slightly narrowing his eyes, he watched as Wang Long charged at him, calmly knocking 3 arrows again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another 3 arrows flew out. 1 bow, 3 arrows. Fired in unison, splitting trajectories to shoot in 3 realms. Using the predictive techniques contained in his level 6 archery, he again sealed off all of Wang Long's positions. Damn! How can his archery be so terrifying? Wang Long's pupils constricted, his heart churning. He gritted his teeth. I must close the distance, or I will be in danger, even if I get hurt. Ah! He roared, slashing through the incoming arrows. Raising his left arm to block the arrow aimed at his head, poof! The piercing, evil arrow penetrated the armor on his arm, piercing into his arm. Blood instantly flowing out, causing his arm to tremble violently. Wang Long gritted his teeth, looking at Cao Fengqi, who was now only 5 meters away. You have completely angered me. I will kill you, he shouted furiously. Ha ha ha, just based on you? Cao Fengqi laughed wildly again, putting the bow back on his back with his left hand, while grabbing the cold blade with his right. Clang! With a shake of his arm. The sound of the sharp blade being drawn echoed. Cao Fengqi fixed his gaze on the charging Wang Long, filled with fighting spirit. His legs pushed off the ground, unleashing the strongest explosive form of the breaking wind movement technique. He moved like a flash of lightning, creating double afterimages. Rushing forward, the wind followed his steps. At that moment, his physique of 45 erupted with a speed comparable to that of a 675 physique expert. In an instant, Cao Fengqi reached Wang Long's front. At the same time, he raised the long knife in his hand, looking at Wang Long, who appeared to have many openings. Fierce wind slash. His long knife accurately aimed at Wang Long's arm holding the broadsword. Wang Long looked at Cao Fengqi, who had suddenly charged in front of him, and saw the cold blade radiating icy intent. His face was filled with horror. He wanted to block and evade, but terrifyingly found he couldn't do it. The opponent's swordsmanship was far beyond his own. Poof! As that thought flashed through his mind, he felt a chill in his entire right arm. He saw his arm detach from his body. This is the so-called power of a powerful family expert. Weak, truly too weak. If such a weakling could occupy a powerful family, then my Cao family can too. Just a powerful family. The voice of disdain and indifference echoed in his ears. Wang Long looked at Cao Fengqi, who was so close, and suddenly felt a tremor in his soul. What terrified him more was seeing Cao Fengqi elegantly turn and slash. The knife swung toward his right leg. Please support with free love. Thank you to all the big shots reading. Moi? Chapter 48. Sharpness revealed. Poof. Poof. Ah. My arm, my leg, ah. When the cold, sharp blade struck Wang Long's right leg, a heartbreaking scream followed. He stared in horror at the fallen arm and leg, his face drenched in cold sweat and fear, desperately howling. The spinning blade entangled him, severing his limbs. Cao Fengqi coldly looked at him and slowly spoke. This move is called sealing blade slash. At this moment, within a radius of several thousand meters, apart from Wang Long's screams, there was a deathly silence. The gathered thousands looked on in disbelief and horror at this scene. From the moment Cao Fengqi drew his bow to the end of the battle, only a few seconds had passed. So fast, too fast. So fast that they felt dazed and couldn't believe the outcome they were witnessing. The old aristocratic family of Liangmin County, Wang Long of the Wang family, faced with the young and famous Cao Fengqi, had no power to resist at all. From being struck by the arrow to the quick severing of an arm and a leg up close, everything happened in an instant. This was the crushing effect of a gap in strength. The result was worlds apart from what everyone had imagined. This Cao Fengqi also possesses powerful techniques. And his physique is extremely high. Just an aristocrat? Indeed, just an aristocrat, taking the limbs of the aristocratic master Wang Long at just 18 years old, too strong. Someone snapped back to reality and couldn't help but shout softly. No, no, no. This is impossible. This is impossible. At this moment, Wang Dahai and the three from the Wu family looked at this scene, their heads buzzing, completely stunned. Wang Dahai looked at his father's miserable state, gritting his teeth in disbelief, his whole body shaking. Bang! Cao Fengqi plunged his long knife into the ground, slowly took out his bow and arrows, and his gaze fell on Wang Dahai. Wang Dahai, have you ever thought about this outcome? Wang Dahai opened his mouth, seeing 2 arrows aimed at him. No, don't. Whoosh, whoosh. He was speaking, but fear and cowardice made him turn to flee. But 2 arrows swiftly pierced through his leg bones, directly penetrating. The powerful force caused him to collapse to the ground. The onlookers around him hurriedly dodged. Ah, don't kill me, don't kill me. Wang Dahai's legs were crippled, and he howled and screamed in unimaginable fear. What a fool. Cao Fengqi disdainfully shook his head, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. Gulp. Feeling his gaze, sensing the powerful sharpness emanating from him, some people swallowed hard, their eyes darting away, unable to meet his gaze. Some who had just mocked Cao Fengqi even lowered their heads, feeling a chill down their spines. Faced with the fierce Cao Fengqi, they felt fear. even though he was not very old. Hee hee. Cao Fengqi looked at some people and smirked mockingly. He slowly drew 3 more arrows and placed them on the bow. Buzz. The next second, he fully drew the bow, pointing it at Ma Juxing. Kneel. Cao Fengqi coldly stared at him and commanded. Ma Juxing, seeing the arrow suddenly pointed at himself, was shocked. Damn, this kid is actually targeting me. I just said a few words. Sweat broke out on his forehead. Ma Juxing thought his strength was not weak, but he clearly understood that he was not as strong as Wang Long. Now that Wang Long had almost been taken down by this young man, if he turned his attention to himself, then, damn it, how did such a monstrous young man suddenly emerge in Liangmin County? Who could have imagined it? Cao Fengqi, I, Ma Juxing, kneel to heaven, to the earth, and to my parents. Ma Juxing took a deep breath, his face darkening, and shouted. Thud. Just when everyone thought he was going to confront him head-on, to everyone's astonishment, he knelt down on the spot. He was willing to kneel to someone powerful enough to earn his respect. Ma Juxing loudly proclaimed, at 18, with strength that pierces the rainbow, 1 knife and 1 arrow break the mighty, with techniques so strong that no one in Liangmin County can surpass. I am convinced. Everyone was stunned by his words, tilting their heads with a confused expression. Wang Defa? Ma Juxing, you are also a well-known aristocrat in Liangmin County. You are among the top 100 strong in Liangmin County. Ah, what is this? However, they looked at the sharp and outstanding Cao Fengqi, and a thought floated in their minds. Those who know how to adapt to circumstances are true talents. No wonder he could become an aristocrat. With this ability to assess the situation, others are left far behind. Cao Fengqi looked at Ma Juxing, his body paused. Hee hee, kicking you is like kicking cotton. He chuckled lightly and put away his bow. Ma Juxing saw this and felt his tension ease. Clasping his hands to him, congratulations to the Cao family for rising to aristocracy, and congratulations to brother Cao Fengqi for becoming the youngest aristocratic master in Liangmin County. A hero, emerging from youth. Around them, everyone ignored his flattery while their expressions were also slightly moved. Yes, the current Cao family is undoubtedly an aristocracy. An aristocracy built by an 18-year-old boy. Dad, collect the spoils from Wang Long. Cao Fengqi casually glanced at him, not bothering to argue, and turned back to his father. Oh, okay. The dazed Cao Jianxing finally reacted, his face flushed with excitement as he walked toward Wang Long. To the side, Lu Xiaoxiu had tears of joy in her eyes, excitedly hugging Daba. Lu Chunying looked at her little brother with fiery eyes. The previous scene was deeply etched in her mind, impossible to forget. From now on, their Cao family will be one of the top aristocrats in Liangmin County. Wu Qianxian, Wu family. At this moment, Cao Fengqi turned his gaze to the extremely pale Wu Qianxian and her family of 3. Thud. Fengqi, I'm sorry. Today is our fault. Wu Bing, seeing his words, looked at the miserable state of Wang Dahai and his son, terrified, and directly knelt on the ground, trembling and begging for mercy. Hee, take your good son-in-law and your in-laws away, don't let them die. Cao Fengqi smiled mockingly and commanded them. He did not move against Wu Qianxian and her parents. After this incident, anyone could imagine what kind of rumors the Wu family would face. Sometimes, a mental blow is more painful than killing them. Thousands of gazes were also focused on the Wu family trio. Some who were close to them even stepped back. Everyone knew that the cause of all this was because of Wu Qianxian, because of what Cao Fengqi had once said about her being a jinx. Now, it was completely confirmed. She was the first to single-handedly take down an aristocracy in Liangmin County. Wu Qianxian felt the gazes around her. Looking at the dazzling Cao Fengqi, her mind went blank. Regret, anger, unwillingness, fear, all of it overwhelmed her. Chapter 49. The thoughts of aristocrats and sisters-in-law. What exactly did we miss? In front of the Cao family shelter, the 4 from the Lu family watched the Cao family members walking into the house, seeing their daughter's indifferent gaze as she glanced back at them. Their expressions changed completely. They knew that they had missed something crucial. They regretted that if they had previously worked together with the Cao family, if they had stood up just now, their Lu family could also share in the glory. The aristocratic Cao family. That Cao Fengqi has mastered the techniques of a strongman. If only. Too bad, there are no ifs. Hee, let's go back. Lu Fengshan suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh and turned to leave. Commotion. If 2 days ago, the young Cao Fengqi of Team 55 had made a name for himself in Liangmin County, then today, the name Cao Fengqi spread like thunder into everyone's ears. With 1 bow and 1 knife, he easily took Wang Long's arm and leg. The prestigious Ma Juxing kneels and begs for mercy. At the age of 18, he makes the Cao family stand among the elite. When everyone received this news, They initially found it hard to believe, but after confirmation, their faces were filled with shock. The youngest master of the elite, Liang Mingxian, known as the strongest young prodigy, bears this title. As the wind rises, 3 level 4 treasures and 1 level 5 treasure appear: a sword, a set of armor, and an arcane necklace. The level 5 treasure is a heart-protecting mirror made of level 5 metal. Nowadays, no one is happier than the members of the Cao family. Cao Jianqing, with a face full of surprise, hands over the equipment he stripped from Wang Long, gesturing to him. Cao Fengqi looks over, a smile appearing on his face. The 3 level 4 treasures are of little use to him, and the level 5 metal heart-protecting mirror does not count as equipment. Qianlian gold, level 5 quality. Effect: 2 pounds of Qianlian gold, which is relatively hard among level 5 metal materials, can be used to forge equipment, weapons, and shelters. Dad, I don't need these 3 level 4 pieces of equipment. You can use them. Cao Fengqi's gaze lands on the Qianlian gold, and he reaches out to take it. I need this. Good. Cao Jianqing knows his son's equipment is already full and does not stand on ceremony. Uncle, how are you so powerful? You are amazing. Daba, standing nearby, cannot help but ask him with his head held high. His question is also what everyone in the Cao family wants to ask. Cao Fengqi is much stronger than they imagined. Generally strong, just that Wang Long is too weak. He didn't even force out all my strength. Cao Fengqi humbly replies. Fengqi, how are you so skilled in mastering techniques? Cao Jianqing purses his lips, curiously asking. I have already mastered these techniques. They are quite simple. Just practice, and you will learn. Good. Cao Jianqing and the others are left speechless. Fortunately, they are already used to it. You all eat. I will enter the Lost Land first. Cao Fengqi smiles and waves his hand to them, walking straight to his room. Today he has something important to do. Haha, I didn't expect my Cao family to become an elite family so quickly. Cao Jianqing looks at his son's figure and can't help but smile broadly. Bringing glory to our family. Lu Xiaoxiu smiles, then slightly furrows her brows and asks, Old Cao, Wang Long is a distant relative of the Wang Duanling family. Will they come to trouble us since Fengqi severely injured Wang Long? They shouldn't. Cao Jianqing shakes his head, not to mention that Wang Long's relationship with the Wang Duanling family is somewhat distant. This incident has thousands of witnesses. Everyone knows that Wang Long was the one who wanted to attack our Cao family. Fengqi was merely retaliating. The Wang Duanling family, although somewhat unscrupulous in business, still cares about their face. Moreover, Liang Mingxian is not solely dominated by the Wang Duanling family. That's fine then. Lu Xiaoxiu feels somewhat relieved and gestures. Let us eat. Let us eat. Mom. After about 10 minutes, they finish eating. In the Cao family's kitchen, Lu Chunying is washing the dishes when she suddenly calls out to Lu Xiaoxiu. What's wrong, Chunying? Lu Xiaoxiu glances at her and sees her difficult expression, slightly furrowing her brows and slowly saying, Chunying, you've seen what your family has done. It's not that I'm saying. Mom, it's not about my family. They are them, and I am me. Lu Chunying knows her mother-in-law misunderstands her, looks at her seriously, and says, it's about Fengqi. Mom, can I be with Fengqi in the future? Lu Xiaoxiu, who was washing dishes, stops in shock. She didn't expect her daughter-in-law to openly say such things to her. For Daba and Xiaobao, and for myself as well. Lu Chunying continues, her cheeks slightly flushed. She feels a bit shameless now, but she had already decided on this matter last night. Lu Xiaoxiu is silent for a moment. She had thought about this long ago, as it seemed to her the best choice. Her daughter-in-law is only 24 this year, in the face of great calamity. She has only graduated from university for 2 years and is still very young. Daba and Xiaobao are still young. Will her daughter-in-law be a widow for life? At the same time, she understands her daughter-in-law's thoughts. She also wants to find a support for her 2 children. Undoubtedly, Fengqi is the best choice. We are a family, so I'll be straightforward. Your father and I both want our family to live happily together. Lu Xiaoxiu starts, but we can't make decisions regarding Fengqi. Mom, I know. Lu Chunying shows a slight smile. In this era, Fengqi is so outstanding at this age. He could marry several wives, and I don't have too many extravagant hopes. As long as Chunying doesn't feel wronged, that is fine. Lu Xiaoxiu pauses and says, as long as Fengqi agrees, your dad and I would also be happy about it. A son is like the flesh of one's palm, and grandchildren are like the flesh on the back of one's hand. Lu Xiaoxiu and her husband naturally hope that their son will take care of Daba and Xiaobao in the future, if Chunying can be with Fengqi. They won't have any objections. Moreover, their son is so outstanding that he can indeed marry a few more. Not to mention this time of great calamity. Even 10 years ago, those elite families and wealthy households had mistresses and illegitimate children. Wasn't it common? Lu Chunying smiles upon hearing her mother-in-law's words. As long as my parents have no objections, she is quite confident in her appearance and figure. Meanwhile, in the lost land, in the desolate town, Cao Fengqi is unaware that his sister-in-law is already prepared. Open the door, little uncle, I'm your dumpling, here to bring you food from your sister-in-law. At this moment, he carries the evil-attracting music box, the level 5 Qianlian gold, the evil-breaking bow, and a bunch of level 3 metal blocks. Arriving once again at the edge of the Xian Shivi's territory on the west side of Zhangxian town, he gazes into the distance towards the direction of the extraordinary sequence rune, taking a deep breath. The disputes in reality seem like small matters to him. The real challenge is yet to come. The extraordinary sequence rune. I, Cao Fengqi, must obtain it. Chapter 50. The extraordinary sequence rune is in hand. Step 1. Drop a large amount of level 3 metal about 2 kilometers from the extraordinary sequence rune, covering a radius of 1 kilometer. Step 2. Place the level 5 metal at the edge of the Xian Shivi's territory, ensuring it is no more than 2 kilometers from the level 3 metal area. Step 3. Accurately deploy the evil-attracting music box 2 kilometers away from the extraordinary sequence rune, in the area where the level 3 metal is located. Within the desolate town of the Lost Land, Cao Fengqi has thoroughly scouted and pondered around the Xian Shivi's territory for an entire hour. There is only one evil-attracting music box, and he only has one piece of level 5 metal. The opportunity may only come once. Cao Fengqi cannot afford to be careless. It's time to act. After rehearsing in his mind no less than 10 times, Cao Fengqi takes a deep breath, his face revealing a determined look. He quickly places the level 5 Qianlian gold at the edge of the Xian Shivi's territory, carrying no less than 500 pounds of level 3 metal on his back. He circles the edge towards the direction of the extraordinary sequence rune. Bang bang bang. As he progresses, he throws piece after piece of level 3 metal into the territory of the Xian Shivis. Finally, Cao Fengqi takes out the evil-attracting music box, looks at the switch on it, and directly opens it. Dingling zhi. A bizarre and ear-piercing melody emanates from the music box as he quickly binds it to an arrow. This is it. Holding the evil-breaking bow, Cao Fengqi accurately shoots the arrow 2 kilometers away. Evil-attracting music box, level 3 quality. Effect. When activated, it can attract evil spirits within a 2-kilometer radius. Protect it well, or it will be destroyed by the evil spirits. It can be activated for 5 minutes a day. No problem. Cao Fengqi watches as the evil-attracting music box traces a trajectory in the sky, the eerie music spreading outwards, and he focuses his mind. Returning to the shelter, Cao Fengqi placed the broken evil bow inside the house, and, dressed only in a sinister hidden armor, returned to the desolate town. He dashed through the wind, moving like a shadow. Using the wind-breaking body technique, he silently entered the domain of the Xianshi beast. At the same time, in the lair of the Xianshi beast, where level 6 resources and extraordinary sequence runes were located, strange and tempting sounds emerged. Roar, roar. One by one, the Xianshi beasts perked up their large ears, listening intently. Some sniffed the air, detecting the delicious scent of food. Next to a peculiar forging table made of meteorite stone, radiating a dark purple-golden glow, 2 Xianshi beasts, each 3 meters in size, slowly rose and growled. Yes, 2 of them, not just the one Cao Fengqi encountered last time. A male and a female, the 2 leaders of the Xianshi beast race. Their hearing was more acute than ordinary Xianshi beasts. Upon sensing the sinister sound from the evil-inducing music box, they wasted no time and rushed towards it. What Cao Fengqi did not know was that the evil-inducing music box had an even stronger attraction for the Xianshi beasts, who relied on their noses and ears since they had no eyes. Soon, all the Xianshi beasts in the domain were heading towards the direction of the evil-inducing music box. What's that noise? Having already approached within a kilometer of the evil-inducing music box, Cao Fengqi had yet to notice its destruction or see the level 3 metal being devoured by the Xianshi beasts when he heard the familiar sound of Xianshi beasts charging from the right front. His eyes narrowed. It should have worked. A large number of Xianshi beasts had been attracted. Cao Fengqi's heart raced with excitement, and without hesitation, he set off towards the extraordinary sequence's direction. Scanned within a kilometer. 5 pieces of level 1 resources, 1 piece of level 4 resources, 1 piece of level 6 resources. Scanned extraordinary sequence runes. In less than 10 seconds, a piece of information appeared. 1,000 meters. Cao Fengqi felt a bit anxious. But at that moment, his mind was incredibly active, and a stream of information flashed through. This scan did not pick up the level 5 resource located in the belly of the Xianshi beast leader. There were 2 possibilities. Either the level 5 resource had already been digested, Or the good news was that the powerful Xianshi beast was not next to the extraordinary sequence runes. Cao Fengqi took a deep breath, increasing his speed to another level. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters. His heart began to race because last time, he had been discovered by that powerful Xianshi beast at 200 meters. 150 meters. It's not here. At this moment, Cao Fengqi confirmed it completely. His eyes fixed ahead. At 100 meters, the strange object radiating dark purple golden light came into his view. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Cao Fengqi stood before the level 6 item, clenching his fists, his gaze shining brightly. Forging table, level 6 quality. Effect, forging table for extraordinary sequence crafters. Greatly enhances the use of ember fire. Contains forging hammer and crafting gauntlet, with the surface engraved with some forging recipes for extraordinary items. A forging table? Is this the crafting table of that secret craftsman? Cao Fengqi stared intently as he stood in front of it. He quickly looked to the right of the forging table, where there was clearly a hidden compartment. Suppressing his trembling hands, he opened it. A blazing golden-red patterned item, the size of a baby's fist, appeared before him, wrapped in mysterious flickering flames. Extraordinary sequence rune of the crafter. Effect, can ignite ember fire when placed in the mouth, officially entering the extraordinary sequence of crafters. Contains methods for progression and cultivation of the crafter's extraordinary sequence. Seeing the information about the extraordinary sequence rune, Cao Fengqi did not hesitate for a moment and directly picked it up and placed it in his mouth. The hard extraordinary sequence rune transformed into flames the moment it entered, merging into his head. Got it. Finally got it. I have officially become an extraordinary sequence user. Cao Fengqi suppressed his excitement and looked at the forging table, which weighed at least a ton, and began to run towards the impoverished area in the eastern town, opposite to where he placed the level 5 metal. Fortunately, his physique had already reached 45. Although carrying the 1-ton forging table reduced his speed significantly, it was still comparable to an Olympic champion before the great disaster. The eastern area was a place Cao Fengqi had passed before, so poor that even disaster rats wouldn't go there. It was much safer. After carrying the 2-meter forging table and bursting out of the Xianshi beast's domain, Cao Fengqi ran another 700 or 800 meters before stopping, panting heavily. Roar, 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 roar. At that moment, in the distance, terrifying roars echoed. The powerful Xianshi beast had clearly sensed that the level 6 delicacy in their lair had disappeared. Cao Fengqi glanced around, his mind stirred. Do you wish to exit the Lost Land? Exit. Chapter 51. Advancing to Extraordinary. Upgrade of the cheat. Huge boost. Ha 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 ha. Back in his own shelter. Completely safe, Cao Fengqi could no longer contain his joyous laughter while carrying the forging table. Excitement, exhilaration, indescribable feelings. Buzz. Boom. The instrument has spirit. The material has resentment. Fire has depth. Ember fire forging. Weapon breaks evil spirits. Forging spirits. Secret craftsman. Sealing evil. Forbidden materials smelting. At that moment, a strange space seemed to have opened up in Cao Fengqi's mind. Voices echoed in his mind, and strange flames emerged from his body. A torrent of information flooded in, gradually calming him down as he quietly accepted the inheritance of the extraordinary sequence rune. He quietly felt this extraordinary profession. Crafter sequence level, spirit forging artisan. Soul guiding ember fire technique. Spirit forging artisan skill proficiency, 0. As time passed quietly, Cao Fengqi gradually absorbed all the inheritance from the extraordinary sequence rune. From then on, he officially entered the extraordinary sequence profession and became a spirit forging artisan. Cao Fengqi was not too disappointed that his extraordinary profession was not combat-oriented. The extraordinary sequence rune obtained from the secret craftsman's shop was of the support type, which he had anticipated long ago. Not everyone could only obtain one extraordinary sequence profession. In the future, he would have more opportunities. Cao Fengqi's heart stirred, and he looked at his palm with fiery eyes. Buzz. Red flames surged forth, emanating a terrifying heat. Is this the power of an extraordinary being? Even if what he now possessed was the extraordinary sequence of a crafter? He murmured, so strong. He could sense that a strange space had opened in his mind, where a grain-sized heart of ember fire radiated extraordinary light. This was the source of his extraordinary power. With a thought, his attributes appeared. Cao Fengqi. Extraordinary sequence. Crafter sequence. Click to view detailed information. Physique, 60. Mental power, 33. Skills. Archery, level 6. Great sword, level 6. Body technique, level 5. Sword technique, level 5. Equipment. Arcane musket, sinister hidden armor, blue patterned robe, Xian cold blade. Broken Evil Bow, Resources, Healing Potion, Level 3, Spirit Bone Ointment, Level 2, 11 Souls, Level 4, Spider Silk, Level 4, Lost Land, 1010, Blessing of Blue Star, Gathering Technique. Insight Technique, Construction Technique, Fluent in Language and Writing. Do you wish to activate the cheat? Upgraded. When Cao Fengqi saw his attributes, an expression of immense surprise appeared on his face. His physique increased by 15 points, his mental power by 10 points. Did his cheat also upgrade? And how did the number of revives in the Lost Land increase by 5? Could it be that becoming an extraordinary person allows for an additional 5 chances of resurrection? He clenched his fist excitedly and decided to check one by one. Extraordinary Sequence, Artifact Refiner Profession, Sequence Level, Spirit Blacksmith, 0, Extraordinary Cultivation Method, Soul Guiding Ash Fire Technique, Extraordinary Skill, Spirit Blacksmith Level 0, Complete 9th Level, Skill Proficiency Plugin Detected. Host has mastered Spirit Blacksmithing skills. Should it be maxed out with one click? As Cao Fengqi looked at his extraordinary sequence information, the plugin's prompt suddenly arrived. He pursed his lips and did not hesitate. Naturally max it out. Skill Proficiency Plugin has raised the host's extraordinary skills to complete 9th level of Secret Craftsman. But it has detected that the host's strength is insufficient and subsequent proficiency cannot be improved. When Cao Fengqi saw another prompt, he slightly opened his mouth. At the same time, he realized that his mind was filled with a wealth of information about spirit blacksmiths and secret craftsman techniques. Cao Fengqi's breathing quickened slightly. Based on the extraordinary sequence inheritance he just received, he clearly understood that the initial sequence for an artifact refiner is the spirit blacksmith. After advancement, it becomes the secret craftsman. This is not just a difference in realm, but also a difference in skill. Simply put, Cao Fengqi's current realm is still that of a spirit blacksmith, and before his skills improve, it would take him several days to forge a level 4 weapon. But now, with the secret craftsman skill at complete 9th level, he only needs a few hours. At the same time, there are also significant differences in material consumption, soul consumption, and the quality of the weaponry. Among level 4 weapons, there are also distinctions. Just like the rudimentary arcane necklace he bought earlier, it is vastly inferior compared to a level 3 weapon of the same level. Having received the extraordinary inheritance, he also knows that among level 4 weapons, there are distinctions in grade, namely, ordinary forge, refined, and perfect. The skills of extraordinary beings are much harder to cultivate than those of warriors, as it involves the operation of extraordinary ash fire, forging techniques, and the application of extraordinary power. But now, Cao Fengqi's extraordinary skills have directly advanced a tier. If it weren't for the limitations of extraordinary power, his extraordinary skills could directly reach the heavens. Even so, his forging skills are incredibly powerful. Cao Fengqi felt exhilarated. As for the enhancement of his extraordinary level, it is quite simple, using the soul-guiding ash fire technique to improve. To advance from spirit blacksmith to secret craftsman, he only needs to absorb the power of souls and enhance the ash fire heart. As the ash fire heart improves, the ash fire can also subtly strengthen his physical constitution and mental power, with his profession being an artifact refiner, focusing primarily on physical enhancement. He pondered in his heart. As for how many souls are needed to raise his realm, he is uncertain. Based on his current forging level, he is capable of forging level 6 weapons of the ordinary forge grade, but unfortunately, his strength is insufficient, and the power of the ash fire is not enough for him to achieve that. However, forging a level 5 perfect weapon is not a problem. Cao Fengqi thought to himself that with his abilities, wouldn't he strike it rich in the future? He moved his mind and quickly opened his plugin again. Compared to extraordinary power, the enhancement of his plugin capabilities is equally crucial for him. Supplies Display plugin has been activated. Within a 2-kilometer range, weak, evil spirits and beasts will also be considered as supplies. Script Assistance has been activated. Increases weakness insight and analysis. Skill Proficiency Max Level 1 click activation has been opened. Haha. This enhancement is tremendous. Cao Fengqi could no longer contain his laughter. The doubling of supplies and the script assistance for weakness attacks is a huge boost. With the enhancement of his constitution, the support of extraordinary power, and the upcoming creation of powerful weaponry, he might be able to conquer the entire desolate town. Perhaps he could also obtain other extraordinary sequence runes. His face revealed a look of anticipation and excitement. After a long time, his gaze fell on the forging table in front of him. On this forging table, there were some forging blueprints. Some equipment and weapons belonged to a certain artifact refiner's exclusive secret formula, and without the forging blueprints, other artifact refiners could not create them. For example, his level 4 Xianlong blade has a significant disparity in forging capability compared to the arcane fire gun. The Qianlong blade is easier to forge. But without the blueprint for the arcane fire gun. Wait, he couldn't speak too confidently. His extraordinary skills have already reached the complete 9th level of secret craftsman. And there is a probability of disassembling and replicating the arcane fire gun, provided that the arcane fire gun has not been encrypted by a powerful artifact refiner. Cao Fengqi thought to himself, his gaze fixed on the forging blueprints recorded on the forging table, and he began to examine them carefully. There are good things. Soon. The corners of his mouth curled up again. Chapter 52. Forging Level 5 Hidden Weapons. The Spirit Blacksmith sequence requires the forging of basic Level 4 equipment and weapons, such as blades, spears, and staffs, to be tempered with ash fire and struck with a forging hammer. Using souls as a guide, fully unleash the properties of the metal. For example, the Qianlong blade, a long knife imbued with coldness, derives from the properties of the metal. The crafting of ordinary Level 4 weapons and equipment does not require forging blueprints. What can be recorded on the forging table is certainly not an ordinary sword or blade. Evil Piercing Crossbow Forging Blueprint. Level 4. Evil Breaking Bow Forging Blueprint. Level 4. Armor Scale Armor Forging Blueprint. Level 4. Faceless Helm Forging Blueprint. Level 4. Anomalous Light Spear Forging Blueprint. Level 4. 10,000 Beasts Net Forging Blueprint. Level 5. 9 Piercing Arrows Forging Blueprint. Level 5. Abyss Pattern Binding Evil Nail Box Forging Blueprint. Level 5. Great Umbrella Forging Blueprint. Level 5. Skyward Crossbow Cannon Forging Blueprint. Level 6. Darkborn Sword Forging Blueprint. Level 6. Cao Fengqi looked at the blueprints on the forging table with excitement. They are all great items. The Level 4 Faceless Helm is an armor that can be worn on the head to protect the entire head while not affecting the wearer's line of sight. The Anomalous Light Spear is a cold weapon-grade spear, somewhat similar to the Pear Flower Spear of ancient Daxia. This anomalous light spear is somewhat insidious. During battle, it can emit a strong light to strike the opponent, disrupting their line of sight. Forging the Faceless Helm and Anomalous Light Spear requires specific metal materials, and he currently does not have Level 4 metals. He thought to himself, among the Level 5 weapons, the 10,000 Beasts Net is absolutely a great item. Cao Fengqi looked at the 10,000 Beasts Net with a burning gaze. 10,000 Beasts Net Forging Blueprint. Level 5. Required materials. Level 5 soft gold plus 10 Level 4 souls. Or primarily Level 5 silk line material with any other Level 5 metal for auxiliary forging. The materials required for the 10,000 Beasts Net are not that strict. If he can create it, he could use it to hunt the Xianshi Beast Leader. The 10,000 Beasts Net is completely different from the trapping device sold by the King Spirit Blacksmith. This 10,000 Beast trap is more like a precision mechanism. Once an evil beast enters its range, it will immediately ensnare it, preventing its escape. This item is extremely useful for hunting the Xianshi beast. Besides the Level 6 weapons he cannot yet forge, the most important ones for him are still the Abyss Pattern Binding Evil Nail Box and the Great Umbrella. Although called an umbrella, the Great Umbrella can also be considered a large sword. It can instantly switch between umbrella and sword forms, belonging to a highly precise weapon. The umbrella form is used for defense, while the sword form is used for killing. Only with the secret craftsman skills can such a precise great umbrella be made. As for the Abyss Pattern Binding Evil Nail Box, Abyss Pattern Binding Evil Nail Box, Level 5, required materials. Requires Level 4 cold-type materials and fire-type materials to forge the outer box, with Level 4 hard gold or other Level 4 hard materials for the nails, plus 3 Level 4 souls for crafting. Note, it can be activated using ash fire without needing fire-type materials. A disposable hidden weapon, the material requirements are relatively low, but the explosive power is extremely strong, and he can forge one for self-defense. Cao Fengqi looked at the materials in front of him with a flickering gaze, but now, he had extraordinary skills, yet he lacked the necessary materials for manufacturing. The Cao family didn't even have any Level 4 metal, but they did have the teeth of the Xianshi beast, which could be used to forge the hidden weapons inside the Abyssal Pattern Binding Evil Nail Box. Why not give it a try? He suddenly picked up the Qianlong knife and looked at the handle. The materials for the handle were sufficient. With his extraordinary skills, he could craft a handle using Level 3 materials without affecting the sharpness of the Qianlong knife. Without hesitation, Cao Fengqi's gaze fell on the left side of the forging table, where a forging hammer and forging gauntlet were placed. The so-called gauntlet was essentially just a glove. Cao Fengqi picked up the Qianlong knife forging hammer, and in the next moment, his entire demeanor changed instantly. He resembled a master craftsman who had undergone countless trials, fully aware of everything before him. Buzz, as he moved his palm, Embers appeared on his palm and spread to the entire forging hammer. Soon, the entire forging hammer erupted with intense flames. Cao Fengqi took the forging hammer and precisely struck the handle of the Qianlong knife. Bang! Bang! With each strike, the level 4 Qianlong knife quickly developed cracks under the pounding of the embers and forging hammer. Crack! In less than a minute, the entire handle was forged off. Cao Fengqi focused intently, delivering precise strikes one after another. The sound of hammering was incessant, rhythmic, and monotonous. His hammering technique was like the dark currents of the abyss, shaping with softness and harmonizing the rhythm of the hammering sounds. In less than 10 minutes, 6 palm-sized identical thin sheets were completed. If any master craftsman saw his skill, they would surely be amazed. Cao Fengqi looked at the completed shell of the abyssal pattern binding evil nail box and took out the teeth of the Qianshi beast. With over 60 sharp teeth, he had enough to craft 99 spikes, with plenty left over. He set down the forging hammer and put on the forging gauntlet. Buzz! The embers covered him again as he began to shape the spikes with his hands. A newly minted forging craftsman would need over 10 days to forge an ordinary level 4 sword, and with the skill level of a forging craftsman, he could only forge ordinary level 5 swords. Crafting such a complex level 5 hidden weapon would be completely impossible. With the tool as his body and the soul as his heart, he tempered the spirit. Ultimately, Cao Fengqi took out 3 souls, igniting them with the embers and merging them into the weapon. Buzz! A flash of cold light passed by, and Cao Fengqi smiled at the palm-sized abyssal pattern binding evil nail box in front of him. Abyssal pattern binding evil nail box, level 5 quality. Effect: must be activated with embers. After activation, it can be thrown at a target, instantly unleashing explosive spikes covering a 1-meter radius, causing immense damage. Single-use item. The power of this hidden weapon would surely injure even the leader of the Qianshi beast. If he could make more, it would definitely be strong. A smile appeared on his face. This item was just right to serve as a trump card for survival. After putting it away, Cao Fengqi took out some level 3 materials to repair the Qianlong knife. If he were to forge this Qianlong knife, he would only need about 20 gene of metal materials and 1 soul. After repairing it, Cao Fengqi thought about the price of level 4 weapons at Wang's forging shop and felt that it was exceedingly greedy. No, it was ridiculously overpriced. The selling price was 10 times the cost. Yet, even so, many people still purchased it. This was the allure of monopoly. He shook his head and looked at the 8 souls left in his hand, taking one to absorb. He drew the souls into the heart of the embers located in his sea of consciousness, enhancing the heart of the embers. Half an hour later, Cao Fengqi checked his status. Sequence level, Forging Craftsman, 01. Damn, 1000 level 4 souls are needed to level up? Isn't this upgrade requirement too outrageous? He saw the experience increase, and his face darkened. Does this mean he has to kill 1000 corrupted crow leaders, ghost-faced spiders, and Qianshi beasts of that level? Even someone as greedy as Wang the forging craftsman would need to sell over 100 level 4 pieces of equipment to level up. No wonder this guy became a forging craftsman 4 or 5 years ago, and is still one now. Not only is it difficult to improve extraordinary skills, but leveling up extraordinary ranks is also challenging. Note: in the previous chapter, the protagonist's attributes, Lost Land, 1010, revival count has changed to 10 times, gaining 5 additional revival opportunities upon becoming extraordinary. I forgot to explain this when writing yesterday, and it has now been corrected. Chapter 53, The Storm Arrives, Disaster Begins. Encountering an attack. After thoroughly understanding his extraordinary profession, it was already nighttime after some fuss. Cao Fengqi was still energetic and went to the kitchen to eat the dinner left for him. The soundproofing in the shelter was excellent, so the noise from forging the abyssal pattern binding evil nail box did not wake his parents. Glancing at his parents' and sister's rooms, he couldn't help but smile slightly. I wonder what expression they would have if they knew he had become an extraordinary sequence user. Returning to his room, Cao Fengqi did not enter the Lost Land. He was worried that the level 6 delicacy Qianshi beast would track him by scent and guard the place where he logged off. He decided to stabilize his situation and go tomorrow. Feeling pleased, Cao Fengqi lay down in bed and fell asleep until dawn. Splash! The next morning, as soon as Cao Fengqi stepped out the door, he heard the sound of a fierce wind and pouring rain outside. He was slightly taken aback and looked at his father standing at the door, then glanced outside. The heavy rain was pouring, and the sky was dark. Such heavy rain? Cao Fengqi walked over, slightly frowning as he spoke. Yes, it's too much. Cao Jianxing nodded. This weather is darker than the sky in the Lost Land. It seems we can't proceed today. Moreover, with such dark skies, evil spirits and beasts are likely to appear. Saying this, He closed the door and went to the side to open the curtains one by one. Through the windows, they could see the surrounding situation. Since the window glass was of level 3 quality, they were not worried about being attacked. This storm came too suddenly. The team could not move forward. Lu Xiaoxiu brought dishes to the dining table and glanced outside, telling the father and son, "Come eat." Although the storm had arrived, Lu Xiaoxiu and the others were not as worried as before. Her son was now powerful, and there was no shortage of food at home. The father and son nodded and sat down at the dining table. "Come, Fengqi, eat meat." Cao Fengqi sat down, and his sister suddenly placed a dish in his bowl. "Thank you, sister-in-law." He was momentarily stunned and didn't think much of it. "Mom, I want some too." Dabao called out from beside him, then looked at Cao Fengqi curiously and asked, "Uncle, did you get something good yesterday?" "Ah, bad luck," Cao Fengqi replied, glancing appreciatively at Dabao and casually saying. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a jolt, furrowing his brows as he immediately turned his gaze towards the door, his face showing a serious expression. In his sight, 5 red warning signals appeared, quickly approaching the Cao family shelter. "Fengqi, what's wrong?" Cao Jianqing asked, surprised by his son's sudden expression. "There are intruders." Cao Fengqi moved and immediately grabbed all his weapons, focusing on the door. "What?" Boom. Lu Xiaoxiu and Lu Chunying were startled upon hearing this. But in the next second, a terrifying crashing sound rang out, shaking the entire Cao family shelter. Zilla. Following that, an incredibly harsh sound came, as a series of pitch-black claws tore through the door, ripping open a huge gash in the level 3 metal door. 5 terrifying monsters appeared in their line of sight. The monsters were entirely human-shaped, covered in a deep black-like armor, surrounded by gray ash. A pair of scarlet eyes fixed on them. "What is this?" "Oh no, it's the Ashen Gluttons, capable of tearing apart level 3 shelters." Cao Jianqing saw the shelter of his home being breached, and upon seeing the evil spirits outside, his expression changed drastically. There were actually 5 of them. Nowadays, as the Liangmen County team migrated, households were being destroyed by evil spirits and beasts every night. A level 3 shelter could no longer withstand these powerful and terrifying entities. The monsters capable of tearing apart a level 3 shelter possessed strength not inferior to that of top-tier experts. If there had only been one Ashen Trickster, Cao Jianqing wouldn't have been too worried, but now there were 5. Ashen Tricksters? Cao Fengqi looked at the monsters outside and furrowed his brow slightly. The Ashen Trickster, rumored to be formed from the ashes of the dead invaded by evil energy, absorbed human flesh and blood to condense its body and enhance its power. They were bloodthirsty, frenzied, and insane, feeling no pain. Only by shattering the core within them or purging their ashes could they be exterminated. Otherwise, they felt no pain. Even if their heads were severed, they would not die. The ashen mist connecting their bodies could also manipulate their heads back into place. "Run. Let's escape through the back door." Seeing the 5 Ashen Tricksters trying to enter, Cao Jianqing shouted in fear. He never expected their family would have such bad luck today. "Am I afraid of them?" Cao Fengqi raised an eyebrow and spoke softly. His gaze sharpened. "Script assistance has been activated, weakness insight and analysis activated. Defense comparable to level 4 metal, weaknesses have been marked." With the script's prompt, 5 red weakness markers appeared on the 5 Ashen Tricksters outside. Each Ashen Trickster had its weaknesses in different positions, one even at its feet. "Seeking death, huh?" Swish. With a movement of his hand, Cao Fengqi quickly knocked 3 arrows onto the anti-evil bow. Buzz. The next moment, flames of ash surged from his palm. The strands of ash flames transformed into flowing light, spreading like water snakes to the arrow tips. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows, imbued with powerful ash flames, shot out instantly. Without changing his expression, Cao Fengqi quickly drew 2 more arrows. Whoosh, whoosh. The split star shot and split arrow shot launched 5 arrows, each carrying ash flames, striking the 5 Ashen Tricksters. The arrows penetrated their bodies, directly shattering their cores. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 Ashen Tricksters, which Cao Jianqing thought were immensely powerful, were all instantly killed by him within a second. The ash flames released consumed much more than when forging weapons, but it was still manageable as they could recover quickly. The arrows infused with ash flames greatly enhanced their power, a boost that was somewhat difficult to quantify numerically, and their strength awaited verification. Cao Fengqi looked at the Ashen Tricksters he had easily slain, a satisfied expression on his face. The extraordinary sequence, even if not a combat type, was still terrifying. Chapter 54. Life-saving arrows from 1,500 meters away. The heavy rain outside created a loud noise as it hit the ground. Inside the Cao family shelter, Cao Jianqing, Lu Xiaoxiu, and Lu Chunying stared blankly at the fallen Ashen Tricksters ahead. 5 powerful evil beasts, killed in seconds? Uncle is amazing. Uncle is so awesome, Uncle. How can you set your hand on fire? The voices of Da Bao and Xiao Bao, filled with admiration, broke the silence first. They didn't understand much, but knew their uncle was the strongest. Son, what is this extraordinary sequence? Chao Jianxing looked at Cao Fengqi in shock, taking a deep breath. His voice stammering, tears of excitement welling in his eyes. Such bad luck, sigh, an auxiliary type extraordinary sequence. Cao Fengqi sighed and shook his head, just making do with it. Extraordinary sequence, Lu Chunying murmured. They had no time to care about Cao Fengqi's display of prowess. Happiness had come too quickly. Just yesterday, the Cao family had become a well-known prominent family in Liangmen County, and now, in just one day, the younger brother had become an extraordinary sequence user. This was somewhat overwhelming. Son, is your extraordinary sequence a spirit-forging craftsman? Cao Jianxing asked eagerly, his eyes burning with excitement. Yes, the extraordinary sequence of a refiner. A spirit-forging craftsman. Cao Fengqi nodded, flames of ash burning in his hand, casting a slightly sacred and noble aura around him. He looked at Da Bao and Xiao Bao, raising an eyebrow. Cool, right? The two little ones gaped, nodding their heads in a daze. Hee. Cao Fengqi smiled in satisfaction. Boom. Suddenly, a loud rumble interrupted them, causing his gaze to sharpen. Chao Jianqin's expression also changed as he quickly instructed. Chunying, light a piece of moon spirit essence, Xiaoxiu. Let's go repair the shelter. Okay. The two responded promptly. Cao Fengqi took a swift step out of the house. The black rain poured down on him. But he ignored it, leaping to the top of his shelter and looking in the direction of the sound. Crack, boom. Ah, help, help, help. Save me. Another violent roar came from afar, accompanied by terrified cries for help. The harsh and mournful sounds pierced through the rain curtain. Cao Fengqi looked in that direction. The daytime under the rain was pitch black. Yet, he clearly saw a pair of blood-red eyes. Even at least 2 or 3 kilometers away, he could still see clearly. Those eyes were as large as a human head. These terrifying eyes were almost parallel to his current position, the size of this monster. Cao Fengqi inhaled sharply, feeling a chill run down his spine, as the proud mindset he gained from his extraordinary power cooled down. He didn't even need to mention that his extraordinary power was merely auxiliary. Even if it were combat type, it could never match the bizarre opponent ahead. His mind stirred, and he activated the auxiliary function. The information of various resources within a 2-kilometer radius appeared densely on the screen. 2-kilometer range scanned. 2553 level 1 resources. 1211 level 2 resources. 548 level 3 resources. 33 level 4 resources. Scan 2 evil beast resources. There were actually 2 more evil beasts nearby. Cao Fengqi's gaze turned toward the direction of the 2 evil beasts in the back, surprise appearing on his face, adding to the one attacking their home. There were a total of 7 evil beasts within just a few kilometers, plus that terrifying evil beast in the distance. A thought flashed through his mind. The dark clouds and heavy rain had attracted some terrifying entities. Cao Fengqi also recalled Sangxian Town, already occupied by evil spirits and beasts, and the scattered bones, his expression gradually growing heavier. This disaster was far more terrifying than anyone had anticipated. Though humanity could gain power in the Lost Lands, the evil spirits and beasts within Blue Star grew much faster. Ah, run, run, take the children and flee. No, husband, dad, Grandpa Wu. The sounds of panic and despair came from over 1,000 meters away, and Cao Fengqi's brow furrowed tightly. Although he couldn't see what was happening there, he could imagine that someone's shelter had already been torn apart by those 2 evil beasts. Faced with evil beasts that could break a level 3 shelter, only those with level 4 weapons or top-tier experts in Liangmen County could cope. For everyone else, the only option was to flee. When faced with such evil beasts, even nearby neighbors could only close their doors and windows tightly, praying not to be targeted. Having crossed over, Cao Fengqi experienced disaster for the first time. Do what I can. He stood tall, his gaze locking onto the 2 moving evil beasts. Weakness insight and analysis activated. Weaknesses have been marked. The prompt from the auxiliary function sounded, and Cao Fengqi knocked his arrows onto the anti-evil bow. His gaze fixed on the weaknesses of the 2 evil beasts 1,500 meters away. Now, whoosh whoosh. His sharp gaze seemed to pierce through layers of darkness and rain. As the tips of the 2 anti-evil arrows, ablaze with ash flames, broke through the darkness. Let's stop them. You all run quickly. 1,500 meters away. A man in his 60s, along with a young man armed with knives and sticks, stared resolutely at 2 ashen gluttons ahead, shouting at their wives and children. Behind them, an old woman and a girl were desperately fleeing with 2 children. Roar, roar. The 2 ashen gluttons, with their bloodthirsty gazes, coldly stared at them as they stepped out of the torn shelter. Son, hold them off. By time for your mom. The elderly man tightly gripped his long knife and shouted at his son with red eyes. All right, kill. The young man gritted his teeth, suppressing his fear. And they charged directly at the two ashen gluttons. Bang, bang. Their weapons struck the ashen gluttons, which made no attempt to dodge. They extended their sharp claws, easily grabbing their weapons and flinging them away. Bang, bang. Under the immense force, the two men's weapons were easily taken away, and the young man wielding the stick was swept by it, letting out a scream. A crushing defeat, a complete crushing defeat. Son, the old man looked on in despair. This was simply not a battle of the same level. Husband, Chinger. The old woman and the girl fleeing ahead heard the screams from behind and couldn't help but turn back. With the light from their home, they saw the two ashen gluttons swiftly charging towards their family. Their eyes widened. The speed was too fast. The elderly man looked at the approaching ashen gluttons. His face filled with helplessness. Whoosh, whoosh. Just when they thought they were going to die, two beams of light flashed by. In the next moment, the lights directly pierced into the bodies of the two ashen gluttons. Bang, bang. Under their bewildered and shocked gazes, the two ashen gluttons slowly fell to the ground, splashing a large amount of water. What happened? The young man, who was already prepared to accept death, stared blankly at the fallen ashen gluttons. The old man beside him also opened his mouth wide and mustered his courage to approach the bodies of the ashen gluttons. When he saw the two arrows embedded in their bodies, his body trembled, and he looked in the direction from which the arrows had come. Arrows. Dad, someone saved us. Someone saved us. The young man also saw the two arrows and looked toward the dark distance, feeling like they had survived a disaster. Old partner. The evil beasts. How did they fall? Behind them, two people holding children ran over, filled with confusion and surprise. These arrows came from ahead. We are in Liangming County. The only one capable of such archery is that Cao family's second son. It's him. It's him. Quickly, come over, kneel down, and thank Chao's second son for saving us. The elderly man was momentarily dazed and hurriedly instructed his old partner and daughter-in-law. Chapter 55 Endless Rain. Level 5 resources reappeared. Resolved. Meanwhile, above the Cao family shelter, Cao Fengqi smiled. He was powerless against the terrifying evil beasts 2 to 3 kilometers away, but in places he could reach, he would not hesitate. Although he couldn't see the situation there, according to the display of his external tool, the two strange beasts had been killed. Cao Fengqi flipped off the roof, and his parents were already handling the shelter. Body of Ashen Glutton, level 4 quality. Effect, can collect 1 soul, claws can be used to forge weapons. Blood and flesh are filled with evil energy and cannot be eaten, but for other evil beasts, its blood and flesh would be a delicacy. Not bad. Cao Fengqi arrived in front of the Ashen Glutton's body, nodded in satisfaction at the attributes, and immediately used his collection technique to decompose it. Souls are good things. And the claws can also be used to forge the abyssal binding evil nail box's spikes. I wonder if this flesh can attract the Shin-devouring beast? But it's unnecessary. Level 3 metal is enough. A thought flashed through his mind, and he shook his head. Boom, boom, boom. The rumbling sound from the front came again. What kind of monster is ahead? Still destroying things. Cao Jianqing looked again, feeling the terrifying noise, suppressing much of his excitement about his son becoming an extraordinary sequence. Compared to their Cao family being attacked by 5 Ashen Gluttons, that place was the real disaster. Fortunately, that terrifying monster didn't come our way, otherwise, sigh. I don't know how many people would die. Lu Xiaoxiu sighed heavily. Cao Fengqi silently scanned around, feeling some pressure. With that monster's terror, they wouldn't even need to escape. They could only rely on luck. Once targeted, it would mean death. The rapid improvement during this period made him think he was already strong. But now, he and the Cao family were still like a small boat in the ocean. One bad stroke of luck could capsize them. At most, their small boat was just a bit bigger than others. He needed to forge more abyssal binding evil nail boxes for self-defense. Cao Fengqi decided in his heart. This was the strongest trump card he could forge. Although it was a one-time weapon and required 3 souls each time, it was worth it compared to his life. After all, the power unleashed by a level 5 hidden weapon would be extremely terrifying. Clap, clap, clap. Who? As Cao Fengqi and his parents solemnly repaired the shelter, a noticeable sound of footsteps approached. Cao Jianqing shouted warily. Brother Cao, sorry to disturb you. I'm here to express my gratitude. The old man quickly spoke up. Glancing at the torn shelter of the Cao family and the 5 bodies of the Ashen Gluttons on the ground, feeling a shock in his heart. This further confirmed to him that the benefactor who saved their Su family was Cao Fengqi, the rising star of the Cao family. Chao's second son. Thank you for saving our family. Thank you. The old man saw Cao Fengqi and handed over the 2 bodies of the ashen gluttons and arrows. Kneeling in front of him with a grateful face. We are all people fleeing. If I can help, I will. Uncle, you don't need to be so polite. Cao Fengqi, knowing that the old man was willing to brave the night to bring him the bodies of the ashen gluttons and arrows, felt comforted that he had not acted in vain. He smiled and quickly helped him up. This is a life-saving grace. How can that be polite? The old man shook his head and said solemnly. Cao Jianxing and the others looked at the scene in confusion. When did their son save a family? This brother doesn't need to thank anymore. It's quite dangerous now. You should hurry back. Cao Jianxing said courteously. All right, I won't disturb the benefactor anymore. Thank you, thank you. The old man repeatedly expressed his gratitude before leaving. Son, when did you save this family? Lu Xiaoxiu asked curiously as she watched the old man leave. Just now. I shot 2 arrows 1,500 meters away, killing 2 evil beasts. Cao Fengqi said nonchalantly. Just now? 1,500 meters? Is this what it means to be extraordinary? Cao Jianxing looked at the pitch-black world, moved. Cao Fengqi smiled. Being extraordinary doesn't necessarily mean one can do that. He is an external tool user. I need to find a way to upgrade our shelter to level 4, or even 5. After repairing the shelter with his parents, he looked at the dangerous outside world and thought to himself, a level 3 shelter is too unsafe. Even a level 4 would only barely protect the Cao family. However, upgrading to a level 4 shelter requires several thousand pounds of level 4 metal materials. Finding so many materials, even in the abandoned town, won't be easy. Cao Fengqi pondered. A thought flashing through his mind. The Cao family, filled with surprise and joy, finished breakfast and looked out the window at the dark world, revealing a serious expression. It seems this heavy rain will be hard to stop today. Cao Fengqi looked out the window at his parents. Dad, Mom, I'm going to enter the Lost Land for a moment. If there's danger, call me directly. Okay, they nodded, preparing to stay in the living room and notify their son at the first sign of danger. Cao Fengqi returned to his room, holding a knife in his left hand and the abyssal binding evil nail box in his right, ready to prevent the powerful Xian beast from ambushing him. Buzz. The scene before him transformed, and he breathed a sigh of relief as there was no danger around. With his current strength, as long as he didn't encounter that powerful Xian beast, even if there were a dozen of them, they wouldn't be enough to kill him. Cao Fengqi looked towards the territory of the Xian beast, his eyes flickering. The Xian beast was a treasure trove in itself. Whether he could elevate the Cao family sanctuary to level 4 next depended entirely on them. Scanned within a 2-kilometer range, 32 level 1 resources, 15 level 2 resources, 6 level 3 resources, 2 level 4 resources, 1 level 5 resource, and scanned 8 evil beast resources. Haha, the external scanner covered a 2-kilometer range, and the number of treasures scanned has increased significantly. Cao Fengqi looked at the information displayed by the external device, his face beaming with joy. There's also a level 5 resource. He gazed towards the territory of the Xian beast, where 6 of the evil beast resources originated, indicating that at least the ordinary Xian beast belonged to his resources and could be easily hunted. The location of the level 5 resource was at the center of the eastern desolate town, and it was motionless, likely not a vengeful corpse. One of the level 4 resources was within the territory of the Xian beast, but he didn't know what it was, as he had scanned it many times before. The other level 4 resource was actually behind him. Cao Fengqi looked at the locations of these resources, his heart racing. First, he would go to the level 4 resource behind him, then to the level 5 resource, and finally deal with the Xian beast. He mentally planned it out. One of the level 4 resources was located at the eastern slum of the town, which was relatively safe and easy to access. Cao Fengqi thought as he walked towards the back. His physique had already reached 60, significantly enhancing his speed, reflexes, and vision. The distance of less than 2 kilometers was quickly covered. Under this collapsed building, Cao Fengqi looked at the level 4 resource buried under the rubble and immediately began to dig. Ruined Tianshan cold armor, level 4 quality. Effect. Already ruined, no repair value. Good stuff, good stuff. Cao Fengqi looked at the ruined level 4 armor, and instead of feeling any disappointment, his eyes lit up. The metal of this cold armor could be used to forge the abyssal binding evil nail box. The materials from the entire armor were enough for him to forge 5 or 6 abyssal binding evil nail boxes. A great start. He happily stored it away and turned his gaze towards the direction of the level 5 resource, hoping for a smooth outcome. Cao Fengqi prayed in his heart, his eyes flickering as he approached. Now, he desperately hoped his strength could become even stronger. Chapter 56. Son, there's too much food. We can't fit it all at home. The eastern side of the desolate town was indeed barren. with even evil spirits and beasts undetectable. On the eastern side of the desolate town, Cao Fengqi gradually approached the level 5 resource point. The journey was quite smooth, 1,500 meters, 1,000 meters. Scanned within a 2-kilometer range, added 5 level 1 resources, 1 level 2 resource, 8 level 4 resources, 7 level 5 resources, and 3 level 6 resources. When Cao Fengqi was about 800 meters away from the level 5 resource point, the information from the external scanner came in. Cao Fengqi was not shocked. He looked ahead, his face showing an extremely serious expression. This was because, as he approached, that direction was getting close to the center area of the desolate town. It was hard to imagine how many powerful, vengeful corpses and other evil spirits and beasts were in the core of the desolate town. Sooner or later, I will conquer the entire Tsongshan town, Cao Fengqi silently vowed. Continuing to walk forward, he became even more cautious. Because the level 5 resource was only about 1,300 meters away from a moving level 6 resource. For powerful evil spirits and beasts, 1,300 meters was merely a few seconds away. To be safe, Cao Fengqi stored some of his equipment in the real sanctuary. 200 meters, 100 meters. Cao Fengqi restrained all his presence, silently arriving at the location of the level 5 resource. Safe. He scanned the surroundings, revealing an incredibly surprised expression on his face as his gaze fell ahead. This level 5 resource was located about half a meter underground, very shallow. Cao Fengqi walked over and began to dig with his hands. In less than a minute, he looked at the resource in his hands, his eyes brightening. Blessed Moon God Stone, level 5 quality. Effect, emits an aura that repels evil spirits and beasts, can resist mental attacks when worn, and can detoxify poisons below level 5 when held in the mouth, including level 5. Wow, good stuff. This is definitely good stuff. Cao Fengqi showed an excited expression. The only slight regret was that this Moon God Stone could not enhance his combat power. Moreover, Cao Fengqi frowned slightly as he recalled the level 5 resources he had obtained. All the level 5 resources he could acquire had the effect of repelling evil. Simply put, level 5 resources without the repelling effect had all been occupied by evil spirits and beasts. The level 5 resources he had obtained were either very easy to acquire or completely unattainable. They were at two extremes. A thought flashed through his mind. Could the invasion of the evil gods be for all the resources in this world? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. There were Xianshi beasts and vengeful corpses that enhanced their strength by devouring resources, and ashen ghouls that enhanced themselves by consuming the flesh and blood of living beings. The terrifying unknown evil gods treated all living treasures in the world as resources to plunder. Based on the information he currently possessed, there was some bad news. Aside from the repelling level 5 resources, other level 5 resources were either devoured by evil spirits and beasts or occupied. Cao Fengqi's brow furrowed tightly. This was not good news for him. He was still thinking about finding some level 5 metals to forge weapons. Simple level 5 swords, bows, and armor do not require forging blueprints. Of course, these belong to the mundane forging level and cannot be compared with refined and perfect quality of the same level. But this was enough. There was still one more way to obtain them. Hunt the Xianshi beasts, and tomorrow use the meat from the Xianshi beasts to exchange for level 4 and 5 metals in the county. Cao Fengqi thought to himself. Within Liangmin County, there were quite a few people who were lucky enough to encounter level 4 or even level 5 metals. Even among the vast population, it was possible that someone had the luck to find level 6 metal materials. Moreover, the flesh of the Xianshi beast, which could enhance physique, was a good thing. As long as the price was right, there would definitely be many people willing to trade. Having made his decision, he swiftly left with the blessed Moon God Stone. After a few minutes, Cao Fengqi arrived at the edge of the Xianshi beast territory. Scanned within a 2-kilometer range, 27 level 1 resources, 7 level 2 resources, 1 level 3 resource, 1 level 4 resource, scanned 7 evil beast resources. The tide of fortune began to turn. Cao Fengqi looked at the prompts from the external device, and Xiao Longwang started to grin. He smiled broadly as he looked inside, taking out a few level 3 arrows to use as bait. Hiding 100 meters away, Cao Fengqi quietly waited. Roar, roar. As time passed, the silhouettes of 3 Xianshi beasts slowly appeared. With the external device upgraded, the 3 Xianshi beasts approached under his watch. Weakness marked. Red dots appeared on the 3 Xianshi beasts, and Cao Fengqi smiled slightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without any hesitation, 3 arrows were knocked on the bowstring and instantly shot out. Puff, puff, puff. The brilliant embers sliced through the deep darkness, directly embedding themselves in the bodies of the Xianshi beasts. The terrifying penetration and destructive power caused most of the arrows to be buried within. Hello, hello. The cries of despair before death sounded as they sensed the flow of life leaving them, trying to escape back to their lair. But they only managed to run 100 meters before collapsing. Too easy. Cao Fengqi showed a satisfied expression and immediately rushed over to drag the corpses of the 3 Xianshi beasts. 3 Xianshi beasts, 3 souls, plus about 600 pounds of level 4 flesh. He pulled the Xianshi beasts and glanced around the Xianshi beast territory, discovering that the dying screams of the 3 Xianshi beasts attracted other Xianshi beasts coming this way. Cao Fengqi did not take the risk. If that powerful Xianshi beast was also attracted over, it would be a bit troublesome. He took the corpses of the Xianshi beasts and quickly retreated a kilometer away, sensing that the Xianshi beasts did not pursue. Cao Fengqi returned the corpses to the shelter. Continuing, he casually piled the Xianshi beasts in the room and returned to the Lost Land. Scanned within a 2-kilometer range. 7 level 1 resources, 1 level 2 resource, scanned 5 evil beast resources. After changing position, Cao Fengqi looked at the sensed Xianshi beasts and began to replicate the method. In less than 20 minutes. Looking at the 4 Xianshi beasts lying on the ground, Cao Fengqi laughed. He rushed over and sent them back home again. His room couldn't hold any more. The weight of 1 Xianshi beast was comparable to that of an adult pig, and with the 7 corpses of Xianshi beasts, it amounted to over 1,500 pounds. Cao Fengqi opened the door and saw his mother and sister-in-law in the living room, shouting, "Mom, sister-in-law, please handle the stuff in my room." After saying that, he directly entered the Lost Land again. The Xianshi beasts not only had no eyes, but also lacked intelligence. In less than 2 hours, he hunted down another 7 Xianshi beasts, bringing them back to the shelter, feeling extremely happy. "Mom, come handle this." He opened the door again and shouted, Oh. Lu Xiaoxiu heard and quickly got up to say, "Fengqi, is it still the corpses of Xianshi beasts?" "Yes." Cao Fengqi replied and lay down on the bed. "You guys handle it. I'll go hunt some more." "Whoa, my goodness, son, wait. Don't go hunting anymore. There's no room at home." However, soon, when Lu Xiaoxiu walked in and saw the house full of Xianshi beast corpses, she exclaimed in surprise and helplessness. Cao Fengqi looked up. "All right, forget about that." Chapter 57. The rich area on the north side of the desolate town? Level 6 resource reappears. "This is too much, Fengqi. How did you hunt so many Xianshi beasts?" Lu Chunying, who arrived at the door, looked at the house full of Xianshi beast corpses, her mouth slightly agape. They were already shocked when they saw the 7 Xianshi beast corpses just now. Now another 7 appeared. At this moment, her and her mother's expressions were identical, both surprised and helpless. Encountered a group of Xianshi beasts. Cao Fengqi shrugged. "Next, I should be able to hunt down a dozen more. Then our family will have an abundance of Xianshi beast meat." "Wow, uncle, we can't finish this at all." Daba walked over, wide-eyed and speechless. The little guy felt a bit overly happy. "Yes, we can't finish it at all." Lu Xiaoxiu echoed. "And eating this meat is too wasteful. Hee. Eat as much as we can. Besides, I'm planning to trade Xianshi beast meat for level 4 metal tomorrow to upgrade our shelter to level 4. Cao Fengqi smiled. "The current defense of the shelter is too low." "All right." Lu Xiaoxiu nodded happily and said to him, "Fengqi, take a break. You've been busy all morning. Have some lunch first. If we can avoid hunting Xianshi beasts, let's hold off for now. We really don't have the space," she said, glancing distressfully at the Xianshi beast corpses piled all over the living room. She never thought that one day the Cao family would be troubled by having too much food with no place to store it, especially when this food was of level 4 quality. They wouldn't dare to dream of this before. "All right." Cao Fengqi glanced at the messy living room and nodded. "Anyway, those Xianshi beasts can't run away. Fengqi, you've worked hard. Mom and I will go make lunch." Lu Chunying said gently to him, "You should rest well." Cao Fengqi nodded. The 14 corpses of Xianshi beasts weighed over 2 tons, enough for him to exchange for sufficient resources. After trading these Xianshi beasts, he would continue hunting. However, what else could he do besides hunting Xianshi beasts? Ha, Xiu'er, Daba, Xiaobao, look at what I brought you to eat. Today Grandpa is lucky. I easily caught a dog wolf in the Lost Land, and we're having that today. At this moment, in the next bedroom, Cao Jiancheng, who also entered the Lost Land that morning, was beaming as he carried a piece of meat weighing at least 20 pounds, laughing heartily. However, when he noticed the house full of Xianshi beast corpses, his voice suddenly stopped. "Grandpa is so awesome. Fortunately, Grandpa, you got less meat, or we wouldn't have room at all," Xiaobao exclaimed understandingly. Cao Jianqin's mouth twitched, glaring at the drafty little cotton jacket. The meat lifted by his hand unconsciously drooped down. Forcing a smile, "We need to change up the flavor, hee. Jiancheng, Can you try to find some vegetables in the future? Lu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but laugh. I'll try. Cao Jianxing opened his mouth, looking somewhat resentfully at his son. Fengqi, how did you hunt so many Xianshi beasts? Good luck. Cao Fengqi replied leisurely. Is that what you call good luck? What about me? I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable. Call me when it's time to eat. Ha. The family laughed and busied themselves, some resting, some working. The heavy rain was still falling, not knowing if that terrifying monster had left. Hopefully, the sun would come tomorrow, and they could go trade for some resources. Half an hour later, the family sat at the dining table, eating and chatting. The large amount of food at home swept away some of their gloom. After finishing lunch, Cao Fengqi returned to his room, contemplating without entering the lost land. He looked at the souls in his hand, 29 of them, not too many, but not few either. He decided to make 5 more abyssal binding evil nail boxes, adding the one he crafted earlier. 6 level 5 disposable hidden weapons would be enough to deal with significant crises and ensure his safety. Without hesitation, Cao Fengqi went to the forging table to start crafting. He was busy until evening, and looking at the 6 abyssal binding evil nail boxes in front of him, he felt a bit more secure. With 14 souls left, he decided to absorb them all. When he absorbed the 9th soul, he had a feeling and opened his attributes to take a look. Sequence level, Forging Master, 1. Adding the 1 absorbed earlier, the experience of the Forging Master rose to 1%. At this moment, he noticed that his physique increased by 1 point, reaching 61. Experience rising by 1 increased his physique by 1 point, which means 10 souls increase by 1 point of physique. Reaching the peak of Forging Master could increase 100 points of physique. Cao Fengqi's eyes flickered. Then it seems those veteran extraordinary sequence users probably have a physique of over 100, right? The possibility is high. But Cao Fengqi felt that even extraordinary users would find it challenging to obtain a large number of souls. He didn't need to rush. Once he exchanged enough level 4 and level 5 metal materials with the Xianshi beast meat, he could completely eliminate the Xianshi beasts and hunt those water ghost monkeys. The water ghost monkeys had 8 level 5 resources. Cao Fengqi planned in his heart. By then, his strength would enter a period of rapid advancement. He was not an overly anxious person. After finishing the dinner left for him, he fell asleep. Damn. The rain had lessened a bit, but it was still pitch black outside, and the county hadn't notified them to proceed, indicating that those extraordinary individuals sensed the path ahead was still dangerous. The next morning, as Cao Fengqi stepped out of his room, he heard his father's helpless voice. He glanced out the window and frowned. This was not good news. If they couldn't continue their journey, they couldn't engage in trade. It was troublesome. It seemed they would have to explore the northern side of the desolate town today. Cao Fengqi sighed inwardly. Nowadays, he had already explored most of the outskirts in the east, south, and west directions, and since he could no longer hunt the Xianshi beasts, he had no choice but to head to the north side of the desolate town. After having breakfast and chatting briefly with his parents, he entered the lost land. He decided to go around from the east side, which would take about 10 to 20 kilometers to reach the north side. Now he was heading straight towards the edge of the small town from the eastern side. Scanned within a 2-kilometer range, 5 level 1 resources, 1 level 2 resource. As he progressed, he was speechless at the trash he scanned. If only he had gone around from the west side, he might have come across some good stuff. He thought to himself, shaking his head and not dwelling on it. Although there were no treasures on the east side, there was also no danger, allowing him to move much faster. 3 hours later, Cao Fengqi arrived at the due north of the desolate town. According to the map information, there was a base of the Night Watchers of the Abyss on the north side. He wondered if there were extraordinary sequence runes of the Night Watchers there. Cao Fengqi couldn't help but think. The Night Watchers sounded like a formidable combat class of extraordinary beings. Scanned within a 2-kilometer range, 55 level 1 resources, 19 level 2 resources, 9 level 3 resources, for level 4 resources, 2 level 5 resources, 1 level 6 resource. Just a kilometer into the north side, Cao Fengqi saw the information transmitted by the external device, and he slightly opened his mouth in surprise. What the hell? Is this the rich area of the town? How can there be so many resources? Moreover, in front of him, 800 meters away, that level 1 resource was bigger than 7 or 8 houses combined. Is it really that ridiculous? Chapter 58, 100 tons of grain and terrifying nightmares. Who? Cao Fengqi looked at the massive resources ahead, took a deep breath, and suppressed the heat rising in his chest. He was no longer a novice. In this desolate town, searching for resources every day was thrilling. Now that he saw so many treasures, he quickly calmed down after a moment of excitement. Something unusual must be afoot, he murmured. Recalling his previous experiences, Those level 5 and 6 resources were either items to ward off evil or places of great danger. However, after contemplating for a long time, he decided to explore. The base of the Night Watchers of the Abyss was located to the north. Could those treasures be items to ward off evil? Even if they weren't, he had to investigate the situation to prepare for the future. With a serious expression, Cao Fengqi stepped cautiously inside. He was very careful, taking each step with utmost caution. This time, the external scan revealed another hidden danger. It had not detected any evil spirits or evil beasts ahead. So there were only two possibilities. Either there were no evil beasts or spirits ahead, or the strength of the evil spirits and beasts was extremely powerful. One Moon Spirit Stone, good news. After advancing more than 200 meters, Cao Fengqi reached a position with a level 2 resource, and his eyes brightened upon seeing the item. However, soon after, he found a level 2 knife and a level 3 ruined piece of equipment within the next few hundred meters, and the luck he had felt vanished completely. Scanned within a 2-kilometer range, 9 level 1 resources, 7 level 2 resources, 3 level 3 resources, 2 level 4 resources, 1 level 5 resource. The external scan kept updating, and when Cao Fengqi saw that a level 5 resource was added, he didn't feel much joy on his face. It all felt too strange. The abundance of resources seemed suspicious. Cao Fengqi murmured, then shook his head and chuckled. Too many resources isn't a good thing. Anyway, now that he had 10 lives, even if there was danger, he could still take a chance. He was going to get that absurdly large level 1 resource. Adjusting his mindset, he continued to walk forward, delving deeper for 800 meters without encountering any danger, his gaze fixed on that enormous level 1 resource. Was it buried 2 meters underground? What on earth was it? He walked over, his vision completely occupied by the information of that massive level 1 resource. He no longer bothered looking at level 1 resources, but something this big was impossible to ignore. Without hesitation, Cao Fengqi started digging. His enhanced physique allowed him to dig much faster now. Soon, a gray metal plate appeared in his sight. Dry iron, level 1 quality. Effect, a type of metal that can isolate moisture, not very valuable. There was a large piece of this strange metal buried underground. What was it buried for? Cao Fengqi felt puzzled. A thought flashed through his mind. He took out the Xianlong knife and stabbed it into the dry iron. Sure enough, it was empty. His eyes flickered as he used the Xianlong knife to carve a crack, looking into the dark interior, and tossed in a Moon Spirit Stone. Bang! The Moon Spirit Stone landed about a meter inside, illuminating the surroundings. What is this? When Cao Fengqi saw the items inside, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Refined rice, no quality. Effect, ordinary food, good for satiety. Refined rice? Food. It was all food here. Judging by the scale, at least 100 tons. Cao Fengqi's eyes lit up. Although the Cao family currently did not lack food, he was still very surprised to see such a large quantity of grain. After all, having surplus food at home means not having to panic. With so much grain here, this place was very likely. Cao Fengqi recalled the information on the map. Harvest rice shop. It should be right. Only a rice shop would store such a large amount of refined rice. He was certain in his heart, according to the map scale. The harvest rice shop was more than 3 kilometers away from the Night Watcher's base. Not bad, not bad. He looked at the large amount of refined rice below and smiled, igniting his palm with fire to seal the opened crack, preventing the rice inside from becoming damp and moldy. For now, he didn't need the food here. Onward. Jumping out of the pit, Cao Fengqi, in a good mood, looked towards a position more than 100 meters to the right. There was a level 4 resource. At least it was a good start. If things went smoothly from here, he would strike it rich. He muttered to himself, walking forward. After walking a few meters, tree shadows appeared in his sight. Trees? Cao Fengqi looked over. What the? Before he could take a closer look, an abrupt shout came. Buzz. The sudden sound startled Cao Fengqi, and at that moment, the warning from his script sounded. At the same time, an inexplicable attack suddenly enveloped his body. Buzz buzz. On him. The blessed moon god stone flashed with a silvery white light, blocking the invisible attack. Cao Fengqi was shocked to see this. Caw-caw. Crash. Caw-caw. An unknown evil beast seemed to have been completely startled, letting out sharp cries, accompanied by the sounds of branches colliding and other evil beasts responding. A series of noises erupted. What on earth was that? At that moment, Cao Fengqi's heart raced violently. From the moment he was attacked inexplicably to the series of sharp cries, it all happened within 2 seconds. Faced with an unknown terrifying presence, he did not hesitate at all and turned to run. Caw-caw. Buzz buzz. Caw-caw. Crash. Sounds came from behind, and through the script's danger warning, Cao Fengqi realized that this unknown evil beast was flying. Oh no. Flying evil beasts were always difficult to deal with. He gritted his teeth and, without any hesitation, drew his bow and turned, shooting an arrow at one of the evil beasts. Relying on the script's marking, Cao Fengqi's 6-segment archery skills required no aiming. The arrow, carrying the flame, streaked across the night sky towards the evil beast behind. The light of the flame illuminated the appearance of the evil beast. Corrupted crow? No way. Cao Fengqi's gaze sharpened as he noticed the unknown evil beast resembling a corrupted crow. It wasn't very large, with its black wings only half a meter wide. Compared to the foul-smelling corrupted crow, this crow appeared to be crafted from black diamonds, exuding a deadly aura amidst its elegance. When the crow saw the arrows attacking it, it flapped its wings. A blurry black crow phantom appeared in front of it, intercepting the arrows. Bang! The sound of collision echoed, and Cao Fengqi's pupils constricted as he saw the arrows being blocked. This was a nightmare. It was actually a nightmare. Cao Fengqi recognized this evil beast. Nightmares not only fed on human flesh and blood, but also devoured souls. They were like nightmares in the dark, possessing various extraordinary attack methods. Just now, if it hadn't been for the moon god stone blocking its mental attack, Cao Fengqi would have collapsed right there, unable to resist at all. Caw! Buzz! A second nightmare flew in, and the unavoidable mental attack enveloped him again. The blessed moon god stone exerted its power, helping him to resist. But the next moment, a pitch-black dark claw flew in. Damn, such a fast attack. Cao Fengqi watched the continuous onslaught, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. Even with scripted prompts, he couldn't completely evade the swift dark claws. The defense of his blue-patterned robe activated instantly. Bang! A violent collision sound rang out, accompanied by the immediate dissipating of the blue-patterned protective shield around him. Cao Fengqi was horrified. Damn! He growled lowly and turned to flee desperately. This was only the arrival of 2 nightmares, and in just a few seconds of direct confrontation, he was completely suppressed. This was something he couldn't handle at all. Chapter 59. Irritated Cao Fengqi, decent sister-in-law. Damn. Cao Fengqi had anticipated danger on the northern side of the abandoned town, but he never expected it to be a terrifying evil beast like the nightmare. He also didn't think he would encounter them so quickly. To be clear, according to his previous exploration experience, only by approaching the core of the abandoned town would there be powerful evil spirits and beasts. The northern side was not just close to the center. Even the edges were occupied by nightmares. Caw! The 2 nightmares saw Cao Fengqi fleeing and flapped their wings, flying towards him instantly. One nightmare's round, sparkling black eyes locked onto him, and its gaze suddenly flashed with a deep blood red. Crack! Suddenly, terrifying bony claws shot up from beneath the ground, reaching for his right leg. What a bizarre attack method. Cao Fengqi's pupils slightly contracted as he saw this. Relying on the script's early warning, he leaped away from the attack of the bony claws. Caw! The other nightmare, seeing its companion fail to land a hit, furiously flapped its wings and soared above Cao Fengqi. 2 dark claws attacked him one after the other. Sensing the attack from above, Cao Fengqi awkwardly executed a wind-sweeping leaf maneuver. He placed his hands on the ground, narrowly avoiding the 2 dark claws' assault. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Without the script's prompts, he wouldn't have been able to dodge this terrifying attack. Caw! 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 The nightmares, seeing him evade again, grew impatient. Their resplendent black bodies emitted a ghostly light. Wings closed around themselves, claws extended. They prepared to dive down and grab him directly. Damn it! Do they really think I'm easy to bully? Seeing the relentless nightmare, Cao Fengqi flipped his hand to take out the abyssal binding evil nail box he had on him. Glaring fiercely at it, die? The abyssal fire activated the abyssal binding evil nail box, and he accurately threw it at the nightmare charging at him. Clink, clink, clink. The sound of metal coupling activation rang out as the flying abyssal binding evil nail box exploded directly in front of the nightmare. 99 spikes erupted with an extreme cold light, carrying a heart-stopping force towards the nightmare. Caw! 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 The attacking nightmare had no time to evade. It could only shield itself with its wings. However, the dense spikes unleashed terrifying, penetrating, and destructive power, piercing into its wings. Caw! Caw! The spikes embedded in its wings, and it let out a painful cry, its body unsteady as it fell to the side. Caw! The nightmare behind saw this, flapping its wings rapidly, sending dozens of feathers shooting towards Cao Fengqi. Cao Fengqi hurriedly dodged, glancing at the fallen nightmare on the ground. It didn't die? He widened his eyes, gritted his teeth, and turned to escape. Caw! The uninjured nightmare glared at his retreating figure and let out a fierce cry, but hesitated for a moment before not pursuing. It landed on its companion and used its beak to pull out the spikes from its wings. Phew, thankfully it didn't chase me. Damn. The danger level on this northern side far exceeds other places. Fortunately, I got that blessed moon god stone yesterday. Otherwise, I would have really perished here. Compared to the abyssal devourer, the nightmare's strength is far greater, much stronger than that water ghost monkey. Not only can it fly, but its mental attack methods are also bizarre. Cao Fengqi quickly fled forward, feeling a drastic change in his expression as he sensed the nightmare did not pursue. The attack just unleashed by the abyssal binding evil nail box was already strong enough, yet it still hadn't killed it. He had only encountered 2 nightmares. Could there be more inside? Could there be a nightmare leader? He only dared to stop after running 2 kilometers, looking at the northern side of the abandoned town, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Thank goodness for the abyssal binding evil nail box. Cao Fengqi sighed again. But this trip wasn't in vain. He found a grain warehouse and learned what dangers lay on the northern side. After slightly comforting himself, Cao Fengqi quietly gazed at the entire Tsangshan town ahead, momentarily unsure of what to do. According to the information just scanned by the external device, the area ahead and even the northwest side basically belonged to the nightmare's domain. Except for the east side, which had no evil beast clans, the south had abyssal devourers, the north had nightmares, and the west had water ghost monkeys. The abyssal devourers are now the easiest to deal with, but he still doesn't have 100% confidence in hunting the abyssal devourer leader. Cao Fengqi stood there silently pondering. He still needed to obtain level 5 metal to upgrade all his equipment. If he could craft a level 5 bow, create that level 5 large umbrella, and add level 5 arrows and level 5 traps, he would even have confidence in taking down a nightmare. His eyes flickered slightly, and with a thought, he directly exited the lost land. Back in the shelter, Cao Fengqi immediately opened the curtains to look outside. It was still pitch black. When would this rain stop? When would the day brighten? Without daylight, he couldn't trade, and without trading, he couldn't improve himself to continue exploring. Looking at the pitch black outside, Cao Fengqi walked out of the room, slightly irritated. Glancing at the living room, his mother Lu Xiaoxiu and sister-in-law Lu Chunying were processing the corpses of the abyssal devourers. He walked straight to the sofa. "Uncle, have you found good stuff again?" The Bao, sitting on the sofa, looked at him with bright eyes and asked expectantly. "Good stuff isn't that easy to find. Your uncle almost died." Cao Fengqi waved his hand, feeling displeased as he slumped on the sofa and weakly said, "Come, give your uncle a shoulder massage, a leg massage." "Oh, uncle, you can't die?" "Uncle, you won't die. You will never die." The Bao and Xiao Bao immediately came over and said to him, "Hee." Cao Fengqi smiled faintly at the comforting words from the 2 little ones. In the apocalypse, having family is essential. Otherwise, even if there's enough to eat, one's spirit can become unhinged. "Fengqi, how about I help you massage your body to relieve fatigue?" The 2 little ones have small strength. Suddenly, Lu Chunying, from the side, looked over and spoke. Cao Fengqi was slightly taken aback when he heard her words again. In the Lost Land, exploring supplies in that dark and dangerous place can be quite oppressive. Lu Chunying continued, "I can't help you too much, but I can do what I can to ease your fatigue." Beside her, Lu Xiaoxiu paused for a moment at her daughter-in-law's words and nodded silently. Although her son often returned with a lot of gains, they could imagine the hardships and dangers involved. "Is that bad?" Cao Fengqi looked at his serious sister-in-law and opened his mouth. "What's bad about that? I'm going to wash my hands first." Lu Chunying shook her head, took off her apron, washed her hands, and walked over. "You 2 go help Grandma with the meat." Lu Chunying gestured to the 2 children. "Oh, okay, Mom. Grandma, we're here to help you." Daba and Xiaobao nodded. "Fengqi, you lie down on the sofa first," Lu Chunying indicated to him. "Okay." Cao Fengqi looked at his earnest and straightforward sister-in-law, knowing it was just a very simple massage. He also recognized that he had become a bit overly excited. He didn't hesitate and climbed down right away. A massage to relieve his irritation was quite nice. However, the moment Cao Fengqi lay down, he felt a heavy weight settle on him. That soft sensation made him slightly stunned. He couldn't tell if it was his sister-in-law feeling uncomfortable. But she moved a couple of times. No, it was more like she squirmed a couple of times. Cao Fengqi became even more restless. These 2 chapters weren't updated last night. There will be 2 updates tonight. Thanks to the likes of Wu Mai's Zhou Mo and the early risers for the push. Thanks to the big shots of Siluji Xing and Ning's Toomey for the bubble milk tea. Please leave some 5-star reviews. Chapter 60, Continuous Heavy Rain. Neighbors shocked to borrow food. Cao Fengqi's supreme bone was awakened. He began to be proactive. Cao Fengqi initially thought his sister-in-law was straightforward and a person of integrity. And he had trusted her so much, but he didn't expect her to be so bold. The script didn't predict this scene. His sister-in-law, who had been working hard for years, had a very toned figure. Previously, she had been a bit thin due to lack of nutrition, but in recent days, her daily nutrition had already made up for it. The touch was strangely stimulating, and Cao Fengqi finally understood the pleasure of being a scoundrel. At this moment, Lu Chunying also felt inexplicably warm in her body. She gently rubbed her legs and looked at Cao Fengqi, placing her hands on his shoulders and began to massage. Fengqi, is this pressure okay? If it's comfortable, you can lie here and sleep for a while. I'll give you a massage. Lu Chunying cast a glance at her mother and children not far away, trying to keep her voice calm. It's fine, Cao Fengqi replied. As for sleeping for a while, he simply couldn't fall asleep. His sister-in-law was doing this on purpose. Did she think he was still a naive 18-year-old? Damn, he had seen countless scenes. Cao Fengqi's mind wandered, feeling that the current scene was somewhat similar to those in the films. The subsequent massage was relatively normal. The train ultimately did not enter the island country. It must be said that proper relaxation could relieve some irritability and bad moods. After Lu Chunying finished massaging him, she tossed her hair and calmly continued with her tasks. Cao Fengqi looked around, unsure of what he was thinking. After a long time, he stretched his body and walked over to help. You don't need to do that. Just leave it to us, Lu Xiaoxiu said to him. You should go rest. It's fine. I want to wait until it gets light outside to trade some level 4 and level 5 metals and craft some weapons before entering the Lost Land. Cao Fengqi said. It's too dangerous in the town right now. I'm not going there for now. Dangerous? Lu Xiaoxiu nodded. Then you must rest well and prepare. There's no rush. Fengqi, can you now craft level 4 weapons? Lu Chunying asked him. As long as the materials are sufficient, I can even make level 5. Cao Fengqi replied. You can make level 5 too? Lu Chunying's face lit up with surprise. If her brother-in-law could craft level 5 equipment, then their family would be completely free from worries about food and clothing. Cao Fengqi smiled and chatted casually with his mother and sister-in-law while dealing with the corpses of the Xianshi beasts. The day quickly passed. Splash. The next day, when Cao Fengqi opened the curtains and looked outside, he showed a helpless expression. The rain was even heavier than yesterday. When would it finally end? If it continued like this for a few more days, something would go wrong. Yeah, it's pitch black outside. People don't dare to go out at all. And many families' food supplies won't last for a few days, his parents said, standing by the window with furrowed brows. Mom and Dad, Fengqi, it's time to eat. Lu Chunying said as she brought the dishes to the dining table, smiling. Maybe the rain will stop tomorrow. Although the current situation was oppressive, she felt an unprecedented sense of security lately. Life was much better than before. The family nodded and sat down to eat. After breakfast, Cao Fengqi felt a bit bored. There was no place to explore in the Lost Land's abandoned town, and it clearly seemed like a waste of time to leave the abandoned town for other places. Let me take a look around. With a thought, he directly opened his external scanning device. Within a 2-kilometer range, scanned 2553 level 1 supplies, 1211 level 2 supplies, 548 level 3 supplies, 33 level 4 supplies, and scanned 3 evil beasts. 3 evil beasts. Cao Fengqi's eyes flickered as he thought for a moment and looked at his parents. Dad, Mom, you stay here. I'm going out for a bit. Out. Fengqi, what are you going out for? Lu Xiaoxiu asked, slightly alarmed. I sensed the presence of evil beasts. I need to deal with them. Son, that's too dangerous. It's fine. It's not too far. I'll be back quickly, don't worry. Cao Fengqi shook his head. I need to collect some souls. All right. Fengqi, be careful with everything. Cao Jianxing slowly nodded, knowing that his son had become an extraordinary being with remarkable strength. Cao Fengqi picked up his weapon, opened the door, and the rainwater was about to flood over the threshold. He stepped out, and the water on the ground quickly soaked over his shoes. He glanced around without paying much attention, looking towards the right side. At a distance of 1,300 meters, there were 2 evil beasts. He needed to deal with those 2 first. He thought to himself, his figure moving quickly as he dashed over. Navigating through one shelter after another, Cao Fengqi felt very safe. To put it bluntly, even if he encountered a powerful evil beast, given his speed, it might not be him who suffers. Evil spirits and evil beasts could certainly get full. For Cao Fengqi now, a distance of over 1,000 meters was only a matter of 10 seconds. Arriving within 100 meters of the evil beasts, he saw 2 bizarre evil beasts, each about 2 meters long, emerging from a hole in a shelter. They were covered in blood, their black and red bodies slimy, lacking limbs, resembling large leeches. The difference was that their backs were swollen with bloody flesh bulbs, and their entire heads were filled with sharp teeth, looking somewhat terrifying. They were wart-faced leeches. Cao Fengqi's eyes turned cold upon seeing them. Wart-faced leeches, a type of bloodthirsty evil beast. He immediately took out his bow and arrows, locking onto them. Whoosh! 2 arrows carrying embers shot out instantly. Splash! The next second, the two wart-faced leeches were unexpectedly agile. They dove directly into the rainwater. Their bodies elongated into 7 or 8 meters, like long snakes, evading the arrow's attack. Their terrifying, tooth-filled heads emerged from the water, glaring at Cao Fengqi with a murderous intent. Interesting, Cao Fengqi noted, surprised that these wart-faced leeches could dodge his arrows. His gaze sharpened. Script, activate. 2 weak points appeared in Cao Fengqi's line of sight as he knocked 2 arrows and stepped through the rain toward them. 2 warty leeches restored to their previous appearance, their bodies quickly attacking him with the help of the water flow. Whoosh, whoosh. When the distance between both sides was 50 meters, Cao Fengqi's arrows shot out again. Zzz. Zzz. At such a close range, the 2 arrows were faster than bullets, and the 2 warty leeches couldn't avoid his deadly attack. Being pinned down in the water and struggling violently, soon losing their lives. Warty leeches' corpses, level 4 quality, effect, can collect 1 soul. Has a large amount of corrupted blood inside, possesses strong toxins, can be used to concoct poison, or can be applied to one's own weapons. Cao Fengqi walked over, looking at the corpses of the warty leeches, revealing a satisfied expression. Not bad. He quickly stored them away and glanced at the shelter that had been destroyed by the warty leeches, a bloody smell wafting from inside. He shook his head, walked over, and used his Xianlong knife to collect some level 3 metal for making arrows before leaving directly. He was not a savior and had no ability to save anyone. If it weren't for the souls needed for crafting weapons and his cheat, he wouldn't have come out in this pitch-black stormy weather. After putting away his gains at home, he went out again to deal with another warty leech before closing the door. Not bad. It's faster than obtaining resources in the Lost Lands. Cao Fengqi looked at the 3 souls he had collected with satisfaction. He could keep an eye on his surroundings from now on. He valued his life, and, to prevent the Cao family shelter from being attacked after he left, planned to only operate within a 2-kilometer radius. He would hunt any evil beasts his cheat could scan, and if it couldn't scan them, he would just let it go. He focused on waiting for opportunities, steady. After all, in reality, he only had 1 life. A day passed, and to Cao Fengqi's slight relief, he had hunted a total of 6 warty leeches, obtaining 6 souls. A new day arrived, and the rain continued to fall. The sky outside looked like a dark world. In the morning, Cao Fengqi hunted 2 warty leeches. His mother, with nothing to do, made a set of mahjong out of metal and, in the afternoon, pulled the whole family to play mahjong to pass the time. Bang bang. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, catching the Cao family's attention. Not an evil beast, but other people. I'll go take a look. Cao Fengqi glanced over. The script didn't indicate an attack, and according to the information displayed by his cheat, there should be 3 people outside. He walked over, and Xiao Jiansheng immediately followed, alertly picking up his weapon. It was Xiao Hua's family. Looking through the peephole, Cao Fengqi saw the familiar neighbors and told his parents, "Open the door." "Fengqi, Uncle Cao." Outside, Chen Feng, pale and bloodless, along with Zhang Fenfen and their child Chen Ziahua, stood awkwardly in the downpour. "Xiao Chen, what's wrong? Come inside." Xiao Jiansheng immediately invited. "Come in. Brother Chen, come in." Cao Fengqi also gestured. The Cao family had a good impression of their neighbor, Xiao Hua's family. Last time, when there was a conflict with Wang Long, Chen Feng had helped call the enforcers. However, later Chen Feng angrily told them that the enforcers deliberately didn't come immediately, possibly colluding with the wealthy families. No, it's fine." Chen Feng waved his hand, a bit embarrassed as he spread his palm and pleaded, "Fengqi, Uncle Cao, can I borrow some food from your family? I can give you this piece of level 4 metal in return, and we will definitely repay you once we find food." In his hand was a piece of metal the size of a fist. Beside him, Xiao Hua looked up eagerly, and Zhang Fenfen's expression was tense. Cao Fengqi could tell from their condition that they hadn't eaten for at least a day and hadn't been full for several days. "Xiao Chen, why are you being polite with Uncle Cao? If you have no food, come find us early." Xiao Jianxing immediately reproached, patting Xiao Hua's head and sighing. "Look at how hungry the child is. He's lost so much weight." "I'll go get some food," Cao Fengqi said, walking into the living room to grab a few pieces of prepared Xian Shi beast meat. "Thank you, Uncle Cao." "Thank you, Fengqi." Chen Feng saw this and quickly expressed his gratitude. "Once I find meat, I'll definitely return it to you. Distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors." "Brother Chen, don't be so polite. Just take it," Cao Fengqi said, lifting about 50 jin of meat and handing it to him. He was a person who was very clear about grudges and favors. No matter how much meat the Liu family wanted, he wouldn't give it to them. The Chen family, Xiao Hua's father, although they weren't providing a lifeline, brought some warmth. They were trusted neighbors, with so much meat at home that he couldn't store it all. And having discovered a granary with hundreds of tons of food in the wasteland, Cao Fengqi naturally wouldn't be stingy. Fengqi, this meat is too much, and this. Chen Feng was slightly taken aback when he saw so much meat handed to him, and when he saw the quality of the meat, his eyes widened further. Level 4 quality meat? Is this for them? Chapter 61. Famine, Riots. Fengqi, do you want a wife? No, this meat is too precious. Just a bit of rice would be fine. Chen Feng looked at the quality of the Xianshi beast meat in shock, and quickly waved his hand. Just take it. Xiao Chun, our family's rice isn't much, we have a lot of meat, Cao Jinqing signaled to him. Uncle Cao, this meat is too precious, we can't accept it. Ordinary cured meat would be fine. Chen Feng dared not accept it, thinking about what they would use to repay such a large amount of meat. This kind of meat can be given to you, but cured meat really won't work. We don't have much of that, and we can't eat this meat every day, right? Cao Fengqi said with a smile, patting Chen Feng's shoulder. Just take it. Xiaohua, this meat is so delicious, we have plenty at home. Dabao said. Looking at Xiaohua, Xiao Chun, stop talking nonsense and take it. Cao Jinsheng waved his hand. It's dangerous outside. Hurry home, and this piece of metal. Uncle will take it. Close the door, close the door. Cao Fengqi shoved it to him and directly closed the door. Dabao, don't go around saying we have a lot of meat at home. Lu Chunying slapped her son's head and educated him. Oh, okay, Mom. Dabao immediately hugged the meat with both hands, pouting and looking up. Mom, I like Xiaohua. Can I marry her when I grow up? No. Before Lu Chunying could respond, Xiao Bao immediately retorted loudly. I promise Xiaohua that when she grows up, she will marry Uncle. Well then, she can marry Uncle. Dabao struggled for a moment and nodded. You two little rascals don't understand anything. Cao Fengqi was utterly speechless as he patted their heads. Little devils. Haha, you two. Always thinking about nonsense. Cao Jiansheng and the others were amused by their grandchildren's words. The little girl is clever. Lu Chunying also helplessly picked up Xiao Bao. The Cao family and Fengqi were good people. This kindness was hard to repay. The level 4 quality meat could increase 4 points of physique for them. Yes, husband. With so much meat, we can last for more than half a month. Outside, Chen Feng's family of 3 looked at the large piece of meat in their hands. Then at the Cao family's door, their faces filled with gratitude. Having such a neighbor was a stroke of luck for the Chen family. They exchanged a few low voices and headed toward their own shelter. Time passed quickly, and in the afternoon, Cao Fengqi scanned 3 more evil beasts, easily hunting them after going out. 11 souls collected over 2 days, not bad at all. He was quite satisfied. On the 4th day of the Liangmin County migration team stopping, it was still pouring rain outside. When he opened the door, the rainwater didn't even reach the threshold. On this day, Cao Fengqi hunted 8 evil beasts, and the number of evil beasts exceeded his expectations. The heavy rain brought more warty leech evil beasts. The rain continued to fall, but the sky remained pitch black. On the 5th day, Cao Fengqi opened the door and looked at the ink-black sky. It was already the 5th day. He looked at the 4 evil beasts that were scanned and immediately walked out. Bang bang bang. Ah, Hu Bing, you bastards. You actually want to snatch our things. I'm going to fight you. Get them. Kill them. Cao Fengqi hadn't walked far when the sounds of chaos and violence reached him, and he was slightly startled as he looked towards the source of the noise. Someone had started robbing. A serious expression appeared on his face. In his memory, although the previous decade had been filled with disasters, order had never been disrupted. Now, with the heavy rain making it difficult for people to obtain food, famine had arrived. Many people were taking risks. Bang! At that moment, there was another sound of collision from behind. Cao Fengqi looked over and saw that he hadn't scanned any evil beasts in that direction. If there weren't powerful evil beasts present, then there were still people robbing. Not just one place. Even if it meant facing the danger of being attacked by evil beasts in the dark, even the risk of being counterattacked, for them. The lack of food also meant death. For survival, what was order? What was human life? Once chaos broke out, it would probably be impossible to stop it completely. He sighed inwardly and didn't meddle in other people's business, quickly killing the 4 evil beasts and returning home. The wind was rising. Was it chaotic outside? As soon as he stepped into the house, Cao Jianxing asked him gravely. Yes. Cao Fengqi nodded. Dad, you heard it too. We heard it when the Song couple knocked on the door asking to borrow food. Cao Jianxing nodded. Borrowed? Cao Fengqi asked. I didn't even throw them anything. Cao Jianxing shook his head with a smile. Let those 2 bastards starve to death. Cao Fengqi also nodded with a smile. His old man wasn't a saint and had a scale in his heart. He was generous to the friendly Xiaohua family, but refused to give anything to the Song couple. The chaos outside made Cao Jianxing much more vigilant. And he didn't enter the lost area, lest someone reckless came looking for trouble. Bang bang. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the door of the Cao family suddenly rang, and everyone immediately looked over with vigilance. 5 people, the highest level of supplies was level 3. Cao Fengqi looked over and immediately judged. He walked straight over and glanced outside through the peephole at the 5 people. 2 middle-aged men, an elderly man, and 2 women. He felt somewhat unfamiliar, but opened the door directly. Is this Fengqi? The woman outside nervously greeted Cao Fengqi, then looked inside at Lu Xiaoxiu, her pale face squeezing out a hopeful expression, and said, Xiaoxiu, does your family Fengqi want a wife? Last night there was no update. But there was an update during the day. To compensate the readers for the late update, the little author wrote an extra 1,000 words today. Please give a 5-star review. Free power for love. Thank you. Moi? Chapter 62. As long as you provide food, you can get twins? Do you want a wife? Cao Fengqi looked at the woman in front of the door, his face full of astonishment. His gaze swept over the 2 girls beside the woman. A pair of twin beauties, their features strikingly similar. The 2 slightly lowered their heads, their delicate faces exuding a gentle aura. Pure, beautiful, with a somewhat ethereal vibe. They had a bit of a neighborly sister feel, along with the beauty of campus flowers. Who are you? Lu Xiaoxiu looked at the woman outside, her face showing a look of confusion. I am Yang Yuan. We were classmates in elementary school. You were in class 4, and I was in class 1. The woman squeezed out a smile and said. Cao Fengqi, standing aside, was speechless. Good heavens, Mom's elementary school classmate. One in class 1 and the other in class 4. What is the difference from when you played at your house and I played at mine as kids? Oh, I remember now, Yang Yuan. Lu Xiaoxiu was also a bit dazed but still showed a somewhat embarrassed smile and asked, what brings you here? Xiaoxiu, to be honest, we can't go on living. The woman's face showed a tragic look. We don't mind dying. But I heard that your family's Erlang is still unmarried, so I wanted to ask if you need to marry one of our daughters? Our 2 children are very smart, really, and they are handsome too. You can see which one your Erlang likes. As she spoke, her voice began to choke. Lu Xiaoxiu heard this, opened her mouth, and showed a dazed expression. They are bringing wives for their son, and letting their son choose one? Cao Fengqi looked at this scene, a bit confused, and was also shocked inwardly. It seemed that this world was even harsher than he had imagined. He glanced again at the 2 girls in front of the woman. A hint of amazement flashed by. Such beautiful twin beauties would be highly sought after. Even in the midst of great disasters, even filming short videos could gain the favor of many top-tier sponsors, living a life without worries. Now, for survival and food. They were practically giving them away. Lu Xiaoxiu also looked at the 2 girls, Wang Xian and Wang Zhixiu, her eyes showing surprise. Each of the girls was beautiful, and whichever one became her son's wife, she, as a mother, would be very satisfied. The matter of marriage should still be decided by the children themselves. She bit her lip and looked at Cao Fengqi, nudging him, and said softly, Son, why don't you see which one you like? Are there any requirements? Cao Fengqi's gaze flickered as he asked. No, none, we don't want a bride price. Yang Yuan quickly shook her head. As long as Fengqi likes one. Let them sisters stay in your house, as long as there's food to eat. No bride price? Cao Fengqi fell silent for a moment. Any normal man would find it hard to refuse such beauties. The 2 girls, Wang Xian and Wang Zhixiu, couldn't help but raise their heads nervously. Looking at Cao Fengqi, they looked at this young man who was now famous in Liangmen County. They looked at this peer who had established a wealthy family at just 18. Their feelings were complex at that moment, with rejection, reluctance, but also an inexplicable expectation. Let us wait. Cao Fengqi hesitated for a moment and said, let us talk about it after a few days. He was a normal man. It would be a lie to say he wasn't moved by such a good thing. But the problem now was that he wasn't familiar with them. If he really took a wife, could he ignore this family? In the current chaos, taking care of 5 more people would also bring him some burden and uncertainty. Well, once things stabilize, and once he upgrades the shelter and expands it a bit, then it could be possible. As for now, he hadn't reached the point of being driven by lust. Hearing Cao Fengqi's refusal, Yang Yuan showed a helpless and panicked expression. They had sent their daughters here as their last resort. If Fengqi, you are a capable person, Xian and Zhigs, you could both marry you. Just hoping you could ensure their safety, we don't want anything. The middle-aged man beside her also became anxious, his eyes slightly red as he spoke, carrying a hint of pleading. Dad, we don't want them, we want to stay with you. The 2 girls, hearing their father's words, turned pale and clung to his arm in a panic. Cao Fengqi looked at them, at the 2 pitiful girls, hesitating for a moment before saying to his dad, Dad, give them 100 gene of meat. Okay, no problem. Cao Jinxing nodded with a smile and turned to walk inside. The Wang family's 5 members showed expressions of shock and joy upon hearing his words. Yuan, let us talk about the children's matters in a few days. My son Fengqi also has a good impression of your daughters, Lu Xiaoxiu said with a knowing smile. You are in need of food now. So we will send you some to help you get through this difficult time. Sister Lu, we feel unworthy of this. Wang's father said somewhat awkwardly. Many people outside have lost their minds for a bit of food. Here, take this. Who knows, we might still be family in the future. Cao Jiansheng walked over carrying a large piece of meat, took the conversation, and directly handed the meat to them, smiling as he continued. Hee. If my son ends up with your daughter, consider this a dowry. Wang father and Yang Yuanyuan looked at the two large pieces of meat being handed over, instinctively swallowing. For them, who were almost in despair, this meat was a glimmer of hope. This meat. At this moment, they noticed the attributes of the Xianshi beast meat, and looked up at Cao Jiansheng and Cao Fengqi with tumultuous emotions. My son hunted it. So you can take it with peace of mind, Lu Xiaoxiu said proudly. Thank you, brother Cao. Thank you, sister Lu. Thank you, Fengqi. Wang father and Yang Yuanyuan took a deep breath and repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Quickly, thank you, brother Fengqi. Thank you, brother Fengqi. Thank you, brother Fengqi. Wang Ziyan and Wang Zhigsu looked up, their faces filled with gratitude as they thanked him in unison. It's nothing, it's nothing. Cao Fengqi looked at the grateful expressions of the two beautiful twins and suddenly felt very pleased. He finally understood the psychology of those wealthy big shots online. Those rich people, worth hundreds of millions or even billions, with so much money they can't spend it all. What they gain from giving out millions as rewards is just this kind of feeling, right? He used to be poor and couldn't understand, only feeling sour saying. People are foolish and have too much money. Now, his family's food was so abundant that they couldn't store it all. Just taking out £100 made these two beautiful twins deeply grateful. In fact, with just one word from him, these twins would be his. He didn't expect that he too had become one of those damned rich people who are foolish and have too much money. Cao Fengqi teased himself in his heart. He focused his mind, realizing how fast life changes, and he couldn't lose himself. Becoming famous at a young age isn't always a good thing. Cao Fengqi silently reminded himself. Nowadays, everything should focus on improving strength and ensuring the safety of himself and his family. Everything else comes second. Chapter 63. County Council Brother Cao, the world is in chaos now. Can we move our shelter next to your house? No problem, no problem. Thank you. Your Cao family is our family's benefactor. Wang father and Yang Yuanyuan didn't dare to bring back such precious meat. They planned to move their shelter next to the Cao family. That was level 4 quality meat. In this chaotic time, this meat was worth more than their lives. Uncle. Auntie, goodbye, brother Fengqi. Thank you, brother Fengqi. The Wang family shelter was small, only about 20 square meters, making the move very convenient. The family moved their shelter next to the Cao family, and Wang Ziyan and Wang Zhigsu secretly looked at Cao Fengqi, continuously thanking him. Returning home a bit at a loss. The Cao family is wealthier than we imagined. That Cao Fengqi is a good kid, strong, capable, looks good, and is generous. In the Wang family shelter, Yang Yuanyuan looked at her daughters. Ziyan, Zhigsu, what do you think of him? He's really good. Yeah. The two girls nodded slightly. His image appearing in their minds. As long as you think he is good, find more opportunities to get to know him. Yang Yuanyuan instructed them. Get closer. She truly liked this son-in-law and would be fine with her two daughters marrying him. Ziyan and Zhigsu were very beautiful, but Cao Fengqi didn't immediately agree. She didn't know what he was thinking. At this moment, Wang Ziyan and Wang Zhigsu's grandfather frowned and said, does he think we're a burden? This kid will not be simple in the future. They brought their daughters to the Cao family, and it would be impossible to say they had no ulterior motives. In this time of famine and invasion by evil spirits, having their daughters marry such an outstanding young man with limitless potential would greatly benefit their children in the future. They might even benefit from it a bit. This chaotic world. Wang father sighed. Staring blankly at the Xianshi beast meat. The Cao family didn't take advantage of our situation but instead gave us such precious food. They are our benefactors. And we must not forget this. Wang Ziyan and Wang Zhigsu silently nodded. Suddenly, they exchanged a look of understanding. A burden? They didn't want to be a burden to their family or let that young man feel they were burdens. Perhaps they should grow up, not fear the darkness. Be afraid of evil spirits, be timid of evil beasts, or fear the unknown. They also wanted their family to have a good life. Son, those two girls are really good, and they're twins. Meanwhile, in the Cao family shelter, Cao Jiansheng smiled at Cao Fengqi. Indeed, quite good, Cao Fengqi honestly evaluated. Your decision today was very mature. Things have been unstable lately, and we're not familiar with the Wang family. Cao Jiansheng said, patting the table. Once we understand them better and things stabilize, we can marry both daughters of the Wang family. This blessing should be enjoyed by my son. He knew that the Wang family marrying their daughters to his son had ulterior motives, but that was human nature. Who doesn't have their thoughts? Who doesn't hope their daughters marry well? Who wouldn't want a good son-in-law? If his son was useless, no one would come looking for him. All right. I see you're more excited than your son. Lu Xiaoxiu rolled her eyes at him. What do you know? If my son marries 2 wives, it proves he has capability. Of course, I'm happy. Cao Jiansheng raised his head and said, to bring glory to the family. Cao Fengqi looked at his dad, shaking his head speechlessly. His dad used to be the kind of person who would be gloomy when his daughter married off and laughed heartily when his son married. Lu Xiaoxiu ignored him and suddenly turned to Lu Chunqing. Chunqing, what do you think of those 2 girls? They're good, 2 beautiful and pure girls. Lu Chunqing nodded. Much better than that Wu Qianqian from before. They deserve Fengqi. After she finished speaking, she looked at her little brother-in-law, feeling that her progress was a bit slow. Let's talk about it later. There's still time. Seeing the family discussing his matters, he felt a bit embarrassed. Uncle, if you get married in the future, will you not want Xiaohua anymore? Not anymore. I'll give her to you. Hee. Thank you, uncle. Damn. Will this kid grow up to be a simp too? 30 souls now. I just need metal materials. Another day passed. Cao Fengqi looked at the souls he had gained over the past few days and prayed before sleep. I hope it will be bright tomorrow. Unfortunately, when he woke up, his prayer was not successful. When will it be bright again? Disappointed, he walked out of his room and saw that breakfast was already prepared on the dining table. So he went straight over. Knock, knock. Just as the Cao family finished eating, a sudden knock on the door came. I'll open the door. The Cao family members looked over, and Cao Fengqi scanned the situation and opened the door. Seeing the person wearing a raincoat and the Liangmin County law enforcement badge, he showed a puzzled expression. Is this Brother Cao? On behalf of the extraordinary individuals, I invite Brother Cao to attend the county council. The person looked at the young figure before him with respect, unable to help but size him up. Zhao Xingyun would not dare to underestimate him because of his young age. This person had truly climbed to the position of a noble in Liangmin County with real strength, using the powerful Wang Long and Ma Juxing as stepping stones. With solid achievements and ruthless methods, his strength was among the top in Liangmin County's nobility. County Council? Cao Fengqi showed a surprised expression. Yes. It's about the issue of continued migration. I'm not very clear on the details, Zhao Xingyun replied. Why invite me? Cao Fengqi continued to ask in confusion. This time, we invited all the top experts from Liangmin County, and some skilled individuals were also invited. Zhao Xingyun replied and said, Cao Xioj, don't worry. I will help guard the Cao family here, and if there is danger, I can immediately notify the extraordinary masters. Now, yes, good. Cao Fengqi nodded immediately, his eyes revealing a hint of doubt. Why gather these noble families and other experts in the county for the migration issue in Liangmin County? However, this is a good opportunity for him. The county's extraordinary beings invited the noble families and skilled individuals to gather, and he could take this opportunity to trade with them. No matter the situation, as long as he could trade for enough level 5 metal materials, his strength would greatly increase. He could clear out the evil beast races around the wasteland town. A look of anticipation appeared on Cao Fengqi's face. Thank you very much. Finally, I asked for a 5-star review. The little author asks everyone for a 5-star review. Moi. Chapter 64, Trade Splash. Splash. The rainwater had already reached his ankles, and the raindrops in the sky continued to fall. Above, the sunlight couldn't penetrate, creating a scene of darkness and oppression. Around him, faint cries and sounds of fighting could still be heard. Obviously, the situation in the county was already out of control. It can also be said that it was difficult to control and basically left unattended. The issue of famine was hard to solve. Even if Cao Fengqi had a motherly heart and distributed all the hundreds of tons of food in the wasteland town, not to mention the danger. With a population of 300,000, 100 tons of food meant that each person would get barely 1 pound, which was a drop in the bucket. Cao Fengqi shook his head, carrying his bow and arrows, with the Xiankong knife at his waist, fully armed as he walked toward the meeting place ahead. In front of the level 5 shelter of the Liangmin County Council, a simple venue had been set up. A number of moonlight crystals illuminated the entire space, and experts and skilled individuals from various noble families rushed in. By the time Cao Fengqi arrived, over 100 people had already gathered inside. It was also his first time seeing so many big names from Liangmin County gather. The extraordinary beings hadn't arrived yet. They should be inside the level 5 shelter. However, many of the extraordinary beings' family members had come. Cao Fengqi glanced around and thought to himself, among the families of the extraordinary beings, many had quite strong abilities. They could gain a lot of resources through their family's extraordinary beings, making them stronger than those noble family experts. The overall strength of the people in Liangmin County could be categorized from high to low as extraordinary beings, core family members of extraordinary beings, noble family experts, and skilled individuals with level 4 weapons. Just right. This was a good opportunity to understand the general situation of the strong individuals in Liangmen County. Cao Fengqi's eyes flickered slightly as a dense amount of material information appeared before him. Sure enough, many extraordinary beings had arrived. 25 pieces of level 6 materials. Only 2 pieces of level 7 materials, which was less than he had expected. The family members of these extraordinary beings all possessed level 5 materials, while the noble family experts mostly wore level 4 gear. Cao Fengqi was analyzing everything in his heart. At present, it seemed that he was still a bit lacking among these extraordinary beings. Fortunately, he still had 5 abyssal binding evil nails and a level 5 blessed moonstone spirit defense treasure with him. He had heard that the Zhang family had been wiped out by evil beasts, with none escaping. The Zhang family. Are you referring to the alchemy shop Zhang family? Of course, it's that Zhang family. A few days ago, a terrifying ashen phantom night descended, incredibly frightening. At that time, several extraordinary beings in our county were alarmed and, after joining forces, severely injured it and drove it away. Hiss, the ashen phantom night? Stronger than the ashen phantom eater? Even several extraordinary beings working together couldn't kill it? Brother Chun, do you know why the extraordinary beings called us here? To carve out a path for survival. As you can see, the situation in the county is dire. The black clouds above us remain stagnant, and according to the extraordinary beings' investigations, there are evil beast groups ahead. You'll know the specifics shortly. In short, based on the law enforcement officer's simple understanding, at least 20,000 to 30,000 people have died in Liangmen County in just a few days. If this continues, Liangmen County will be in complete chaos, as many families are running out of food. When Cao Fengqi arrived, the sound of discussions filled the air. Hearing this news, he also showed a look of shock on his face. Any piece of information here could cause a violent uproar in Liangmen County. They were invited to carve out a path for survival. Cao Fengqi showed a thoughtful expression, not doubting this news. The information from these people was basically true. Hey, Cao Xioj is here. A somewhat enthusiastic greeting came, and Cao Fengqi looked in confusion to see Ma Juxing walking over with a smile. Cao Fengqi admired his boldness and flashed his eyes slightly, smiling as he said, Uncle Ma, just call me by my name. In this era, strength is what matters. You can call me Xioj. Ma Juxing saw how polite Cao Fengqi was to him and smiled broadly, saying, I really admire you, Cao Xioj. Let's speak frankly. Which one is Cao Fengqi? So young and already this strong, truly extraordinary. This guy, Ma Juxing, really knows how to flatter and has a thick skin. Some people around, hearing Ma Juxing's words, looked curiously. Even some family members of extraordinary beings couldn't help but take a side glance at the recent young prodigy in the county. Uncle Ma. Cao Fengqi didn't mind the gazes around him. He looked at Ma Juxing and said politely, I would like to ask you for a favor. What favor? Ma Juxing was taken aback and looked at him in surprise. It's a small matter. As a junior, I don't know many of the seniors in Liangmen County. Now that the outside world is fraught with crises, I want to upgrade the level of our shelter, Cao Fengqi said. I happen to have hunted some abyssal beasts and want to exchange this level 4 quality meat for level 4 and level 5 metals. Level 4 quality abyssal beast meat. How much can it enhance one's physique? Ma Juxing was shocked and immediately asked. Such items that could enhance physique are among the most valuable in the same level. 8 pounds can increase 4 points of physique and also enhance physical defense, Cao Fengqi replied. Good stuff, absolutely good stuff. Ma Juxing's eyes lit up. How does Cao Xioj plan to trade? Uncle Ma, what is the market rate for trading? Cao Fengqi asked him. For level 4 meat in exchange for level 4 metals, 1 point of physique equals 25 pounds. Your abyssal beast meat can be calculated at 1 to 125. As for level 5 metals, 3 pounds for 1 pound, Ma Juxing explained. Cao Fengqi nodded slightly, mentally calculating. Currently, they had about 200 pounds of abyssal beast blood meat at home, which was more than enough to exchange for level 4 and level 5 metals. The main thing was that even after the trade, he could continue hunting in the abyssal beast domain. Level 4 metals at 1 to 9. Level 5 metals at 4 to 1. Cao Fengqi thought for a moment and then decided, Uncle Ma, I want to use this price to exchange for a large number of level 4 and level 5 metals. How do you see that? This price is certainly acceptable. Ma Juxing nodded. Cao Xioj, you are quite generous. At this price, I want to trade some meat from you too. I happen to have a few pounds of level 5 metals and dozens of pounds of level 4 metals. That's fine. I want to trade in bulk. Cao Fengqi nodded. Could you please introduce me to more people who can trade? How much is a lot? Ma Juxing looked at him in surprise. I have about 2,000 pounds of level 4 quality meat. Cao Fengqi didn't hide it. He needed to trade in bulk, and this couldn't be concealed. Hiss, 2,000 pounds. Ma Juxing's eyes widened instantly, and he gasped, giving a thumbs up to him. Awesome, awesome, Brother Cao. You are really impressive. Leave this to me, and I guarantee I will handle it neatly for you. He patted his chest, glanced around at everyone, and cleared his throat. Brothers and sisters of Liangmen County, I have good news to share with you all. Cao Fengqi couldn't help but smile upon hearing Ma Juxing's words. It's convenient to leave this matter to someone like Ma Juxing. Chapter 65. To mix in the world. One must talk about power and background in the council hall of Liangmen County. Ma Juxing's sudden remark attracted the attention of everyone present. They all looked at him, their faces showing confusion. Good news? It truly was good news. Seeing everyone's gaze focused on him, Ma Juxing smiled slightly. This gentleman beside me is my good little brother Cao Fengqi. He wants to trade some level 4 and level 5 metals to upgrade his shelter, offering level 4 quality Xianshi beast meat in exchange. 8 pounds of meat can increase your physique by 4 points and also comes with a defensive enhancement effect. Currently, level 5 metal can be exchanged at 4-1 and level 4 metal at 1-11. This price is completely a way for Brother Cao to make friends with all of you. Those interested can come for a trade, he shouted, covering his mouth with his hand to whisper to Cao Fengqi. Level 5 metals are relatively scarce, so they can be traded at a high price. While many families in Liangmen County still have a lot of level 4 metals. Thank you, Uncle Ma. I will definitely express my gratitude later. Cao Fengqi nodded in thanks. It's a small matter. Ma Juxing smiled, then looked at everyone and said loudly, Brother Cao has limited Xianshi beast meat at home, so we will mainly trade for level 5 metals first. If anyone is interested, you can come to me to make a reservation and casually pay a deposit. We will wait for the extraordinary ones to finish the council before proceeding with the trade. Level 4 quality meat. 8 pounds can increase physique by 4 points. This trading price is indeed good. I have 10 pounds of level 5 metal. I will trade it all. As soon as Ma Juxing's words fell, many people's eyes lit up. Many of them had been exploring the lost lands for 10 years. Even a blind cat can catch a dead mouse. Let alone they were all top figures in Liangmen County. Many possessed level 5 metals, and there were even more level 4 metals. Some old aristocratic shelters were already at level 4. To exchange level 4 metal materials for food that could increase physique was, in their eyes, worth even dismantling some shelter materials. Seeing this situation, Cao Fengqi felt a surge of excitement. He didn't expect this trading event to be so smooth and quick. Seniors, let's register one by one, Cao Fengqi said politely as he looked at them. Tisk tisk, Brother Cao, it seems you've hunted quite a few Xianshi beasts. Impressive. Just lucky. This isn't just luck. I might not even be able to kill it in a 1v1 with a Xianshi beast. I have 5 pounds of level 5 metal, and I will trade it all. Many people gathered around, treating Cao Fengqi very politely. Big brother, this Cao family kid is trading level 4 and level 5 metals on such a large scale. He must have at least 1 or 2,000 pounds of Xianshi beast meat. These resources are worth quite a lot to our family. Not far away, a dozen young and middle-aged men gathered together, and a young man in golden armor looked in Cao Fengqi's direction with a hint of fervor in his eyes. He turned to a burly man beside him, who had a large knife at his waist, and whispered, Second brother, what do you mean? The burly young man had no hair, and even his eyebrows had been burned off from years of assisting his father in forging weapons. He raised an eyebrow, looking at his second brother. The chaotic times have arrived. Now the order in Liangmen County is on the brink of collapse. Even the Zhang family has been wiped out by the evil beasts. 5 extraordinary ones joined forces to hunt down that Ashen Phantom Knight, and one of them was injured. Wang Shaoqin, clad in golden armor, spoke in a deep voice, gradually turning cold. In the future, even the extraordinary ones may not be safe. Our Wang family must prepare more. Big brother, this kid has crippled Uncle Long, completely disregarding our Wang family. He must pay the price. If he compensates Uncle Long for his losses, we can let this matter rest. If he disagrees, then it won't be up to him. As he spoke, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. The matter of Wang Long had caused a stir when he lost his arm and leg, and their distant aunt had come to their Wang family, wanting their father to take charge, to avenge Wang Long. But at that time, their father had refused. The incident involving Wang Long and Cao Fengqi was well known, with thousands of Liangmen County citizens watching. For a distant relative, their father, even as an extraordinary sequence, couldn't lower his face to bully others. If they really did that, their Wang family's reputation would be completely ruined. To put it bluntly, Wang Long wasn't worth it. But now, Wang Xiaoyang listened to his brother's words, his gaze falling on Cao Fengqi, and pondered. Their father had become an extraordinary sequence 5 years ago, but it was only a supportive type. Although he could forge level 4 and even level 5 weapons, His combat power was far inferior to other extraordinary sequences. The world was getting increasingly terrifying, and their Wang family had many members. The more people, the more resources they needed. Let's go? Wang Xiaoyang said nothing more. Stepping straight toward Cao Fengqi, Wang Xiaoyang's lips curled slightly, signaling to the Wang family members. Cao Fengqi, right? We, the Wang family, haven't had a chance to find you about the incident from 5 days ago. Wang Xiaoyang slowly approached Cao Fengqi, looking down at him, and said, Wang Long is our uncle, and he has treated us well. You should give an explanation for what happened to him, being dismembered. Huh, what? The crowd trading with Cao Fengqi suddenly paused at Wang Xiaoyang's words. They turned to look at him in unison. Cao Fengqi looked at them, his expression slightly changing. He frowned at the Wang family. According to his father's words and his understanding, Wang Duanling's family shouldn't have stood up for Wang Long. Furthermore, if they were truly going to stand up for him, they would have done so on that day and wouldn't have waited until today. Then, a possibility flashed through his mind. Everyone in Liangmen County knows about my grievances with Wang Long, and there are thousands of witnesses. He wants to cut off my and my father's arms. Am I not allowed to resist? Cao Fengqi looked at him and coldly replied. These two brothers from the Wang family. This matter, I will deal with it right here. Beside, Ma Juxing opened his mouth to speak, but the next moment, some people from the Wang family shot him warning glances. He shrank his head and closed his mouth, not daring to continue speaking. As the captain of the law enforcement team in Liangmen County, I have to say a fair word. At this moment, a young man in standard armor slowly spoke, his gaze falling on Cao Fengqi, smiling slightly. Cao Fengqi, you cutting off someone's hands and feet is no different from murder. Your actions are too extreme, and you need to compensate Wang Long and seek his forgiveness. After he finished speaking, he showed a hint of flattery toward the Wang brothers. To mix in the world, one must talk about power and background. The other aristocratic experts around watched this scene, and someone quietly remarked that although they knew Cao Fengqi was forced to retaliate, this was reality. The Wang family had power. Even Zhang Jintian, the captain of the law enforcement team in Liangmen County, had to flatter and show bias. And they all understood the Wang family's intentions, resources. Hee. Cao Fengqi looked at Zhang Jintian, his eyes revealing a killing intent, and he coldly snorted as he drew out the Xianlong knife. Is this your idea of fair words as the captain of the law enforcement team? Just as he was about to make a move, a cold voice with a hint of chill came through. Cao Fengqi raised an eyebrow, turned the long knife in his hand, and looked over. The surrounding crowd was slightly startled upon hearing this voice. County Mayor Zhou, Deputy Mayor Xiao, Deputy Mayor Liu. Esteemed extraordinary beings. They immediately looked towards the group of people coming out of the shelter and shouted, Zhang Jintian, say your fair words again. In front, a dozen figures approached. Central to them, the elegantly dressed Xiao Yuya exuded an authority that contrasted with her appearance as she scanned the crowd. Her gaze finally landed on the captain of the law enforcement team, and in a cold tone, she continued to question him. An inexplicable pressure made cold sweat instantly appear on Zhang Jinshan's forehead. He felt somewhat confused and flustered. Please give a 5-star review. Kneeling for Chapter 66, the forceful Xiao Yuya. Deputy Mayor Xiao, looking at the cold gaze of the law enforcement team, Captain Zhang Jintian, hurriedly shouted and then looked towards the burly middle-aged man in the center, respectfully saying, County Mayor Zhou. He felt somewhat at a loss, unsure how to respond to Deputy Mayor Xiao's words. He also did not understand why this usually uninvolved deputy mayor was being so forceful at this moment. On one side, some extraordinary beings from Liangmen County also looked at Xiao Yuya with slight confusion, equally not understanding why this relatively gentle weaver was suddenly targeting the law enforcement team captain. Ignoring the response was fine. Seeing Zhang Jintian silent, Xiao Yuya directly announced, strip Zhang Jintian of his position as captain of the law enforcement team and confiscate his captain's gear and weapons. Deputy Mayor Xiao, I didn't do anything. Zhang Jintian panicked upon hearing this, hurriedly speaking, and looked again at County Mayor Zhou in the center, pleadingly calling out, County Mayor Zhou. As the captain of the law enforcement team in Liangmen County, he enjoyed a full set of level 4 equipment and a decent treatment. Most importantly, in this position, he also enjoyed many benefits. Yuya, Zhang Jintian also had some merits. If there were mistakes, he should be given a chance to repent. County Mayor Zhou frowned as he looked at Zhang Jintian, his gaze falling on Xiao Yuya, softly saying, County Mayor, it's already chaotic outside. I didn't expect it to be chaotic here as well. Xiao Yuya looked at him, frowning as she spoke. And it's the captain of the law enforcement team who can't differentiate between black and white. And it's the extraordinary families within the county who are openly robbing. Her words made the Wang family members change their expressions. Deputy Mayor Xiao, I've heard some of the outside matters. Your words are a bit excessive. Wang Duanling, the blacksmith carrying a crimson forging hammer, frowned and spoke. My cousin Wang Long had his hands and feet chopped off by this Cao family's brat. In this apocalypse, that's a death sentence for him. This kid is too much. The Wang family deserves an explanation. According to the order we established in Liangmen County, he doesn't need to give you an explanation. Xiao Yuya looked at him, coldly replying. The order has already been disrupted. Wang Duanling fell silent for a few seconds and then slowly exhaled. He looked at Xiao Yuya and added, Deputy Mayor Xiao, please give me some face. Old Wang has said so. Why not give Deputy Mayor Xiao a favor? A middle-aged man holding a staff interjected. Order? Isn't it still up to them to decide? Yes, the order has already been disrupted. Xiao Yuya sighed slightly. Her gaze towards Wang Duanling still cold. Then let us not talk about order. Even if Cao Fengqi killed Wang Long, you cannot touch him. Your complete lack of consideration for face made Wang Duanling's expression suddenly darken. The members of the Wang family also looked extremely ugly. They did not expect that this Deputy Mayor Xiao would show such disregard for their family. In front of the many powerful beings in Liangmen County, they were being humiliated over a brat. Her words made the extraordinary beings of Liangmen County slightly stunned, looking at this scene in shock. No one expected that Deputy Mayor Xiao would show no regard for the extraordinary families for that Cao Fengqi. What is the relationship between Deputy Mayor Xiao and Cao Fengqi? At this moment, Cao Fengqi looked at the cold, white-skinned Deputy Mayor Xiao with long black hair ahead, also surprised. This person is capable. He can befriend her. A smile appeared on his face as he evaluated inwardly. It was worth his last behavior of being an upright gentleman. His gaze swept over the Wang family and Wang Duanling, and a hint of killing intent flashed through his heart. Weakness insight and analysis activated. Cao Fengqi directly opened the script plugin, covering everyone from the Wang family. Soon, the flaws of the Wang family members appeared in his view. Target strength is too high. There are no weaknesses for the host, but the abyssal pattern binding evil nailbox can attempt to break through a defense. Wang Xiaoyang, Wang Shaoqin, and others still had some weaknesses for him, but for Wang Duanling, it showed this information. Cao Fengqi looked at Wang Duanling with a serious expression. Wearing level 5 equipment and holding a level 6 forging hammer, the armor behind him had a helmet, clearly ready to be worn in a crisis. Adding that he had been an extraordinary being for 5 years, accumulating 5 more years on the extraordinary path than him. Cao Fengqi's winning rate against him was less than 10. This Wang Duanling might not be as skilled in combat experience and techniques as himself, but his physique was too high, unless he had level 5 equipment. He thought to himself. While Cao Fengqi was pondering, the atmosphere around him grew somewhat heavy. Forget it. Deputy Mayor Xiao should know this young man. It really is a case of the flood washing the Dragon King temple. The previously speaking middle-aged wizard once again acted as a mediator to break the deadlock. It's just a small matter. In this current period, everyone should unite. Indeed. County Mayor Zhou nodded. Looking at Zhang Jintian is stripped of his position as captain of the law enforcement team and the identity of the law enforcement team member. Lung Jie will take his place. County Mayor, Zhang Jintian's face changed drastically upon hearing this. He saw County Mayor Zhou's gaze, his expression constantly changing, filled with anger and unwillingness. But he did not dare to resent Xiao Yuya and could only blame everything on that brat. He glanced at Cao Fengqi, filled with regret, but even more resentment. It's all because of him. At this moment, Wang Duanling remained silent with a solemn expression. He did not dare to confront this deputy mayor who had become an extraordinary being 4 years earlier and was somewhat mysterious. The Wang family was not as powerful as the Xiao family. Damn. It really is necessary to have power and background when mixing in this world. Ma Juxing looked at this scene, his eyes wide open, unable to help but exclaim repeatedly. The Wang family targeted Cao Fengqi, and Deputy Mayor Xiao directly came out to confront them. Wang Duanling, as an extraordinary being, could only lower his head. Law enforcement team captain Zhang Jintian was stripped of his position simply because of a flattering remark. Everyone knew that Zhang Jintian was promoted by County Mayor Zhou. But County Mayor Zhou would not refute Deputy Mayor Xiao's decision because of him. Everyone could see the clear difference. What is the relationship between this young man Xiao and Deputy Mayor Xiao? He couldn't help but glance at Cao Fengqi, then look at Deputy Mayor Xiao. One is a young rising star, and the other is the youngest, one of the top 3 in Liangmen County seniority, who was once an astonishing woman unmatched in the county. At this moment, Cao Fengqi did not know that Ma Juxing beside him had already formed his own wild imagination about him. Right now, he felt like an outsider watching everything unfold. Although he felt angry about what had just happened, he was not worried. Extraordinary beings, who isn't. However, the forcefulness and status of Xiao Yuya surprised him. In Liangmen County, A county mayor and 2 deputy mayors are determined by how long they have been extraordinary beings, excluding those extraordinary beings who have left. County Mayor Zhou and Deputy Mayor Xiao both stepped onto the extraordinary path in the second year after the Great Disaster. Cao Fengqi recalled his father's words, and he thought of some of Xiao Yuya's methods from their last encounter. Perhaps weavers are not ordinary supportive professions. He looked at the group of extraordinary beings, his gaze flickering as he activated weakness, insight, and analysis. He wanted to see how great the gap was between him and these extraordinary beings. Chapter 67. If I owe anyone a favor, I won't close my eyes even in death. Now, let's get down to business. After a brief interlude, County Chief Zhou scanned the room, beginning today's official agenda. Wang Xiaoyang and Wang Shaoqin, along with other members of the Wang family, returned to their previous positions with grim expressions, listening quietly. Everyone's attention was focused on County Chief Zhou, waiting for his instructions. The purpose of gathering everyone here is to address the issue of our migration route. County Chief Zhou continued. The dark clouds and heavy rain have brought forth evil spirits and beasts. And 2 types of evil beast races have appeared on our migration path, the Ashen Deceiver and the Warty Leech, with numbers ranging from 1 to 2,000. After discussion and decision-making, we have decided that our group of extraordinary individuals will lead the effort to eliminate these evil beasts, allowing the team to continue migrating through this dense cloud area. We have already developed a plan for this operation, and we will take action tomorrow. Rest assured, the risks involved in this operation are within a controllable range, and afterwards, you will receive rewards that can increase your physical constitution by at least 5 points. The souls and corpses of the evil beasts you collect will also belong to you. As he spoke, his gaze swept over everyone. There are risks, but the rewards are even greater. This cleanup is vital for the survival of Liangmen County and concerns your safety as well, so I hope everyone can participate fully. Our team cannot remain here any longer. Otherwise, we don't know what other terrifying entities might be attracted. Finally, he added, if anyone has questions, feel free to speak up. County Chief Zhou, does everyone really have to participate? Upon hearing this news, everyone frowned slightly, and someone couldn't help but ask. Hunting evil beasts, especially the Ashen Deceiver and the Warty Leech, which have thousands of clans, is no small task. Their strength is formidable, even extremely strong. Some of the best in the county are not confident they could defeat them one-on-one. County Chief Zhou said the danger is small, but that doesn't mean there is no danger. In Blue Star, they have only 1 life. If they die, it's truly over. Voluntary action. County Chief Zhou replied. Moreover, after this operation, we plan to gather all elites in the same area to continue moving forward. His words caused some hesitant individuals to pause slightly. County Chief Zhou's meaning was clear. After this, the prominent families and skilled individuals in Liangmen County would be concentrated in the same area with the extraordinary families. This undoubtedly increases security for the upcoming migration. This was even more enticing than the reward of an increase of 5 points to their physical constitution. Clearly, if they do not participate in this operation, they will not be allowed into this area. If anyone wants to withdraw, they may leave now. County Chief Zhou's aide, Deputy County Chief Lu Zhu, scanned the crowd and spoke. Everyone exchanged glances, and no one chose to withdraw. Cao Fengqi, upon hearing about this operation, felt a sense of anticipation. With his unique ability, he could hunt other evil beasts while the powerful ones were being dealt with by other extraordinary individuals. This was a great opportunity for him to harvest souls from evil beasts. It seemed that not exposing his identity as an extraordinary individual was a good thing. He thought to himself, Buzz. At that moment, a series of messages came through, causing him to squint slightly. The script's weakness, insight, and analysis had concluded. At that moment, when Cao Fengqi looked at the extraordinary individuals again, he noticed some information above their heads. Target strength is too high. There are no vulnerabilities for the host. It is recommended to invite other strong individuals to team up to take him down. Target strength is too high. There are no vulnerabilities for the host. It is recommended to invite other strong individuals to team up to take him down. He glanced at the information above County Chief Zhou and Deputy County Chief Lu, feeling a bit speechless. Invite other strong individuals to team up to take him down? Great analysis, my ability. Please don't analyze next time. What's going on? At that moment, when his gaze fell on Xiao Yuya, he was taken aback, filled with confusion. Target strength is too high. There are no vulnerabilities for the host. Analysis Result 1. It is recommended to invite strong individuals to team up to take her down. Result 2. Find a way to duel with her for 30 minutes. The toxin in her body will erupt, leading to her death. He looked at this information, filled with astonishment. Toxin. Did she get poisoned in the Lost Land? Or did someone poison her? Various speculations flashed through Cao Fengqi's mind. He then looked at the other extraordinary individuals. No one else seemed to be poisoned. The old lady with level 7 resources seemed a bit weak. The strength of the other two extraordinary individuals likely did not surpass his own. It appeared they had only recently entered the extraordinary ranks. Cao Fengqi took a closer look, gaining a rough understanding of the strengths of the extraordinary individuals in Liangmen County. Since no one was willing to withdraw, everyone should gather here early tomorrow. Before the battle, everyone can exchange some resources to enhance their strength and communicate. County Chief Zhou's voice rang out again, announcing the end of the meeting. Cao Xioj, I wasn't trying to not speak up for you just now. It's just that I can't afford to offend the Wang family. As County Chief Zhou's words fell, Ma Juxing looked at Cao Fengqi with a pained expression and said, I didn't know you had such a good relationship with Deputy County Chief Xiao. It's fine, it's fine. Cao Fengqi shook his head. Ma Juxing was very tactful. The Wang family was powerful, and their relationship was not particularly close. He didn't mind that Ma Juxing hadn't spoken up for him just now. Uncle Ma, could you help me with the transaction for the Suingzi beast meat? Prioritizing the trade for level 5 metals? Cao Fengqi looked at him and said, I need to talk to Deputy County Chief Xiao about something. No problem. Leave it to me. Ma Juxing immediately patted his chest and assured him. Cao Fengqi nodded, his gaze shifting to Deputy County Chief Xiao not far ahead. Sister, what's going on? When did you get to know that Cao Fengqi? I didn't know about it. At that moment, around Xiao Yuya, the Xiao family members gathered around her. Xiao Yuxiu looked at her sister, confusion and a hint of gossip evident on her face. Daughter, weren't your words towards the Wang family too harsh just now? Xiao Kunzi furrowed his brows and spoke. Although the Wang family is not as good as us, it's still unwise to offend them for a little brat. Or is it because of some disagreements within the county that you treated the Wang family so rudely? He speculated further. Dad, I owe Cao Fengqi a favor. Xiao Yuya looked at her father and the Xiao family members, saying, I just returned his favor, and I truly couldn't stand the Wang family's behavior. Owe him a favor? Daughter, how could you owe him a favor? Xiao Kunzi was surprised. What right does a brat have to make his daughter owe him a favor? Although that kid is currently quite popular, he is still far from his daughter. His daughter is one of the top 3 figures in Liangmen County, with a noble status. Yes, sister? Hey, sister, that kid is coming. Xiao Yuxiu echoed her father's words, puzzled, and immediately pointed out Cao Fengqi, who was approaching. Xiao Yuya had already noticed Cao Fengqi when he was walking over, her bright eyes looking at him. Deputy County Chief Xiao, is it convenient to chat for a moment? Cao Fengqi met her gaze and asked with a smile. Sure. Xiao Yuya nodded at him, signaling to her father and brother, I'll explain the details to you later. With that, she walked towards a secluded seat. Cao Fengqi followed her. You don't need to thank me for what happened just now. Consider it as returning your favor. Xiao Yuya sat down, looking at him and speaking first. I don't like owing favors to others. As for the Wang family, they won't cause you trouble. Cao Fengqi raised his eyebrows upon hearing her words, smiled, and said, Then I won't thank you. I don't like owing people favors. If I owe someone a favor, I would never be able to rest in peace. Xiao Yuya felt a bit perplexed hearing his words. She also sensed that this little guy lacked emotional intelligence. Looking at his youthful face, she didn't pay much attention to it. After all, he was only 18 and not very mature. After clearing the evil beast group ahead, you can move your Cao family's shelter over to my side. I will provide appropriate protection for you in the future, Xiao Yuya said to him. In her opinion, she had completely repaid the favor. All right. Cao Fengqi did not refuse and looked her up and down. Xiao Yuya noticed his gaze and frowned, feeling that his interest was growing. Xiao Vice County Chief, do you know you are poisoned? Chapter 68. Xiao Yuya. Call me sister from now on. Cao Fengqi was unaware of Xiao Yuya's thoughts. If he knew, he would definitely be speechless. His appraisal of her was not about her physical attributes. He was uncertain whether Xiao Yuya knew she was poisoned. What if she did? Of course. He thought the probability was low. What do you mean? Xiao Yuya slightly raised her head upon hearing his words, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a blue light. It's the literal meaning, Cao Fengqi replied as he looked at her. You don't know? He asked back. Xiao Yuya's expression slowly became serious as she furrowed her brows and shook her head. She did not doubt Cao Fengqi's words. I have a level 5 item here that can detoxify. Do you want to give it a try? Cao Fengqi continued to look at her. Xiao Yuya shook her head in refusal, a contemplative look appearing on her face. Wait for me here. After a long time, Xiao Yuya stood up and walked toward the nearby old fortune teller with murky pupils and disheveled hair. Cao Fengqi sat there, curiously glancing over. Old granny, sorry to disturb you. Xiao Yuya approached Chen Allen and softly said, Could you please help me with something? Oh, Yuya, just say what you need. You don't have to be polite with this old woman. Chen Allen smiled and said as she looked at her. Xiao Yuya nodded and gestured to the Qin family, placing her palm on Qin Alan. A series of blue lights completely enveloped the two, isolating them from the outside world. Qin Alan looked at her actions with a look of surprise. Granny, could you help me divine the location of the poison in my body? Xiao Yuya asked her. Poison? You're poisoned? A serious expression appeared in Qin Alan's murky eyes. She moved her hand, and a divination crystal ball appeared in her palm. Place it here. Xiao Yuya nodded and placed her palm on it. Divination. Divination. Open the crystal core's eye. Reveal the shadow of the foul poison. Sway the spiritual waves. Unveil the root of the evil pulse. Qin Alan chanted, and the crystal ball in her hand burst forth with mysterious colors. Her murky eyes no longer dimmed, but shone with a faint glow. The poison is at your hands. Soon, she looked at Xiao Yuya's palm and confirmed. This poison will invade your whole body as you channel your extraordinary power. It is very insidious and malicious. Frowning slightly, she continued, how did you get this poison? Although we have some differences in ideology from Zhou Hantian and the others, they wouldn't harm you in secret. Let me continue to divine. Don't move. She took out a pure white candle, which ignited without fire, emitting a white light that enveloped the two. This time, she closed her eyes. Xiao Yuya did not move. Once she confirmed the location of the poison, she felt confident she could resolve it. She quietly waited for the next result. Burning the ethereal candle illuminates the treacherous path, binding the spiritual thread to the ominous shadow. The divination chant continued, and after a few seconds, Qin Alan opened her eyes and uttered 4 words, place of loss. About what I suspected. Thank you, Granny. Xiao Yuya nodded thoughtfully, already having an answer in her heart. Don't be polite with this old woman. You've helped me so much. And having a chance to help you once makes me feel I still have some use. Qin Alan smiled and reminded her. The one who poisoned you must have a special scheme, so be careful. Xiao Yuya nodded, and the surrounding blue light dissipated as she walked toward Cao Fengqi. This guy looked quite presentable. Not only was he a bit lascivious, but also a bit cheeky. As she sized up the boy's face in front of her, she added another label to him. Xiao Yuya now understood what that little guy meant by saying he would never rest in peace if he owed someone a favor. He was referring to himself. A bit cheeky. She couldn't help but smile. Dad, my sister's smile is quite strange, Xiao Yuya's brother, Xiao Xiao, who had been observing his sister, exclaimed in surprise to their father, Xiao Fengqi. Xiao Fengqi frowned. As a father, he had a sixth sense that made him feel something was up between his daughter and this young man. How is it, Xiao Vice County Chief? Cao Fengqi raised his eyebrows and asked as Xiao Yuya approached. As you said, Xiao Yuya sat down and nodded. After looking at him deeply, she pursed her red lips and said, I am 10 years older than you, so call me sister from now on. Cao Fengqi chuckled upon hearing her words. All right. Sister Yuya. After finishing the conversation, he stood up and said he had to go trade for metal materials. He knew their relationship had gotten closer. But now was not the time to get too familiar with her. He had important matters to attend to. Okay, if you need anything in the future, come find me. Xiao Yuya nodded. Cao Fengqi nodded in return, feeling very good. Twice, he had incurred no cost at all, making Xiao Yuya owe him a huge favor. Especially this time. It was almost a matter of life and death. He had to be properly repaid. He looked at the crowd gathered around Ma Juxing, feeling excited. As long as he completed the transactions with this group, he would gain a tremendous boost. Brother Cao is here. I didn't expect Brother Cao to be Xiao Vice County Chief's person. No wonder he's so impressive at such a young age. Brother Chao's future is limitless. The surrounding people greeted Cao Fengqi warmly as he walked over. They had just seen Xiao Yuya having a private conversation with him. Although they didn't know what they were discussing, they had already confirmed that Cao Fengqi had a good relationship with Xiao Yuya. Some even speculated about it. After all, Xiao Yuya was almost 30 and had never had a boyfriend. Cao Fengqi was handsome and exceptionally capable. Although it seemed a bit of a stretch, he was young. Considering Xiao Yuya's status and identity, it was reasonable for her to have a younger partner. At this moment, even some extraordinary families regarded Cao Fengqi with newfound respect. The Wang family was a good example. Now, Cao Fengqi's background was no less than that of those extraordinary families. Good luck, good luck. Cao Fengqi politely responded to them and discussed the trade matters with the crowd. Sister, can you tell us what the situation is between you and that Cao Fengqi? In another area, the Xiao family members looked at the approaching Xiao Yuya, and her brother, Xiao Xiao, immediately asked curiously. Xiao Fengqi also looked at her. Having already incurred quite a bit of favor, she had just incurred another one, making it hard to pay back. Xiao Yuya looked at her family and pondered for a moment. It's hard to explain in just a few words. Sister, is it really a favor? Xiao Xiao probed with some skepticism. Xiao Yuya frowned slightly, looking at him with displeasure. What are you thinking? Do you need a beating? Cough, cough, no. Xiao Xiu quickly shook his head, changing the subject. Sister, how is the progress of your exploration in the abandoned town? Are there really extraordinary sequence runes there? Xiao Yuya paused for a moment, slightly squinting her eyes, and slowly said, there are some problems. You should practice the strength techniques well. Even if you become an extraordinary person in the future, these techniques will be of great use. She did not elaborate further on the matter, looking at her brother and reminding him. Yes. Xiao Ziwu nodded obediently. On the side, Xiao Kunzizi saw that his daughter did not mention the situation with that young man from the Cao family, so he did not ask further. He glanced at the young figure not far away and silently nodded. Although he was not an extraordinary person, he was still acceptable. His daughter had already contributed a lot to the family. It seemed that this young man had few relatives. Visiting him was not a bad idea. Chapter 69, 400 Gene of Level 5 Metal, Forging the Great Umbrella. Brother, about that young man's matter. Alright, let's pretend this incident never happened and see if there are any items you need around for trading. In the council area, Wang Shaokan looked at his father with a sullen face. Before he could finish speaking, he was coldly interrupted by the blacksmith Wang Duanling, which made his expression even uglier. He did not expect that due to his impulsive decision, their Wang family would fall into such an embarrassing situation, becoming a joke among the strong in Liangmen County. He felt a bit angry inside. Kuan-ji, do you think I can still hang out with the Wang family in the future? At this moment, a voice came from the side. Zhang Jintian, with a somewhat pale face, looked at him with hope and bitterness. Wang Shaokan looked at Zhang Jintian and slightly frowned. Just now, Zhang Jintian had lost his position as the captain of the law enforcement team for helping their Wang family, falling to this state. Coupled with his own strength as a master from a wealthy family, he thought for a moment and nodded. Come on, brother, from now on. We are one of our own. Cao Fengqi did not care about the Wang family's situation, nor did he care about a Zhang Jintian. At this moment, he was watching the trading situation, feeling extremely excited. He had traded for a full 400 gene of level 5 metal so far. As for level 4 metal, he had around 3 to 4,000 gene, enough to upgrade his shelter to level 4. Moreover, he could also expand the area to about 130 to 140 square meters. The strong in Liangmen County were wealthier than he had imagined. Of course, his Xianxi beast meat was indeed precious. Almost everyone in Liangmen County wanted to trade for Xianxi beast meat, as it was a treasure that could enhance physical qualities. With these level 5 metals, he could forge a level 5 weapon, the Great Umbrella. His heavy sword technique was at the 6th stage, which was just right since the Great Umbrella belonged to the heavy sword category. In addition, he had enough materials for a level 5 beast net, level 5 Jiuchuan arrows, and even for forging a level 5 bow. However, he was a bit short on souls needed for forging weapons. Cao Fengqi calculated in his heart that he currently had 30 level 4 souls. For level 5 weapons, besides Jiuchuan arrows, non-main weapon equipment like the Yuanwen binding evil nail box required fewer souls. The Great Umbrella, the beast net, and ordinary level 5 weapon equipment all required 10 souls each. He decided to prioritize forging the Great Umbrella. After all, it could be used for both attack and defense, followed by the level 5 bow and the level 5 Jiuchuan arrows. In the following time, Cao Fengqi formally traded with the people of Liangmen County. This time, the scale of the trade was not small, thanks to the help of Ma Juxing. Thank you, Cao Zioj, thank you. 3 hours later, at the entrance of the Cao family, Ma Juxing, who had completed all the trades, waved his hand to Cao Fengqi with a face full of excitement and gratitude. If you need anything in the future, just let me know, and I'll definitely go through fire and water for you. Good. Cao Fengqi smiled at him. During their recent trade, the Xianxi beast meat he provided was double that of others. To Ma Juxing, it felt like he had gained such immense rewards from just helping a little, naturally making him excited, wishing he could bow to Cao Fengqi again. This time, it was sincere. Son, there are simply too many level 4 and level 5 metals. After seeing Ma Juxing leave, Cao Jiansheng looked at the piled-up metal materials at home with fiery eyes. Hee, it can easily upgrade our Cao family's shelter to level 4. Cao Fengqi smiled and nodded. A level 4 shelter can withstand some of the evil spirits and beasts that roam the current night. There are no more than 40 level 4 shelters in the entire Liangmen County. Lu Xiaoxiu also said with a beaming face, let's upgrade the shelter now. Mom and Dad, you handle the shelter upgrade. I want to forge a weapon, Cao Fengqi said. I need to prepare for tomorrow's operation. Alright, focus on your weapon forging, son. Cao Jianqing understood from him that the extraordinary people would lead the county's experts to clear out the evil beasts. Everything would naturally prioritize his son. Fengqi, do you need my help in forging weapons? Cao Jianqing asked him. To cool the metal, I can help a bit. Sure. Cao Fengqi thought for a moment and nodded. This time, He was not forging a palm-sized Yuan-Wen-binding evil nail box, but a 200-gene heavy great umbrella, which was 4 to 5 times heavier than ordinary weapons. Moreover, the structure of the great umbrella was very intricate, comparable to handmade chips. Based on his estimates, even if his forging skills reached the 9th stage of master artisan perfection, he would still need at least 6 or 7 hours to complete it. If it were a blacksmith-level person, they wouldn't have the skills to forge the great umbrella at all. Dad, let me help instead. Lu Chunying looked over and said proactively, "It would be more convenient if I helped. It's fine, I'm wearing a level 4 Tion spider suit, which has good thermal insulation. Plus, with the recent improvements in my physical quality, I won't get too tired." She saw that Cao Jiansheng was about to refuse and continued, "All right, then I'll trouble you." Chunying. Cao Jiansheng thought for a moment and did not insist any further. After all, he only had one arm, which could sometimes be inconvenient. Anyone can help. Cao Fengqi didn't mind. His gaze fell on the level 5 medals in front of him. He took all the medals, including damaged level 5 armor, weapons, and small pieces of metal ore, into his room. "Fengqi, just tell me what you need me to do." Lu Chunying followed him in and said to him, "Okay, sister-in-law." Cao Fengqi nodded and began to carefully classify these level 5 metal materials. The metal materials were divided into soft gold and hard gold. Simply put, the one with strong ductility was called soft gold, while the one with strong rigidity and difficult to bend was called hard gold. Some properties between metals were mutually exclusive, and some could not undergo metal fusion. The best forging method is to use the same type of soft gold or hard gold to forge weapons, which avoids various issues during the metal fusion forging process. However, unfortunately, the metals Cao Fengqi traded were all kinds, with as many as a dozen different types. Extraordinary skills were not as simple as imagined. It wasn't just about hammering away. It involved metal compatibility, activation of metal properties, soul infusion, fine control of the fire, softening points of different metals, timing of forging, and so on. Forging skills can be understood as an incredibly profound discipline. Fortunately, his skills had already reached the 9th stage of master artisan perfection. Otherwise, even an ordinary master artisan would have a headache trying to forge the great umbrella with these metals. Cao Fengqi classified all the metals and looked at the forging process clearly planned in his mind, revealing a hint of a proud smile. A skill at max level was more perverse than he had imagined. His first weapon belonging to himself. Let us begin. Buzz. He moved his palm, and the fire entered the forging area of the forging table, instantly igniting flames. He took a piece of level 5 metal and threw it inside, holding the forging hammer, with the fire covering it. Bang! After waiting quietly for a few minutes, Cao Fengqi raised the forging hammer in his hand and focused intently as he brought down the first strike with incredible precision. At that moment, he seemed to merge into a single entity with the hammer and the forge, consumed by the fire. In the room, Lu Chunying watched curiously from the side. It was her first time witnessing a spirit blacksmith forging weapons. If Cao Jiansheng were here, he would certainly find it incredible, as he had seen Master Wang forge weapons. And the difference between the two was like that between a master sculptor and a child molding clay. Chapter 70. Perfect Level 5 Weapon Bang. 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 In Cao Fengqi's room, the sound of hammering echoed continuously as pieces of level 5 metal were shaped into identical metal plates. They were as exquisite and perfect as fish scales. Lu Chunying, wearing forging gloves, helped to cool the finished metal plates in water and arrange them, occasionally glancing at him. "Let's take a break before forging again," Cao Fengqi said, letting out a breath after 2 hours of work, only having completed a third of the process. Forging was also a physically demanding task, and he felt somewhat fatigued. "All right," Lu Chunying nodded immediately, handing him a cup of water and a towel, then picked up a fan to help cool him down. "Fengqi, have some water and wipe your sweat." "Okay." Cao Fengqi smiled as he took the cup from her. After taking a sip, he moved his somewhat tired arms. "My physique is still a bit low. Forging is a bit strenuous. Fengqi, do you want me to help you massage to relieve some muscle fatigue?" Lu Chunying looked at him, her eyes sparkling. "I've learned a lot of techniques for relieving fatigue from the strength techniques recently." "Huh." Cao Fengqi looked at her in surprise. "You learned that from strength techniques?" "Yes." Lu Chunying nodded. "Those techniques include how to relieve muscle tension, prevent strains, and even about acupoints. Come on, lie down and rest for a bit. Let me show you my skills," she said with a smile, tugging at him to lie on the bed. "All right." Cao Fengqi hesitated for a moment, but nodded. "No need to be so polite. We are family." Lu Chunying looked at him with a bright smile, her eyes and voice gentle. "Myself, Dabeo Xiaobeo. And our parents all rely on you. So just lie down and take off your shirt." Cao Fengqi didn't hesitate, removing his shirt and lying on the bed. It felt quite comfortable as he sensed her soft palms on his back muscles and acupoints, slightly surprised. Really? I just figured it out myself. As long as it feels good, he said. Lu Chunying's eyes narrowed into slits with happiness at the compliment. Turn over. About 5 or 6 minutes later. Lu Chunying signaled him. Cao Fengqi paused for a few seconds before replying. Let's wait a bit longer. He needed to calm down. Lu Chunying looked at him, her lips curving up. Okay, take your time to rest. All right. After shifting his focus for a minute, Cao Fengqi finally turned over. Lu Chunying stood beside him and immediately grabbed his arm to massage it. How does that feel? Is it more comfortable now? Yes. Good. Then stretch your legs. Hiss. What's wrong? No need to massage that thigh area, he said. Ha. It's fine. There are acupoints here that need relief, Lu Chunying replied, unable to hide her smile. Her eyes showing a hint of warmth and boldness. Cough, there's something. Cao Fengqi felt a bit out of control and hurriedly said, Fengqi, you're 18 now. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and looked up. A head of black hair obscured Lu Chunying's profile, allowing him to see only her slightly flushed cheeks through the strands. Ha. Fengqi has indeed grown up. He's a big kid now. Don't talk about this matter carelessly. Lu Chunying glanced at him quietly and softly said as she walked toward the washroom. Cao Fengqi directly responded with a sugary voice, feeling a bit sticky. Continue forging. Cao Fengqi thought about the beautiful life ahead of him and approached the forge with renewed determination. Lu Chunying quickly returned, her cheeks slightly flushed, pretending nothing had happened as she continued to help. As time passed, the components of the large umbrella were crafted one by one. Finally, Cao Fengqi, wearing the forging gloves, began to assemble it piece by piece, infusing 10 souls into it. Buzz. With the completion of the forging, a weapon resembling a 1-meter-long, club-like form, similar to a closed umbrella, appeared before him. Seeing this weapon, which looked like a work of art, Cao Fengqi's eyes gleamed with joy. This was his first weapon. Large umbrella, level 5 quality. Effect 1. A perfect level 5 weapon, crafted by the blacksmith with exquisite skills, combining numerous level 5 metal materials. Possessing strong ignition effects and defensive capabilities. Effect 2. Can activate the souls within the weapon, briefly unleashing the characteristics of level 5 metal. Releasing a powerful fire wind blade strike, requiring 5 minutes to recharge after use. Ha, level 5 perfect quality, and it even comes with a skill. Cao Fengqi looked at the attributes of the large umbrella, his face filled with excitement. Whoosh. He moved his hand, and the large umbrella opened, transforming into a black metallic umbrella. The entire umbrella emitted a faint glow under the light. Whoosh. Crack. He pressed another button, and the umbrella transformed like a transformer. The metal plates shifting to become a gigantic sword, measuring a full 1.8 meters long and half a meter wide. Cao Fengqi held the 200-pound sword in one hand. Immensely satisfied. A perfect weapon, clearly a terrifying force. Just this one weapon could significantly boost his power. He swung it a couple of times, unable to put it down. Fengqi, you're amazing. Lu Chunying exclaimed in awe upon seeing the weapon's attributes. We're both amazing. Cao Fengqi smiled and replied. Little brat. Lu Chunying's face flushed as she pinched his cheek. Suddenly, Cao Fengqi furrowed his brows, his gaze shifting to a certain direction. The script had issued a warning. Evil spirits and beasts? His eyes flickered as 3 red figures approached their Cao family shelter from hundreds of meters away. Human? 2 were equipped with level 4 gear and weapons, and 1 wore level 5 gear and weapons. They were neither evil spirits nor beasts, nor were they extraordinary individuals. Seeing the information, a cold glint flashed in Cao Fengqi's eyes. The script's warning meant that the other party intended to harm him. It indicated that they were enemies. Chapter 71, Kill. The previous chapter was reviewed, and much was cut before it was released, so readers bear with it. Sister-in-law, I'm going out for a bit. Fengqi. What's wrong? Just a small matter, I'll be back soon. In Cao Fengqi's room, he glanced at Lu Chunying and directly opened the escape door of the room. In the shelter, every room had a secret door for escape. Fengqi, be careful. Lu Chunying looked at him, who exuded a sharp aura, her brow slightly furrowing in concern. Cao Fengqi gave her a reassuring look and pressed the mechanism button on the large sword. Whoosh. Clap. Clap. The large sword transformed into the shape of an umbrella, with raindrops falling on it making a special sound as he slowly walked outside. The rain continued to fall from the sky, almost to knee height. As he looked at the figures rushing toward them, a murderous intent flashed in Cao Fengqi's eyes. No matter who you are, you won't be going back today. It's just right to use you to offer my sword. Did they really think Cao Fengqi was easy to bully? All right, we'll wait for you here. Meanwhile, ahead, Wang Shaoqin looked at the Cao family's shelter not far away, stopping his steps as he spoke to the figure beside him. Okay, Ku and Gu. You guys just wait for me here. In the dim light, Zhang Jintian nodded with a grim expression. He stared ahead, driving cautiously with hatred and resentment. Brother Kuan, Zhang Jintian is truly someone who seeks revenge for the smallest grievances. Behind him, a young man smiled as he looked at Wang Shaokan beside him, continuing with curiosity. Cao Fengqi has obtained a large amount of level 4 metal today. The Cao family shelter can be upgraded to level 4. Does Zhang Jintian have a way to deal with him? Hee. Wang Shaokan's eyes flickered as he smiled. That damn kid obtained the level 4 metal at noon. But it's not enough to fully upgrade the shelter. Zhang Jintian has some strength, and he actually got such a special level 4 resource. As he spoke, he moved his hand, and a jade vial appeared in his palm. Zhang Jintian has 2 vials. This one is for him. 100 souls liquid, level 4 quality. Effect, 10 drops. Dropping this liquid at a location can attract evil spirits and beasts within a radius of 5 kilometers. This is indeed a good item for cursing others, Wang Shaokan commented with a smile. Once the 100 souls liquid is dropped on the Cao family shelter, and a few drops are sprinkled around to attract more evil beasts, even if that kid has decent strength, facing an attack from a dozen evil spirits and beasts, he would still die. If luck is bad and he attracts a terrifying entity like the Ashen Phantom Knight, the entire Cao family would be doomed. Although Wang Shaokan was angry at Cao Fengqi for bringing shame to his family, his father also advised them to let it go. Considering his relationship with Deputy County Chief Xiao, Wang Shaokan wasn't planning to deal with him either. However, now that Zhang Jintian wanted to deal with Cao Fengqi, he was naturally happy to watch. Even if this matter were exposed, it would have nothing to do with him. Of course, in his view, the possibility of exposure was extremely low, with no evidence left behind. At this moment, 200 meters away, Cao Fengqi, holding a large umbrella, saw 2 figures stop. With one heading towards his family's place, he stood coldly waiting on one side of the Xiaohua family shelter. That guy seems to be Zhang Jintian. Soon, with night vision goggles, Cao Fengqi clearly saw the figure approaching within 100 meters, his gaze icy. He hated guys like Zhang Jintian the most. When he said, "I'll speak a word of justice," it implicitly meant he was going to speak for the other side. He was already prepared to find a chance to deal with him, but unexpectedly, he came knocking on his door. Cao Fengqi muttered to himself. Glancing at the 2 people more than 300 meters away, they should be from the Wang family. Based on the information he gathered about the Wang family's resources earlier in the morning, he guessed one of them might be Wang Duanling's son, Wang Shaokan. Crack. As he pondered, Zhang Jintian cautiously approached within 10 meters, his fierce gaze fixed ahead, completely unaware of Cao Fengqi hiding in the corner, seeking one's own doom. Splash. Cao Fengqi watched as Zhang Jintian drew near, and at that moment, he moved. The large umbrella transformed into a large sword, and he charged forward at high speed. Who? Zhang Jintian heard the sound of rushing water. His expression changed, and he immediately looked to the right. Too late. He saw a familiar face. A heavy and imposing large sword, and the sword was slashing towards his head. His pupils constricted, and his heart nearly stopped at that moment. He wanted to dodge, but found it impossible, instinctively raising his arm to block. Thud. The next second, he was horrified to see his arm severed and embedded in his neck. Zhang Jintian. This move is called Sangming Cross Cut. Zhang Jintian stood there rigidly, hearing a light, drifting voice in his ear. His eyes bulged wide, and his body fell, separated from his head, filled with horror and unwillingness. Thud. Splash. Cao Fengqi looked at the corpse sinking in the water, noticed the level 4 resource clutched in his hand, raised an eyebrow, and bent down to pick it up. Humph. They want to eliminate my Cao family. Seeing the attributes of the 100 souls liquid, Cao Fengqi's killing intent surged even more. Pressing the mechanism button, the large sword transformed back into an umbrella. He didn't bother to collect Zhang Jintian's weapons and armor. Instead, with a fierce killing intent, he walked towards Wang Shaokan and the other person. Splash. Splash. This time he didn't try to conceal himself too much. Each step he took made the water flow sound. When Cao Fengqi was 100 meters away from Wang Shaokan, the 2 immediately noticed his figure. Who? Wang Shaokan and the others couldn't see the person's face clearly under the large umbrella, their brows furrowed as they spoke in a grave tone. You came to find me, yet you don't know who I am? Cao Fengqi slowly lifted the edge of the umbrella, coldly locking onto them. Huh, what? Cao Fengqi, it's you. Wang Shaokan's expression changed drastically, surprised and uneasy. It's me, Cao Fengqi calmly replied, stepping closer. Wang Shaokan stared at him, his expression shifting. He didn't understand why Cao Fengqi suddenly appeared, and where was Zhang Jintian? He felt a bit confused and hesitant. Aren't you going to ask about Zhang Jintian's situation? Cao Fengqi looked at them, arriving within 10 meters of Wang Shaokan, and asked lightly. Upon hearing this, Wang Shaoqun realized that Zhang Jintian was dead. A serious expression appeared on his face. Zhang Jintian was no weakling. Not long ago, he had lent him a full set of level 4 equipment and weapons. However, they had just parted ways for less than a minute, and he had already met with misfortune. Although there was a possibility of an ambush, it also proved that Cao Fengqi was not weak. This matter was all caused by Zhang Jintian. After a few seconds of thought, he continued, "For the sake of Deputy County Chief Xiao, I want to make a move against you." Haha. Cao Fengqi laughed wantonly upon hearing this, mocking them. "You won't make a move against me?" Crack, crack, crack. The large umbrella in his hand pointed at him, transforming into a large sword filled with killing intent. "But I want to cut you down." Splash. The water beneath his feet surged, and Cao Fengqi instantly moved. Chapter 72. Transcendent? Who isn't? Damn it, Cao Fengqi, you dare to make a move against me? You're looking for death. In the darkness and heavy rain, Wang Shaoqun never expected that Cao Fengqi would dare to attack him, and so decisively. His face showed immense anger as he immediately drew his long sword and shouted, "Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Even if I kill you, Xiao Yuya wouldn't dare to go to war with our Wang family. Is that so? Then let's see who kills whom." Cao Fengqi's killing intent was fierce. Whether it was Zhang Jintian or Wang Shaoqun, anyone who wanted to kill him, or even wanted to annihilate the Cao family, he wouldn't let any of them go today. With a heavy sword technique, the wind-breaking body technique combined with the 6 heavy sword moves, he closed the 10-meter distance in an instant. Cao Fengqi gripped the handle and spun, delivering a massive horizontal slash. The overwhelming power of the giant sword struck down. Wang Shaoqun sensed the might of the giant sword before him. His heart jolted, and he quickly retreated. Wang Shaoqing was completely caught off guard. He couldn't retreat in time, and a level 4 knife was raised in front of him to resist. Crack. Thud. But the next moment, a terrifying force struck his long sword. In his horrified gaze, the sharp, large umbrella directly severed his long sword and landed on his level 4 armor. The armor broke as well, and he slowly lowered his head, looking at his body that was almost severed in half. Blood and intestines flowed uncontrollably. "Ah, Brother Kuan, save me." He let out a terrified and desperate scream. "Xiaoqing." Wang Shaoqun was momentarily stunned. His face changed drastically as he roared, fixing his gaze on Cao Fengqi. "You actually dare to kill our Wang family?" Before he could finish his sentence, Cao Fengqi fiercely thrust his large sword upward. Like a rolling sea of clouds, the heavy sword, cloud wave, lifted the heavens. Wang Shaoqun's breath caught, and he swung his long sword in a reverse motion to block. Bang! The sound of a level 5 weapon colliding echoed. Wang Shaoqun's palm tingled slightly, and his pupils shrank. Such strong power. What an impressive large sword. Cao Fengqi stepped forward, executing the wind-breaking body technique, riding the wind and treading the waves. His speed suddenly erupted. With both hands holding the sword, he slashed like the sun and moon. Boom. This move carried both femininity and ferocity. It seemed slow, yet it tore through the howling wind. What incredible speed, damn it. Bang. Wang Shaoqun, already being pressed, felt his pupils constrict as he could only raise his sword to block against the great sword. However, the disparity in weapons made his long sword bend, and the great sword struck his level 5 armor. The immense impact forced him to retreat to the right, a sharp pain in his waist. He looked down and discovered a deep mark left on the level 5 armor crafted by his father for him. This guy's weapon, this guy's technique. I am actually not his opponent. Wang Shaoqun was filled with shock and anger. He never thought that he would not be a match for this kid in front of him. He had obtained various spiritual herbs and fruits over the years since his father became a forging master, and his physique had reached 65. Now, he found himself without even the strength to resist. Even using the strength technique, he could not evade the opponent's attacks. Every move he made was sealed off by the opponent's strikes. Escape. He wanted to escape. "It's Yuang family that I'm killing." But Cao Fengqi gave him no chance to catch his breath. The great sword thrust forward, pushing relentlessly. Wang Shaoqun struggled to block again, but lost his balance under the terrifying assault and was sent flying backward. Cao Fengqi's figure flickered, raising the giant sword overhead, sinking his waist and dropping his shoulder, crashing down like Mount Tai. "This is bad. Cao Fengqi, you can't kill me. My father is a transcendent. If you kill me, my father will definitely not spare you. Absolutely not." Faced with Cao Fengqi's unending suffocating attacks, Wang Shaoqun completely lost his composure. Half of his body fell into the rain. Staring at the cleaving great sword, he screamed in horror, "Don't kill me. A transcendent?" Cao Fengqi sneered, his palm moving to cover in embers, spreading across the entire great sword. "Is it like this? Say goodnight to this world. Don't worry, it won't be long before I let you reunite with your family." His gaze was cold, and the movement in his hand did not stop. The heavy sword cleaved directly towards Wang Shaoqin's head. Transcendent power. Embers? How is this possible? Wang Shaoqin looked at the cleaving fiery great sword, his eyes bulging. Cao Fengqi is a transcendent. He actually is a transcendent. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil, forgetting even to defend himself. Thud! The great sword struck directly on his head, the terrifying embers instantly charring his head. And he didn't even have time to scream in agony. Cao Fengqi looked at the instantly dead Wang Shaoqin with satisfaction, his gaze falling on the large umbrella. This weapon is too fierce. The importance of weapons is self-evident. Simply put, a level 4 arcane firearm can make someone with a physique of over 20 a top player in the county. If he had just used a level 4 cold blade, it would have chipped after a few clashes with Wang Shaoqin's level 5 longsword. Of course, his ability to easily crush Wang Shaoqin, whose physique was not inferior to his own, was also due to the strength technique. Even if he hadn't used embers in the end, this move would have been enough to kill him. He exhaled lightly. Bending down, he lifted Wang Shaoqin's corpse and stripped off his armor. Bone Guardian armor, level 5 quality. Effect, full body armor, missing a helmet, possesses strong defense, can absorb part of the force from attacks, slightly damaged, does not affect usage. Can be repaired. As expected of the son of Wang the Forging Master, possessing full body armor, though this only belongs to the mundane forging level among level 5 quality. Cao Fengqi looked at it. There was a lot of armor in the Lost Land, and full body armor consists of parts such as helmets, chest armor, shoulder armor, knee armor, and arm armor. This kind of full body armor is quite valuable. Cao Fengqi then looked at the sword, which also belonged to the level 5 mundane forging level. This guy still had a bottle of soul essence. He put it away. To him, this was a good item. Buzz. A blast of embers fell on Wang Shaoqin's body, enough to melt level 5 metal materials, incinerating him completely in seconds. Consider it a one-stop service. He chuckled lightly, taking the equipment from Wang Shaoqin beside him and also scattering her ashes. He then returned to Zhang Jintian's corpse and dealt with it in the same way before heading straight home. Fengqi, are you okay? Lu Chunying hurried over to ask when she saw him return. I'm fine. Cao Fengqi shook his head and said to her, Sister-in-law, notify mom and dad. We're moving. Moving now? Lu Chunying looked at him in surprise. Yes, I just killed Wang the Forging Master's son, Wang Shaoqin. We need to change locations. Cao Fengqi nodded. He had already thought of an escape route when he prepared to kill Wang Shaoqin. Now, his chances against Wang the Forging Master were slim. With his son killed, that guy would probably come after him even at night. So, he needed to find his good sister. Sister Yuya said that the Wang family wouldn't trouble us. But that sounds a bit like slapping myself in the face. He thought to himself. What? Fengqi, you killed him? Don't worry. Lu Chunying was shocked when she heard this. Cao Fengqi interrupted her, unable to help but touch her face, smiling as he said. Looking at his calm and confident smile, Lu Chunying inexplicably felt at ease. Her face flushed slightly as she nodded. I'll go notify mom and dad. Chapter 73 Wang Ziyu. From now on, my sister and I will protect you. Fengqi, where are we moving to now? The Xiao family? The Xiao family? Will Deputy County Head Xiao shelter us? In the Cao family shelter, Cao Jianxing and Lu Xiaoxiu looked at him with serious expressions after receiving the news. Mom and dad, don't worry. Cao Fengqi gave them a relaxed smile. If I dare to kill him, I won't get into trouble. Haha. Good, as long as you know what you're doing. Son. Cao Jianxing looked at him, his tense expression easing a bit, revealing a slight smile. Besides, who isn't a forging master? Come on. Let us hurry up and pack. The family quickly became busy. Wang the Forging Master's south house was not close to the Cao family, and the news of Wang Shaoqin's death would not reach the Wang family immediately. So, Cao Fengqi was not in a hurry. Meanwhile, in the shelter of Wang Ziyan and Wang Zixu, just a few meters away from the Cao family shelter, Wang father Wang Bingjiao, grandpa Wang Qixiao, and Yang Yuan looked at them in disbelief. At this moment, they felt somewhat dazed, as if it were unreal. Daughter, you actually obtained the transcendent sequence rune. You've become a transcendent. Wang Bingjiao looked at them in shock and joy. How did you get it? My sister and I discovered a dark cave earlier, which had shadowy creatures we dared not enter. Just now, we ventured inside and obtained the transcendent sequence rune. Younger sister Wang Zixu answered, her face beaming with joy as she raised the level 6 staff in her hand and said happily, and this level 6 staff. My sister and I each have one. Mom, Dad, Grandpa, we're already strong enough to protect you now. Older sister Wang Ziyan said firmly. The pale and exhausted expressions of the two had completely faded after being washed by transcendent power. Now their skin was as smooth as jade, their eyebrows beautifully arched, and they looked ethereal. Younger sister is lively, Older sister is serene. Ha ha ha, wonderful, wonderful. Wang Qixiao was so excited that his face turned red, constantly murmuring. Good, good. Our Wang family has actually produced transcendent beings, and it's 2 of them, a first in Liangmen County. Yang Yuanyuan beside them was so excited she could hardly speak, tightly gripping the arms of her 2 daughters. This is what happiness from heaven feels like. Huh. At this moment, a look of confusion appeared on Wang Xian's face as she looked towards the direction of the Cao family shelter. A mysterious color flashed in her eyes as she said in confusion, Brother Cao Fengqi's family is dismantling the shelter. Dismantling the shelter? Dismantling the shelter at this late hour? Wang Bingjiao looked over in confusion, his face showing surprise and contemplation. They hadn't expected that just a day after they sent their daughter to the Cao family for a living, their daughter would have such a stunning turnaround. Now, while Cao Fengqi was impressive and a child of destiny, the Cao family was also a wealthy clan. But compared to their daughter, he was far from worthy. He was no match for her, let alone 2 daughters. They regretted their decision from yesterday a bit. However, thinking of the Cao family's generosity, that thought quickly passed. After all, the Cao family was our benefactor. We should inquire about it. Wang Bingjiao said, looking at his family. Wang Qixiao and Yang Yuanyuan nodded slightly, and the group immediately walked over to open the large door of the shelter. Wang Xian and Wang Zhixiu quickly followed behind. Brother Cao Fengqi, why are you dismantling the shelter so late? What are you planning to do? Wang Bingjiao stepped out, looking at the busy Cao Jiansheng and Cao Fengqi, puzzled. Our Cao family is preparing to relocate. Cao Jiansheng replied after glancing at them. Cao Fengqi scanned the 5 of them, and the next moment, his body suddenly froze. His gaze sharpening. His eyes fell on sisters Wang Xian and Wang Zhixiu, then slowly shifted to the items in their hands, squinting slightly. His heart was filled with astonishment and shock. What a coincidence. Brother Cao, where are you planning to relocate? Yang Yuanyuan asked curiously from the side. We'll tell you the truth. Cao Jiansheng was about to speak when Cao Fengqi directly interrupted, looking at them with eyes that flickered slightly. I killed Wang Shaoqin, the son of the blacksmith Wang Duanling. Our Cao family is preparing to flee? What? Fengqi, are you serious? His words caused Wang Bingjiao and Wang Qixiao to change their expressions drastically, unable to believe as they questioned. There's no need to lie to you. Cao Fengqi nodded seriously, looking at them calmly. Why don't you come with us to escape? Ah, where would we escape to? Yang Yuanyuan looked at him, somewhat at a loss. Just follow me. Cao Fengqi said, looking at her. This matter is too big, Yang Yuanyuan didn't know how to respond, looking at her husband and father-in-law. Let us consider it. Wang Qixiao opened his mouth to reply. Okay, you think about it. To prevent that blacksmith Wang Duanling from coming after us, we must leave here as soon as possible. Cao Fengqi glanced at them and nodded lightly. Wang Qixiao and the others exchanged glances, their faces serious as they pulled Wang Xian and her sister back into the house. Fengqi, what is this about? Cao Jiansheng and the others looked at the Wang family going back inside, puzzled. Although human nature cannot withstand testing, this is the apocalypse, and we must test it to avoid betrayal at a critical moment. Cao Fengqi said, casting a deep look at the Wang family shelter. Though they shared the same surname Wang, Wang Bingjiao's family and Wang Duanling's family were worlds apart. How could they dare to escape with us? Cao Jiansheng frowned slightly, disapproving of his test. Fengqi, you're being a bit harsh. Cao Fengqi said nothing. Harsh? Maybe. This Cao Fengqi actually killed Wang Shaoqin, and he still wants us to escape together. Once inside, Yang Yuanyuan looked at her husband and father-in-law with a frown, somewhat incoherent. Wang Bingjiao and Wang Qixiao also had unsightly expressions. They hadn't expected that after their daughter had just become an extraordinary being, such a thing would happen with the Cao family. Ignore it? Or, if they escaped with the Cao family, it seemed like too much of a loss to them. Moreover, once tied to the Cao family, it would mean being enemies with Wang Duanling's family. They were an extraordinary family. Did he really kill Wang Shaoqin? Wang Duanling's son was not weak. Wang Bingjiao struggled internally, gradually calming down, unable to resist asking, is it true? We can discern the truth in Brother Fengqi's words. Wang Xian and Wang Zhixiu replied in unison. Can you discern? Hearing their daughter's words, the 3 from the Wang family were surprised, their expressions sinking again. Dad, Mom, Brother Fengqi is helping us so much. If we ignore it now, it would be too ungrateful. Wang Zhixiu looked at her parents and suddenly spoke up. This isn't a matter of being ungrateful. They have offended an extraordinary being, that blacksmith Wang Duanling. Wang Bingjiao hesitated, looking at them. They gave us meat, and we only ate a little. At worst, we can return the rest to them. Earlier, our Wang family was desperate and wanted to marry you to Cao Fengqi. But now you can make your own choices in life. He looked at his 2 daughters and added, they were already extraordinary beings. so they naturally didn't have to casually become someone's wife. Dad, regardless of whether my sister and I marry him or not, we cannot forget their kindness at this time. Wang Xian's delicate face showed determination as she looked seriously at her father. Wang Zhig's beside her nodded, expressing her agreement. The Wang family fell silent, the atmosphere growing heavy. After a long time, Wang Qixiao looked at his two granddaughters, a hint of helplessness showing on his wrinkled old face. Sigh. He sighed. Looking at his son and daughter-in-law, let's listen to the two girls. Wang Bingjiao and Yang Yuanyuan nodded bitterly. Ignoring them made them feel somewhat guilty. But really tying themselves to the Cao family would not only be a loss, but also dangerous, especially feeling sorry for their daughters. Let's go. Looking at the firm gaze of his two daughters, Wang Bingjiao slowly walked towards the outside. Click, click. The door opened, and they looked outside. Brother Fengqi. Wang Zhig's called out to Cao Fengqi, who was not far away. Cao Fengqi raised an eyebrow when he saw them coming out again, his gaze landing on Wang Zhig's. Actually, my sister and I are a year older than you. Wang Zhig's looked at him and continued. We call you Brother Fengqi because this young man helped our family a lot during their hardest times. Saying that they were older is because Wang Zhig's felt quite powerful now. From now on, I'm the older sister, hum. In the future, my sister and I can protect you as a way to repay you for the food you gave our family. Wang Zhig's slightly raised her chin, her face showing a hint of pride. Cao Fengqi was momentarily stunned. He had never expected her to say this. He raised an eyebrow and teased. Just you two little girls who just became extraordinary beings? 2 chapters of 5,000 words for a big update. Seeking a 5-star review, free power for love. The little author gives all book friends chapter 74, the shock of the Wang sisters. Just you two little girls who just became extraordinary beings? When Cao Fengqi's words rang out, Wang Zhig's was slightly taken aback, her little mouth slightly open, her face filled with astonishment and confusion. Wang Xian, Wang Bingjiao, and the others also froze in shock, staring at him. Ah, how did you know my sister and I became powerful extraordinary beings? Wang Zhig's asked him in disbelief. Her eyes wide open. Level 6 staff. Cao Fengqi spoke. He didn't hide it, smiling as he extended his palm. Buzz. The embers ignited in his hand, the blazing light illuminating the surroundings. Just extraordinary beings, he said leisurely. Wang Zhig's looked at the terrifying embers burning in his hand, her confusion turning into shock, her mouth opening wider. Wang Bingjiao, Wang Qixiao, and Yang Yuanyuan were also shaken. The second son of the Cao family was actually an extraordinary being. You're also an extraordinary being. After Wang Zhishui was shocked, her eyes lit up again. She raised her staff and said excitedly, we 3 are all extraordinary beings. Why should we fear that Wang Duan the spirit craftsman? Cao Fengqi looked at them and asked silently, do you both have a physique and mental strength of 50? If their strength could match his, then the 3 of them could easily resist Wang Duan together. However, under the script's insight into weaknesses, both of them had weaknesses all over. The only decent items they had were 2 level 6 staffs. Based on Cao Fengqi's estimates, their mental strength might not even reach 40. With the enhancement of extraordinary power, they might be comparable to someone like Wang Shaoqin. No, not even 40. Wang Zhiyin said at this moment, her eyes sparkling as she assessed Cao Fengqi. Some of the old extraordinary beings currently have physiques or mental strength over 100. Cao Fengqi remarked as he looked at them. So powerful. Wang Zhishui shrank her head and said, then let's hurry and run away. No need to run. We can just move to another place, Cao Fengqi said, smiling at her cute yet silly appearance. He was very satisfied with the Wang family's decision and felt comforted. Uncle Wang, you can dismantle the shelter and come with us, he told Wang Bingjiao and the others beside him. Oh, okay. Wang Bingjiao returned to his senses from the shock, looking at the smiling Cao Fengqi and then at the other members of the Cao family. There was no panic or confusion on their faces from offending the Wang Duan family. Thinking of this, Cao Fengqi was already an extraordinary being, and they felt at ease. At this moment, Yang Yuanyuan looked at Cao Fengqi again, as if a mother-in-law was increasingly fond of her son-in-law. In Liangmin County, there was truly no one better than the second son of the Cao family. He was a perfect match for their daughter. This wasn't her being opportunistic. It was human nature. She really didn't expect that these 2 girls, Ji Yin and Ji Shui, would become extraordinary beings. At this moment, Lu Xiaoxiu and Chao Jiansheng were also in shock. The twin wives they had brought for their son yesterday had become extraordinary beings today. They were equally comforted and satisfied that the Wang family could share difficulties with the Cao family at this time. They were a family worth befriending. Let's quickly dismantle the shelter and move in with the Cao family. Wang Qixiao urged his son and daughter-in-law, and the 5 immediately got busy. Cao Fengqi looked at them and felt quite good. Mom, where are we moving to? Mom, If we move, can I still see Zaiwa? Grandma, I don't want to be separated from Zaiwa. Woo 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 ah. I don't want to be separated from Zaiwa. As Cao Fengqi was tidying up the forging table in his room, he suddenly heard the cries of Dabao. He turned to look, showing a speechless expression. Don't cry. Don't cry. You'll be able to see Zaiwa in the future. Lu Xiaoxiu immediately picked him up and comforted him. I don't believe it. I don't believe it, Grandma. Can you bring Zaiwa with us? Woo woo woo. Dabao was still shaking his head and crying in his grandmother's arms. Cao Fengqi found this kid's behavior a bit baffling. Has this little guy's licking dog attribute exploded at such a young age? In the past, he would just eat and was easy to trick. Now he actually doesn't believe his grandmother's words? Ridiculous. Simply ridiculous. Dabao, don't cry. Can Grandma still trick you? Wah 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 woo woo woo. Stop crying. Mommy will take you to see Zaiwa tomorrow. Wah wah wah. Sister-in-law, go call Zaiwa's family and tell them to come along. After thinking for a moment, Cao Fengqi said to his sister-in-law. Lu Chunying frowned slightly and looked at him. Fengqi, we have already brought the Wang family. Is it not a bit inappropriate to bring Zaiwa's family too? It's fine. Cao Fengqi shook his head. It's rare to have trustworthy people in this apocalypse. If we can help, we should. Dabao, Xiaobao, and Zaiwa have a good relationship, and there are only 3 people in their family, so it's okay. Moving to the Xiao family's place, Cao Fengqi only temporarily needed Xiao Yuya's protection. It wouldn't be long before, once his strength increased, he would help whoever needed it. The 2 sisters, Wang Zhiyin and Wang Zhishui, were also extraordinary beings and would soon grow stronger. Moreover, Xiao Yuya owed him a significant favor. Humans are social creatures, and no matter where they go, there are neighbors. Having a trustworthy neighbor is naturally better. All right. Lu Chunying nodded and looked at Dabao. Dabao? Hurry up and thank your uncle. Uncle, thank you. Uncle, you are the best uncle. Dabao, upon hearing that they would take Zaiwa along, immediately stopped crying, struggled down from his grandmother's arms, and ran over to hug his thigh. You little rascal, you better have some prospects in the future. Cao Fengqi rubbed his head, feeling speechless. Hee, uncle is the best, the best. Dabao rubbed his head against his thigh happily. Of course. Cao Fengqi smiled, thinking that he could be considered half a father to this little guy in the future. Uncle Cao Fengqi, thank you, thank you. You're welcome. Distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. Among our group of neighbors, you're the most loyal, Xiaochen. Hurry up and pack up the shelter. Before long, Chen Feng and his wife brought Zaiwa over to express their gratitude. Although they didn't know where the Cao family was taking them, they knew it had to be a good thing for them. Both the Chun and Wang families had shelters of over 20 square meters. And after the Cao family shelter was dismantled and loaded, they were already packed. Let's go. Cao Fengqi gestured to the 2 families and drove towards the Xiao family's direction in the night. Chapter 75. Xiao Yuxiu. Oh no, my position is at risk. Wow. This is my first time going out at night. Is it really dangerous at night? In the dark, the 3 families' vehicles clustered together, passing through one shelter after another. After driving for more than 10 minutes, the lively Wang Zhishui couldn't help but speak up as she looked at the dark surroundings. Dangerous. Cao Fengqi nodded beside her, glancing at them. Your strength is a bit weak, so for now, don't reveal your identity as extraordinary beings. By the way, what is your extraordinary profession? He asked curiously. My sister and I are not weak. We are the eternal hunter dual stars, very powerful. Wang Zhishui replied defiantly, looking at him and asking, what about you? Eternal hunter dual stars? Cao Fengqi revealed a hint of confusion. This profession seemed a bit strange, as if it was designed specifically for twins. Spirit craftsman, he replied. Spirit craftsman? An auxiliary extraordinary profession. Then my sister and I are still stronger. Wang Zhishui said with a raised eyebrow, showing a crescent-like smile. Brother Fengqi is also very powerful, Wang Zhiyin said softly. Cao Fengqi smiled at the sisters, suddenly raising his eyebrows and looking ahead. His gaze sharpened, and he moved his hand to retrieve the bow and arrows from his back. He knocked 2 arrows and stared ahead. Whoosh! The 2 arrows quickly disappeared into the darkness. Huh, what are you doing? Wang Zhishui looked at his actions, surprised. Wang Zhiyin and the others beside her also looked on in confusion. Cao Fengqi didn't answer her, making Wang Zhishui pout. After walking over 1,000 meters, Cao Fengqi quickened his pace to the front and looked at the 2 corpses with arrows embedded in them. Ashen Glutton's corpse, level 4 quality. Effect, can collect 1 soul. Claws can be used to forge weapons. Flesh and blood are tainted with evil energy and inedible, but its flesh and blood are delicacies for other evil beasts. He retrieved the arrows and collected the souls. He looked at Wang Zhishui and teased. You should be able to do this too, right? Shine my shoes for me. Wang Zhishui, hearing his words, stared at him in shock. Her face filled with disbelief as she stared at the evil beast's corpse on the ground. I didn't even notice the evil beast. From when you shot the arrow until now, it was so far away. How did you do that? This is the body of the ash trickster, killed by the 2 arrows you just shot when the wind rose. Wang Qixiao stared wide-eyed, feeling it was incredibly absurd. The 2 arrows he had just shot were at least a kilometer away. It was over a kilometer, and yet, in the darkness, he had directly shot down 2 powerful ash tricksters from that distance. No, Fengqi, did you just use extraordinary power? Wang Bingjiao discovered a blind spot. Although they were not extraordinary beings, they all knew that extraordinary beings possessed extraordinary power, just like the flame that had just risen from Cao Fengqi. But he hadn't felt any extraordinary power at all. Killing 2 ash tricksters didn't require using extraordinary power. Cao Fengqi said lightly, just the technique of a strong man. The Cao family members beside them pursed their lips, recognizing the familiar scene. Brother Fengqi is much stronger than us. We didn't even notice the evil beasts. Wang Xian looked at him with some admiration and softly said, even if we noticed, it wouldn't be easy to kill them. Wang Zhigs, you became serious, nodding in agreement. She calculated her chances of killing them in her heart. Cao Fengqi smiled. The personalities of Wang Xian and Wang Zhigs were completely opposite. The elder sister was serene and lovely, while the younger sister was lively and a bit spoiled, sometimes saying things that weren't very pleasant, but she meant no harm. However, thinking about it, she was only 19 years old. It's quite normal for a girl of that age. She just needed some guidance in the future. Tomorrow, a group of extraordinary beings would lead the top experts in the county to encircle the Ash Trickster clan and the Warty Leech clan ahead on the migration route. With thousands of them, Cao Fengqi reminded them, you have just become extraordinary beings, and you need to improve yourselves. Don't get too inflated. He looked at Wang Zhigs and added, listen to your brother Fengqi. Yang Yuan, who was nearby, quickly told them, if you have any problems in the future, ask your brother Fengqi more. Wang Bingjiao and Wang Qixiao both nodded in agreement. They had realized that their daughters were still far behind Cao Fengqi. After witnessing Cao Fengqi's strength, Wang Zhigs had clearly become much more obedient, occasionally glancing at him, wondering what he was thinking. In the end, she clenched her delicate fist, as if making some decision. This seems to be the shelter of Deputy County Head Xiao's family. How amazing! Their shelter is actually enveloped in a blue glow. After walking for half an hour, Cao Fengqi stopped in front of the Xiao family shelter. Looking at the extraordinary shelter ahead, Wang Bingjiao said in astonishment, Fengqi, are we going to move nearby? Chen Feng also curiously looked at Cao Fengqi and asked. Yes. Cao Fengqi nodded. This was also his first time visiting Xiao Yuya's house at night, and he was slightly amazed at the level 5 shelter of the Xiao family. Weaver of Realms. It really is a mysterious, extraordinary sequence. Yuya, the script didn't indicate any danger. Cao Fengqi walked over and knocked on the blue protective shield surrounding the Xiao family, calling out. Behind him, everyone was startled by his words. Yuya? Deputy County Head Xiao Yuya? Who? At that moment, the large gate opened, and Xiao Yuxiu, holding a long sword, walked out with 2 young men. It's you, Cao Fengqi. When Xiao Yuxiu saw his face, he showed a look of surprise. Just now, the Xiao family members were still discussing Cao Fengqi, and unexpectedly, he arrived just as they were talking about him. Trouble. Just as Cao Fengqi was about to speak, he saw Xiao Yuya's figure. Behind her were many members of the Xiao family. He immediately waved. Yuya, help! Xiao Yuya showed a speechless expression upon hearing this. She glanced over the crowd behind her, seeing them pulling the shelter, walking over with puzzled faces. What's wrong? What happened? Big deal. Cao Fengqi immediately said, Yuya, I killed Wang Xiaoqin, and there's another one called Wang Xiaoqing. Wang Xiaoqin? The son of Wang Duanling, the craftsman? Hearing this, Xiao Yuxiu's eyes widened as he approached. What the hell? You killed the son of Wang Duanling. Then why are you coming to our house? Cao Fengqi glanced at the young man, not knowing who he was. Xiao Yuya ignored her brother, her brows slightly furrowing with a hint of coldness in her eyes as she looked at Cao Fengqi. It's fine. If you killed him, you killed him. You can set up the shelter nearby, and I will be on guard around it. No, sister. Xiao Yuxiu looked at her, eyes wide. This Cao Fengqi has killed the son of Wang Duanling. Killing a son is a grudge that cannot be shared. He killed the son of an extraordinary being. Sister, who is your real brother now? If he had done this, even if sister didn't step in, their father would have beaten him half to death. Yet, for this kid, she actually said it's fine, just kill him, and she wants to protect him? He suddenly felt that his position as the brother was somewhat insecure. Thanks to Brother Yuhu for the inspiration capsule. Thank you, brother. Also, thanks to the other book friends for the rewards, brothers. Chapter 76, Good Sister. Daughter. Is this the Xiao family shelter? Behind, Cao Fengqi was stunned to hear his daughter's words, unable to help but walk over, frowning and saying, "If you protect him, it's equivalent to declaring war against the Wang family. If Wang Tishan comes to avenge his son, then, Dad, you don't need to worry about this." Xiao Yuya shook her head at her father, her bright eyes flashing with a hint of coldness, her calm tone carrying unmatched dominance. "If the Wang family dares to come, I will make them all stay here." Cao Fengqi looked at his daughter, somewhat astonished. It was one thing for his daughter to offend Wang Duanling in the morning, but now she was really going to be enemies with him. What kind of potion did that kid give his daughter? "Good sister." Cao Fengqi looked at Xiao Yuya, feeling a deep sense of security. "I'm also living off you now." "Thank you. Yuya, we'll set up right away." Cao Fengqi thanked her and signaled to his father. Behind him, Xiao Jianxing looked at everything in shock. They knew their son had a good relationship with Deputy County Head Xiao, but they never expected it to reach this level. The surprise and joy of Wang Bingjao and the others went without saying. This Deputy County Head Xiao was going to protect them. She was a top figure in Liangmen County and had been an extraordinary sequence for 9 years. She was not someone their daughters could compare to. With the protection of the Xiao family in the future, what dangers would they still have to worry about? The Chunfeng family beside them felt like they had mistakenly stumbled into a heavenly home. Rising to the top in one step was nothing like this. Xiao Yuya nodded at him, glancing at Wang Ziyan and her sister. She looked at her brother and the others, signaling, "Go help." Xiao Yuxiu opened his mouth, unable to contain himself, and asked, "Sister, does he owe you a life-saving favor? Or does he have something on you?" Xiao Yuya shot him a glance and raised her foot to kick him. "Life-saving favor? You brat, be honest." Xiao Yuxiu rubbed his butt, glancing at Cao Fengqi, not believing his sister's claim of a life-saving favor. "Sister is at home. What could he have done to save her? No need to help. No need to help. We can handle it ourselves." Xiao Jianxing quickly declined upon hearing this. "We can handle it ourselves." Cao Fengqi glanced at the Xiao family members and also spoke up. Everyone immediately got busy. Seeing this, Xiao Yuya didn't insist. She returned to the house and took out a batch of blue crystal stones. Xiao Yuxiu looked at this with some heartache. He glanced at Wang Ziyan and her sister, then at the Chunfeng family. "Honey, go find out what their relationship is with that kid." He gestured to a woman beside him. Lung Shuang nodded and walked over with a flickering gaze. This matter was significant for the Xiao family. "Auntie, have some fruit." Lung Shuang brought a fruit platter from home to Yang Yuan and smiled. No. Yang Yuan was slightly taken aback and hurriedly waved her hand. "It's fine, just hold on to it." Lung Shuang smiled and handed it over to the side. Then asked with a smile, "May I ask, Auntie, what is your relationship with Cao Fengqi?" "Well," Yang Yuan was momentarily confused and then replied, "My daughter is considered Cao Fengqi's match for marriage. In the future, we should be family with the Cao family." Lung Shuang was slightly surprised, casually chatted for a bit, and after gathering some information about the Qin family, she went to Xiao Yuxiu's side to report. "Sister, I just had Shuang inquire. That Cao Fengqi came to our house seeking refuge, which is fine, but he also brought his twin fiancé's family along, and surprisingly, even the neighbors came." Upon receiving the news, Xiao Yuxiu immediately approached Xiao Yuya, who was setting up a barrier, embellishing the report. "Twin fiancé?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuya's brows involuntarily furrowed. Indeed a rogue hum. She coldly snorted in her heart, glanced at her brother, and knew what this kid was thinking, feeling vexed. "Don't think too much. I've only met him 3 times. You seem to have some free time now. Tomorrow morning, I'll test your movement and swordsmanship. If you don't reach level 5, you'll have to practice 2 extra hours every day." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuxiu's face immediately turned bitter. "No, sister, you and I." Xiao Yuya ignored him and walked straight home. Damn it. He looked speechlessly at the figure not far away, feeling displeased. "It's all your fault, you male vixen." Beside him, Cao Fengqi watched and breathed a sigh of relief. In his mind, he thought that his daughter could marry, but they needed to find a son-in-law to join the Xiao family. After all, their Xiao family only had one extraordinary sequence member. Given the current situation and his daughter's somewhat strong-willed character, it was impossible for her to accept a future husband with other women. "Mom and Dad, don't tidy up the house for now, leave some space. I need to go to the Lost Land to procure some Xianshi beasts." The Xiao family members were unaware of Cao Fengqi's thoughts. After setting up the shelter, he checked the time and found he still had plenty of it. So he told his parents. The time for clearing the evil beast group was set for 9 a.m. the next day. It was now just past 9 p.m., and he had a lot of time left. In his room, he lay on the bed and concentrated. Everything before him shifted, and Cao Fengqi, holding a large umbrella, returned to the desolate town. "Hee hee, Xianshi beasts, welcome to judgment." His gaze flickered as he called out with a hint of a youthful bravado. Now, with a level 5 large umbrella and the enhancement of the embers, he was capable of killing that powerful Xianshi beast. It was also time to clear out the entire Xianshi beast group. After finishing with the Xianshi beasts, he would go after the water ghost monkeys and then hunt more evil beasts to gain souls and improve his experience as a forging master. As for the nightmares in the north, he could create the beast net and try to capture them using it. As Cao Fengqi walked southward, he was deep in thought. An hour later, he arrived at the realm of the Xianshi beasts. Scanned within a 2-kilometer range, 5 level 1 materials, 2 level 2 materials. For evil beast materials detected. The notification from the auxiliary tool came through, and Cao Fengqi smiled. Let us begin. With a flick of his hand, he threw a piece of level 4 metal ahead and quietly waited. Clearly, the temptation of level 4 metal was much higher than that of level 3. Within 3 minutes, 4 evil beasts appeared in his line of sight. Cao Fengqi smiled slightly at the sight. Whoosh, whoosh. Within a second, Cao Fengqi shot 2 arrows, hitting the 4 Xianshi beasts with pinpoint accuracy. Instant kill. Chapter 77. The evil beast egg inside the Xianshi beast leader. Clearing ordinary Xianshi beasts was already very easy for Cao Fengqi. With the script's weakness hints, he could manage to shoot 3 with 1 arrow. He was about to delve deeper into the realm of the Xianshi beasts. After consecutively hunting 8 Xianshi beasts, Cao Fengqi reached the edge of the Xianshi beast territory and directly stepped into it. What was once a forbidden zone for him, he now had the confidence to enter. Scanned within a 2-kilometer range, 5 level 1 materials, 2 level 2 materials, 1 level 4 material, 1 level 5 material. 8 evil beast materials detected. As Cao Fengqi advanced less than a kilometer, a stream of information came through. In his line of sight, the 8 evil beast materials quickly approached him. Simultaneously, that one piece of level 5 material was also moving toward him. Here they come. Cao Fengqi looked at the situation with a sharp gaze. He was equipped with a level 5 large umbrella, level 5 blessed moon god stone, level 5 abyss pattern binding evil nail box, and the evil stealth armor could not conceal the aura of level 5 items. All the Xianshi beasts rushed over. What was that level 5 material inside the Xianshi beast? Why hasn't it been digested after so long? It shouldn't be. Could it be some treasure? Cao Fengqi looked on with anticipation in his eyes. He stood in place, holding his bow and arrow, staring ahead. 1,800 meters, 1,500 meters, 1,000 meters. Whoosh, whoosh. When the group of Xianshi beasts came within a kilometer, the arrows in Cao Fengqi's hand shot out immediately. Roar, roar. The sounds of agony echoed from the front, accompanied by 2 angry roars. The script's warning came through, and in his line of sight, 2 Xianshi beasts were charging at him at a speed twice that of the other Xianshi beasts. Huh. Cao Fengqi's gaze sharpened. There are 2 Xianshi beast leaders? That was one more than he had planned for. The problem shouldn't be too big. His gaze was fierce. Now his physique had reached 61. The last time he was chased by the Xianshi beast leader, his physique was only in the 30s. At that time, the Xianshi beasts were twice as fast as him. Now, without the enhancement of embers, relying solely on the strength technique, he could unleash a combat power of 976. With the level 5 umbrella, the embers, and the script's assistance, he wasn't afraid of 2. This thought flashed through his mind as Cao Fengqi held his bow and arrow, shooting 3 arrows again at a terrifying speed into the darkness. Roar, roar. This time, it seemed the Xianshi beasts had some forewarning, and only one fell. Cao Fengqi didn't mind, shooting 3 more arrows, this time covered with embers. Whoosh, whoosh. When the 3 arrows flew, 6 bone spikes shot toward him from a distance across the night sky. Interesting. Cao Fengqi watched the script's prompt and easily dodged. The next second, 2 3-meter-tall Xianshi beast leaders appeared in his line of sight. Their dark nostrils pointed at him, and their huge ears perked up as they charged at him together. Cao Fengqi's gaze was cold, and the large umbrella in his hand had already transformed into a giant sword. The script's weakness insight and analysis had activated. The 2 targets have overly strong defenses. You can use Fire Wind Slash and Abyss Pattern Binding Evil Nailbox to inflict heavy damage and quickly kill them. The script's prompt surprised Cao Fengqi. He fixed his gaze on the 2 charging Xianshi beast leaders, held the great sword with both hands, and with a sidestep, used the wind-breaking technique to rush to the side of one of the Xianshi beast leaders. Heavy sword, great destruction. Crash. The blade slash combined with the destruction technique, accompanied by burning embers, struck heavily against the Xianshi beast leader. In the next moment, a sound resembling metal clashing rang out. Cao Fengqi saw that his attack had only pierced the skin of the Xianshi beast leader. His gaze sharpened. This Xianshi beast leader was much stronger than an ordinary Xianshi beast. It truly deserved to be able to digest level 5 metals. Roar. The Xianshi beast that was hit yelped in pain, lowering its head, and a nearly 1-meter-long bone spike shot out from its head, charging towards him. Another Xianshi beast's claws grew to twice their size and also attacked him. Their speed was not as good as his, but their defense was too strong. He couldn't get entangled with them, or it would be disadvantageous for him. Cao Fengqi's heart tightened, and he performed a swift maneuver to dodge the Xianshi beast's charge. His eyes filled with fighting spirit. Let's test the might of the fire wind blade slash. He gripped the hilt and spun around, executing the wind thunder slash. Boom. At the same time, the raging flames burned wildly as if driven by a storm, engulfing the sword. The flames solidified, sharp as a wind blade. Whoosh. Bang. Under the already massive great sword, this attack covered a full 3 meters. Cao Fengqi accurately struck the neck of the Xianshi beast leader, embedding the sword over 20 centimeters deep, causing the Xianshi beast leader to crash to the ground, struggling violently. So powerful. A hint of surprise flashed in Cao Fengqi's eyes. Howl roar. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Another Xianshi beast leader saw its companion heavily injured and crazily lunged at him. It unleashed 5 bone spikes from its mouth, attacking with incredible speed. Cao Fengqi couldn't dodge in time. The great sword in his hand transformed into a large umbrella. Bang. Bang bang. The umbrella blocked the bone spikes and collided with the Xianshi beast leader. Cao Fengqi's body was pushed back 7 or 8 meters. And he smiled coldly. Come on, it's a one-on-one battle. The fire wind blade slash had a 5-minute cooldown, and Cao Fengqi didn't want to waste a binding evil nail box. The large umbrella transformed back into a great sword, and he charged forward. Bang bang bang. With the power of the flame and strength techniques, Cao Fengqi easily dodged the Xianshi beast leader's attacks. In just a few seconds, he slashed the Xianshi beast leader 3 times. Although each strike only broke the skin, the continuous attacks caused the wounds to multiply and deepen. Roar. To Cao Fengqi's surprise, after slashing it over 10 times, the Xianshi beast leader suddenly turned and started to flee. Damn. Cao Fengqi saw this, somewhat helpless. According to his rhythm of attack and the level of injury the Xianshi beast had sustained, he would need at least a few more minutes to wear it down. But now it was trying to escape, which was troublesome. Gritting his teeth, Cao Fengqi had no choice but to take out a binding evil nail box and precisely target its wound. Clink, clink, clink. 99 terrifyingly penetrating spikes pierced into the Xianshi beast leader's body, causing it to stagger. Cao Fengqi seized the opportunity and dashed forward, delivering a fierce blow to the wound with his heavy sword. Whoosh. He had actually wasted a binding evil nail box, but the Xianshi beast leader's attacks were average. Its speed was comparable to his, but its defense was extraordinarily high. It seemed that the high-quality resources in this area had all been consumed by it. Cao Fengqi shook his head. This battle was not as smooth as he had imagined. However, at that moment, when Cao Fengqi saw the attributes of the Xianshi beast's corpse in front of him, an expression of immense surprise appeared on his face. What the hell this? Xianshi beast's corpse, level 5 quality, effect 1, can collect 1 level 5 soul. Sharp teeth can be crafted into level 5 quality weapons. Bones can be ground into powder for alchemy. Flesh can be consumed to increase 8 points of constitution and enhance physical defense. Skin can be used to craft wearable equipment. It's a treasure trove. Effect 2, contains a level 5 evil beast egg, can check specific attributes after extraction. Chapter 78 Warning. Hatching of the evil beast egg is not recommended. Cao Fengqi stared at the Xianshi beast's corpse, his gaze gradually heating up. A level 5 Xianshi beast corpse. Just the first effect exceeded his expectations. Consuming it could increase his constitution by 8 points. Even though he had already consumed level 4 Xianshi beast meat, it still had no effect. As for the second effect, it was a complete surprise. Was this the reason why the Xianshi beast fled upon realizing it was not his opponent? Cao Fengqi murmured, looking forward to the belly of the Xianshi beast leader. He had always thought that the Xianshi beast's body contained undigested metals or other special treasures, but unexpectedly, it gave him such a huge surprise. However, can evil beasts be domesticated? A hint of doubt flashed in Cao Fengqi's eyes as he suppressed his excitement and placed the 2 Xianshi beast leader corpses in the shelter. Then he came out and collected the other 7 Xianshi beast corpses, one of which was eating its companion's corpse and was easily slain by him. First, he would acquire that level 4 resource, then go back to check on the Xianshi beast egg. Cao Fengqi had scanned the location of that level 4 resource many times. It was within the territory of the Xianshi beasts, not too far from him. When he arrived, he found it under a stone. Moonlight Marrow, level 4 quality. Effect. When activated, It emits dazzling moonlight, disliked by evil spirits and beasts. Lasts for 5 days. Moonlight marrow of level 4 quality? Cao Fengqi raised his eyebrows. Just right. The Yaoyang flower at home needs moonlight marrow and moonlight stones as nutrients. He took it away, quickly scanning the surroundings and slightly raising his head. The entire territory of the Xianshi beasts had been thoroughly cleared by him. This was just the beginning. He thought to himself, exiting the Lost Land. In the room, Cao Fengqi approached the corpse of the Xianshi beast leader. The 3-meter-tall Xianshi beast leader weighed no less than 500 pounds. After removing the bones, the flesh of the 2 Xianshi beast leaders amounted to 700 pounds, quite valuable. He picked up the large umbrella, transforming it into the shape of a great sword, and slowly began to open its belly. Soon, 2 football-sized eggs wrapped in membrane appeared in his view. Strangely, the eggs were pulsating, absorbing blood from the womb. Some flesh was even being slowly chewed and devoured. Cao Fengqi looked on with excitement. Evil Beast Egg, Level 5 Quality. Effect 1. Extremely demanding hatching conditions. This evil beast egg has merged with a mysterious sorcerer's strange potion, capable of hatching into a powerful, evil, rare mutated Yushao. Yushao feeds on all living beings outside of evil spirits and beasts, and the probability of domestication is nearly 0. Effect 2. The Yushao will inherit the devouring ability of the Xianshi beast, evolving different abilities based on the resources and creatures it consumes, possessing immense evolutionary potential. The mutated Yushao will be even more evil and terrifying. Note, warning, warning. After 2 more hours of absorption, it will hatch. If not allowed to hatch within 15 days, it will die. Hatching not recommended. Hatching not recommended. It is advised to kill it immediately. Cao Fengqi looked at the properties of the evil beast egg, his face displaying shock. Shocked by the effects of this evil beast egg, and shocked by the property prompts. This was obviously a very powerful evil beast egg, but what the hell? Cao Fengqi took a deep breath, his expression changing dramatically. He had thought he would obtain a powerful battle pet, but ended up with this? He couldn't help but curse. The evaluation on its attributes was outrageously high, powerful, evil. Rare mutated Yushao. Wasn't this tempting him? But the probability of domestication being nearly 0, what the hell? Moreover, the attribute prompt repeated warnings not to hatch it. This evil beast egg was very strong, but it couldn't be domesticated? Cao Fengqi's face darkened. He took the evil beast egg out from the womb. Hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't bring himself to kill it immediately. 15 days. Cao Fengqi helplessly glanced at it, and finally set it aside. After a long time, he finally focused on the gains from this encounter, and his mood improved a little bit. Forget it. Let's pretend I didn't get this evil beast egg. He shook his head. This time, aside from the 16 ordinary level 4 Xianshi beast corpses and 2 level 5 Xianshi beast corpses, he also obtained souls of the same level. Now he had 36 level 4 souls and 2 level 5 souls in his hands. How much experience would absorbing a level 5 soul provide? Cao Fengqi thought to himself. And without hesitation, he took one out to absorb it. Half an hour later, seeing the increase in experience points, his eyes lit up. 1 level 5 soul was equivalent to 10 level 4 souls. Absorbing one directly increased his physique by 1. That means he only needed 100 level 5 souls to break through to the artisan master rank. He calculated in his mind. After absorbing another level 5 soul, his physique reached 63. Cao Fengqi looked at the time and realized it was already very late, so he went to bed. There was another big battle tomorrow, and he needed to be well rested. The next day, it was still raining outside, dark as ever. Cao Fengqi slapped the evil beast egg before leaving the room. If I eat this level 5 Xianshi beast meat, my physique would definitely be on par with the current top experts. At the dining table a few minutes later, Cao Jinqing looked at the level 5 Xianshi beast meat with fiery eyes. 1 pound of meat can increase physique by 1 point. Son, you are simply amazing, haha. Just now, although the Cao family knew he would continue hunting Xianshi beasts last night, they were still shocked to see the house filled with corpses again in the morning, especially the 2 level 5 Xianshi beast corpses. Hee. Cao Fengqi said calmly, basic slot. Cao Jinqing no longer paid attention to his son's show-off and laughed happily. Calm. How can I be calm? My strength is about to rival that of top experts. This has been my dream. This is a treasure that can increase physique and defense by 8 points. Lu Chunying smiled from the side, constantly putting Xianshi meat into his bowl with chopsticks. Enough, sister-in-law, the meat in my bowl is about to fall out. Cao Fengqi looked at her and said speechlessly, there's no need to serve me dishes, I can do it myself. You are the great contributor of our family. Don't mention adding dishes for you. Lu Chunying looked at him, her eyes somewhat teasing. I can even feed you. This meat can significantly improve not only her, but also Dabao and Xiaobao's physiques. After eating, they would be taller than regular 15-year-olds. Dabao and Xiaobao are her children, and since her brother-in-law dotes on them, she also wants to repay her brother-in-law. Cao Fengqi pursed his lips at her words. Feed. How do you feed? He glanced at his parents, who probably thought his sister-in-law was joking and didn't pay attention. At this moment, he suddenly felt a foot rubbing against his thigh. Cao Fengqi looked up to see his sister-in-law smiling at him. His sister-in-law's courage was growing bolder. Thanks. I'm really not a Lilicon. The big guy's 3 updates. 1 chapter, today 3 chapters. Also, I beg for 5-star reviews, a bit of free power for love. The more good reviews, the more power for love. The little author will update tomorrow. Thank you. Chapter 79 Cao Fengqi. What are you babbling about? The Cao family shelter was quite warm. Son, be sure to pay attention to safety. Reality is not the lost land. Uncle, good luck. After breakfast, Cao Jianxing patted Cao Fengqi's shoulder and earnestly reminded him. Dabao was there adding some oil to the confusion. Don't worry. Cao Fengqi smiled and nodded at them, rubbing Dabao's head. It was time to set off. At the entrance of the Cao family, Cao Fengqi looked ahead, towards the Xiao family's gate. At this moment, many people were gathered there. Cao Fengqi glanced around and walked straight over. Many people noticed his figure, some looking surprised. The Xiao family was a relatively large family in Liangmen County, centered around Deputy County Head Xiao, with 3 aunts, 2 uncles, and numerous children and grandchildren, totaling over 60 people in one big family. Xiao Yuya's wife, Lung Shuang, and his uncle were also extraordinary rankers. This also brought the Lung and Xiao families closer together. Cao Fengqi had heard his father mention some extraordinary families in Liangmen County yesterday. Many extraordinary families had formed marital alliances. Before he walked over, a few people walked out from the Xiao family's gate, led by the strikingly elegant Xiao Yuya. Beside her was a middle-aged man carrying a sword and shield. Cao Fengqi had seen this sword and shield middle-aged man yesterday. Among the extraordinary people in Liangmen County, he was also quite strong. Cao Fengqi, follow my brother in them. Xiao Yuya instructed him upon seeing him. Next, when hunting evil beasts, go with them. Okay, Cao Fengqi replied, glancing at the cold-faced Xiao Yuya. Feeling that she seemed a bit distant today, Xiao Yuya nodded and looked at her brother, instructing. Yuya, he's younger, don't let him get into trouble, understand? Understood. Sis. Xiao Yuya nodded and cast a glance at Cao Fengqi. Seeing him holding a big umbrella in a showy manner, he felt increasingly displeased. However, he didn't dare defy his sister's orders. Their mother had died early, and his elder sister was like a mother to him. Plus, his sister was 4 years older and the pillar of the family, the only extraordinary one in the Xiao family, so beating up her little brother was an easy task. Thinking about this morning's assessment by his sister, and how his agility hadn't yet reached the 5th stage, he felt a dark cloud looming over him for the days to come. Let us go, it's almost time. Lung Qingyun curiously observed Cao Fengqi and instructed everyone as they walked. Today we need to clear out the Ashen Gluttonous Beast clan. They are currently located in a county town 10 kilometers straight ahead of us, so you need to look out for each other. Understood, Uncle Lung. The youths from the Lung and Xiao families immediately responded. Cao Fengqi followed beside them, glancing at the 2 families, a total of 18 people, each wearing at least level 4 equipment. Among them, many possessed level 5 weaponry. This was the foundation of extraordinary families. The Xiao family was very close to the council area, and by the time they arrived, most people were already there. As soon as Cao Fengqi approached, he felt numerous murderous gazes directed at him. Looking over, he unsurprisingly saw the Wang family members glaring at him with hostility. Cao Fengqi smiled at them. He had never been a reckless person. From the beginning, when he was chased by disaster rats, Xianshi beasts, and nightmares in the Lost Land, his mental fortitude had been forged. Now, he was not their match, but once he became stronger, he would make them experience the same fate as the disaster rats and Xianshi beasts. He silently vowed. That damned kid. Wang Sheiyang's face twisted into a snarl upon seeing Cao Fengqi's smile. Beside him, Wang Duanling's expression was also extremely grim. The events of last night, where Wang Xiaoqin and Zhang Jintian attempted to scheme against Cao Fengqi, were initially unknown to the Wang family. It wasn't until night fell and Wang Xiaoqin had yet to return home that Wang Tixin and the others realized something was off. Later, after learning the specifics from Wang Xiaoqing's wife, the Wang family members were enraged to discover that the Cao family had already moved. Wang Xiaoqin's disappearance overnight also made everyone in the Wang family alarmed and furious, realizing that something terrible had likely happened. Dad. Wang Xiaoyang looked at his father unwillingly. His gaze fierce. Let us kill that kid right now. I don't believe the Xiao family dares to go to war with us. We must avenge Xiaoqin. Shut up, I have my own plans for this matter. Wang Tixin's face was cold. Naturally, he wanted revenge for his son's death. But he looked at the middle-aged man beside him, who was holding a staff. Brother Zhou, could you help us inquire about the situation? Okay. The arcane mage Zhou Meng nodded, his gaze shifting to the audacious young man, then landing on the graceful figure as he walked over. Vice County Head Xiao. Zhou Meng called out. Xiao Yuya glanced over, her eyes flickering slightly. Vice County Head Xiao, he continued, isn't the matter with Wang Shaoken a bit excessive? There's no need for you to have such an unpleasant conflict with the Wang family. Zhou Meng, Uncle Zhou, Xiao Yuya looked at him, her expression unchanged. It was Wang Shaoken who went too far. If I hadn't given Cao Fengqi a life-saving trump card, he would be dead. Wang Shaoken brought this upon himself. If the Wang family wants revenge, they can come find me. She fully took the blame for Wang Shaoken's death. Ah well. Zhou Meng looked at Xiao Yuya. Knowing that there was no more room for discussion on this matter, he shook his head and said nothing more, turning to leave. Oh. The members of the Xiao family looked towards the Wang family's direction, also sighing in resignation. It was not a good thing to be enemies with a family of extraordinary beings, even if the Xiao family was much stronger than the Wang family, especially since it would complicate their future attempts to purchase weapons. But who could blame it? It was the decision of their Xiao family leader. They glanced at the young man whom Xiao Yuya referred to as a male fox spirit. Indeed, he was a fox spirit. Everyone is here, let's go. The specific actions would be discussed as they walked. At that moment, County Head Zhou's figure appeared in front of the crowd and spoke. Yes. Over 200 top-tier experts from Liangmen County had gathered, all fully armed, nodding in response. Our target this time is the Ash-Greedy Beasts tribe 10 kilometers away, currently located in Jiaofeng County. Jiaofeng County is now deserted, and within the Ash-Greedy Beast tribe is a powerful Ash-Greedy armored beast. We, the extraordinary beings, will hunt it down while you hunt the other Ash-Greedy beasts. With 10 kilometers to go, form teams to cover each other. Zhou County Head said as he walked, explaining the specifics, and the various elite families and experts in the county began to form teams. Cao Fengqi followed the Xiao family members, not needing to trouble himself. 10 kilometers was not short, but for everyone, it wasn't too far either. In the drizzling rain, under the faint light, they moved quickly. This matter concerned the relocation of Liangmen County. With the battle ahead, the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. After several minutes, tall buildings appeared in sight. Scanned within a 2-kilometer radius. 155 level 1 resources, scanned 188 evil beast resources. As the team approached, Cao Fengqi received information from the external device. He focused his gaze. There were level 1 resources, presumably useless supplies left here by the people of Jiaofeng County, and upon getting closer, he scanned 188 evil beast resources. This was indeed the land of the Ash-Greedy Beast tribe. He sensed the Ash-Greedy armored beast ahead. In front, an old shaman holding a divination crystal ball had a flicker of light in her eyes as she looked at the surrounding extraordinary beings around it. Many ordinary Ash-Greedy beasts are also gathering. Everyone, let us take action. Let us go, slaughter that beast. The extraordinary beings instantly radiated killing intent. Boom, boom, boom. They did not hesitate, their bodies emanating a ghostly glow, their eyes sharp as they focused ahead, unleashing their full speed. The orders had been given. And now it was time for direct combat. Everyone move. The county town was large, and the number of Ash-Greedy beasts was numerous. Fights were prohibited. Let us go. Zhou Hanti and son Zhou Xingyu scanned the crowd and spoke, leading the Zhou family members forward. Let us go, set out. Annihilate these damn evil beasts. Kill. The experts of Liangmen County moved, quickly entering Jiaofeng County. The powerful evil beasts would be dealt with by the extraordinary beings. While hunting ordinary Ash-Greedy beasts posed much less risk, souls were also very precious items for ordinary experts. Let us go. Xiao Yuya signaled to the Xiao and Lung families. Inside, we will act in groups of 2 or 3. Remember, do not exceed the sensing range of the knowledge network. If you encounter danger, press the knowledge network for help immediately. Okay. Everyone nodded and immediately acted. Kid, stay close to me. After finishing his words, Xiao Yuya looked at Cao Fengqi and said. Cao Fengqi glanced at him, curiously asking, what is the knowledge network? It's an item made by my sister. Holding it allows you to transmit simple signals within a 2-kilometer range. Xiao Yuya answered, you don't need it, just stick with me. I don't need you to look after me. Cao Fengqi smiled at him. Based on the script's weaknesses and analysis, Xiao Yuya's strength was indeed remarkable. Enough to rival that of the leader of the Xian Devourer beasts. He was among the top tier of extraordinary beings. Don't need it. You're pretty cocky. Did my sister give you some treasure? I don't know what kind of charm you used on my sister for our Xiao family to offend the Wang family just to protect you. Xiao Yuya scrutinized him, frowning slightly. Even though I find you annoying, my sister said to take care of you. So just behave and stay by my side. Also, don't cause trouble for my sister or our Xiao family in the future, understood? He warned coldly. Cao Fengqi was slightly taken aback by his words and couldn't help but chuckle. What are you babbling about? He leisurely spoke, his gaze sweeping over the ruined county in the rain. Huh, you ka. I'm leaving, little brother, you're too weak. Xiao Yuya was stunned by his words, his expression darkening. This kid, before he could finish, he saw the umbrella in Cao Fengqi's hand transform into a stunning great sword. He also heard the full of mockery in his words. Seeing the unknown extraordinary flames flash before him on the great sword in Cao Fengqi's hand, he watched as he ignored him and walked away directly. Chapter 80, Ruined Demon. Level 7 Treasure in the Ruins Dream Demon Domain. Xiao Yuya stared at Cao Fengqi's departing figure, utterly dumbfounded for over 10 seconds. That was extraordinary power. An extraordinary sequence being. This kid, he said I was too weak? What the hell? His expression began to change dramatically. To become an extraordinary being at 18. Something he had failed to achieve in the Lost Land for 9 years. Damn, you really should die. To call him little brother and mock him. Damn it. Xiao Yuya was getting more and more agitated, cursing in frustration. His face felt hot with pain. But this kid was an extraordinary sequence being. What could he do? Did his sister know he was an extraordinary sequence being? She probably didn't. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked him to protect him. Damn, you can really act. You male fox spirit. His teeth were nearly grinding down as he watched Cao Fengqi's disappearing figure, almost choking from the anger. His face dark as he entered Jiufeng County. It seemed Xiao Yuya was a bit displeased with himself. No, it should be the entire Xiao family that was displeased with him. It was understandable, after all. His actions had led to the Xiao family becoming enemies with the Wang family. Cao Fengqi thought to himself, shaking his head. He didn't know the Xiao family anything and certainly wouldn't indulge them, even if the other party was Yuya's brother. Of course, he wouldn't pretend to be nice to the Xiao family either. There was no need to hide his identity as an extraordinary sequence being. Nor was there any need to play the fool. Sometimes, if you pretend to be a fool too much, you end up being the real fool fed to the pigs. Cao Fengqi's gaze burned as he focused ahead. He had to seize this rare opportunity to hunt more evil beasts and quickly make up for the gap between him and those veteran extraordinary beings. His eyes flickered as, under the external device's scan, there were a total of 188 ash-greedy beasts within a 2-kilometer range ahead. Along the way, based on Cao Fengqi's observations, many relatives of the extraordinary beings had also rushed over. They were able to bring their loved ones here. So they must have conducted an investigation. They surely know that ordinary ashen gluttons pose no lethal danger to them. Therefore, with his current strength, there is even less risk. This is a heaven-sent opportunity for him. A great chance to gain level 4 souls. After all, he has the scanning ability. And no one can search for evil beasts faster than him. Such a rare opportunity. 3 ashen gluttons. Soon, the 3 ashen gluttons appeared in Cao Fengqi's line of sight. He focused on the weak points of the ashen gluttons and smiled slightly. With emotion, he dashed forward. Roar, roar, roar. The ashen gluttons noticed Cao Fengqi and let out low growls, rushing towards him simultaneously. Sangming horizontal cut. Cao Fengqi swung his sword horizontally. The large sword swept across, easily severing the 3 ashen gluttons in half. After their bodies separated, they did not die immediately. Their limbs quickly squirmed and reassembled. Cao Fengqi thrust his sword into their weak points one by one. It was an easy kill. 2 seconds later, Cao Fengqi rushed towards the 4 ashen gluttons 500 meters away with 3 souls in hand. Ha. The speed of this hunt is incredible. Soon, when Cao Fengqi looked at the 4 fallen ashen gluttons, his face was filled with excitement. In just a few minutes, he had obtained 7 souls. Roar, roar, boom. At that moment, a terrifying roar and rumble suddenly came from a distance. Cao Fengqi looked over with a serious expression. It seems the group of extraordinary beings has already engaged in battle with the Ashen Glutton Knight. He took a glance and turned to run in the opposite direction, staying away from the main battlefield. The powerful Ashen Glutton Knights could be dealt with by the extraordinary beings. He would hunt the ordinary Ashen Gluttons himself. The subsequent hunting made Cao Fengqi feel like he was picking up money. One by one, the Ashen Gluttons fell under his blade, much easier than in the Lost Land. This Ashen Glutton is over 2 meters tall. It should belong to the level 5 Ashen Gluttons. 20 minutes later, Cao Fengqi looked at a large Ashen Glutton inside a house ahead and raised his eyebrows. It can be broken through. There shouldn't be much of a problem. Based on the weak point hints from the script, he moved and charged forward. Soul, level 5 quality. Effect. Extraordinary beings can absorb it to enhance their cultivation or use it to forge extraordinary items. Not as strong as the leader of the Fengqi beast. It really is a level 5 soul, haha. Soon, Cao Fengqi looked at the soul in his hand and grinned widely. The corpse of the Ashen Glutton is still somewhat useful, but unfortunately, it cannot be taken away. He shook his head, collected the claws of level 5 quality, and continued towards the next 2 Ashen Gluttons over 400 meters away. Time passed little by little. After 2 hours, the number of Ashen Gluttons that had died at his hands had reached 245. Among them, there were 4 level 5, scanned within a 2-kilometer range. 442 level 1 materials, scanned 8 evil beast materials. It was clear that the number of evil beasts around had decreased significantly. For the experts from Liangmin County in a team, as long as they didn't encounter level 5, hunting them wasn't that difficult. This time, over 200 people came to the county, and the group of extraordinary beings should have already dealt with that Ashen Glutton Knight and were now clearing out the ordinary Ashen Gluttons. After that, it would be difficult for him to hunt extensively. Cao Fengqi saw that only 8 evil beast materials had been scanned and thought to himself. However, he was already very satisfied with today's harvest. One could say that the group of extraordinary beings might not have gained as much as he did. A blood prophet. In a good mood, he headed towards the 2 Ashen Gluttons that were gathered together. Scanned within a 2-kilometer range, added 88 level 1 materials, 3 level 5 materials, 3 level 6 materials, 3 level 7 materials, scanned 8 evil beast materials. Just as Cao Fengqi had walked a few hundred meters, another piece of information suddenly arrived. He slightly opened his mouth, his face full of disbelief. Wang Defa? What is going on? Cao Fengqi couldn't help, but let out a low roar. 3 pieces of level 7 materials? Level 7 materials? Are they possible here? He froze, his eyes gradually turning red as he looked towards the direction of the materials. In the next moment, he ignored the 2 Ashen Gluttons and, with a burning heart and shock, rushed towards the pile of 9 treasures. What is this? However, when he was 500 meters away from the pile of treasures, his pupils constricted, and he quickly halted. His vision ahead was all red. Under the script's warning, the area ahead was a completely endless sea of red. Damn. It's one thing to have danger around high-level materials in the Lost Land, but is there also danger here in Blue Star? Cao Fengqi's expression darkened, and he calmed down, vigilantly staring ahead. Is it toxic miasma? He furrowed his brows. Weakness, insight, and analysis activated. Some magic. An evil spirit that controls the ruins dream demon domain, covers a range of 20 kilometers. Entering it will immediately cause you to lose your sense of direction. If you don't come out within 20 seconds, the body of the some magic will devour you. It is recommended to invite other strong beings to team up to deal with it. You can use material positioning to prevent yourself from getting lost, and take a stroll in the ruins dream demon domain. When the script's insight and analysis appeared, Cao Fengqi was shocked. What kind of evil spirit is some magic? Covering a range of 20 kilometers is too outrageous. Has Blue Star given birth to such a terrifying evil spirit? If the migration team from Liangmin County were to stumble in, they would almost certainly die. Entering it would cause you to lose your sense of direction immediately, and if you don't come out within 20 seconds, you will die. However, Cao Fengqi took a deep breath, looking at the second analysis of the script. He would get lost upon entering, but his external scanning ability would not. This means that he could place an item here as a coordinate, even if he got lost inside. He could use the information from the external scan to find his way out. The pile of materials was within 500 meters of himself, and he was still 300 meters away from the ruins dream demon domain, which meant that the pile of materials was within 200 meters of the ruins dream demon domain. 200 meters, he could easily go back and forth several times in 20 seconds. Cao Fengqi thought, gritted his teeth, and decided to take the risk. He had to venture for the level 7 materials. He cautiously approached the ruins dream demon domain, walking to the edge and inserting some arrows into the ground to mark his way. After confirming, Cao Fengqi took a deep breath and stepped inside. Buzz. The next second, he entered the domain of the ruins dream demon. Huh, the surrounding scenery didn't change? Cao Fengqi was slightly surprised, focusing on the pile of materials ahead, and immediately rushed towards it. But the next second, his pupils shrank. He clearly charged forward, but found himself getting farther away from the pile of materials. A chill ran through his heart as he moved towards the direction of the arrows he had placed outside. After walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, a cold sweat appearing on his forehead. No, I clearly moved forward, but I'm getting farther away. This is not just a simple loss of direction. Calm down. Cao Fengqi felt a shiver run down his spine and forced himself to calm down. Moving forward only took him further away. Then he should go backward. Cao Fengqi hurriedly walked backward, retreating for over 10 meters, and exited the domain of the ruins dream demon. Damn, this is truly bizarre. Just those few meters cost him 3 seconds inside. His expression changed. But there was some good news. He had found a pattern. Looking at the 3 pieces of level 7 materials, along with level 6 and level 5 materials, merely 200 meters away, he took a deep breath and stepped in again. Thanks to the inspiration capsule from Century City for the reward, moi. 2 chapters with over 6,000 words, equivalent to 3 updates before. Although there aren't many 5-star reviews and powering up for love, the little author has still completed the first chapter. Additionally, the update times previously felt a bit strange. So I've made some changes. I'll try to finish updates before 10 p.m. in the future. I continue to seek 5-star reviews, begging for them. Chapter 81, Mysterious Woman Charge. Once again entering the ruins dream demon realm, Cao Fengqi focused intently, his gaze fixed on the location of the supplies. He calmly adjusted his running or retreating trajectory according to the changing distance of the coordinates. 200 meters, which should have taken 4 to 5 seconds. Took him a full 9 seconds. What is this? When Cao Fengqi finally saw the source of the supplies, he was stunned for a full second. He quickly shook his head and, clutching the supplies that were at least 8 meters tall, ran madly toward the outside. Splash! Hoo! He successfully burst out. Stepping onto the rain-soaked ground outside the ruins dream demon realm, Cao Fengqi let out a heavy sigh of relief, his expression changing as he looked at the object in his arms. No wonder he encountered a level 7 resource. No wonder. Incredible, incredible. It turned out to be a person. Yes, the source of the supplies was a person, a woman. She wore a form-fitting purple armor that outlined her exquisite curves. Her entire being enveloped in white light. She had body heat, but no breath or heartbeat. Perhaps the protection of this white light prevented her from dying in the jaws of the ruins demon. Cao Fengqi didn't know what state this woman was in. He bit his lip, glanced at the beautiful figure in his arms, and gently placed her on the ground. Then, his gaze heated as it fell on the items on the woman. 3 level 7 supplies, 3 level 6 supplies, 3 level 5 supplies. This woman was definitely a powerful, extraordinary being. Cao Fengqi murmured, staring at her. I saved you from the ruins demon realm. So consider the treasures on you as my reward for saving you. If you don't speak, I'll take it as your tacit agreement. No need to thank me. Saving a life is worth more than building a level 7 pagoda. I accept it with a smile. As he spoke, Cao Fengqi began to strip her of her items. The purple armor on her was level 7. Was this armor suitable for wearing outside? A bit flashy, right? The sword he held was also level 7. Damn. Even the underwear was level 6, and this level 7 metal. When Cao Fengqi saw that metal, his eyes sparkled. This metal. Boundary metal, level 7 quality. Effect. A storage space created by a powerful boundary weaver, containing 10 cubic meters of space, with insurance functions, cannot store living beings. An essential space item for home and travel, with a full 10 cubic meters. Ha! Cao Fengqi couldn't help but laugh. This thing is a divine artifact. Today's haul is simply amazing. Huh. White tiger. When Cao Fengqi finished stripping the last of the woman's items, he froze for a moment. He couldn't help but glance at the particularly bright large light. His right hand, under some uncontrollable impulse, moved reflexively. Cao Fengqi bit his lip and suddenly felt a chilling aura creeping up his spine. His expression changed as he noticed a pair of murderous eyes staring at him. The 2 locked eyes, and Cao Fengqi couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Beautiful lady, calm down. I risked my life to save you from the ruins demon. Buzz. A purple flame enveloped her body like a luxurious garment, and Cao Fengqi stood up, filled with anger and shame. She stood there, her expression fluctuating as she stared at Cao Fengqi. The purple flames around her surged uncontrollably, exuding a violent aura. When she was carried out of the ruins dream demon realm, her consciousness had already returned. However, due to an attack on her spirit and the protection of the consuming type treasure, she hadn't fully regained control of her body. She remembered everything that had just happened and heard what this guy said, sensing all his actions. Most importantly, her body had been completely seen by this guy, and her chest rose and fell violently. Cao Fengqi warily observed her, hesitating to say anything as he saw that the script didn't prompt any danger. Finally asking, do you have anything to say? Damn, you. Cao Fengqi gritted her teeth, each word making her eyes turn red. Cao Fengqi looked at the rude woman with a hint of helplessness. I saved your life. No need to be rude. Cao Fengqi glared at him with a sullen face. Give me my clothes. Cao Fengqi glanced at the items in his hands, handed them to her, and repeated, I saved your life. Su Fenghua immediately took them, shooting him a resentful glare. The purple flames obscured the area, and rustling sounds came from within. Soon, the stunningly beautiful Su Fenghua, with sharp and cold eyes and an imposing aura, appeared before him. I saved your life. Cao Fengqi looked at her and leisurely spoke again. No need for your reminder. Su Fenghua clenched her delicate fist, wanting desperately to punch this brat to death. Give me the sword. I can give you the boundary medal. But I need to take some things out of it. She bit her lip and coldly said, the value of the boundary medal is much higher than that of the sword. This was originally your thing. Hearing this, Cao Fengqi forced a smile, returning things to their rightful owner. Although he felt a bit reluctant about the sword, once he stepped into the realm of secret craftsmen, he could forge level 7 weapons. The boundary medal was the treasure he valued the most. It was of the greatest use to him. Humph. Su Fenghua snorted coldly, taking her items and removing some things from within the boundary medal. There are some items in here as a reward for saving me. Her expression was icy as she added, tossing the boundary medal to him before turning away without looking back. Cao Fengqi took the boundary medal, watching the woman walk away. Feeling somewhat speechless, after hesitating for a moment, he called out, Hey, where are you from? Do you know about Tianbei Bay City? Regarding this powerful and mysterious female extraordinary being, he had many questions in his heart. Su Fenghua paused, turning her head to look at him expressionlessly. You want to go to Tianbei Bay City? Yes, not just me, but also the 200,000 to 300,000 people in our county. Cao Fengqi replied immediately. Tianbei Bay City is currently the 7th refuge of Daxia, where many people are gathered. But the official side is already overwhelmed. Su Fenghua looked at him with a serious expression. However, going there is still a good choice. Cao Fengqi was slightly taken aback by her words. Even the officials are overwhelmed? Is there food there? He asked. Many people in Liangmen County are starving. And if they get there without food, it would be hell. Su Fenghua replied solemnly. Let us just say you 1T starve to death. That's good then. Cao Fengqi breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't lack food, he didn't want to see a hellish scene. As long as they wouldn't starve to death, there was hope and a chance to find food in the Lost Lands. Su Fenghua looked at him, seemingly guessing something, and pointed in a direction. You should head that way, about 30 kilometers away. There's a patch of grassland there. The wild grass on the grassland is tough to eat, but it can fill your stomach. Really? Thanks. Cao Fengqi raised an eyebrow and expressed his gratitude. Su Fenghua said nothing more and quickly disappeared into the rain. After walking a kilometer, she paused. Her eyes filled with caution and fear as she looked toward the ruins demon. Her eyes shone with a strange purple light, penetrating through layers of darkness and rain to gaze at the young figure. Her face full of confusion. Even someone who has entered the 3rd tier of the extraordinary sequence would immediately get lost inside. How did he manage to save himself? Clearly, he is a weak pervert. Is he a special extraordinary sequence? She couldn't figure it out for a long time, then took out a palm-sized dark purple horn fragment, with writhing dark patterns coiling around it. She pressed down on the center of the dark pattern. I am Su Fenghua, and I am still alive. Mission failed. The ruins demon cannot be defeated. Once you get within a dozen kilometers of it, you will get lost. Preliminary evaluation. SS level forbidden evil spirit. Moonlight Knight Liu Yuxin. Guardian of the Abyss Duan Feng. Evil spirit hunter Zhang Tian. Soul listener Zhu Xiao Xiao. Bone blade demon hunter Su Jianfeng. Kia. She spoke heavily, raising her head to gaze into the suffocating darkness. Miss Fenghua, you are still alive? That's great. You have been missing for a month. Chapter 82. Huge gains and the situation. What are you doing a kilometer away? This woman is somewhat mysterious and much stronger than I had expected. In the extraordinary sequence. She might not just be in the 2nd sequence. She might have already stepped into the 3rd sequence. Meanwhile, at the forefront of the ruins demon and dream demon domain, Cao Fengqi's eyes flickered as he scanned the information of the supplies that had stopped moving a kilometer away. He looked at the information detected by his script in astonishment. Target strength is too high. Even if she is not wearing clothes, the host cannot break her defense. It is recommended to invite other strong players to team up to deal with her. This means that even if he initially got greedy and tried to kill the woman directly, he wouldn't be able to do it. He said there was something inside. Let's see what it is. This is... Cao Fengqi looked at the boundary token in his hand, sensing the items within the space. Calm water. Level 4 quality. 100 bottles. Effect. 500 milliliters of purified water. After consumption, increases 4 points of mental power and 1 point of constitution. Ice Heart Rock Fruit. Level 5 quality. 9. Effect. After consumption, increases 7 points of constitution and 2 points of mental power. Increases resistance to water techniques. Limited to 1 piece. Clear Delusion Pill. Level 6 quality. 2. Effect. Provides strong resistance to mental attacks within half an hour after consumption. Blood condensing cleansing pill. Level 6 quality. Effect. Rapidly heals external injuries, replenishes vitality loss, clears evil energy from wounds, has a strong healing effect. Cao Fengqi looked at the 4 items inside, his eyes widening slightly. Level 4 water, level 5 spirit fruit, and 2 pills? Cao Fengqi's gaze became fervent. These are all good items. Not bad. It was worth my less than a minute of time saving her. He couldn't help but smile. However, he also discovered a blind spot. The external scan could not detect the treasures within the boundary token, and he wondered if this issue could be addressed after future upgrades. After calming his joyful emotions, Cao Fengqi shifted his gaze to the scan locations of the 8 evil beasts and rushed over immediately. Scanned within a 2-kilometer range. 242 Level 1 resources. 10 minutes later, after Cao Fengqi had hunted down all 8 ashen gluttons, the external scan could no longer detect any evil beast resources. He could head back. This time, the gains far exceeded expectations. Not to mention the treasures obtained from that mysterious woman. He had 4 level 5 souls and 253 level 4 souls. Adding the level 4 souls he had before, Cao Fengqi now had a total of 289 souls. Currently, his spirit smith experience was at 3, constitution at 65. If he absorbed all the resources in hand, the experience could increase to 35, and constitution could increase by 32. He had only eaten 2 pounds of meat from the level 5 Xian devouring beast that morning, which could still increase his constitution by 6 points. With the calm water and ice heart rock fruit, after fully absorbing them, his constitution could reach 111, nearly doubling his strength. Of course, he still needed some souls to forge weapons and equipment. As he calculated excitedly, he walked towards the outside of Jiaofeng County. On the way, he scanned and found 5 more evil beasts, bringing his level 4 souls to 294. When Cao Fengqi arrived at the assembly area outside Jiaofeng County, many experts from Liangmen County were already waiting. A faint smell of blood wafted through the air, and some people were injured. 2 others were carrying corpses, indicating casualties had occurred. Cao Fengqi glanced around and noticed that Xiao Yuya and some extraordinary individuals had also returned. As he approached, the gaze of the Xiao and Lung families fell upon him. Even that contract sword shield guard, Lung Qingyun, looked at him in surprise. Just now, Xiao Yuya had informed everyone about his extraordinary sequence information. What sequence? Xiao Yuya asked directly as she looked at Cao Fengqi. Spirit Smith, Cao Fengqi replied with a smile. Sister Yuya seems not very surprised. I had a hunch you might become an extraordinary being, but I wasn't sure, Xiao Yuya said, glancing at him and then looking at the distance again. Spirit Smith, you really are at odds with the Wang family. I'm not the one who causes trouble. Cao Fengqi shrugged. If you need to forge items, you can come find me. Can you do it? Xiao Yuya's companion, Xiao Yuxiu, couldn't help but ask. I should be better than you, Cao Fengqi replied, looking at him. You're an extraordinary being now. Of course, you're better than me, Xiao Yuxiu said with a dark face. But he also knew that improving extraordinary skills was very difficult. Even his sister spent several years to elevate the weaver's skills to the 9th stage of perfection. A new spirit smith might struggle to forge level 4 weapons. The fact that Cao Fengqi was not a combat profession extraordinary being slightly reduced Xiao Yuxiu's displeasure. Just a supportive extraordinary being. Once my sister helps me get a combat profession extraordinary sequence rune, you'll know who the boss is. Everyone, head back. Soon. County Head Zhou instructed not far away. Everyone rest well tonight. Tomorrow, we will go clear the Yao Mianji tribe. Yes. Everyone nodded. Hey, why is one extraordinary being missing? Where's Zhao Yuman? I don't know. He might have gone back. At this moment, some surprised voices came from around. Although you have become a spirit smith, you shouldn't run around recently, Xiao Yuya said to him. Cao Fengqi looked at her sudden statement with some confusion. Zhao Yuman is dead, Xiao Yuya said, her voice somewhat cold. He didn't die at the hands of evil beasts, but by our own people? Liangmen County has completely lost order. What? An extraordinary being is dead? Xiao Yuxiu, beside her, asked in shock, Sister, who killed him? A faint blue light enveloped the surroundings, preventing the sound from traveling. Xiao Yuya said in a deep voice, Lu Zhu and Hulan. When the level 6 moonlight worm nest appeared in Jiaofeng County, Zhao Yuman had already been killed. You don't need to know the specifics, she said, slightly furrowing her brows. Level 6 moonlight worm, hissing. How could such a high-level treasure appear here? Xiao Yuxiu asked curiously. Sister, does Zhao Yuman count as one of us? A neutral non-participant? Xiao Yuya answered one of the questions. In this situation, why are the extraordinary beings of Liangmen County not uniting? Cao Fengqi asked with some confusion. Now that you have become an extraordinary being, you can understand some situations in our Liangmen County. Xiao Yi looked at him. Several extraordinary beings led by Deputy County Head Lu Hu have already joined Longtom Mountain. They want us Liangmen County to join Longtom Mountain as well. Join Longtom Mountain? Cao Fengqi asked, puzzled. Currently, the North Base City has gathered a large number of refugees, and the officials can't manage it at all. Some ambitious individuals or powerful groups that became extraordinary beings 10 years ago have established their own forces, and Longtom Mountain is one of them, Xiao Yi explained. But as far as I know, Longtom Mountain treats extraordinary beings well, but they have the worst treatment for ordinary people among all the forces. They want to treat the people of Liangmen County as resources and take them to Longtashan. Although I am an extraordinary person, I have been in this position for 7 or 8 years, and I cannot let down the people of Liangmen County too much. At the very least, I want to give them some options when they reach the Tianbei base city. Cao Fengqi was astonished when he heard this information. Not long ago, he learned from that rude woman that even the officials in Tianbei base city were overwhelmed, and now it seemed that the situation was more complex than he had imagined. Overall, there was still order in Tianbei base city. Although there were many forces, they were mainly under the Dixia banner. Xiao Yi added, extraordinary individuals can still live well there. The more people there are, the more resources there are, making it easier to improve. The precious strength techniques from Liangmen County are distributed for free by the Dixia officials in Tianbei base city. Sister Yi, will you join the Dixia officials when you get to Tianbei base city? Cao Fengqi asked her. I would have joined the officials before. Xiao Yi shook her head and said, not long ago, I met a companion in the Lost Land, who is a senior member of the Xingguo force in Tianbei base city. If nothing unexpected happens, I will join Xingguo. If you're interested, you can join too, she said. Looking at Cao Fengqi, we'll see. All my relatives are in Tianbei base city. Let's find them first, Cao Fengqi replied. His father had come to Liangmen County from a big city to pursue his mother, and all his father's relatives were in Tianbei base city. He didn't know what the situation was like now. As for which force to join, he had no particular thoughts. Wherever he felt comfortable, he would go. He had no grand ambitions, as long as he could provide for his family and continuously improve his strength. He didn't have high demands for strength either. It was like money before the great disaster. You might not spend it usually, but when it matters, you need to be able to take it out. In this apocalypse of the invading evil god, being invincible is enough. By the way, Sister Yi, I received some news not long ago. Cao Fengqi looked at her. I met an extraordinary person in Jiaofeng County. You met an extraordinary person? Xiao Yi looked at him in surprise. Cao Fengqi nodded and pointed in a direction. I asked her about some information nearby, and she mentioned that about 30 kilometers in that direction, there is a type of wild grass that can feed a lot of people. Really? Xiao Yi's eyes lit up. Is there any other information? No, that person was rude. Cao Fengqi shook his head. She didn't tell me much. Chapter 83. Xiao Yi is dumbfounded. Cao Fengqi chatted with Xiao Yi while walking. Through their brief conversation, he learned a lot about the current situation. In any case, he needed to improve his strength as soon as possible, he thought to himself. After about 10 minutes, they returned to the migration team, and Cao Fengqi saw his parents and sister-in-law busy enhancing the shelter, so he walked over immediately. Fengqi is back. Uncle. When Xiao Jianxing and the others saw Cao Fengqi return, they breathed a sigh of relief. The two little ones excitedly ran over to greet him. No need to worry. We had a good harvest this time, Cao Fengqi said with a smile. Good harvest? Xiao Jianxing and the others' eyes lit up when they heard him use that phrase. In their view, if Cao Fengqi described something as a bit unlucky, it meant it was at the level of a top-tier harvest. Now that he said it was a good harvest, it must be something extraordinary. Cao Fengqi's lips curled slightly as he looked at the large pile of Suingzi beast corpses stacked in the house, and took out the Jie Sun as he walked over. Buzz. A blue light flashed, and a corpse was absorbed inside. As he moved, all the Suingzi beast corpses in the room were collected by him. Son, is this a treasure that can store supplies? Everyone looked at him in astonishment. Lu Xiaoxiu asked with surprise on her face. Yes. Cao Fengqi nodded. This item is very precious. If I weren't worried about others coveting it, most of the items in our shelter could fit inside. What a good thing. Xiao Jianxing's eyes sparkled as he looked it over. Fengqi is getting more and more powerful. Lu Chunying said with a smile beside him. You should go rest. We'll cook. I brought some small fruits. You can try them later. And this water. Cao Fengqi nodded and casually took out the tranquil water and the crystal-clear ice heart rock fruit, emitting white mist from the Jie Sun. Hee. 5 level small fruits. For level water, hee. When Xiao Jianxing saw the attributes, he grinned foolishly. Good. Uncle. Dabeo came over, looking up at him eagerly when he saw the food. One for each person, Cao Fengqi took out 2 and handed them to them. Fengqi, don't give them any. These 2 little ones have gained 7 or 8 pounds during this time. Lu Chunying reached out to stop him and suggested, you can use the 5-level spirit fruits to exchange for souls to improve your strength. Your strength improvement is the most important. It's fine, sister-in-law. I know what I'm doing. Cao Fengqi shook his head. On the way back, he had originally planned to use 5-level Suingzi beast meat to trade for souls with the experts in Liangmen County. However, he learned from Xiao Yuya that these souls had long been reserved by those extraordinary families, which left him speechless. But thinking about it, it made sense. Although these extraordinary individuals didn't have external aids, they had been extraordinary for several more years than him and had some resources. The importance of souls to extraordinary individuals is self-evident. They would naturally trade with these people. Therefore, he didn't mind giving the 5-level fruits to Dabeo and Xiaobeo. After all, there were a total of 9. Uncle is the best, better than mom. Dabeo, forgetting about his mother with the food, happily flattered him. Even little Bao beside him nodded his little head and called out, Uncle, come, let us massage your back. Just indulge them. Lu Chunying patted Dabeo's head and gave Cao Fengqi a charming glance. Cao Jianxing and Lu Xiaoxiu looked at this warm scene with happy smiles on their faces. Come, come. Let us give your uncle a good back massage. Okay, uncle. I've practiced an invincible windfire punch. I'll give you a good massage. Hee hee. You really want to make your uncle proud. The Cao family shelter was very warm. Cao Fengqi comfortably lay on the sofa eating fruit, while the 2 little ones massaged his shoulders and back. His father was busy enhancing the shelter, and his mother and sister-in-law were cooking, each doing their part. Knock knock. Cao Fengqi. Just when the family was about to eat, there was a knock on the door. It's that Xiao Yuya. Cao Fengqi heard her voice and told his parents that he was going to the door. Here. This is what my sister asked me to give you. Xiao Yuya directly handed him 3 pieces of paper. What is this? Cao Fengqi took it in surprise. Flame Blade Forging Blueprint. Level 5. Golden Fire Explosion Gun Forging Blueprint. Level 6. Spiked Soul Shadow Killing Bow Forging Blueprint. Level 6 Forging Blueprints? Cao Fengqi's eyes lit up as he looked at the information on the paper. This was a good thing for him. Please thank Sister Yuya for me. Once I forge them, I'll send her some. Cao Fengqi said excitedly. Hee hee, who knows when you'll be able to forge them. If you can forge that flame blade in 3 years, that would be impressive. Xiao Yuya chuckled lightly, looking at him. Still, I'll say it again. Just don't cause trouble for my sister in the future. Hearing her words, Cao Fengqi couldn't help but laugh. He still couldn't forge a level 6 weapon. As for level 5 weapons, wasn't it just about having the hands to do it? Wait a minute. I have some things to give to Sister Yuya. Cao Fengqi thought for a moment and turned to walk into the house. Yuya, have you eaten? Come, sit down and eat together. In the restaurant, Cao Jianxing and Lu Xiaoxiu looked at Xiao Yuxiu at the door and greeted him warmly. After all, he was the younger brother of Deputy County Head Xiao, a significant figure in Liangmen County. Since Deputy County Head Xiao treated his sons so well, they naturally couldn't neglect him. However, Xiao Yuxiu shook his head. It's fine. Come in. Cao Jianxing politely called out to Cao Fengqi, who was entering the kitchen. Fengqi, get some level 5 Xianshi beast meat for your sister in them. Should we give them a level 4 one too? Yeah, got it, Cao Fengqi replied, as he was already preparing. Level 5 Xianshi beast meat. Xiao Yuxiu paused slightly upon hearing this. Among the evil beasts, the meat of the Xianshi beast was rare, edible, and very delicious. He had eaten this meat dozens of times before, as his sister had hunted it, including level 5 once. However, since it was a level 5 evil beast, he had only eaten about 8 gene before stopping after enhancing his attributes, as the Xiao family was large. And even if a level 5 Xianshi beast had 300 to 400 gene of meat, it wouldn't be enough for the whole family. Although eating it now wouldn't enhance his attributes, the taste was still unforgettable. He pressed his lips together and unconsciously walked into the house. When his gaze landed on the dining table of the Cao family, his eyes widened in shock. He wore a pair of reconnaissance glasses crafted by his sister, which allowed him to see the attributes of an item. Due to the special nature of the items, the reconnaissance glasses had a short detection range and could only check items below level 5 quality. He immediately saw the familiar Xianshi beast meat on the dining table. The glasses didn't display anything surprising since it was indeed level 5 Xianshi beast meat. But what were those few bottles of water next to it, which were of level 4 quality? What the heck? Level 4 water? Also, that icy, crystal clear fruit was clearly an extraordinary item. But the reconnaissance glasses didn't show its quality. What was going on? Xiao Yuxiu's eyes widened. He asked himself. Although the Xiao family was also considered a prominent family in Liangmen County, it wasn't this outrageous. Xiao Yuxiu, come, have a seat. Lu Xiaoxiu warmly brought him a stool. He hesitated for a moment, feeling tempted. This was much better than what they had at home. Mom, I'm not hungry. And we don't have chopsticks at home. Cao Fengqi, who was cutting the level 5 Xian beast meat, directly said upon seeing this. Xiao Yuxiu. 3 chapters with nearly 8,000 words. Looking at Tomato, it's also updating explosively. Please give a 5-star review. Please, please, please. Chapter 84, Marriage Matters Yes. I just ate, and I'm not hungry. In the Cao family shelter, Xiao Yuxiu's facial muscles twitched as he pretended to be casual and said lightly. Fengqi prepared some meat for you to take back, Yuxiu. Cao Jianxing and Lu Xiaoxiu exchanged glances, opening their mouths in surprise. All right, since our son said so. They forced a smile and changed the topic. No need, our Xiao family doesn't lack meat. Xiao Yuxiu gritted his teeth and said, We've already consumed level 5 Xian beast and level 4 Xian meat, eating more. He trailed off, staring in shock at the 200 to 300 gene of meat that Cao Fengqi was carrying. A complete level 4 Xian beast corpse, with at least 70 to 80 gene of level 5 Xian beast meat. His pupils slowly dilated. The Xiao family had never lacked food. They always had enough meat. But that was just ordinary meat, like disaster rats and corrupted crows. Although his sister had become an extraordinary sequence member long ago, there was a problem. Her combat power was extremely weak when she was in the Weaver sequence. Although he often had gains in the Lost Lands, with his strength, he was still not capable of hunting level 5 Xian beasts, the leaders of their pack. These resources were comparable to his earnings for half a year. What is wrong with eating more? Cao Fengqi handed the meat to him. Haha, it's nothing. Xiao Yuxiu forced a smile, steeling himself to look at him. It's not in vain for my sister to take care of you. Cao Fengqi looked at him with a teasing tone. You don't seem as tough as before. Also, these 2 bottles of water are for your sister. Cao Fengqi took out 2 bottles of level 4 tranquil water and an ice heart rock fruit and placed them in his arms, reminding him, don't eat them secretly. Xiao Yuxiu felt somewhat humiliated, but when he saw the attributes of the ice heart rock fruit, his heart also raced. It was indeed a level 5 fruit. In the past 9 years, he had only eaten 2 level 5 spirit fruits. Such spirit fruits were extremely hard to obtain for extraordinary beings. You guys eat first. I'll leave now. Xiao Yuxiu didn't want to stay any longer, holding his things as he walked out. Damn. Xiao Yuxiu, where's your pride? This male fox spirit was clearly humiliating you, damn it. As soon as he walked out of the Cao family's door, Xiao Yuxiu couldn't help but mutter angrily. His expression changed constantly, but looking at the food in his hands, he bit his lip. The words so delicious filled his brain. He took several deep breaths, grinned, and walked home holding the things. Hey, Yuxiu, why did you bring back so many things? As soon as Xiao Yuxiu stepped into the house with so many items, the Xiao family members looked at him in astonishment and asked. Xiao Yuxiu looked at his sister Xiao Yuya, who was walking over. Sister, this is from Cao Fengqi for you. Of course, this is what that kid should honor you with, humph. He added in dissatisfaction. Level 5 Xian beast meat, level 5 spirit fruit, and level 4 water? Upon seeing this, Xiao Yuya's eyes also flashed with surprise. She didn't know how this kid got so many good things. Xiao Yuxiu pressed his lips together. On their dining table, there were several of these level 4 waters and level 5 spirit fruits. So extravagant? Cold Shuang beside them exclaimed. Xiao Yuya raised her elegantly embroidered eyebrows, took the ice heart rock fruit, and thought for a moment before handing it to Cold King. Uncle Cold, you take this ice heart rock fruit. For me? Cold King Yun was slightly taken aback. I ate one not long ago. Eating another one have any effect? Xiao Yuya interrupted him. The fortune teller said the crisis isn't over yet, so any enhancement now is good. When we get to the Tianbei base city, I have channels to trade for such fruits. The level 5 Xian beast meat should be distributed to those in the family who haven't eaten this meat, to enhance their physique. As for this level 4 Xian beast corpse, give it to me. I want to use it for trading. She made decisions one by one. Xiao Yuxiu listened on the side, looking at the meat and then at his sister, filled with confusion. Wait, so I endure the humiliation to bring back this meat, and I don't get to eat any? He couldn't hold back and said, You eat? How old are you? Beside him, Xiao Kunzi's looked at him and scolded. You eat what? Just listen to your sister. Xiao Yuxiu tilted his head, licking his lips, his expression full of helplessness. Cao Fengqi is not bad. His ability is not weak, and he is an extraordinary being, promising. Xiao Kunzi's looked towards the direction of the Cao family, his eyes flickering as he commented. He really is a good son-in-law. However, he may not be willing to come to the door, plus he has a matchmaker. Fengqi, do you have a grudge against Xiao Yuxiu? Meanwhile, in the Cao family, Cao Jianxing looked at him and curiously asked. I just don't like that kid. Cao Fengqi smiled and said, Of course, that kid doesn't like me either. Haha, that deputy county head Xiao is quite a good person. Xiao Jianxing smiled and couldn't help but curiously ask, what is your relationship with her? I've only seen her 4 or 5 times. Cao Fengqi looked at his somewhat gossipy father and said helplessly, Deputy County Head, Xiao might not be easy to talk to. If I have to say, it's better to have those 2 girls, Ji Yin and Ji Shui. Now that they are extraordinary beings, they are worthy of you, kid. Lu Xiaoxiu gestured to him. Mom is very satisfied with them too. You should talk more with the 2 girls to strengthen your relationship. The 3rd level medal we took down from the shelter will be sent to them and the Xiaoqin family later. Dad and Mom are more daring than you can imagine. All right, you all decide. Cao Fengqi casually replied while eating, you all are busy in the afternoon. I need to absorb souls for cultivation. If there's anything, just call me. Okay, you do your thing and leave the house to us, Lu Xiaoxiu said with a smile. After finishing his meal, Cao Fengqi went straight back to his room to take out the souls. Absorbing souls takes a lot of time. Next, he needs to convert these souls into strength. I'm going to talk to Yang Yuan. In the living room, Lu Xiaoxiu finished her meal with a smile and walked towards the Wang family next door. She wanted to have a chat with Yang Yuan to encourage their children to interact more. She was determined to establish a relationship with the Wang family. Xiaoxiu, thank you so much. Your family has helped us tremendously. We really have no way to repay you. When Yang Yuan heard that Lu Xiaoxiu was going to give them the materials from the Cao family's previous shelter, she excitedly grabbed her hand. Although both of her daughters have become extraordinary beings, they couldn't be proud in front of the Cao family. To the Wang family, Cao Erlang is the best son-in-law. Both Yang Yuan and Lu Xiaoxiu are eager to become in-laws. Their relationship is even better than when they were in school. Chapter 85. Explosive Strength Few finally finished absorbing. The speed of absorption is really slow. However, there is good news. For every 5 levels of experience gained as a spirit craftsman, my mental strength increases by 1 point. Cao Fengqi had no idea that his mother was already worrying about his lifelong affairs. From the time he finished lunch until the next morning, except for dinner, he didn't sleep at all, continuously absorbing souls. After nearly 20 hours of absorption, only 14 level 4 souls were left as backup. Cao Fengqi clenched his fist, feeling the explosive power within him, and smiled. He focused his mind and opened his attributes. Cao Fengqi. Extraordinary Sequence. Spirit Craftsman Sequence. Click to view detailed information. Physique. 111. Mental Strength. 46. Techniques. Archery. 6. Great Sword. 6. Body Technique. 5. Sword Technique. 5. Equipment. Level 7 Boundary Metal. Level 5 Big Umbrella. Blessed Moonstone. Others omitted. Resources. Qingwang Dan. Level 6. 2. Blood Cleansing Dan. Level 6. Souls. Level 4. 14. 100 Soul Liquid. Level 4. 2. Others omitted. Lost Land. 1010. Blessing of Blue Star. Gathering Technique. Insight Technique. Construction Technique. Proficient in Language and Writing. Activate Cheat. Upgraded. Extraordinary Sequence. Spirit Craftsman Profession. Sequence Level. Spirit Craftsman. 35. Extraordinary Cultivation Method. Soul Absorption Flame Technique. Extraordinary Skill. Secret Craftsman 9th Stage. Complete. His physique reached 111. And his mental strength unexpectedly reached 46. Looking at his attribute information, Cao Fengqi nodded in satisfaction. In just 1 day his strength surged. Today, when going to clear the Warty Leech tribe, if it goes as smoothly as yesterday, his strength will have another huge boost. And breaking through to the realm of secret craftsmen will be just around the corner. Cao Fengqi thought to himself, filled with anticipation for the upcoming actions. An incident occurred. Today, as planned to clear the Warty Leech tribe was cancelled. However, the world is unpredictable, and everything did not go as he imagined. After Cao Fengqi finished breakfast and met with Xiao Yuya, he received bad news. What happened? He frowned slightly and asked with suspicion. The law enforcement personnel conducting the investigation went missing. After sending someone to check, they still went missing. County Chief Zhou discovered that as soon as someone enters a certain area, they immediately lose contact. Xiao Yuya said gravely. We need to send Grandma Shun to investigate there. It seems there's a great terror. Missing? Great terror? Cao Fengqi was slightly startled upon hearing this, an idea flashing through his mind. Has the ruined demon moved? He knew the location of the Warty Leech tribe, which was completely in a different direction from the ruined demon's ruins and dream demon domain. Now, such a bizarre and terrifying event suddenly occurring can only mean one thing. It has moved. If the ruined demon approaches the migration team from Liangmen County, he couldn't imagine the consequences. There's good news. I sent someone to check the place you mentioned yesterday. Xiao Yuya's expression relaxed a bit. There are indeed edible wild grasses. And we are preparing to set off immediately to that area to solve the food problem and prevent the chaos from expanding. Cao Fengqi nodded upon hearing this. Xiao Yuya hurriedly left to handle matters without saying much to him. Mom, Dad, we're dismantling the shelter and preparing to set off. Cao Fengqi returned home and told his parents, explaining the reason. Cao Jiansheng and the others nodded and began to get busy. With the boundary metal, Cao Fengqi stored items like the forging table and other things in the room, saving a lot of time. Nearby, the law enforcement officers of Liangmen County were notifying the local populace. This brought the previously silent and dull crowd back to life. The extraordinary adults found a place only 30 kilometers away from us, where there are edible wild grasses. Great. Our food ran out 2 days ago. If this continues, we can last at most 3 more days. We can finally move on. I'd rather be killed by evil spirits and beasts than starve to death in this cramped shelter. Various voices came from the surroundings. Someone who heard about the food was filled with surprise. Forward! Shouts came from the front, and the long line of people began to move again after being stalled for several days. The Cao family followed behind the Xiao family, with the Wang family and the Chen family nearby. The sound of the marching team was notably loud, like flowing water. Cao Fengqi, this is for you. Not far ahead, Xiao Yuya appeared, handing him a sky blue garment. Water Realm Robe, level 5 quality. Effect 1, provides dust and water resistance, can release a Water Realm protective shield. If the shield is broken, the robe can recharge within 5 hours without damage. Effect 2, wearing this robe in water is like walking on solid ground. It does not affect breathing, and the Water Realm protection receives a 10 enhancement. Cao Fengqi took it, and was slightly surprised to see the attributes of the robe. A level 5 robe? The attribute effects are perfect even among level 5 equipment. I don't like to owe favors, Xiao Yuya said as she waved her hand and turned to leave gracefully. Cao Fengqi watched her leave with a smile and accepted it directly. A level 5 robe is indeed very useful for him. A level 5 treasure. And she just gives it away? On one side, the Wang family watched this scene, and Wang Bingjao couldn't help but look at his wife and whispered, "Isn't the relationship between Fengqi and Deputy County Head Xiao too good?" Indeed. Yang Yuan frowned slightly. But yesterday, Xiaoxiu came to me, and her meaning was very clear. She wants to be in-laws with us. None of the talented young men in Liangmen County can compare to Fengqi. Wang Bingjao still expressed some concern. If Cao Fengqi gets along well with this Deputy County Head Xiao, then what about our daughter's future? I think there's no need to worry too much. Didn't some rumors circulate about Deputy County Head Xiao before? The threshold of the Xiao family has been trampled down, yet Deputy County Head Xiao is still unmarried. I heard it's because the Xiao family doesn't want their daughters to marry, after all. Yang Yuan didn't say much more, giving her husband a knowing look. Wang Bingjao nodded. He understood naturally. How could a daughter like this be allowed to marry off? Especially when the Xiao family probably doesn't even want to see her get married, not even to a son-in-law. At least, that is how it used to be. Some rumors in Liangmen County are not baseless. I want my daughter to interact more with Fengqi, Yang Yuan added, looking at her 2 daughters beside her. Jian, Ji Shui, you girls should go chat with Fengqi. Mom, I don't know what to talk about. Wang Jian blushed and said softly, anything is fine. Yang Yuan urged them, see who you can talk to. If any of you take a liking to Fengqi, when we get to Tianbei Bay City, I'll discuss it with his mom. Mom, I really don't know what to talk about. Wang Jian opened her mouth. They had no experience in romance. In front of him, she didn't know how to start or what to say. Wang Jishui nodded her head too. Even with her carefree personality, she felt shy about such things. Oh, forget it. Wang Bingjao, watching his 2 daughters, didn't press them when the team stops. You can take some disaster rat meat you hunted and send it to the Cao family. Although they don't lack it, it's a gesture of goodwill. Chapter 86, Cao Fengqi. Call me Dad. The team from Liangmen County moved much faster this time than before. Even when occasional screams and the sounds of fighting with evil beasts were heard, they did not stop. On the side of Cao Fengqi, it was very safe. They encountered no evil spirits or beasts along the way. After progressing for a full 7 hours, the team finally stopped at an area overgrown with strange grass. The black grass had thick roots and sparse leaves. Is this edible grass? It tastes worse than shit. At least it doesn't smell. I'm almost starving. As long as it fills me up, I don't care how bad it tastes. I'll just cook it before eating. As soon as they reached this area, the people of Liangmen County became excited. Many, starving, directly plucked the grass and began eating it raw. However, the taste of this wild grass was hard to describe. Cao Fengqi curiously took a bit and immediately spat it out. The grass, that woman really didn't lie to him. It was indeed terrible. She said that people wouldn't starve in Tianbei Bay City. Could it be that they ate similar foods? Cao Fengqi spat out the saliva in his mouth, thinking to himself, it really is awful. We should just cook. After Cao Jianxing curiously tried a bit, he honestly started building a shelter. Auntie, we got some disaster rat meat in the Lost Land. Here's some for you. As soon as the shelter was finished, while Lu Xiaoxiu was preparing to cook, two graceful figures arrived. Daughters, come in, come in. You don't need to share the disaster rat meat you worked so hard to get. Lu Xiaoxiu's eyes lit up when she saw them and welcomed them warmly. Auntie, you've already helped us so much. This is our token of appreciation. All right. Auntie accepts your kindness. Fengqi, come, sit with Ji Yin and Ji Shui. Lu Xiaoxiu welcomed the Wang sisters in and called him to the living room. Cao Fengqi glanced around. Did his parents already decide on the Wang family as their daughter-in-law? However, he had no resistance to these two beautiful twins. In this boring world, it wouldn't be bad to chat with such beauties. What is your relationship with Vice County Chief Xiao? As soon as Cao Fengqi arrived, he noticed Wang Zhishui looking at him curiously. He replied speechlessly, I helped her with some things. And she owes me a favor. Oh, really? Wang Zhishui looked at him suspiciously and continued, what about Wu Qianxian? Wang Zhiyin helplessly nudged her sister, interrupting her words, and revealed an embarrassed smile. Brother Fengqi, my sister doesn't know how to speak. She just blurts things out. Cao Fengqi looked at Wang Zhishui and leisurely defended her. Maybe she thought it through before speaking. Wang Zhishui glared at Cao Fengqi and pouted. Who doesn't know how to talk? I'm just trying to find a topic. Cao Fengqi smiled, and Wang Zhiyin helplessly pointed at his head, and the three began to awkwardly chat. Dinner's ready, dinner's ready. Ji Yin, Ji Shui, come eat. Not long after, Lu Xiaoxiu called them over. No thanks, Auntie, my parents should have finished cooking too. Wang Zhiyin quickly stood up and said, we're going home to eat. This is your home. Come on, the food is all ready for you. Lu Xiaoxiu walked over, pulling them back, speaking enthusiastically. Auntie, really don't worry about it. It's fine. I've already made your food. And this meat is level 5 Xianshi beast meat that Fengqi hunted. It's a level higher than what I gave you before. Eating it will help strengthen your body. As Lu Xiaoxiu spoke, Wang Zhiyin and Wang Zhishui showed a hint of surprise. The two girls couldn't resist the enthusiastic Lu Xiaoxiu and had to sit down. Come, daughters, eat the meat. Look how thin you are. Thank you, Auntie. No, it's too much. After Wang Zhiyin and Wang Zhishui finished their meal, looking a bit awkward, they left directly. The two girls are quite nice. One is lively and cheerful, the other serene. Cao Jianxing glanced at their figures and then at his son Cao Fengqi, hoping to win both over. Cao Fengqi didn't respond. Haha. Cao Jianxing chuckled, in a good mood. They're back, just in time for dinner at home. At the Wang family. Yang Yuanyuan smiled when she saw her daughters return. Mom, we just ate. Auntie Lu insisted we eat at their place. Wang Zhiyin said, Mom, you don't know. We had level 5 Xianshi beast meat for lunch. Wang Zhishui ran over, looking a bit shocked, and said, after eating, my physique almost increased by 1 point. Level 5 Xianshi beast meat. Wang Bingjiao, hearing this, looked astonished. Fengqi is impressive. Wang Qixiao slowly spoke. The Cao family's shelter has been upgraded to level 4, still 150 square meters. It's a top-tier mansion in Liangmin County. I heard it was exchanged for nearly 2,000 gene of level 4 Xianshi beast meat. So having level 5 meat is normal. Ji Yin, can you and your sister hunt this kind of evil beast? He then looked at his granddaughters and asked. No, we can't even handle level 4 evil beasts. If they escape, we can't guarantee we can catch them. Wang Zhiyin shook her head. Our spell accuracy, mental strength, and physique are too low. Sister, how come Cao Fengqi, with a support profession, is so powerful? We're obviously in the combat extraordinary sequence. Wang Zhishui frowned, feeling a bit unconvinced. She patted her head. I forgot to ask him how he hunted evil beasts in the Lost Land. We should ask him for some tips. Maybe after we know, we can be stronger than him. No, I need to go ask. She thought and her eyes brightened, immediately deciding. Let us go, sister, let us ask. There are no special techniques. It's just about equipment and skills. Wang Zhiyin shook her head. Haven't you seen Brother Fengqi shoot evil beasts from over 1,000 meters away in the dark? That's powerful technique. That's his strength. Oh sister, let us go. What if he really has special techniques? If you don't go, I will. Wang Zhishui saw her sister standing still and didn't say anything more, happily walking outside. Yang Yuanyuan smiled, knowing her younger daughter's personality. Hey Zhishui, right? Lu Xiaoxiu opened the door and saw Wang Zhishui come back again, smiling and asking. Yes, Auntie, sorry to bother you. Wang Zhishui nodded, squinting her eyes and showing a cute smile. Auntie, I want to ask Fengqi a few questions. You're not bothering. It's fine, just come play. This kid just returned to his room. I'll take you over. Lu Xiaoxiu immediately responded, pulling her to knock on Cao Fengqi's door. Son, Mama's coming in. Come in. Cao Fengqi was about to enter the lost land when he looked over in surprise. The wind rose. And Wang's Higgs, you had some questions she wanted to ask you. Talk to her. As the door opened, Lu Xiaoxiu said to him. Cao Fengqi looked at the proud girl with surprise and pointed to the bench ahead. What is it? A few small questions. Wang's Higgs, you gestured with her fingers, looking at him expectantly. How did you hunt so many evil beasts? Are there any tips? Cao Fengqi smiled at her words and teased. Aren't you quite impressive yourself? Wang's Higgs' expression fell slightly. I thought I was great, but I could only hunt a few disaster rats and a wild wolf got away from me. Do you have any special tricks? Can you tell me? If my sister and I have any gains in the future, Wang's Higgs, will definitely repay you tenfold, she said, her gaze firm and bright as she stared at him. What tricks are there? It's just about equipment, weaponry, strength techniques, experience, extraordinary power, and brains. Cao Fengqi looked at her in an educating tone. You seem to be a bit inflated after becoming an extraordinary person. Your strength is only at the level of a top-tier expert, and your physique is even weaker. In the early stages, even for extraordinary individuals, physique is very important. To put it bluntly, the two girls have no foundation at all. They relied entirely on luck to obtain extraordinary sequence runes. There really is no shortcut? Wang's Higgs, you looked at him with disappointment, unwilling to accept it. Then how can you be so much stronger than us? Cao Fengqi looked at her naive and unconvinced expression and shook his head helplessly. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. It's not that there are no shortcuts. What shortcuts? This sentence made her eyes light up instantly as she looked at him expectantly. One method requires long-term practice, which is learning strength techniques. Cao Fengqi looked at her. The second is to enhance your physique and mental strength. Wang's Higgs, you opened her mouth. What you said is the same as saying nothing. We don't have strength techniques, and treasures to enhance physique and mental strength are very precious. They're not so easy to obtain. I have them. Cao Fengqi moved his hand, and a bottle of level 4 tranquil water appeared in his hand, handing it to her. Wang's Higgs, you looked at the attributes of the tranquil water, her mouth slightly agape, and joyfully accepted it. It can increase 4 points of mental strength? Wow, that's great. Our mental strength will increase, and the power of spells will improve. The value of level 4 tranquil water is self-evident. She obtained it after a life-and-death struggle. Cao Fengqi looked at her and said leisurely, So how will you repay me? Wang's Higgs, you was stunned for a moment, then looked at him seriously and said, I will write you an IOU. Once I become successful, I will repay you 5 times. No, 10 times. No, I don't trust your character. Cao Fengqi directly refused. I have a very good character. Wang's Higgs, you immediately replied. The first time we met, you called me brother, and after becoming an extraordinary person, you stopped. Cao Fengqi looked her up and down and shook his head. You have a rebellious spirit. I don't believe you. Wang's Higgs, you opened her mouth, speechless. She had gratitude, but also a bit of unwillingness towards this boy in front of her. After all, she was older than him, and she was also an extraordinary person. She was clearly the older sister. However, glancing at the tranquil water in her hand, Wang's Higgs, you gritted her teeth. Brother Fengqi, can I call you brother from now on? I promise to call you brother whenever we meet, and I won't go back on my word. Otherwise, I will be an evil beast. It sounds like you are losing out. Calling you brother to get a bottle of level 4 spiritual water, I don't know how many people would be willing. Cao Fengqi looked at her and shook his head. These words made Wang's Higgs, you feel a bit embarrassed, and she forced a smile at him. She wasn't stupid and understood the preciousness of this bottle of water. To obtain this bottle of water, let alone calling him brother, there would be countless people willing to bow down. I was indeed wrong before. Wang's Higgs, you felt she had been a bit excessive and apologized. I'm sorry, Brother Fengqi. All right, it's a gift for you. Cao Fengqi smiled at her expression, took out another bottle, and said enticingly, I have another bottle. You can't not give it to your sister, right? Of course, it's best to give it to Brother Fengqi, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she continuously called out. Cao Fengqi looked at her like this, unsure if the girl was clever or foolish. Stop, don't call me brother anymore. Calling me brother is useless. Cao Fengqi called for a stop. Then what should I call you? Wang's Higgs, you looked at him eagerly and said earnestly, I can call you whatever you want. Call me Dad. After laying the groundwork for so long, Cao Fengqi finally revealed his true intention. These 3 chapters were a bit daily and somewhat filler, but it couldn't be simplified. So the little author also wrote some extra words. 8,000 words, equivalent to 4 chapters. Thanks to the inspiration capsule from the great black bat thief, moi. Thanks to the Great Zen Valley and the Trickster Chun for urging updates, moi. I also appreciate all the book friends who give little gifts and 5-star reviews. Great thanks. Please give a 5-star review. Please, please, please. Chapter 87. Zhigzhu's Forbearance, the first of all time. Damn it, that damn guy. What does he take me, Wang Zhigzhu, for? How could he make me, Cao Fengqi, wait for him? Just wait. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Don't bully a poor girl. Outside the Cao family shelter, Wang Zhigzhu's eyes turned red as she gritted her teeth and muttered angrily. She took a few deep breaths, her small frame rising and falling continuously. I'm so angry. When her gaze fell on the 2 bottles of tranquil water and a book on strength techniques in her hand, her mood improved a bit. Luckily, I have backbone. I paid extra to call him that. She gave herself a thumbs up for her cleverness, slightly raised her head, and walked home with big strides. Zhigzhu, did you ask anything? As soon as she got home, Wang Bingjao, sitting on the sofa, looked at her curiously and asked. Wang Zhigzhu heard this, pouted, and shook her head. Hee, in the Lost Land, there are no tricks to speak of. He chuckled and said, Dad, although I didn't ask much, I brought back good things. Wang Zhigzhu said, raising her head to show her white neck. Taking out the tranquil water and the strength technique manual, 2 bottles of level 4 water that can increase mental strength and physique, and a strength technique manual. What did you say? Level 4 quality spiritual water and strength manual? Wang Qixiao, Yang Yuan, and the others were shocked and immediately surrounded her. Wang Bingjao was also taken aback and rushed over. In the past, they wouldn't even dare to think about extraordinary sequence runes, for them as ordinary people. Strength manuals were precious family heirlooms. With a strength manual, they could have a ticket to the upper class. Great, is this a gift from Fengqi? Wang Bingjao and the others asked excitedly as they looked at the strength manual. Yes, Wang Zhigzhu nodded. The effect of this spiritual water is very important for you and Ji Yan. Fengqi is really too good. Yes, Fengqi is a good kid. He is our benefactor. From now on, Zhigzhu and Ji Yan, you should repay him well. These things are really precious. The Cao family treats us well. Yang Yuan and the others looked at these treasures with joy and gratitude. Hearing her parents praise Cao Fengqi, Wang Zhigzhu's heart began to roar. I exchanged this with great cost. That damn guy Cao Fengqi is not good at all. However, she didn't dare to say such things. Should she tell her dad, Dad, you have another brother? She forced an ugly smile in agreement. Hee, great. The family is getting better and better, cough cough. Grandpa, are you okay? I have nothing to worry about. I'm just happy. A little minor issue. I've been eating the meat of the Xianshi beast these past few days to replenish myself, and my body is much better than before. With this strength technique manual, our Wang family finally has some depth. Wang Zhigzhu looked at her happy family and then at her aging grandfather and made a decision in her heart. In ancient times, there was Han Xian's humiliation and Go Jian's perseverance. In modern times, there was Liang's patience, known as unparalleled throughout history. It seems that I, Wang Zhigzhu, will surpass them all. She recalled the detestable guy saying before she left that he could give her 40 gene of level 5 Xianshi beast meat. But she would have to do something even more outrageous. She gritted her teeth. The patience of snow, the first in all eternity. In these 2 days, I'll get the meat. Sacrificing a little is nothing. One day, I, Wang Zhigzhu, will be able to turn things around and become the master. Come on. Go for it. Wang Zhigzhu, you can do it. Alez, you are the best. Her delicate little face was filled with determination and courage. Hee ha. Meanwhile, in the room of the Cao family, in Cao Fengqi's room, he could no longer hold back his laughter. Although he had to pay extra for a strength technique manual, once he got to the Tianbei base city, this thing would be given out for free. Free. Am I too perverted? Well, I can't be blamed. It's all this boring apocalypse forcing me to find some fun. Mainly, I blame that girl for being so arrogant. Her words are unpleasant. She needs to be trained. I'm just being charitable. Cao Fengqi's mouth curled up slightly as he lay back on the bed. Let's clear out that water ghost monkey. There are 8 pieces of level 5 resources there. He thought to himself, and with a flick of his mind, the scene before him transformed. Cao Fengqi's figure appeared in the domain of the Xianshi beast in the desolate town, and a scream from afar brought a hint of terror to this world. Now he was strong enough to easily hunt level 5 evil beasts. Although the water ghost monkey was stronger than the Xianshi beast, it should still belong to level 4. Only the leader level was level 5. He pondered as he walked toward the water ghost monkey's domain. Scanned within a 2-kilometer range, 11 level 1 resources, 3 level 2 resources, 9 level 5 resources, 55 evil beast resources. There was one more level 5 resource than previously scanned, but this one was not among those 8. The evil beast resources totaled 55. Indeed, much more than the Xianshi beast. When Cao Fengqi reached the northwest shore of Westwater Lake, the scanning information came in. His eyes flickered as he looked. 55 water ghost monkeys, most of which were in Westwater Lake, with over a dozen at the level 5 resource location. Among them, there were even stronger water ghost monkeys that the external scanner couldn't detect. There were too many, and he wasn't clear about the specific strength of the water ghost monkeys. He needed to lure them out. Although his current strength was much greater than before, Cao Fengqi did not act recklessly to deal with these water ghost monkeys. He had long prepared. With a flick of his hand, he took out a piece of pre-prepared level 5 Ashen Deceptive Eater meat from his inventory. Ashen Deceptive Eater meat. Level 5 quality. Effect, filled with evil energy, not edible, but its meat is delicacy for other evil beasts. At a distance of 1 kilometer, he wondered if the water ghost monkeys could smell it. Cao Fengqi looked at the distance displayed by the external scanner and placed the Ashen Deceptive Eater meat on the shore 1,000 meters away from them. He hid behind a rock and waited quietly. No reaction? Cao Fengqi checked the distance display with the evil beasts and saw they hadn't come over, raising an eyebrow. Splash! Just as Cao Fengqi was about to move the Ashen Deceptive Eater meat closer, a sound suddenly came from the lake. His gaze sharpened, and the large umbrella in his hand transformed into a large sword shape as he held his breath, staring intently at the source of the sound. Squeak! A call came, and in his line of sight, a 3-meter-tall water ghost monkey, entirely black with fur like black steel needles, appeared. It was obviously much larger than an ordinary water ghost monkey, likely level 5. Cao Fengqi didn't expect to directly attract a level 5 water ghost monkey, and his gaze flickered as he watched. Bang! As the level 5 water ghost monkey approached, Cao Fengqi gripped the large sword in his hand. Hiss howl. However, the water ghost monkey, sensing something, turned its attention towards Cao Fengqi's position instead of rushing towards the Ashen Deceptive Eater meat. It let out a low growl. What a vigilant fellow! It didn't rush towards him. Cao Fengqi was surprised, and with a flick of his mind, he dashed straight towards the piece of Ashen Deceptive Eater meat. Howl roar. The water ghost monkey saw a human competing for food with it, and let out an angry roar, no longer hesitating as it charged at him. Cao Fengqi's gaze was sharp as he focused on the water ghost monkey, which had all its weaknesses exposed under the script prompt. Breaking wind body technique, swift shadow dash. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The water ghost monkey rushed in front of him, its claws the size of a human head gathering blood blades, heavily slashing towards him. Cao Fengqi saw this, instantly sinking his shoulder, dropping his elbow, and raising his sword. The vertical sword stood like a mountain, immovable by 1,000 strikes, stabilizing the mountain. Blocking. Clang. Zzz. The large sword blocked in front of him, the blood-red claws fell on it, producing a metallic clash and a harsh grinding sound. Feeling the power of this level 5 water ghost monkey, Cao Fengqi raised his eyebrows. He raised his sword to the sky, slicing through the clouds. With a physique reaching 111, this move was both fierce and fast, directly striking at the water ghost monkey's neck. Puff! Puff! The water ghost monkey couldn't dodge in time and tried to block with its arm, but was directly severed by his powerful force, plunging into its neck without losing momentum. Bang! It didn't even have time to scream before its head fell heavily to the ground. One block, one strike, easily slain.